In the Xinhuang realm, outside the city of Yunxi, on the periphery of the Forest of Monsters, a team of 5 cultivators, 3 men, and 2 women gathered around a deep pit, gazing at a lifeless body within. The sound of hail pattering against the leaves on the ground created a cacophony. The pit was lined with spikes crafted from bamboo, which had mercilessly pierced the corpse, leaving it riddled with wounds and rendering its face unrecognizable, save for an eerie smile that adorned its back. Everyone present was acutely aware of the identity of the deceased. It was none other than their team leader, He Hong, the only one among them who openly possessed the strength of the Foundation Establishment stage. As a practitioner of the Foundation Establishment stage, it was inconceivable that such a rudimentary trap could cause him any harm. Yet he had met his demise within this very trap designed for mortals. Zhang Yu looked upon the lifeless form of his leader, his expression darkening profoundly. His distress was not solely due to the death of He Hong, rather, it stemmed from the alarming rapidity of the curse's resurgence. Barely a year had elapsed since the last curse had erupted. At this rate of recurrence, it would soon be his turn, that if it weren't for my joining your team, my brother would still be alive, shouted Hiya, a robust female cultivator, her face contorted with rage. It's all your fault. You all are responsible for my brother's death. The other 4 could only remain silent, their gazes fixed on the towering Hiya, none daring to contradict her. Zhang Yu shook his head slightly. Presently, Hiya was the strongest among them, and the smile of the curse had evidently shifted onto her. If she remained composed, it would be less problematic, however. This outburst provided the curse an opportunity to take hold. In a state of frenzy, Hiya unsheathed the massive axe strapped to her waist. You 4 worthless Qi refining stage fools, I shall avenge my brother today. No sooner had Hiya's words left her lips than her aura erupted forth, revealing that she too had reached the Foundation Establishment stage, having concealed her true power until now. Yet, even in the face of her formidable presence, the other's mere Qi refining stage cultivator showed no sign of fear. Before Hiya could make her next move, a hailstone the size of a fist plummeted towards her forehead. Instinctively, she attempted to swat the hail away, but as she raised her hand, her aura became disordered. The hail struck her temple with unerring accuracy. Hiya faltered, her eyes widening in shock. Her final words never escaped her lips before she collapsed to the ground. Zhang Yu stepped forward, tearing open the fabric on Hiya's back. A grotesque smile mirrored the one found on the corpse of He Hong. The onlookers fell into a heavy silence, grappling with the grim reality before them. After a protracted silence, Zhang Yu finally spoke. She has perished, leaving only the 4 of us who are aware of the curse. Let us discuss the matter of the curse. I will reiterate the patterns we have discerned. Aside from Zhang Yu, the remaining 3 were Su Shiner, a serene beauty with waist-length hair; Li Zixiang, an elderly man with a long white beard, though he was the youngest among them; and Han Wu, a seemingly honest and simple young man. A century ago, there had been over 30 members in their team afflicted by the curse. Now, these 4 were the last survivors in this world who bore the burden of the curse. The likes of Hiya and He Hong had been recent recruits, entirely ignorant of the curse's existence. By now, the 4 of them had painstakingly established some fundamental principles regarding the curse, for without such knowledge, they would not have survived to this day. Zhang Yu produced a piece of yellowed parchment from his storage ring and began to recite the established rules. 1. The curse can erupt in 2 ways: naturally at the end of a set period, or triggered directly by specific conditions. 2. Natural eruptions only occur in the individual with the highest visible strength within the team. 3. Those afflicted by the curse will manifest a bizarre smile on their backs, which they cannot perceive, but others who are cursed can see it. For that the curse can be transferred at any time, however, the time required for a natural eruption does not change, only accumulates. 5. Once one joins the team, they become a target for the curse's influence. There is no escaping it by leaving the team or through any other means. 6. New recruits must be validated by an authority figure or a notarization agency, and coercion of the notary or agency is strictly prohibited. 7. Only those who have taken a life may become targets of the curse. Joining the team alone does not activate the curse. 8. Within secret realms, the curse's mechanisms for assessing strength are rendered ineffective, but it is advisable not to remain in any secret realm for more than a month, and after leaving, one should not re-enter the same realm for a month, lest the curse erupt suddenly. After the 6th point, Jiang Yu marked a significant question mark. This indicated that this rule was not entirely certain and warranted skepticism. Countless lives had been sacrificed to arrive at these conclusions. Once he finished reading, Jiang Yu stowed away the parchment and turned to the others. With both He and He Hong now gone, what shall we do next? Should we relocate or continue to seek another leader within Yinshi City? The simple and honest Han Wu was the first to respond. Brother Yu, among the four of us, you are the strongest. We shall follow your lead. That Su Shiner nodded in agreement, while Li Zixiang remained silent, offering no dissent. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. If he was indeed the strongest, that could only mean the curse had now turned its gaze upon him. Under normal circumstances, he would never have overlooked this fact. He realized that he had unwittingly fallen under the curse's influence. With the specter of the curse looming overhead, Jiang Yu's spirits plummeted, and he spoke gravely. Let us return to Yunshi City and attempt to recruit a new leader through the old methods at the bank. If that proves futile, we will seek a new location. Seeing no objections, Jiang Yu led the team onward towards Yunshi City. At dawn, they arrived at the bank. Though referred to as a bank, it had long since transformed into a stronghold for the Tianji Pavilion, bearing no resemblance to its former self. However, the locals continued to use the old nomenclature, and to avoid drawing suspicion, the four adhered to the custom. The Tianji Pavilion was one of the four major sects and a significant power within the Xianhuang realm, with branches in nearly every region. Though the name sounded grand, for cultivators of lower tiers, the Tianji Pavilion was merely a place to accept tasks. Only those of considerable strength or ample spiritual stones could glimpse the pavilion's true nature. As all four were at the qi refining stage, they clearly did not belong to the ranks of the powerful. Jiang Yu led the group through the door and approached the bar. The attendant at the bar was an exceptionally beautiful girl, young yet strikingly delicate. Jiang Yu smiled at her. Our previous leader was killed by a monster while exploring a secret realm, and we are in need of a new leader. As he spoke, he swiftly grasped the attendant's hand, discreetly placing a low-grade spiritual stone in her palm. If we cannot recruit a Foundation Establishment stage expert, our team will be forced to disband. Please help us find a solution. The attendant's expression remained unchanged as she skillfully accepted the spiritual stone. Before she could respond, a man seated at a nearby table rose to his feet. Greetings. I am Yang Zhuang, that I am currently seeking to recruit a small team for exploring a secret realm. With that, Yang Zhuang exuded his aura, revealing himself to be at the mid-foundation establishment stage.
Chapter 2. The new Captain Jiang Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. To his astonishment, a perfect candidate had presented himself. Was his fortune truly this remarkable? Initially, Jiang Yu had anticipated that he would have to expend considerable effort to locate a master at the Foundation establishment stage. Yet, unexpectedly, he found one upon his arrival. This stroke of luck left Jiang Yu feeling somewhat incredulous. While Jiang Yu was lost in thought, the receptionist hesitated, squeezing the spiritual stone in her hand before finally saying, "You may not fully understand the situation here. Do you need to reconsider?" Before she could finish, Yang Zhuang interjected loudly, "We are in perfect agreement. Why are you bothering us?" Jiang Yu quickly added, "Indeed, we are on the same page. Please expedite our paperwork." Although interrupted by Yang Zhuang, the receptionist felt she had already offered her warning to Jiang Yu, so she refrained from further comment. If this group was obstinately intent on making Yang Zhuang their captain, they would be courting disaster. Yang Zhuang was no benevolent figure. Those who had previously teamed up with him had met their demise. The most recent incident had occurred 6 months prior when Yang Zhuang had come here to recruit a team, only for every member to perish after the mission was completed, while Yang Zhuang had emerged unscathed. The families of the deceased had attempted to report Yang Zhuang for maliciously slaying his team members to seize their spiritual stones. But without evidence, he remained unscathed. However, those familiar with the undercurrents of Yunshi City understood the implications. Seeing that both Jiang Yu and Yang Zhuang were resolute, the others voiced no objections, and the receptionist proceeded to finalize their paperwork. The moment she stamped the document with the Tiangue Pavilion seal, Jiang Yu sensed an overwhelming aura of curse energy emanating from Yang Zhuang. An involuntary thrill coursed through Jiang Yu. It seemed the curse had shifted away from him. Han Wu then suggested, "Since we don't need to disband, why don't we celebrate in the city?" "Absolutely." Jiang Yu immediately grasped Han Wu's intention and nodded in agreement. With the curse having transferred, there was no need to concern himself further with Yang Zhuang. Wait! The group turned to Yang Zhuang, who wore a slight smile. Now that I am your new captain, why don't we tackle a simple task to build our rapport? With that, Yang Zhuang turned to the receptionist and declared, I would like to accept the mission to exterminate the poison centipedes in the forest of monsters. The four were taken aback. They had not anticipated Yang Zhuang would suddenly take on a mission. They were not there merely to accompany him on a task. If Yang Zhuang were to meet an untimely end during the mission, they would have to find another captain. However, Yang Zhuang did not afford them the opportunity to refuse. He swiftly snatched a task board hanging on the receptionist's wall and pressed his handprint onto it. This action left the four in a state of disbelief. Well, since we've taken the task, let us complete it. Han Wu was the first to follow Yang Zhuang. The other two turned their gazes toward Jiang Yu. Let us go. Jiang Yu shrugged and joined them. The group exited and made their way directly toward the Forest of Monsters. The Forest of Monsters was vast, with low-level cultivators from 3 surrounding cities relying on hunting magical beasts for their livelihood. Consequently, skirmishes frequently erupted throughout the forest, making it an ideal location for illicit activities. However, Jiang Yu and his companions were puzzled by Yang Zhuang's lack of aggression as they journeyed. Could it be that he genuinely intended to complete the mission? Before long, Yang Zhuang halted and pointed toward a nearby cave, saying, The Foundation Establishment poison centipede is right there. Aside from that centipede, there should be several Qi refinement stage centipedes as well. What is your plan to deal with it? Jiang Yu asked, his expression darkening. Only you are at the Foundation Establishment stage. We cannot contend with it. It's simple. I can lure them out. All you need to do is collapse the cave and handle the Qi refinement stage centipedes. The rest is up to me. Seeing Yang Zhuang's confidence, the others had no objections and agreed to his proposal. Yang Zhuang retrieved a bag of purple-black pastries from his storage ring, placing one every 5 meters along the ground outside the cave until he had laid them out 100 meters away. Before long, a Foundation Establishment poison centipede and 5 Qi refinement stage centipedes surged forth. The four began demolishing the cave and engaged in combat with the Qi refinement stage centipedes, while Yang Zhuang faced the Foundation Establishment poison centipede. The four found their battle to be quite manageable. However, Yang Zhuang's struggle against the poison centipede was fraught with difficulty. As the four dispatched 2 of the centipedes, Yang Zhuang frantically called for help. Come quickly! I can't handle this beast. As he fled toward the others, a powerful wave of energy surged toward Jiang Yu. The attack was incredibly swift. Even a typical Foundation Establishment cultivator would find it challenging to evade. Yet, just as the wave was about to strike Jiang Yu, he vanished and reappeared atop a nearby tree. Yang Zhuang strained to discern Jiang Yu's movements but could only catch a glimpse of his afterimage. A Qi refinement stage cultivator could possess such agility? This was impressive. Realizing his predicament, Yang Zhuang's thoughts raced, and he pivoted toward Li Xiaoxiang. At his age, he had only reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. Surely, he would be an easy target. Yang Zhuang aimed a downward strike at Li Xiaoxiang's head, intending to crush it. However, before the strike could land, Li Xiaoxiang's aura erupted with the energy of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Effortlessly blocking Yang Zhuang's attack, a Foundation Establishment cultivator, Yang Zhuang sensed something was amiss and quickly retreated 2 steps. How could I have failed to notice anything unusual when we are both at the Foundation Establishment stage? Even after exchanging blows with Li Xiaoxiang, Yang Zhuang was certain that Li Xiaoxiang had sustained no injuries. In his retreat, Yang Zhuang inadvertently caught sight of Su Shiner nearby, causing his heart to race. During the skirmish, he had completely overlooked the exquisite beauty of this young woman. Had she chosen that moment to launch a surprise attack, the consequences would have been dire. How could someone at merely the 7th level of Qi refinement conceal their aura from him and go unnoticed? Yang Zhuang then turned his gaze toward Han Wu. In this brief moment, Han Wu had single-handedly subdued the Foundation Establishment poison centipede with his 9th level of Qi refinement. Yang Zhuang looked around at the four encircling him, his heart sinking as he prepared to unleash his ace in the hole, the 10,000 Souls banner, made from the souls of the living. This was a technique practiced exclusively by demon cultivators. Yang Zhuang had aimed to utilize the 10,000 Souls banner to eliminate the strongest among them. If he could slay the mightiest, the others would surely pose no threat. He was confident in this decisive strike. Damn it! Why are you all targeting me instead of the others who look easier to kill? Yang Zhuang's mind raced in frustration. At that moment, Li Xiaoxiang had no choice but to temporarily unleash a fraction of his power. In the next instant, an icy aura erupted from him, surging toward Yang Zhuang. With both being at the Foundation establishment stage, Yang Zhuang found himself utterly defenseless against Li Zixiang's attack. In a heartbeat, Yang Zhuang, along with the 10,000 Souls banner, was encased in ice, shattering spectacularly. The icy shards quickly melted into puddles, leaving not a trace behind. Jiang Yu sighed as he gazed at the ice remnants on the ground. I had no intention of killing you. Why did you have to court death? However, after Yang Zhuang's demise, Li Zixiang's expression shifted to one of grave concern as he grasped Han Wu's arm. Pleading for assistance. The curse must have latched onto me. You're clever. You need to help me think of a solution. Han Wu retorted. How could I be hiding my strength? I am merely at the 9th level of qi refinement. Don't lie to me, Li Zixiang snapped back. You didn't even need Foundation establishment strength to easily capture the Foundation establishment poison centipede, while I had to exert my full power to contend with this guy. You must be stronger than me? Help me. Han Wu feigned innocence. Look at Brother Yu and Sister Xin. They finished their fight without even a scratch. Why don't you seek their counsel? Jiang Yu cleared his throat and calmly said, Zixiang, there is no need to panic. We can simply find another captain. Having just dispatched one captain, it won't be easy to find another so soon. Jiang Yu's smile took on a mysterious quality. Who said a captain must be a person? Chapter 3. The inner city, the captain stronger than you is right before your eyes. Jiang Yu pointed at the poison centipede beside them. You are merely at the Foundation establishment early stage. Yet this poison centipede is about to ascend to the mid-Foundation establishment stage. The group stared in astonishment. After a long moment, Li Zixiang hesitantly asked, Will this work? We've never attempted this before. Jiang Yu's voice was steady. Whether it works or not, we should at least take it back and give it a try. If it fails, we can then consider other options. Well, all right. With that, to prevent the poison centipede from awakening en route, Li Zixiang proceeded to encase it in ICE.in Yunxi City. Within the Money House's Grand Hall, a group of low-level cultivators openly discussed their opinions. How many of those guys do you think will return from this mission? I bet only Yang Zhuang will make it back. Just as they spoke, the hall fell silent. 4 figures entered the Money House, the last of whom was dragging an ice-encased poison centipede. The receptionist's eyes brightened. Have you completed the mission? Jiang Yu smiled casually. It was a breeze. Just a mere poison centipede. He then sighed with regret. Unfortunately, our new captain was poisoned to death by the centipede, leaving no corpse behind. Panic erupted among the patrons in the Money House. Yang Zhuang is dead? How can that be possible? He is indeed a master of the hunt. How could he possibly fall victim to a mere venomous centipede? Upon hearing such remarks, Jiang Yu casually released the ice seal binding the centipede and sincerely stated, At that moment, my brother was attacked by the venomous centipede. Fortunately, Yang Zhuang stood in front of him. Allowing my brother to survive, Li Zixiang stroked his not-so-long white beard in agreement, lamenting, It is a pity that Yang Zhuang also perished at the hands of this beast while protecting me. A qi-refining cultivator at the 9th level, who had just taken a sip of wine, spat it out in disbelief. Among the locals present, who could possibly be unaware of Yang Zhuang's notorious brutality? Such an absurd justification would not convince a dog, however. Given Yang Zhuang's poor character, no one was inclined to defend him. Suddenly, the receptionist interjected, If that is the case, then it is truly regrettable. Your captain was indeed a good person. Just as she spoke, a well-dressed cultivator in the late Foundation establishment stage descended from the 2nd floor, exuding an air of authority. We have no interest in how Yang Zhuang met his demise. But do not take others for fools. As long as you refrain from slaughtering the innocent in Yunxi City, you are always welcome here. With that, the late Foundation establishment cultivator cast a cold glance over the crowd. Everyone immediately lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Observing this, the cultivator passed through the crowd and exited the Tianji Pavilion. Once he left, the atmosphere among the crowd became lively again. The receptionist turned to Jiang Yu. Now that the task is complete, please submit your report. The reward is 10 low-grade spirit stones. Wait, I actually have a rather unreasonable request. Jiang Yu said, somewhat embarrassed, we wish for it to join our team. To carry on the captain's legacy, The receptionist stared at Jiang Yu in astonishment. Are you serious? The low-level cultivators around, who had previously lost interest, perked up at this statement. Indeed, Jiang Yu said, patting Li Zixiang on the shoulder. Currently, Our team has only one expert at the Foundation establishment stage. If we register the venomous centipede, our team will boast 2 experts. Jiang Yu chuckled awkwardly. This way, when we venture to other places, we can project a more formidable image. Upon hearing this, the many cultivators erupted into laughter. A few bolder cultivators chimed in. My dog, Da Huang, has been with me for over a decade. Why not let it join our team? Exactly. My hen has provided us with eggs for several years. It is time to give it a proper title. I have a pet monkey caught from the demon forest, with a cultivation level of Qi refinement stage 1. It might as well join our team for numbers. As the crowd's banter continued, they noticed the receptionist's expression growing increasingly dark, prompting them to quiet down. The receptionist, a far cry from those weak women outside, pointed at the venomous centipede. For a non-human of this caliber, which matches the strength of your strongest member, it will cost 500 low-grade spirit stones to join. Hearing this, the eager cultivators immediately deflated. 500 spirit stones. Without a fortuitous encounter, a Qi refining cultivator could not save up that much in a year. Even for a Foundation establishment cultivator, accumulating 500 spirit stones would require intensive task completion. Jiang Yu turned to Li Zixiang. Zixiang, we need to pay 500 spirit stones. What should we do? Su Shiner chimed in. I don't have a single spirit stone left. Han Wubu remained silent but also averted his gaze. After all, it was not them who were cursed. Li Zixiang glanced at the 3 and realized they would not contribute the 500 spirit stones. Gritting his teeth, he produced a storage ring and handed it to the receptionist. There are exactly 500 spirit stones inside. Please handle the paperwork. Are you serious? The receptionist gasped, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she sensed the spirit stones within the ring. Yes, and do not forget to write venomous centipede in the captain's section. We are all its team members. Though it may not necessarily be effective, perhaps it could confuse the curse. The receptionist slightly parted her lips, her face a mask of astonishment. This was 500 spirit stones? Not just 5. The other cultivators, recognizing the receptionist's reaction, understood that Li Zixiang had indeed provided the 500 spirit stones. Suddenly, the breaths of the crowd grew heavy. Yet, this was the branch of the Tianji Pavilion, and none dared to offend its authority, lest they find themselves on the wanted list. Seeing the determination of the 4, the receptionist stopped her insistence. I have never processed this type of business before, so I am unsure how long it will take. She affirmed, however, given the efficiency of the Tianji Pavilion, it should not exceed a day. Jiang Yu pondered briefly before addressing the other 3. Let us take this opportunity to venture into the demon forest once more. We might find a backup. Although Jiang Yu did not specify what they were seeking, the others grasped his intention and followed him out. Wait. The receptionist, in a moment of panic, quickly grabbed Jiang Yu's hand. This action caused Su Shiner to instinctively bite her lip. Is there something else? Jiang Yu asked with a slight smile. The receptionist, momentarily captivated by his smile, quickly regained her composure and handed him a freshly written note. Throwing him a flirtatious glance, Hey, handsome, let us get acquainted. The cultivators in the hall erupted in laughter. The Qi refining cultivators dared not join in, recognizing that the receptionist, although an auxiliary member of the Tianji Pavilion, was not someone they could provoke. However, a few powerful Foundation establishment cultivators teased. Sister Wei, are you also feeling a bit romantic? If you are, I'd be happy to satisfy you for free. Why seek out a useless fellow below Foundation establishment? Another round of laughter ensued. The receptionist shot a glance at the lewd man. Don't joke with me. If you had looks like this guy, I wouldn't mind giving you a free pass. Jiang Yu took a glance at the note. It contained no flirtatious words, only a line. Do not expose your wealth. You are being watched. Avoid the demon forest and head to the densely populated areas in the inner city. Jiang Yu nodded slightly, indicating his understanding, and led the 3, along with the centipede, away from the bank. He showed the note to the others, stating, Now that Zixiang is cursed, to avoid any mishaps, let us head toward the inner city and scout for candidates in the black market first. Li Zixiang nodded vigorously. Let us heed brother Yu's advice and explore the inner city. Han Wubu agreed. Sounds good. That Su Shiner remained silent, but the others understood her demeanor. Generally, if Su Shiner did not speak to refuse, it meant she consented. Before long, Jiang Yu successfully led the group into the inner city. Chapter 4. Are you certain? Although Yunshi City is divided into inner and outer sections, the distinction is more a forced mimicry of larger cities. As the differences between the inner and outer cities are minimal, Before they could approach the black market, they sensed the curse on Li Zixiang suddenly dissipate, while the venomous centipede beside him became ensnared by the curse. It seemed the paperwork had been completed. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Li Zixiang exclaimed in joy, "The curse on me is gone. I didn't expect this to work." Han Wubu expressed his surprise. "I can hardly believe it," but just as the curse left him, the venomous centipede suddenly went berserk, darting away into the distance. At that moment, two individuals who had silently followed Jiang Yu and his companions since leaving the bank exchanged glances. Their eyes gleaming with opportunity die in an instant. They unleashed their concealed auras, revealing themselves to be mid-foundation establishment cultivators. The lean one lunged at the venomous centipede, while the burly man targeted Li Zixiang. "The only foundation establishment member in the team, no?" Li Zixiang shouted in panic. They could not let their hard-found captain be killed so easily. In a moment of desperation, Li Zixiang unleashed a shard of ice. The ice crystal transformed into a flurry of frost, piercing through the burly man's chest in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the burly man lay lifeless. But when Li Zixiang turned to the direction of the venomous centipede, he discovered it had already succumbed to its injuries. The centipede, already gravely wounded, stood no chance against an opponent of higher cultivation. Damn it! Li Zixiang's eyes turned crimson with rage. They had barely found their captain, and now he had been slaughtered in less than an hour. Stay calm. Seeing Li Zixiang on the verge of exploding, Han Wubu quickly stepped forward and patted Li Zixiang's shoulder. The touch suppressed Li Zixiang's escalating aura, forcing him to regain composure. Han Wubu reminded him, "This fellow is mid-foundation establishment. Isn't he at the perfect time to make him our captain?" Li Zixiang smacked his forehead, instantly calming down. The lean man, witnessing his comrade's death, hastily retreated in the opposite direction. However, Li Zixiang would not let this golden opportunity slip away. With a gentle breath of icy air, he encased the lean man in ice. Naturally, he did not forget to encase the centipede's corpse alongside him. After all, the centipede's remains could still fetch a modest price. What the four did not notice was that three individuals clad in guard uniforms were observing the entire scene unfold. "Zhang Gu, they actually dared to kill someone in broad daylight. Aren't you going to intervene?" "Indeed, Zhang Gu, this is the inner city. If they dare to kill today, they will slaughter the city tomorrow." The leader of the guards merely sighed. "In our line of work, one must not only manage people but also discern character. When you return, clean the toilets 10 times. The two ordinary Chirifining guards were momentarily stunned. The leading guard could not help but point out, "Though we are both at the foundation establishment stage, that old fellow was able to effortlessly capture two opponents of the same level, one dead and one alive." After a brief moment, the two guards finally grasped the implications of this statement, their bodies shivering with cold dread. The instantaneous defeat of two experts at the same level indicated two possibilities. Either this group was concealing their true strength, or they had cultivated a profound technique, possibly even an Earth grade or, in the most terrifying scenario, a legendary Heaven grade one. The former was manageable, but the latter was truly alarming. It is important to note that advanced techniques are monopolized, with only major powers possessing methods above the yellow grade. At the money house, the receptionist was languidly wiping the bar, pondering when that handsome man would return. Just as she was lost in thought, the doors swung open, and four individuals, led by Jiang Yu, entered through the front entrance. The receptionist's eyes lit up, and she eagerly approached them. "Your team application." Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Li Zixiang at the end of the line dragging in a person and a demon. The venomous centipede had already lost all signs of life. The receptionist paused for a moment before uttering the latter half of her statement. "It has already been processed." Jiang Yu pointed to the lifeless body on the ground, saying, "This fellow killed the venomous centipede, so we brought him here." The receptionist stepped back a couple of paces, eyeing Jiang Yu with caution. "The matter is settled, the person is dead, and the money cannot be refunded." Coughing lightly, Jiang Yu replied, "We do not intend to ask for a refund. We plan to have this fellow replace the venomous centipede in our team." "Ah? What?" This sudden turn of events left the receptionist utterly bewildered. Li Zixiang reiterated, "We wish for this fellow to join our team." At this moment, everyone understood their request, casting peculiar glances at the four. Several Foundation establishment experts began to whisper among themselves, "Are they fools?" It was unheard of for someone to request the murderer to join their team after a member had been slain. "Are you certain?" The receptionist asked once more. Jiang Yu nodded gravely. The receptionist continued. According to the regulations of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, both parties must consent for someone to join the team. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yu casually drew a sword and rested it against the neck of the man on the ground. Do you wish to join our team? The man, his face stiffened, managed to utter a single word. Yes. Jiang Yu, thoroughly satisfied, nodded and looked at the receptionist. You see, he willingly wishes to join our team. The receptionist, equally cooperative, responded. As long as it is voluntary. That is acceptable. We never interfere with others' choices. Upon hearing this, the man nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring furiously at the receptionist and Jiang Yu, his mind already cursing them out. The formalities were concluded in mere minutes. After confirming the transfer of the curse, Li Zixiang breathed a sigh of relief. This curse had ensnared a genuine mid-foundation establishment expert. Surely, it could hold out for a while, right? Once the four departed, the receptionist casually kicked the mid-foundation establishment expert on the ground, mocking. You've been abandoned by your team. Aren't you going to chase after them? The man shot a fierce glare at the receptionist, then surveyed the surrounding crowd, threatening. Whoever dares to speak of today's events, I, Wang He, will ensure their demise. Seeing no one respond, he limped out of the money house in the Forest of Monsters. Han Wu casually severed a branch and turned to Jiang Yu, asking, Brother Yu, we've only just begun to familiarize ourselves with Yunqi City. Are we really going to change locations? We've been rather conspicuous in Yunqi City lately, and the city lord is a golden core expert. It would be unwise to draw his attention. What of it? Li Zixiang scoffed. Merely a golden core. Han Wu hastily interrupted Li Zixiang, arguing, Don't speak recklessly. I'm just an ordinary 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. Incapable of even defeating a foundation establishment expert. Li Zixiang recalled something and promptly fell silent. Seeing this, Jiang Yu stated, All right, we won't wander too far. Let us head to Yunxiang City, find a few scapegoats to join our team, and then look for a secret realm to enhance our strength. As they discussed, sounds of combat echoed from a distance, drawing closer to the fort. Chapter 5. The Yi family Li Zixiang immediately perked up. As the currently recognized second strongest member of the team, he urgently needed to recruit a few strong allies. Otherwise, when that mid-foundation establishment fellow fell, the curse would inevitably fall upon Li Zixiang. Su Exiner suddenly spoke. There are 6 individuals in total engaged in combat, with 4 foundation establishment initiates pursuing a Qi refinement practitioner and a foundation establishment late-stage expert. Su Exiner listened intently for a moment longer before continuing. They are less than 500 meters away from us now. Let us hide and observe. Saying this, Su Exiner cast a minor concealment spell on the 4 of them. Before long, the 6 combatants fled into the vicinity. The 4 black-clad Foundation Establishment Initiates encircled a bloodied late Foundation Establishment Expert and a Qi Refinement 8th-layer youth in a nearby clearing. Li Zixiang felt the aura of the late Foundation Establishment Expert and became excited, drawing closer to Jiang Yu, whispering, Brother Yu, let us capture that fellow and have him join our team. Jiang Yu criticized naturally, You've truly become overconfident. There are 3 Qi Refinement cultivators and just you at the Foundation Establishment initial stage. How do you intend to subdue a late Foundation Establishment expert among a group of Foundation Establishment cultivators? Li Zixiang awkwardly chuckled, suddenly recalling something. He was the only one at the Foundation Establishment initial stage in the team. The others were all at the Qi Refinement stage. Su Exiner coldly stated. Stop the chatter and focus on watching. Not far away, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Although the late Foundation Establishment expert was formidable, the 4 black-clad initiates did not engage him directly. Instead, they sought opportunities to strike at the Qi Refinement 8th-layer youth. The late Foundation Establishment expert found himself at a disadvantage due to his concerns. Seeing that they could not kill the youth for the time being, one black-clad individual took a moment to catch his breath and opportunistically said, Yi, we've been colleagues at least. If you leave Yihao behind, you might still keep your life. This is the command of the family head. Ha! You think such a simple trick would fool me? You must be acting on the orders of the madam, Yi coldly snorted. All I know is that the family head instructed me to protect the young master closely, unless you step over my corpse. You will not pass, foolish loyalty, the black-clad man cursed angrily, and another round of attacks commenced. As the 6 resumed fighting, Li Zixiang remarked. Another tedious feud among aristocratic families. At that moment, He inadvertently raised his voice slightly. As soon as Li Zixiang's words fell, Yi Di suddenly turned his head toward the forest direction. Despite the four hiding at a distance, Yi Di's gaze seemed to penetrate through layers of leaves, locking onto them. Not daring to delay, Yi Di swiftly retrieved a pill from his waist and swallowed it. The next moment, he tossed his sword into the air. The sword's phantom split into two. Then four, as four long swords surged toward the fort. In an instant, the four were pierced through. "Uncle Yi, did you take the boiling blood pill?" Yi Hao rushed forward, tears welling in his eyes. "The boiling blood pill is harmful to your body." Yi Di shoved Yi Hao aside, coldly stating, "You must leave first." With that, Yi Di turned his gaze toward Zhang Yu's group. "Friends over there, please step forward and make your acquaintance." Zhang Yu brushed off the dust from his clothes and stepped out from hiding. "Do not worry. We are merely passing by." Upon seeing the four emerge, Yi Di grew even more vigilant. He had only sensed a single Foundation Establishment initial stage aura, yet four individuals had appeared. Just one Foundation Establishment initial stage and 3 Qi refinement cultivators. Mere fodder. Though he thought this, Yi Di remained on high alert. He did not believe that ordinary Qi refinement cultivators could hide from his senses. These individuals, even if they were at the Qi refinement stage, surely had something about them. Yi Di shifted his form, not allowing the four a chance to speak, as he dashed toward them like a wraith. His long sword sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, piercing cry. The sword light abruptly transformed into a dense web of blades, enveloping the four. Zhang Yu flickered away in an instant, evading the sword's assault, and pursued Yi Hao into the distance. Han Wu opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames. Yi Di smirked. "You dare to attempt using flames against my sword energy? Such overconfidence." But in the next moment, Yi Di's mouth fell agape, astonished by the impossible scene unfolding before him. The tangible flames unleashed by Han Wu, upon contacting the sword web, disintegrated it in an instant, as if it were mere spider silk. A mere Qi refinement. How is this possible? He was a late Foundation Establishment expert. Even a normal attack should surpass what a Qi refinement cultivator could withstand. Moreover, he had just consumed the boiling blood pill. With its enhancement, the might of his sword strike was comparable to a perfected Foundation Establishment. How could it be deflected by an inconspicuous Qi refinement cultivator? He was certain that the Qi refinement cultivator had not utilized any power beyond the Qi refinement stage. He was genuinely just a Qi refinement cultivator. As Yi Di was taken aback, he suddenly felt a dagger pressed against his throat. A chill swept through him. This proximity, any movement would guarantee his death. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a girl with an indifferent expression, as if restraining a late Foundation Establishment expert required no effort whatsoever. When had this girl approached? In the midst of battle, he had completely forgotten her presence. He had truly kicked a steel plate. In the Qi refinement stage, he could easily defeat this late Foundation Establishment practitioner. These four individuals are likely disciples from some grand sect. And moreover, they are core disciples. Observing that the three have already subdued Yi Di, Zhang Yu leisurely retrieves Yi Hao, carelessly tossing him alongside Yi Di. Li Zixiang is the first to approach Zhang Yu, saying, "Brother Yu, let us take this fellow to the money house. With him and that previous guy, we can at least secure ourselves for 2 to 3 years." Zhang Yu is momentarily tempted by the idea. Upon hearing the mention of the money house, Yi Hao's nerves heighten. Although he is not a native of Yunqi City, he has thoroughly researched the intelligence of the 3 surrounding cities in advance. Yi Hao is acutely aware that the money house serves as the base for the Tianji Pavilion in Yunqi City. These 4 must have long known their identities and plan to use them to claim a reward. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Hao is completely unaware that there is actually no bounty on them in Yunqi City. Zhang Yu intends to take them there solely to recruit Yi Di into their ranks. Just as Zhang Yu is about to agree, Yi Hao suddenly kneels on the ground, repeatedly knocking his head on the floor, pleading, "I implore you, do not hand us over. If you do, the meager reward of 100 spirit stones is all you shall gain. But I possess a method to secure you thousands of spirit stones, perhaps even more, thousands of spirit stones. Who are you?" Li Zixiang inquires, his curiosity piqued. Recently, he lost 500 spirit stones and is in urgent need of recovery. Hearing Li Zixiang's question, Yi Hao tentatively asks, "You are not aware of our identities. Stop dawdling." Li Zixiang thrusts Yi Di's sword mere inches from Yi Hao's face, intimidating him. "Quickly divulge your method for earning spirit stones." as well as your identities. Should you withhold even a single word, you will certainly meet your demise. Yet, Yihao maintains a calm demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the threat. He reaches to his waist, producing a half-piece of jade pendant. Infusing it with a hint of spiritual energy, the pendant suddenly emanates a flickering light, revealing an additional character. Chapter 6, 50 Spirit Stones. I am Yihao, the son of the city lord of Yunxiang City. Yihao hands the pendant to Jiangyu and begins to recount the reasons for his persecution. I was once the most talented descendant of the Yi family in this generation, but since my father ventured into the secret realm last month, my father's legitimate wife, Qin Lan, has repeatedly sought to kill me and seize my resources. That's not right. Jiangyu interrupts. I find it hard to believe your father has never explored a secret realm before. Why was no one after you then? Tears streamed down Yihao's face. Because my mother passed away just 2 months ago. I never anticipated that Qin Lan would be so bold as to act against me in my father's absence. As he speaks, Yihao repeatedly bows his head. I have been hiding for a month. I was discovered purely by accident. My father will return soon. If you protect me until he arrives, I can clear my name and reclaim everything that is mine. At that time, not only will my father reward you, but I can also offer you 1,000 spirit stones and honor you as guests of my family. Li Zixiang leans in excitedly. Brother Yu, this seems worth pursuing. In a hushed tone, Li Zixiang adds, if we can join the city lord's residence, with so many people there, a few deaths over the years will surely go unnoticed. This way, we need not worry about curses for the foreseeable future. Hanwu retorts, why do you think helping him achieve his goals won't require significant effort from us? Besides, this fellow may not be speaking the truth. Upon hearing Han Wu's words, Yihao hastily clarifies, I speak only the truth. You simply need to wait until we reach Yunxiang City. Everything will become clear. Moreover, you need not engage in any unnecessary tasks. Just ensure my safety until my father returns. Su Shiner suddenly interjects with 4 words. Let's give it a try. Seeing Su Shiner take the lead, Han Wu refrains from voicing further objections. For reasons unknown, Han Wu feels an inexplicable sense of trepidation towards Su Shiner. Jiangyu, noting the consensus among the group, declares, let us first hide in the outskirts of Yunxiang City and gather information about the Yi family. Yihao quickly interjects, I am already wanted in Yunxiang City. I cannot return. Han Wu, give them both a disguise, Jiangyu instructs casually. Han Wu retrieves several types of leaves from his storage ring, crushing them into a paste. After completing the task, he applies the mixture to the faces of Yihao and Yi Di. In no time, the two transform their appearances. Is such a simple disguise truly effective? Yi Di expresses doubt. Seeing the skepticism, Han Wu huffs in annoyance. Ignorant. My disguise could easily fool even those at the nascent soul stage. Just then, Yi Di coughs up a mouthful of blood, his aura rapidly diminishing. And he collapses. Yihao rushes to Yi Di's side, lifting him with his small frame while explaining to Jiangyu. This is a side effect of the boiling blood pill. The others present do not press further. Zhang Yu and the others have encountered enough secret realms to be well versed in the nature of the boiling blood pill. On the journey to Yunxiang City, they encounter no further unexpected events. The quartet quickly arrives at the outskirts of Yunxiang City, renting a spacious house with a courtyard using silver. Brother Yu, what distinguishes Yunxiang City from Yunqi City? They both appear equally dilapidated, Han Wu remarks. Zhang Yu responds with exasperation, you should consider our location. This area is the junction between the heavenly domain and the Qiyun domain. Having any semblance of order is already commendable. Finally, a chance to rest. Han Wu exclaims, rushing toward a room and leaping onto the bed. Jiang Yu casually instructs, as per usual, Zixiang, set up some formations around, while we rest for now. Tomorrow we will discuss intelligence gathering. Li Zixiang nods. Retrieving a formation plate, Jiang Yu then gestures toward Yi Di and Yihao, indicating the row of rooms in the courtyard. Feel free to select a room to rest. Just as Jiang Yu intends to inquire which room Su Shiner will occupy, she has already reached the door of her room in the blink of an eye. Observing this, Jiang Yu opts not to ask further and chooses a random room to settle in. After setting up the restrictions, Jiang Yu focuses his mind. A scroll appears in his hand, known as the Tianyin map, a discovery he made during an expedition over 100 years ago. Jiang Yu slowly unfurls the scroll, revealing its contents before him. The scroll depicts 9 resplendent stars interconnected, radiating brilliance. As Jiang Yu gazes intently, the stars transform into mountains and rivers, He shuts his eyes, forcing himself to refrain from looking at the Tianyin map, and begins to circulate the Tianyin technique. After more than a century of arduous training, Jiang Yu has brought the Tianyin technique to its final stage. The Tianyin technique is the heavenly grade skill he acquired upon first opening the Tianyin map. It is through this technique that Jiang Yu's cultivation has advanced at an astonishing pace. Furthermore, with the existence of the Tianyin technique, no one below the tribulation stage can discern Jiang Yu's true cultivation level. However, this powerful Tianyin technique was merely a reward for Jiang Yu upon activating the first star on the Tianyin map. According to Jiang Yu's estimations, at his current pace, he would master the Tianyin technique completely within a month. Once mastered, the technique would operate automatically, allowing Jiang Yu to cultivate at all times. Previously, he could only steal moments for cultivation, dedicating less than 12 hours each day to it. If he could cultivate continuously, the enhancement to his speed would be monumental. Moreover, Jiang Yu has an inkling that the moment he fully comprehends the Tianyin technique will coincide with the unlocking of the second star. Given how extraordinary the rewards from the first star have been, he eagerly anticipates the day he can activate the second star in the dead of night. A series of distinct knocks resound at the door. Hearing the knocks, Jiang Yu withdraws from his training and opens the door. A middle-aged bald man barges in, fixing his gaze on Jiang Yu and demanding, "Where is he?" The bald man's demand momentarily leaves Jiang Yu perplexed. "Hurry up! What are you dawdling for?" the bald man commands with an air of entitlement. Suddenly, Jiang Yu realizes the bald man has mistaken him for someone else. But why has he come looking for him? Jiang Yu's thoughts race as he retrieves the half-piece of jade pendant from his storage ring. As expected, the pendant glimmers faintly. Seeing the pendant, the bald man beams. "Quickly, hand over the pendant." "And where is Yihao's head?" Jiang Yu regards the bald man with a bemused expression, casually replying, "Come on out." To the bald man's astonishment, Su Shiner, Li Zixiang, and Han Wu emerge from their respective rooms. "You are not people of the madam?" The bald man steps back, exuding an aura of full foundation establishment. "Since you are not affiliated with the madam, I have no desire to become your enemy." After surveying the group, the bald man coldly asserts, "Regardless of how you acquired this pendant, returning it to me is the proper course of action. I won't take your belongings for free. 50 spirit stones is a fair offer. Should you refuse, prepare to face the wrath of the Yi family. If the Yi family seeks you out, you won't even see the sun tomorrow." Jiang Yu and the others regard the bald man with expressions akin to that of a fool. "Do you think we can be so easily deceived? 50 spirit stones?" Realizing that he could not deceive Jiang Yu and the others, a shadow of gloom spread across the bald man's face. Chapter 7. General Zhua. "Humph. You refuse my goodwill and instead invite punishment. You, who are merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, dare to offend me." As the bald man spoke, he suddenly swung a powerful fist towards the nearest Jiang Yu. Although it was almost a sneak attack, the moment the bald man moved, Jiang Yu had already retreated behind the crowd, simultaneously shouting, "Zixiang, Han Wu." The chilling aura belonging to Li Zixiang surged towards the bald man. However, the bald man suddenly radiated a blinding light, which instantly dispelled the surrounding cold. Li Zixiang was taken aback. This bald man had coincidentally cultivated a yang attribute technique that countered him, with his current strength at the initial stage of foundation establishment. He was utterly unable to contend against the bald man, unless he resorted to his mid-stage foundation establishment powers. Just as Li Zixiang hesitated, the bald man had already landed several punches on him, causing him to spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Han Wu shouted, "Li Zixiang, you need to unleash more power. You cannot defeat him at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Damn it." Li Zixiang was infuriated to the brink of explosion. As the bald man struck him again, he yelled in anger, "Why aren't you exploding with power?" Han Wu retorted confidently, "I have after the visitors departed." Qin Lan turned to her devoted maid by her side and casually inquired, "Xiao Lan, what are your thoughts?" The right general was recently promoted to the Golden Core stage. Surely, he will effortlessly bring Yihao back. With a sigh, Qin Lan added, "I fear that upon seeing Yihao, my husband may have a change of heart and decide to keep that bastard, substituting him for a sacrificial offering." The maid blinked, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation, and quietly leaned closer to Qin Lan's ear. Awaiting her next command, Qin Lan spoke with a fierce tone, "Go to Yidong's side and instruct him that when capturing, how much longer until we reach the inner city? We have been traveling for half an hour already." Jiang Yu looked up at the blazing sun and casually replied, "Another half hour." Han Wu responded with some irritation, "Damn this curse. At our age, who wouldn't want to showcase their talents? If it weren't for the curse, we wouldn't need to walk like ordinary cultivators. We were all once the finest of prodigies, destined to traverse the world and bask in the adulation of the masses. Yet, due to this wretched curse, we are forced to behave like mortals, struggling even with a mere few steps." Just as the group's spirits began to dwindle, two figures suddenly dashed out, blocking the path ahead. Jiang Yu instinctively assessed the newcomers. The first figure appeared to be at the initial stage of foundation building, but the individual behind him possessed the prowess of the golden core stage. Upon seeing these two figures, Yi Di exclaimed in surprise, "Second young master? Right, General?" The young man at the forefront, Yi Dong, smirked slightly, casting a glance at Yi Di and Yi Hao. "It has indeed been a long time since we last met, you two." As for the group of ordinary cultivators at the foundation building stage behind him, Yi Dong paid them no heed whatsoever. Yi Hao stood his ground, questioning, "What are you doing here?" Yi Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. Yet his expression turned menacing. "How dare you speak to me? The First Lady has already informed me of the truth. You are a mere impostor." Yi Di, however, shielded Yi Hao behind him and stepped forward. "Second young master, do not jest. I have not left young Master Wu's side for even a moment during this time. The rumors circulating in the city are surely fabrications." Yi Dong shook his head. "I am fully aware of what you speak, and my point is, that bastard is not truly a member of the Yi family. The real Yi Hao died at the time of his birth. Our father is aware of everything and has specially sent us to eliminate this impostor." "Impossible," Yi Hao blurted out. "I cannot be a fake." Yi Dong ignored Yi Hao entirely and instead turned his gaze towards Yi Di. "What I say today is not directed at him. He is already as good as dead. If your branch is willing to align with me, I can forgive your previous transgressions. Otherwise, our father will undoubtedly take drastic measures against your lineage. Think carefully about your grandson." Yi Di's expression shifted, but he quickly posed a question. "If the city lord knows he is an impostor, why would he send me to protect him? To create a diversion?" Yi Dong replied in a low voice, "This matter is lengthy to explain, but I do not mind sharing the details with you. Recently, a new entrance to a secret realm was discovered deep within the Forest of Demons. An entrance that should rightfully belong to our three cities." Yi Dong clenched his fists, his voice rising slightly. "You are aware that the Forest of Demons is situated at the border of the Qiyun region and the Heavenly Domain. The righteous cultivators from the Heavenly Domain, under the pretense of helping us clear the beasts from the forest, have sealed the entrance to the secret realm, allowing only their disciples to enter for training. However, our father discovered another entrance within the depths of our family, which also leads to the realm they have sealed. This time, the entrance belongs to our Yunxiang city, and those righteous cultivators dare not interfere. Yet, this entrance was sealed many years ago, and our ancestors recorded that to open it, a blood sacrifice from the direct lineage of the three city lord families is required, with each family needing to provide one male and one female. The day of the sacrifice is next week. The bodies of the two families have already been prepared. We are the only ones left from Yunxiang City. Tio performed the sacrifice. He must be a fake. And that story must be true. Having you protect him is also to create a diversion, as the righteous have already gained access. They do not covet our entrance, but there are certainly many demonic cultivators in the Qiyun region." Yi Dong exhaled slowly. "In truth, I should not have disclosed this to you, but in the spirit of sincerity, I have shared the entire sequence of events. So, tell me your choice. Will you die here? Or will you kill Yi Hao and ally with me?" Chapter 9. City Lord of Yunxiang. Seeing Yi Di hesitate, Yi Hao quickly interjected, "Uncle Yi, do not take his words at face value. Regardless of your thoughts or decisions, you must see Father first. If I am truly to be a sacrificial offering, how about I return my life to Father?" Upon hearing this, Yi Di nodded slightly. "Rest assured, until the City Lord speaks, I will do everything in my power to protect you." As the Yi family members argued, Li Zixing approached Jiang Yu and asked, "Brother Yu, what should we do? Should we intervene to help them?" Jiang Yu had already pondered this question in his heart. Upon hearing Li Zixing's inquiry, he immediately replied, "It is Yi Hao who made a solemn promise to us. We have fought numerous battles for this lad, so we must at least receive some recompense. Our priority is to ensure his safe passage to his father's side. What if the city lord does not acknowledge him?" Li Zixiang posed the question that Han Wu had asked earlier. Jiang Yu's gaze sharpened, and he replied coldly, "Doesn't he have a secret realm? If he does not acknowledge it, we will wait until the secret realm opens. If he dares to pursue us in there, then his life and death will no longer be in his hands." Just as Jiang Yu finished speaking, Yidong's cold voice rang out, "If you insist on being stubborn, then do not hold back. Finish this quickly." The moment Yidong's words fell, the golden core pressure from the cultivator before them bore down on the group. Puff! Even under Yi Di's protection, Yi Hao still spat out a mouthful of blood. The right general, surrounded by the power of a hurricane, uprooted the few nearby wild trees in an instant, and the hurricane gradually coalesced into a colossal wind dragon, charging towards the group with a force that seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart. However, at the moment the right general was gathering his strength, Li Zixiang had already burrowed underground. Su Shiner had long since vanished from sight. Even Yi Di, still nursing serious injuries, was instantly thrown back, crashing heavily against a nearby tree. Only Jiang Yu and Han Wu remained steadfast against the raging winds. Jiang Yu shook his head slightly and sighed. "I had hoped to challenge myself, to see if I could defeat a normal golden core cultivator with my perfected foundation building skills. Who would have thought that your abilities as a golden core cultivator would be so feeble?" Han Wu scoffed. "That golden core of yours must have been procured through some illicit means. I dare say many at the foundation building stage could overpower him." At this moment, the right general finally noticed that two foundation building cultivators were standing resolute against his tempest. He immediately heightened his vigilance. Although he had just been promoted to the golden core stage, the chasm between each major realm and cultivation was immense. It was impossible for even a perfected foundation building cultivator to stand firm against his worldly winds. Han Wu pressed his palms together and silently chanted, "Umitba," that a vast aura of Buddhist power emanated from him. In the next instant, his palms transformed into a golden hue, and he gently thrust his right hand forward. A massive golden hand radiating pure light appeared in the air before him, emanating a soft yet utterly pristine golden glow. This glow did not obscure or alter the appearance of the hand, as even the veins were clearly visible. Great compassion, pure world palm. In that moment, the right general's expression changed dramatically. He sensed that this power was beyond his capacity to withstand. The advance of the Buddha's palm appeared excruciatingly slow, leading the right general to believe he might evade this attack. Yet, he felt as if invisible shackles bound him, rendering him immobile. "This is impossible. You are merely at the initial stage of foundation building. How can you wield such terrifying power?" Despair flickered in the right general's eyes as he gathered all his strength into his golden core. "Die. Let us perish together." Han Wu's expression shifted in alarm, instinctively shouting, "No! He intends to self-destruct his golden core." If the right general detonated his golden core, the initial stage of foundation building would certainly be unable to withstand his attack. However, before the right general could self-detonate his golden core, a gaping wound suddenly appeared in his chest. His self-detonation was abruptly halted. Jiang Yu withdrew his right hand, the right general's heart still pulsating in his grasp. At that moment, the entire scene seemed to freeze. The power of Jiang Yu and Han Wu far exceeded what the Yi family had imagined. Yi Dong was frantically shaking his head, running to the right general's corpse in disbelief. "This is impossible. You are a golden core cultivator. How could you die so easily? You must be pretending, right? Get up and kill them." Jiang Yu let out a long breath. Now, he was the only one left in the team at the foundation building stage. In this group, he should be the safest person. However, he needed to be cautious not only of his opponents but also of his companions. With everyone else at the foundation building stage, these teammates would certainly not allow him to remain at the foundation building level, and he could be betrayed at any moment. Just like this time, with Su Shiner's strength, she could have easily slain the right general before Han Wu's exposure. Yet Jiang Yu was acutely aware that if Han Wubu did not employ the strength of a foundational stage cultivator, Su Shiner would certainly refrain from intervening. Should they encounter formidable adversaries again, it would be his turn to take action. Noticing that Yidong was still weeping inconsolably, Li Zixiang, who had inexplicably emerged from the ground, kicked Yidong into the mud. "Enough, lead us quickly," he commanded. Upon hearing Li Zixiang's words, Yidong hastily rose, forcing a smile as he said, "This is a misunderstanding." Han Wubu frowned, coldly retorting, "Less talk, lead the way." Instantly silenced, Yi Dong obediently guided the group toward the city lord's manor. The journey proceeded smoothly, devoid of any further disturbances, and they soon arrived at the manor's entrance. As they approached, a steward greeted them. Surveying the group with an impassive expression, "You have successfully escorted the young master back. The lord is overjoyed and has been awaiting your arrival inside. Please, follow me." The group was not surprised by this, for a golden core cultivator possesses spiritual awareness and could have sensed their presence long before. Now home, Yi Dong regained some vitality, though the recent tragic demise of the right general lingered in his mind, preventing him from becoming overly arrogant. The hall of the city lord's manor was grand and imposing, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters. The city lord sat regally atop a pearwood chair. Although pearwood chairs lined either side of him, he made no motion to invite anyone to sit. "Greetings, I am Yi Bing, the city lord of Yunxiang City. I am immensely grateful to you for helping me retrieve Yi Hao. During this journey, my son Yi Dong and you experienced a minor misunderstanding. I hope you can put the past behind us and become esteemed guests of the Yi family." Chapter 10. Sowing discord while Yi Bing spoke. Zhang Yu and the others scrutinized him closely. Why Yi Bing's pallor suggested he had recently sustained injuries, and his disordered aura indicated a failure in his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. It was known that the essence of cultivation involves defying the heavens, and each significant breakthrough incurs various tribulations meant to hinder the cultivator's progress. Thus, every attempt at advancement is fraught with peril. Only those of considerable strength dare to attempt the next level. Why Yi Bing's survival despite his failed breakthrough indicated a profound depth of foundation at the golden core stage. Zhang Yu instinctively regarded Yi Bing with greater respect, astonished that such a talent could arise from the remote fringes of the heavenly domain. The 5 realms of the world, among the known 4, reveal that the heavenly domain is the largest, with the most abundant cultivation resources and abundant spiritual energy. While this land is part of the heavenly domain, it is situated at its periphery, merely a mark on the map that it appears to be controlled by the righteous path. Yet no sects have established themselves nearby. Had it not been for the constant oversight of 3 city lords, chaos would have long ensued. Thus, although this area is technically part of the heavenly domain, many cultivators have already categorized it as the Free Qiyun domain. After all, in this place, one could slay another in the streets without fear of retribution. The Qiyun domain possesses thin spiritual energy, a harsh environment, and frequently spawns monsters and demons, rendering it undesirable for any sect to establish a foothold. Over time, the Qiyun domain has become synonymous with crime and chaos, a veritable haven for rogues and monsters. Among the 3 cities near the Forest of Monsters, countless villains and demons roam freely. Returning to the present, Zhang Yu realized that Yi Bing and the others were looking at him, prompting him to recall that he had yet to respond to Yi Bing's inquiry. After a brief pause, Zhang Yu refrained from answering directly and instead queried, "What kind of benefits can we expect should we become guests of the city lord's manor?" "You will receive a stipend of 100 spirit stones per month, with little obligation on your part. Should you choose to undertake tasks, you may earn additional spirit stones. Furthermore, I am preparing to open a secret realm soon. If you become guests, you will have the opportunity to explore it alongside us." However, Yi Bing deliberately paused, casting a regretful glance at Jiang Yui. To become a guest of our city lord's manor, one must meet a prerequisite. Your cultivation must not be below the foundational stage. Feigning regret, Yi Bing continued, "It is not that I do not wish for you to join. However, I see that you have attained full mastery of Qi refinement. Once you reach the foundational stage, you may return to become a guest of our city lord's manor. The others, however, may join us immediately. This fellow seeks to sow discord." Zhang Yu's countenance darkened, and he replied sternly, "If that is the case, then I shall forego joining you. Instead, I would like my reward. According to Yi Hao, we would receive at least 1,000 spirit stones for returning him. Oh, not be so hasty in your refusal." Yi Bing replied with a slight smile, "Why not first hear the opinions of your companions? After all, while secret realms may be common, opportunities to explore them are not readily available, especially one that has yet to be extensively developed." Yi Bing surveyed the group. "Do you think the righteous path would seal off the entrance to the secret realm in the Forest of Monsters for no reason? And why have the demonic entities been appearing here so frequently?" Yi Bing's words piqued the group's interest. Yunxiang City is renowned for its information network, If Yi Bing were lying, it would be easily exposed. Hence, there was no reason for him to deceive them. If this truly was an undeveloped secret realm, the potential opportunities within could be immense, warranting exploration. Seeing the group's reactions, Yi Bing added fuel to the fire. Moreover, should you join the City Lord's manor, I can guarantee that when the seal on the entrance to the secret realm is lifted, I will ensure that you, as guests, will be among the first to enter. No one could resist the allure of a new secret realm. Yi Bing was confident. Once Yi Bing finished speaking, Han Wu was the first unable to contain himself, saying, "Brother Yu, I want to enter the secret realm." Upon hearing Han Wu's words, Li Zixiang hesitated for a moment before adding, "Brother Yu, you know the situation of our team. The threat posed by that entity looms over us. Each of you possesses your own hidden cards and opportunities, whereas I am in dire need of an increase in strength. I fear for my life. I wish to grow stronger and not miss this opportunity." Jiang Yu nodded expressionlessly, his voice devoid of emotion as he suppressed his anger. "I understand your feelings." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu finally said, "Very well, the three of you may join the City Lord's manor. Once you have explored and returned, I will come to find you here." Witnessing this scene, Yi Bing's smile grew ever more radiant as he feigned apology. "I sincerely regret that until you reach the foundational stage, I must ask you to leave. I will extend an invitation to you as a guest of our City Lord's manor then." Without hesitation, Jiang Yu turned and strode toward the exit. "Wait," a cold female voice rang out from behind him. "I will accompany you." Su Shiner maintained her usual aloof demeanor, her face betraying no emotion nor providing any explanation. Yet her words caused Yi Bing's expression to momentarily stiffen. Could it be that someone could truly resist the temptation of exploring a new secret realm? This revelation rendered Yi Bing's earlier confidence as that of a jester. Yi Bing's demeanor darkened, a barely perceptible killing intent flickering in his eyes. Yet, according to the law of shifting smiles, a faint smile crept onto Jiang Yu's lips as he recalled something. "Since you wish to explore the secret realm, you should hand over the reward that rightfully belongs to us." With a sullen expression, Yi Bing tossed a storage ring towards Jiang Yu. "Inside are 200 spirit stones. However, be mindful of your life when claiming them." As Jiang Yu and Yi Bing exchanged pointed remarks, Yi, standing nearby, found himself increasingly restless. Unlike the others, he was not concerned with the recent developments. His mind was occupied with another matter. City Lord? Is Yi Hao truly alive? The moment the question left his lips, the atmosphere grew tense. Yi's inquiry was not merely for information. The Lord's earlier statements regarding the secret realm had already corroborated Yi Dong's claims. The answer to this question had been apparent to Yi Di long before he voiced it. Simultaneously, Jiang Yu sighed inwardly, recognizing that Yi Di was a good person, having shown considerable compassion towards Yi Hao. Jiang Yu had long seen through Yi Di's intentions. He merely sought to pressure the City Lord into a declaration while the outsiders were still present, hoping for a chance to save Yi Hao. However, judging by how easily the cunning City Lord had caused discord within their group with just a few words, it was evident that he was not easily swayed. Yi Bing took a sip of tea from the table and glanced at Yi Di. "We shall discuss this matter later." Chapter 11. Provocation. The nonchalant 6 words rendered Yi Hao's face ashen, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. This was akin to a death sentence. Jiang Yu, disinterested in the affairs of the Yi family, turned and exited the City Lord's manor. An undeveloped secret realm was something Jiang Yu was determined to explore in the eyes of contemporary cultivators. Secret realms represented the ultimate opportunity for ascendance. They are rich in resources while the local populace remains weak. A well-acknowledged truth. To understand the origin of this perception, one must delve into the history of secret realms. Millions of years ago, during the ancient era, the Xinhuang realm was at its zenith, with the 2 most powerful factions boasting hundreds of immortals. However, one fateful day, these 2 forces clashed in a cataclysmic battle. In that conflict, all immortals and transcendent beings perished, shattering the Xinhuang realm itself. Even the cultivation level of the entire Xinhuang realm experienced a drastic decline due to that battle. To this day, no immortal can be found in the Xinhuang realm. Even the mightiest among them are now left with only the tribulation phase. Following that fateful battle, the survivors, the strongest among them, primarily resided within the largest fragment of the world known as the Xinhuang realm. The other smaller worlds were left inhabited only by the weak. After tens of thousands of years, powerful beings continually emerged within the Xinhuang realm. while high-level resources dwindled in relative abundance. Conversely, the majority of the smaller worlds struggled to produce any strong individuals. Even if one or two were to arise by chance, they would not consume too many high-level resources. This led to an overabundance of such resources in the smaller worlds. The cultivators of the Xinhuang realm, initially frustrated by their inability to seize these resources, were fortunate that the world's restoration capabilities allowed for a gradual merging of the smaller worlds into the Xinhuang realm. The first step of this merging process involved the random appearance of entrances to the smaller worlds within the Xinhuang realm. Anyone within the Xinhuang realm could enter, yet most individuals from the smaller worlds were unable to exit through these entrances, and many could not even perceive their existence. The duration of the entrance's opening could last anywhere from a few hundred years to several thousand. For the numerous cultivators of the Xinhuang realm, this period represented the optimal time for strengthening and amassing wealth. However, they were reluctant to bear the stigma of plundering their former compatriots, thus abandoning the term smaller worlds in favor of the more neutral secret realms. Outside the city of Yunxiang, in a less frequented area, due to the absence of outsiders, Zhang Yu and Su Shiner walked with considerably greater speed than on their way there, returning to their previous dwelling in merely half the time. "Shiner, I plan to cultivate for a while. When do you wish to venture into the demon forest?" Zhang Yu inquired tentatively. "Whenever," she replied nonchalantly. Zhang Yu exhaled in relief. "That's good." During their return journey, Zhang Yu had already mapped out his plans for the upcoming days and was determined not to let anyone disrupt them. Should Su Shiner's intentions diverge from his own, they would have no choice but to part ways. The first step in his plan was to perfect the Tianyan technique. If they were to venture into the secret realm, they needed to be thoroughly prepared. Although the secret realm was vast, and the likelihood of encountering high-level cultivators within was exceedingly low, one could never be too cautious. Shortly after Zhang Yu began his cultivation, two cultivators at the Qi refinement stage, one plump and one slender, approached, carrying the corpse of a dog, and concealed themselves in the grass not far from Zhang Yu's door. The slender cultivator, observing the tightly shut gate, turned to the plump one and asked, "Is this the place the city lord mentioned?" The plump cultivator nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. How could the city lord issue such an absurd task, demanding 200 spirit stones for a dead dog? They would never comply," the slender cultivator complained. "Best to refrain from idle chatter. We shall proceed as the city lord commands." Meanwhile, Zhang Yu's cultivation experienced an unexpected turn. As he activated the Tianyan technique, the spiritual energy within him surged like a tempest, battering against the barriers of the integration stage. "Alas! Must I break through again?" Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, resisting the urge for his spiritual energy to break free. In the next moment, he transformed his spiritual energy into a blade, striking fiercely at himself. With a sharp sound, the blade penetrated his spiritual energy, forcefully severing the vast currents within him. The spiritual energy retreated in a tumultuous wave, causing Zhang Yu to let out a muffled groan, his complexion paling to that of parchment, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. As the Tianyan technique circulated, his cultivation returned to the pinnacle of the God transformation stage. It was not that Zhang Yu did not desire to break through to the integration stage. Rather, he found himself unable to do so. Anyone could be referred to as a cultivator, but only upon reaching the integration stage could one truly be called a practitioner of the immortal arts. Even the establishment of a sect required at least one integration stage cultivator. Organizations lacking such figures could only be deemed families, not sections. Even if labeled as a sect, they would not be recognized by the righteous path. The integration stage marked a watershed moment in the journey of cultivation. If there were 10,000 cultivators in the world, 9,900 would be below this threshold. Only the elite among elites could hope to reach the integration stage. This was all due to the heavenly tribulation. Before reaching the integration stage, each individual faced unique tribulations. Some encountered wind tribulations, others fire tribulations, and some faced the trials of inner demons. However, when advancing from the God transformation to the integration stage, everyone must endure the thunder tribulation. This thunder tribulation could not be aided by any external force, be it prearranged formations, medicinal pills, or the assistance of others. Any such intervention would only serve to strengthen the thunder tribulation. Even if one had consumed foundation-building pills during the foundation establishment stage to enhance their chances, it would be deemed external assistance, thereby intensifying the difficulty of the tribulation. Hence, those who relied on pills or formations to elevate their cultivation were utterly deterred from attempting to break through the integration stage. Yet, this was of little concern to Zhang Yu. What truly troubled him was a seemingly insignificant effect of the thunder tribulation. When the time for the tribulation arrived, it would strip away the facade of any external forces, revealing the true cultivation level of the tribulation bearer. This seemingly trivial effect posed a fatal flaw for Jiang Yu. Although curses are not particularly intelligent, the overwhelming force of the tribulation would undoubtedly unveil Jiang Yu's true level of cultivation, leading to tribulations being generated based on his integration stage. Until he could find a solution to the curse or a way to silently weather the thunder tribulation, he would not dare to undergo the tribulation. If he were to face it, the curse would mark him as an integration cultivator, leading him into the sights of formidable beings at the void refinement stage today, and conversing with experts of the returning to truth stage tomorrow. What chance would he have of survival? Rather than risking a breakthrough, it was wiser to temporarily sever his cultivation. Over the past few decades, Jiang Yu had lost count of the times he had resorted to such self-imposed limitations. Moreover, stagnation in cultivation did not equate to stagnation in strength. Although he had not unleashed his full power for many years, Jiang Yu was confident that an ordinary integration stage cultivator would pose no threat to him. These days, Jiang Yu dedicated himself to cultivation, and before he knew it, 3 weeks had passed. This evening, he finally completed the Tianyin technique. The moment he finished, a profound method concealed within the technique entered his mind. The number of the Great Transformation is 50, of which 49 hold significance. Once he comprehended the entirety of this method, Jiang Yu instinctively leaped up from his bed in excitement. The method of transformation. This was an elite-level concealment technique. Its essence lay in hiding oneself within the singularity of the heavenly Tao, effectively deceiving both heaven and earth. It would be more accurate to say that this technique allowed Jiang Yu to transform into that singularity, thereby enhancing his legitimacy within the heavenly Dao. As long as he could convince the heavenly Tao that he belonged, he would achieve the pinnacle of concealment. This also meant that with this technique, Jiang Yu could traverse the thunder tribulation silently. After all, if he were considered part of the heavenly Tao, it would be reasonable for the Tao to grant him leniency during the tribulation, sparing him from its wrath. However, after the initial excitement, Jiang Yu quickly regained his composure. He realized that even while operating the method of transformation, the curse still lingered around him. Even a technique of such caliber could not evade the curse. What terrifying origin did this curse stem from? As Jiang Yu pondered, outside, 2 Qi refinement stage cultivators were shivering in the cold. The slender cultivator, chattering his teeth, tremulously inquired, "Surely there is someone here, right? It's been 3 weeks. And yet no one has come out. No, there must be someone. Just wait a bit longer. If no one emerges today, we shall enter tomorrow." The plump cultivator, tightly wrapped in his thin robe, cursed angrily, "Those wretched fools. If not for the city lord's orders to use this petty scheme, I would have stormed in long ago. We are from the city lord's estate. Who would dare disrespect us?" Chapter 12. The King's Dominance Inside the House. Jiang Yu unfolded the Tianyin map. As expected, the next star had been unlocked. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge regarding formations flooded into Jiang Yu's mind. Even with his complete mastery at the God transformation stage, he could not withstand even a second of this overwhelming influx and collapsed onto the bed. Jiang Yu bit down hard on his teeth, stifling any sound. After a considerable time, he finally digested the knowledge within. The star he had unlocked contained an entire formation along with an endless array of formation-related knowledge. The Zhou Tian Star Do Formation, an ancient array said to be so formidable that if an immortal were to inadvertently stumble into it without the owner's consent, they would meet a fate of utter annihilation. Unfortunately, it had been lost during the Great War. Nevertheless, the Zhou Tian Star Do Formation remained revered by all formation masters as a paragon of excellence. Should the opportunity to observe it arise, the world's top formation masters would willingly sacrifice everything for a glimpse into its mysteries. Jiang Yu gradually contemplated the Zhou Tian Star Do Formation within his mind. This grand formation could be subdivided into 365 major formations and 14,800 minor formations. Besides the conventional formations, each could be adapted and modified based on varying external conditions. With the aid of the Tianyin map, Jiang Yu initially grasped the standard arrangement methods for the 365 major formations and the foundational knowledge pertaining to formations. However, whether it was due to the creator of the Tianyin map deeming the 14,800 minor formations too simplistic, or perhaps a test of sorts, No rapid mastery methods were provided for these minor formations. To master those 14,800 minor formations, Jiang Yu would need to invest time and effort. Nonetheless, Jiang Yu considered his aptitude in formations to be quite commendable, and he anticipated no significant challenges in learning these minor formations. It would merely require time. Once Jiang Yu could freely apply the standard arrangement and modification techniques of these two grand formations, he would earn the right to deploy the Zhou Tian Star Do formation. Of course, reaching that stage would only grant him a qualification. Much like basic arithmetic, while 1-1 embodies the essence of addition, an equation such as 1152955,255 to 46,465,42,454 also falls under the umbrella of arithmetic. Possessing the qualifications to arrange the celestial star formation is akin to merely learning that 1-1 equals 2. The path to successfully configuring the celestial star formation is still fraught with challenges. Jiang Yu exhaled deeply, temporarily setting these thoughts aside as he casually dispelled the restrictions he had set in the courtyard. Akin to a child who has just received their cherished toy, eager to test his newfound knowledge of formations, Jiang Yu found that with his understanding of array techniques, setting up a small formation was a trivial task. If only someone would come to him, allowing him the opportunity to experiment with the techniques he had just acquired. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the front door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding crash. Two trembling cultivators from the Qi refinement stage barged in, with a gaunt figure clutching a bloodless black dog in his arms. The thin cultivator was shivering uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. The stout cultivator, slightly better off, stammered, "You killed my dog to pay me 200 spirit stones. Send it. To the city lord's mansion." Was this not the proverbial pillow delivered just as one was in need of sleep? Jiang Yu regarded the two cultivators with a bemused expression, his eyes shimmering with derision. Just moments ago, Jiang Yu had already accomplished his immediate cultivation goals and had no intention of lingering in Yunxiang City, rendering any pretense towards these two representatives of the city lord unnecessary. However, just as he was about to respond, Su Shiner emerged from the inner chamber. Today, she donned a flowing azure gown that made her resemble a celestial maiden, her graceful movements adding a hint of vitality to her typically frosty demeanor. The moment the two cultivators beheld Su Shiner, their eyes lit up, as if the chill of the air had vanished. No, it was not merely an illusion. They were genuinely warmed. Flames ignited on their garments, transforming them into fiery figures. Su Shiner regarded the pair with a cold gaze and blinked. Jiang Yu could not shake the feeling that in that fleeting moment, he had glimpsed the raging inferno of ambition in her eyes. Yet, with that blink, the flames extinguished and realization dawned upon him. Su Shiner's strength had grown so formidable, her foundation so solid, that she was on the brink of losing control. Jiang Yu had experienced this process decades ago when he had hesitated to sever his own cultivation, nearly resulting in catastrophic consequences on several occasions. With this in mind, he could not help but offer a gentle reminder. At times, what overflows can be discarded. Do not lament the loss. Su Shiner gazed at Jiang Yu earnestly, her expression somewhat bewildered as she nodded. Observing her reaction, Jiang Yu remained uncertain whether she fully comprehended his words. Regardless, his counsel had been given, and he felt he had done his part. If Su Shiner could not bring herself to part with her cultivation, there was little he could do. Perhaps it was her fate to face such tribulations. As for her methods of overcoming the impending tribulation, that was no longer his concern. Jiang Yu was resolutely unwilling to impart the Tianyan art to her. Who could foresee the repercussions of carelessly divulging such high-level techniques? Noticing that Su Shiner seemed to grasp something, Jiang Yu gently patted her shoulder. "Let us proceed to the Forest of Demons. I am keen to observe how the righteous sect views the secret realms." Su Shiner regained her focus and nodded vigorously. "Now? Indeed. But let us first dine at an inn." Su Shiner tilted her head in confusion. Gazing at Jiang Yu, he had never shown much interest in mundane cuisine, having only indulged in a sip of common wine previously, primarily for the purpose of gathering intelligence. If the city lord's secret realm were to open, then surely individuals from Yunxi and Yunhua would also converge upon Yunxiang, making the inn the most reliable source of information. Su Shiner nodded and followed closely behind Jiang Yu. Soon, he led her to the largest inn in the outskirts of Yunxiang City. At this midday hour, the establishment was bustling with activity. "What can I get for you, esteemed guests?" A server approached, presenting a pre-prepared menu. Neither Jiang Yu nor Su Shiner expressed much interest in the mundane fare. So he casually ordered a couple of signature dishes and a pot of Huadiao wine. Huadiao is a type of yellow wine. Jiang Yu had previously sampled a similar drink, only to find it overly spicy and unpleasant, leading him to dismiss all yellow wines. His decision to order Huadiao this time stemmed purely from curiosity, for if no one enjoyed the drink, it would not have gained its reputation. It simply did not suit his palate. Once seated, Jiang Yu noted his fortunate timing. He and Su Shiner had occupied the last available table. However, he also observed several patrons at nearby tables exchanging glances filled with schadenfreude as they beheld their arrival. Instinctively, Jiang Yu cast a spell to heighten his senses momentarily. Those two were certainly outsiders. Misfortune awaited them, for they had dared to occupy Wang Ba's seat. The girl who sat in Wang Ba's seat last week was publicly humiliated when her clothes were torn. I wonder if this little girl can catch Wang Ba's eye as expected. Before Jiang Yu could settle in, the sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. A young lord clad in resplendent garments strode in, accompanied by 3 attendants. Striding directly toward Jiang Yu, he exuded an air of arrogance. A mere nameless fool dares to occupy my Wang Ba's seat. Wang Ba cast a fleeting glance at Su Shiner's chest, quickly losing interest as he directed his ire toward Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu closed his eyes and attentively listened to the hushed whispers around him. Most of the murmured remarks were empty flattery aimed at Wang Ba. Yet some quietly speculated, with the city lord gone and so many individuals left behind, it seems that Wang's family has taken on the role of our acting rulers. Wang Ba, the sole heir of the Wang family, would undoubtedly inherit the family's power even if the city lord returned unscathed. Noticing Jiang Yu's indifference, Wang Ba's expression darkened, and he shouted in rage, "How dare you ignore me?" In a fit of fury, he kicked the table, sending the dishes and wine that the server had just brought to Jiang Yu crashing to the ground. Wang Ba's anger erupted. The surrounding murmurs quieted considerably. Jiang Yu's gaze darkened at the sight of the spilled wine. He had only wished to indulge in a taste of yellow wine. However, he maintained an air of calmness, replying nonchalantly, "In this world, the strong command respect. If you truly possess skill, why not let your abilities do the talking?" Initially taken aback, Wang Ba soon grasped the implication and erupted in laughter. A mere chi refinement cultivator dares to speak so boldly. Strip their skin from them. The 3 attendants behind Wang Ba unleashed their pressure. All of them at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Without reservation, they launched a coordinated assault on Jiang Yu, secure in their belief that defeating a chi refinement cultivator would be an effortless task. The absence of an attack on Su Shiner stemmed from the understanding that even if Wang Ba had no interest in her, any woman who had provoked him would still be offered as a prize to the patrons in the inn. Should the encounter not unfold favorably, it would reflect poorly on Wang Ba. The other patrons closed their eyes, seemingly unable to bear witness to the young man's impending disfigurement. Yet, an extended silence lingered. With no cries of anguish emerging from the youth, a few audacious patrons peeked through half-closed eyes, only to be met with a gruesome sight. A pool of blood and flesh. Yet, it was not the young man's remains that lay. Jiang Yu and Su Shiner did not linger long in the tavern. They promptly exited Yunxiang City and made their way towards the entrance of the secret realm within the Forest of Demons. The Forest of Demons is vast beyond measure, spanning over 1,000,000 square kilometers. Consequently, it serves as the boundary between the 2 domains. To the north lies the Qiyun domain, while the southern expanse is the Heavenly domain. The 3 cities of Yunxi, Yunhua, and Yunxiang are situated at the southern terminus of the Forest of Demons, with the entrance to the secret realm located at its very heart. Although the righteous path has sealed off this entrance, there are always those who seek to exploit any opportunity. It is precisely these individuals that have rendered the Forest of Demons significantly safer of late. As they journeyed, neither Jiang Yu nor Su Shiner encountered any demonic beasts. The beasts, too, possess an understanding of fortune and misfortune. With a large number of people around, they naturally refrained from appearing. It was not until they were near the center of the secret realm that Jiang Yu and Su Shiner halted their steps. A mere glance was enough for Jiang Yu to furrow his brow. Here, at least hundreds of camps were established. The majority consisted of simple wooden shelters and thorny encampments, though some fortified stone wall camps were also present. Beyond this, Jiang Yu's vision could not penetrate, for he was merely at the chi refining stage and should not possess divine awareness. However, he could discern a peculiar cloud hovering in the distance. With his expertise in formations, He immediately recognized that this cloud was a product of a high-level flying formation combined with a concealment formation, indicative of a formidable power at work. Just as Jiang Yu and Su Shiner were observing the camps, a short cultivator approached them. "Greetings. Are you two looking to enter the secret realm? The fee for entry is 5,000 spirit stones each." Su Shiner's interest was piqued, her brows arching slightly. Yet, before she could respond, Jiang Yu tugged at her, addressing the short cultivator. "We cannot afford such an exorbitant sum." The short cultivator, unfazed by their response, seemed to have anticipated this scenario. He produced a small booklet. "No worries. If you can't enter, it's perfectly fine. Understanding the situation could be beneficial. After sufficient exploration, they may ease the restrictions on the entrance. This booklet is merely 100 spirit stones." Jiang Yu glanced at the booklet, noting its unique construction with special formations and a password for activation, making it a one-time use item. "What information does it contain?" he inquired. The short cultivator, smiling, explained, "It includes insights into the various factions near the secret realm, the basic conditions within, and methods to gain entry. All this for just 100 spirit stones." Jiang Yu feigned interest but deliberately hesitated for an extended moment before replying. "While this information is valuable, it is still too pricey." The short cultivator's expression brightened at this. "No problem. The price is negotiable. Make me an offer, and if I find it reasonable, I'll sell." Jiang Yu glanced at Su Shiner and then turned back to the short cultivator. "I need to discuss this with my companion, of course." The short cultivator chuckled, stepping back. Yet, Jiang Yu noticed the short cultivator's ears twitch slightly. Chapter 14. "Hold my hand." Su Shiner blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Understanding Jiang Yu's intent, she feigned a sorrowful tone and asked, "How many spirit stones do we have left?" However, due to her naturally cool demeanor, even her feigned sorrow carried an air of frost. Jiang Yu sighed in resignation. "We only have 40 spirit stones left, and we still owe that fellow 30. He spoke. Jiang Yu ostentatiously gazed at the booklet in the short cultivator's hands. Lamenting, "Without sufficient funds, we must forego the purchased. It is unavoidable." Su Shiner shook her head slightly. After their exchange, Jiang Yu approached the short cultivator, apologetically stating, "It is still too expensive. We cannot afford it." Upon hearing this, the short cultivator exclaimed, "Wait, make an offer." Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, 10 spirit stones? Deal." The short cultivator tossed the booklet to Jiang Yu, wearing a look of mock defeat. "Alas, I'm selling this at a loss. Consider it a charitable act. The password for this booklet is charitable act." Jiang Yu and Su Shiner exchanged glances. "Damn it." We still overpaid, however. Since it was only 10 spirit stones, Jiang Yu was not particularly concerned about this minor expenditure. His purpose in bargaining was to avoid arousing suspicion regarding their finances. After all, if a mere chi refining cultivator could casually produce 100 spirit stones, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. With the team leader still alive, Jiang Yu wished to avoid a repeat of the unfortunate events in Yunqi City. He tossed out 10 spirit stones and received the booklet in return, promptly whispering the phrase charitable act. The booklet opened instantaneously. While Jiang Yu diligently perused its contents, the short cultivator had quietly vanished. After a quick skim, Jiang Yu could not help but curse. "Damn it. This thick little booklet contains less than 5 pages of actual information. The rest are just blank pages for padding. For this meager 5 pages of worthless paper, they dare to charge 10 spirit stones?" Jiang Yu quickly glanced through the content, then handed the booklet to Su Shiner. The first page detailed the 4 factions involved in the blockade and development of the secret realm: the Shintian Sword Sect, the Cold Moon Palace, the Ink Rhythm Academy, and the Five Elements Sect. These 4 factions had established formations to seal off the area surrounding the secret realm's entrance, preventing anyone outside these sects from entering the formations. Others could only set up camps outside. The second and third pages outline the methods to gain entry into the secret realm. Essentially, each disciple from the 4 sects could bring 2 trusted associates for exploration, though not everyone was inclined to enter. Not to mention how many secret realms the Shintian Sword Sect might possess. Even the disciples of the 12th tier sects likely commanded access to more than 10 secure entrances. For these elite sect disciples, opportunities to explore secret realms were plentiful, and they typically lacked the need to risk themselves in an undeveloped realm. Thus, many sold their own and their trusted associates' quotas. In this exploration, utilizing a trusted associate's quota costs 5,000 spirit stones. While utilizing a disciple's quota from the Ink Rhythm Academy or the Five Elements sect costs 10,000 spirit stones, Jiang Yu merely skimmed these 2 pages before dismissing them. Regardless of their authenticity, he could never part with 10,000 spirit stones for a mere quota. With a slight sigh, Jiang Yu reflected on how those outside would go to great lengths to enter this undeveloped secret realm, even spending spirit stones to secure a spot, all for the slim chance of acquiring cultivation resources. Even if those who entered did find resources, they would likely be subjected to further deductions by the major sects upon their exit. Yet, this secret realm merely offered the most inconspicuous resources that slipped through the fingers of the top sections. This starkly illustrated the disparity between rogue cultivators and sect members. Contemplating this, Jiang Yu's expression grew solemn. One must adhere to a principle at all times. There are always greater beings beyond oneself. Survival is paramount. Jiang Yu's fingers flicked to the next page. The 4th page was heavily scribbled over, ultimately rendered completely black, devoid of any useful content. Scoundrels, Jiang Yu flipped to the 5th page. Indeed, it contained basic information about the secret realm, but it consisted of only a single line. The secret realm is shrouded in mist. Within 3 steps, no figure can be seen, and divine awareness is entirely suppressed. Jiang Yu handed the booklet back to Su Shiner and leapt nimbly to the top of a towering tree, gazing towards the direction of the secret realm's entrance. Yet all he could see was an expanse of darkness. Just as the booklet had indicated, it was ensconced in formations accessible only to members of the 4 sections. As Jiang Yu surveyed the surroundings, he suddenly sensed a shift in the curse afflicting him. The aura of the curse around him fluctuated, indicating that someone had either been cursed to death or that someone had invoked a power surpassing the previous target of the curse, causing the focus of the curse to shift. It was noteworthy that Jiang Yu had not felt such a shift during his training a few weeks prior, suggesting that Li Zixiang and Han Wu's ascension to guest status at the City Lord's mansion had not involved others from that establishment in the curse, nor had they sought to recruit anyone else from the Lord's mansion. This meant that the members of their team still comprised only the 4 of them plus that unfortunate team leader. However, Li Zixiang and Han Wu were likely still within the secret realm, where they could use their true cultivation without the curse affecting them. Thus, it must be that the unfortunate team leader had perished. The new target of the curse was neither Jiang Yu nor Su Shiner. It could only be Han Wu or Li Zixiang. While Jiang Yu pondered this, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation as if someone were playfully scratching him. Looking up, he saw a youth clad in an ink-wash robe at the edge of the formation, brazenly gesturing an obscene gesture at him. Surrounding him were several other youths in similar attire, giggling and pointing at Jiang Yu. Although this youth's attack felt nearly like a mere tickle to Jiang Yu, it was, in fact, a mental attack. For an ordinary qi refining cultivator, such an attack could easily lead to the loss of life and property. Even a foundation establishment cultivator struck by it might remain unconscious for 10 days or more. In a place rife with danger, being incapacitated was akin to signing one's own death warrant. Clearly, this youth intended to inflict harm. Jiang Yu felt a surge of displeasure and leapt down from the treetop. Given that this youth was stationed by the edge of the formation, he must belong to one of the 4 sects, the Cold Moon Palace, the Ink Rhythm Academy, the 5 Elements sect, or the Shintian Sword sect. For now, he would let them have their moment, but once they entered the secret realm, matters would not be so simple. Contemplating, Jiang Yu turned to Su Shiner and said, "The matter of infiltrating the secret realm shall be entrusted to you." Jiang Yu indeed possessed the means to enter the secret realm, yet he had to concede that Su Shiner's stealth was remarkable. Even beyond his own discernment, it was best to leave the infiltration to her. After all, specialists should handle their respective domains. Su Shiner nodded, gradually extending her small hand towards Jiang Yu, saying, "Hold my hand." Chapter 15. Entering the secret realm. A flicker of confusion crossed Jiang Yu's eyes, yet he stepped forward and grasped Su Shiner's delicate hand. It felt icy and devoid of warmth. Instinctively, he squeezed it gently. It was soft, as if he were clasping cotton that had languished in the frigid winter for 2 days. However, he soon realized that his action was somewhat inappropriate and instinctively apologized. "I beg your pardon." Su Shiner did not resist. Instead, she tightened her grip on Jiang Yu's hand. Their fingers entwined in that instant. A sensation akin to a gentle breeze enveloped Jiang Yu's body, and the surrounding scenery seemed to acquire an additional filter. In this state, the trees, sky, and earth faded into obscurity, leaving only shades of black and white. with the living beings retaining their vibrant colors. Within this peculiar state, Jiang Yu sensed an intrinsic awareness. As long as he did not disturb anything colored, this state would persist. Su Shiner led Jiang Yu slowly toward the entrance of the secret realm, urging, "Do not waste time. Let us enter swiftly." As she spoke, Su Shiner emitted a soft groan, a mouthful of blood surging forth only to be swallowed back down. Jiang Yu nodded, and both quickened their pace until they reached the array. The four directions of the array were guarded by a group of cultivators, yet their approach went unnoticed. Jiang Yu and Su Shiner effortlessly passed through the distorted array without triggering any mechanisms. At the moment they crossed the array, a streak of light struck them, catapulting them from the state of distortion. The surroundings came into sharp focus, leaving Jiang Yu momentarily stunned. Outside, tranquility reigned, devoid of any anomalies. But within, chaos reigned supreme. One faction was clad entirely in black robes, while the other donned the distinct uniforms of various sects, the very uniforms worn by the guardians of the array outside. The two factions were engaged in a fierce battle. Spirits surged around them, and an array of magical techniques intermingled in a dazzling display. Countless bodies of fallen cultivators lay strewn across the ground. With new casualties occurring every second, in the air, two formidable beings were locked in combat, one dressed in black with a mask, wielding an ancient sword surrounded by dark, ominous energy. The other donned white garments as pure as snow, brandishing a gleaming silver spear, exuding an air of arrogance. The entrance to the secret realm lay directly beneath their clash. Fortunately, the combatants were too engrossed in their struggle to notice Jiang Yu and Su Shiner's arrival, and the streak of light had merely been a coincidence. Su Shiner quickly grasped Jiang Yu's hand once more, and together they re-entered that previous state. Their objective was the entrance to the secret realm, yet it was now besieged by the residual chaos of the two combatants above. This state merely rendered them invisible to others, but it did not mean they were truly absent if they approached the entrance. They risked being exposed in an instant. Jiang Yu and Su Shiner exchanged glances, simultaneously contemplating the crucial point. Only when one side emerged victorious, in that fleeting moment of the victor's relaxation, could they slip into the secret realm. Yet, the two combatants in the air were clearly locked in a stalemate for the foreseeable future, and no other formidable beings were around. As Jiang Yu pondered this internally, a spatial rift suddenly appeared behind the white-clad spear wielder. The black-robed figure emerged like a specter from the rift, his cold, blade-like eyes fixated on the white-robed warrior. In an instant, the figure moved. Appearing behind the spear wielder, his fingers poised like claws, aiming for a lethal strike. The spear wielder's expression changed dramatically, but being a master of the divine transformation stage, he forcefully redirected his spear. The silver spear surged forth like a serpent, transforming into a flash of silver light. In that moment, the spear wielder concentrated his spiritual energy into the spear's tip, unleashing a roar as he struck first. Penetrating the attacker, however, the spear wielder left his back unguarded, and the black-clad figure swiftly thrust his sword into the spear wielder's heart. In that fleeting moment, the dark energy from the sword surged into the spear wielder's body, extinguishing the last remnants of his life. The spear wielder's lifeless form tumbled through the air like aragd. That instant, Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. An opportunity had arisen. In the moment of distraction among the two black-clad figures, Jiang Yu and Su Shiner dove into the secret realm. Although the righteous cultivators could not see them, the fall of their soul divine transformation master prompted them to rush toward the entrance of the secret realm. Once inside, there remained a possibility of exiting through another entrance. Remaining outside would surely mean death. Meanwhile, the morale of the black-clad faction surged as the two figures in the air grinned menacingly. Descending upon the gathered righteous cultivators, Jiang Yu and Su Shiner stepped into the secret realm. A momentary haze clouded their senses, and their cultivation levels were swiftly suppressed. Soon, Jiang Yu found himself constrained to the perfected nascent soul stage. Su Shiner experienced a similar fate. Jiang Yu assessed the remaining spiritual energy within his body and remarked, "It appears this realm imposes restrictions on cultivation. The highest level permitted here is merely the nascent soul stage." Su Shiner nodded in agreement, stating, "Not only is our cultivation restricted, but our spiritual awareness can reach no further than 3 meters. Moreover, the spiritual energy in this realm is severely lacking, with its concentration falling short of even 1/10 of that in the Qiyun region. The locals here are unlikely to be very powerful. Jiang Yu then released his spiritual awareness into the surrounding fog to gauge his surroundings. As anticipated, his perception was limited to a mere 3 meters. Something was amiss. He had never encountered a secret realm that restricted spiritual awareness before. An instinctive thought crossed Jiang Yu's mind. What about the curse? Could it be affected by this dense fog? He immediately activated the curse within him. This was a method Jiang Yu had quietly devised to manipulate the cursed eye in an instant. The curses on those afflicted vibrated simultaneously, and the locations of the 3 individuals appeared vividly in Jiang Yu's mind. Su Shiner was right beside him, while Li Zixiang and Han Wuli were less than 100 meters to his east. 100 meters was but a fleeting distance. Just like before we entered the secret realm, we should rendezvous with them first. Saying this, Jiang Yu set off eastward. Wait, Su Shiner silently extended her hand, uttering 2 words. The fog is thick. Be cautious not to get separated. Jiang Yu, exasperated, retreated to grasp Su Shiner's hand once more. Only then did they set off anew. 100 meters was merely a moment's journey for them, in the blink of an eye. They traversed the distance. Jiang Yu activated his spiritual awareness, exploring the vicinity again. Grasslands, green hills, verdant trees, everything appeared normal. Yet, there was no sign of the 2 individuals. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, activating the curse once more. The curse indicated that Li Zixiang and Han Wuli were now located 200 meters to his south. Had he taken a wrong turn? Dismissing the thought, Jiang Yu hurried southward in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yu reached the coordinates of Li Zixiang and Han Wuli he had sensed earlier. Yet, the scene remained unchanged: grasslands, green hills, verdant trees. Chapter 16. Found you. Not only were Li Zixiang and Han Wuli absent, but there were no other figures in sight, aside from himself and Su Shiner. Jiang Yu's expression turned grave. After several attempts, he still failed to locate them. It was as if he had entered a labyrinth, perpetually circling around Li Zixiang and Han Wuli, yet unable to close the distance. Faced with this, Jiang Yu finally settled his mind, sitting cross-legged on the ground to contemplate the cause. There were 3 fundamental elements to this situation. The seekers, namely himself and Su Shiner; the sought, namely Han Wuli and Li Zixiang; and the method of seeking, which was the curse. Clearly, one of these elements was malfunctioning. The method of seeking was undoubtedly sound. It could exploit the loopholes of the curse and utilize its rules. However, at the crucial moment, the curse could not possibly err. This was a lesson learned from the countless lives lost over the past century. Thus, when he activated the curse, Li Zixiang and Han Wuli were undoubtedly at that location. If the curse was infallible, then the issue must lie either with himself and Su Shiner, or with Li Zixiang and Han Wuli. It was also possible that both sides faced issues. If this were the case, a chill crept into Jiang Yu's heart. What could possibly influence him without his knowledge? It was imperative to realize that the upper limit of cultivation in this world was merely the nascent soul stage. Over the past century, Jiang Yu and his companions had entered numerous secret realms, yet they had never encountered one so peculiar, one that restricted both spiritual awareness and the ability to locate others. Just as Jiang Yu and Su Shiner struggled to devise a solution, he suddenly sensed a faint presence intruding upon his spiritual awareness. Jiang Yu's heart raced. Moments ago, he had been unable to find anyone. Yet now someone had trespassed directly into his vicinity. In an instant, Jiang Yu appeared before the newcomer, discreetly scanning their appearance. The individual wore a pale blue gown, their complexion devoid of color, and their body bore numerous alarming wounds, each deep enough to reveal bone. The once pale blue gown was now soaked in blood, turning a dark crimson. This gown was one of the sect uniforms Jiang Yu had seen earlier. Coupled with the individual's gender, it was highly likely they hailed from the Cold Moon Palace of the 12 Towers. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, the newcomer opened their mouth as if to speak, but instead, they coughed up blood and collapsed, fainting on the ground. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, sensing the realm of the newcomer, and extended his hand to feel the bone. It was complete gold core. And the individual was even under 50, a junior. Jiang Yu promptly released a basic healing technique towards the newcomer. Having just entered this secret realm, he was still bewildered, and this gravely injured person presenting before him offered a prime opportunity to gain a preliminary understanding of this enigmatic place. Moreover, the crucial point was that this individual was merely at the gold core stage, making them relatively easy to control. It was known that Jiang Yu had once feared curses so intensely that he had pushed every realm to its utmost limit before making his breakthrough. While he could not claim to be invincible among those of the same tier, he was confident that the disciples of the 12 Towers were not his match. Decades passed, when Jiang Yu's true cultivation was only at the Gold Core stage. He had encountered a true disciple of the Falling Blossom sect, one of the 12 Towers, within a certain secret realm. In that fleeting moment, he had defeated the early nascent soul disciple of the Falling Blossom sect with his Gold Core prowess. According to Jiang Yu's knowledge, the Falling Blossom sect was already considered a mid-tier sect among the 12 Towers, not the lowest echelon. Before long, the newcomer awakened. Thanks to Jiang Yu's healing, the individual's complexion had regained some color. And though their wounds had not yet healed, the bleeding had ceased. I am Han Mu, a direct disciple of the esteemed Yuehua Zhenren from the Cold Moon Palace. I express my gratitude to you, fellow Taoists, for your timely rescue. Han Mu struggled to rise from the ground, forcing herself to maintain her grace. Jiang Yu smiled gently, revealing a warm expression. There is no need for such formality, my friend, but may I inquire how you came to be in such a state? It appears you were ambushed. Where is your assailant? At these words, Han Mu raised her head slightly, instantly understanding. You must have just entered not long ago. Correct? Jiang Yu nodded and replied with a smile. Indeed, my friend. You may not be aware that the majority of the locals in this secret realm seem to harbor great hostility towards us outsiders. And infiltrators from the Netherworld sect have also mixed in. For us righteous cultivators, the dangers of this secret realm are likely comparable to those of a high-risk domain. Han Mu paused for breath before continuing. My escape from the clutches of the Netherworld sect's demonic offspring was entirely due to the peculiarities of this realm. Jiang Yu's face lit up with curiosity. Oh, please elaborate, my friend. The spatial dynamics of this secret realm are deeply problematic. Han Mu managed to restore a modicum of spiritual energy and retrieved a pill bottle. Consuming a healing elixir from within, Jiang Yu detected a faint aroma. This pill was of at least mid-grade quality, quite valuable. Even the least of such mid-grade pills could fetch over 1,000 spirit stones. At the same time, Jiang Yu regarded Han Mu with slightly less esteem for daring to display wealth in the presence of strangers. Such disciples from prominent righteous sects were indeed well protected. Had she encountered someone else, she might have faced dire consequences for her treasures. After this, Han Mu continued. The mountains and rivers, the sun and moon here do not adhere to normalcy. Typically, after a day passes, regardless of your original location, the surroundings will undergo a drastic transformation, and the mist may shift from harmless to lethal. Even a fully realized nascent soul cannot withstand the surrounding miasma. To survive the toxic fog, one must collaborate with a local inhabitant of the secret realm, and it is imperative not to follow silently. One must act in concert with the locals. The poisonous mist appears identical to normal mist, and only the locals can discern the safe paths from the deadly ones. However, most locals harbor animosity towards outsiders. Why can't we follow them? Sushiner suddenly interjected. Han Mu let out a bitter laugh. Because in this secret realm, one can never reach their desired destination. If the distance between two individuals exceeds 3 meters, even if the other is right before you, reuniting becomes a distant wish. One will merely wander elsewhere. Han Mu continued. When I first entered the secret realm, my senior brothers and sisters and I, confident in our ability to sense each other's locations, separated to explore. However, when the time came to regroup, no matter how we tried, we were forever unable to reunite. Jiang Yu instantly grasped Han Mu's meaning and understood the underlying reason. In this secret realm, the concept of space had descended into chaos, leading to such phenomena. Yet another question arose in his mind. Chaos is typically devoid of order. Why was there a 3-meter boundary? This threshold precisely aligned with the maximum extent to which one's consciousness could expand within the mist. Was this mere coincidence? Furthermore, the restriction on consciousness did not seem like an inherent limitation of the secret realm. Moreover, upon realizing all this, a familiar sensation began to linger in Jiang Yu's heart. While he pondered, a bizarre figure clad in black robes intruded into the consciousness range of the three. A mocking voice echoed from that direction. Han Mu, I have finally found you. As one of the 3 esteemed direct disciples of the Cold Moon Palace. Your head is quite valuable. Chapter 17. The battle 5,000 years ago. Han Mu, who had just regained some color in her face, suddenly turned pale with fear. Impossible. How could you possibly find me? With the current plan nearing its conclusion, it would be best to eliminate you entirely. The demonic offspring revealed a playful smile as he approached the trio. Dio, you want to know who leaked the information about the secret realm's entrance? Our Netherworld sect discovered this secret realm over half a year ago and reached an agreement with its master, laying an intricate trap, waiting for you so-called righteous cultivators to stumble in. The demonic offspring narrowed his eyes, grinning. If I am not mistaken, the elders stationed at the entrance for your righteous side should now be nothing but cold corpses, since the inception of this secret realm. The humiliations you so-called righteous cultivators have inflicted upon us Netherworld sect will be repaid in full. One day, we shall reclaim the heavenly domain. As his words fell, wisps of black mist emanated from the demonic offspring. Each strand imbued with a potent aura of the Netherworld. In an instant, he lunged forward like a bolt of black lightning from within the mist, targeting Jiang Yu and the others. The demonic offspring's aura was laid bare. It was unmistakably at the mid-nascent soul stage. Han Mu's body had regained some strength, and she forced her spiritual energy to coalesce into a massive ice blue net aimed at ensnaring the demonic offspring. Humph! The demonic offspring scoffed, his surrounding black mist boiling as it transformed into numerous pitch-black ghostly hands. Tearing the icy net asunder, just as the ghostly claws were about to descend upon Han Mu, Jiang Yu lightly snapped his fingers. In an instant, the space froze. The ghostly claws and the blue net vanished into thin air. And both the demonic offspring and Han Mu were immobilized in place. The demonic offspring's gaze hardened as he turned to Jiang Yu. So, you possess spatial abilities. Han Mu regarded Jiang Yu with astonishment. Are you a senior? As a fellow nascent soul, an ordinary practitioner stood no chance of resistance against one wielding spatial powers. It was understandable that both the demonic offspring and Han Mu were mistaken. Typically, one would only enhance their spatial perception after transcending the Thunder Tribulation, thus gaining mastery over spatial abilities, a feat usually achieved at the integration stage. Although everyone's cultivation had been suppressed to the nascent soul stage, their understanding of techniques remained unimpeded. Observing their misunderstanding, Jiang Yu was amused and played along. With a face full of delight, Han Mu turned to Jiang Yu and asked, "Which sect do you hail from, senior? When I return, the Cold Moon Palace will surely reward you handsomely." Jiang Yu chuckled softly, but his smile quickly faded into solemnity as he regarded Han Mu coldly. "Why do you presume that I come from the heavenly domain?" In that instant, the joy on Han Mu's face vanished entirely, while surprise flickered across the demonic offspring's countenance, quickly followed by confusion. "No, you bear no trace of the Netherworld's aura. You are not one of us." Jiang Yu clasped his hands behind his back, gazing skyward as he spoke slowly. "The 5 realms of the world consist of more than just the heavenly domain and the Netherworld domain." Though his demeanor remained calm and composed, Jiang Yu's heart swelled with excitement. Indeed, no matter the circumstances, posturing could always ignite his enthusiasm. Furthermore, Jiang Yu noted the demonic offspring had mentioned that this secret realm seemed to have an owner. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, the demonic offspring's expression brightened, infused with a hint of eagerness. "Senior, our Netherworld sect will soon launch a counteroffensive against the heavenly domain, if you are willing to assist us. Once we reclaim the heavenly domain, your rewards will be substantial. If you all are capable of overcoming the heavenly domain, why were you driven into the Netherworld domain in the first place?" Jiang Yu teased. Although his understanding of history was not particularly detailed, he was well aware of such significant events. That battle had occurred approximately 5,000 years prior to that time. The 5 realms were known as the Heavenly Domain, the Crimson Cloud Domain, the Shura Domain, the Absolute Domain, and the Demon Domain. Among them, the Heavenly Domain was the largest, replete with abundant cultivation resources, situated at the very center of the Xinyuan realm. The Shura Domain was occupied by the Shura race in the south of the Heavenly Domain. The Crimson Cloud Domain lay to the north of the Heavenly Domain, its spiritual energy exceedingly sparse, devoid of any sect establishing a foothold there, eventually becoming a refuge for scattered cultivators. The Demon Domain was a gathering place for the demon race. Located to the west of the Heavenly Domain, the Absolute Domain remained shrouded in mystery, with none privy to its internal workings. Only those invited could enter, situated to the east of the Heavenly Domain. In that era, the Netherworld sect was still considered a righteous sect, coexisting within the Heavenly Domain. One day, the Netherworld sect was abruptly denounced as a demonic sect by other righteous sects, leading to a coalition that sealed off the Netherworld sect's vicinity for hundreds of thousands of miles. initiating a campaign to annihilate it. Among the many sects that launched assaults on the Netherworld domain were the present-day four great sects: the Starry Sky sect, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the Shintian Sword sect, and the Pill Cauldron sect. Certainly, at that time, the four great sects were merely esteemed first-rate sections. The leaders of the massacre during that era were the Xinqing Wuzhizong of the Daoist sect and the Huatsong Feiji Temple of the Buddhist sect. This spectacle was akin to amassing the might of the celestial domain to annihilate an ordinary first-rate sect, and no one anticipated any unexpected occurrences. The events of that battle were unknown to Jiang Yu. Yet the outcome was clear. All righteous sects were vanquished, and the Yuming sect initiated a counter-offensive against the righteous path. This war endured for nearly a century, during which the vast majority of sects were exterminated. Most lamentable was the fact that every single Taoist and Buddhist sect fell to the Yuming sect's might, without exception. The signature spells of the Taoist sect were completely lost, obliterated without a trace. The Buddhist scriptures also saw a loss of over 80%. Although many sects suffered grievously, they ultimately succeeded in completely defeating the Yuming sect, forcing it to retreat to the Shura domain. A millennium after the Yuming sect's retreat to the Shura domain, it annihilated the Shura clan and transformed the Shura domain into the Yuming domain, but that is a tale for another time. Following this battle, the Righteous Path declared the Yuming sect as the demonic sect, while all other sects within the celestial domain were deemed righteous. In the aftermath of the war, numerous righteous sects united to establish 12 pillars of heaven to guard against the potential resurgence of the Yuming sect. The 12 sects responsible for guarding the pillars were known as the 12 Towers, with a rotation every century. This encapsulates Jiang Yu's understanding of the battle that occurred 5,000 years ago, which is also the prevailing perception among many cultivators. However, Jiang Yu lacked a deeper understanding, or perhaps he simply did not care to seek it out. He was not born into a sect, but was merely an ordinary rogue cultivator. Yet, Jiang Yu was fortunate enough to come across a celestial diagram. At present, Jiang Yu's true cultivation level was merely at the peak of the transformation stage. Beyond the transformation stage lay the integration stage, the virtual refinement stage, the return to truth stage, the harmonization stage, and the tribulation stage. Moreover, a curse constantly loomed over his life, and upon leaving the secret realm, Jiang Yu would no longer be the spirited son of heaven. With so many constraints, Jiang Yu had no desire to entangle himself in the trivial disputes between the righteous and demonic paths. He merely wished to survive until he could find a way to lift the curse. Alternatively, he hoped to endure until the day when no one could threaten him in this world. Chapter 18. High-quality magical artifacts. The demon child gazed at Jiang Yu and urged once more. Senior, our Yuming sect will soon reclaim the celestial domain. If you join us, your future will undoubtedly be boundless. Enough idle chatter, Jiang Yu replied in a dispassionate tone. Since your Yuming sect has been here for half a year, you ought to share your research findings with me. You are the demon child. Do not claim ignorance. Though Jiang Yu's voice was flat, it instilled an indescribable fear in the demon child. He was certain that if he refused, this individual before him would readily take his life without a second thought, regardless of his status as the demon child of the Yuming sect. Nevertheless, being a demon child, even with his life entirely in another's hands, he spoke languidly. Indeed, I am a demon child, but among the 10 demon children of the Yuming sect, I am merely one of them. Furthermore, this war serves as the clarion call for conflict against the celestial domain. Personally led by the deputy sect master, I need not elaborate on its importance. Naturally, the specific plans and research findings rest in the hands of the deputy sect master. In this war, I am merely a pawn with a slightly elevated status compared to other disciples. What do you know, for instance, about safe zones? Refrain from playing tricks. Jiang Yu cast a glance at the sky. At that moment, the sun was high in the sky, seemingly around noon. However, Jiang Yu had just learned from Han Mu that the external environment here was entirely unreliable. The demon child nodded. Senior, if I can survive, I have no desire to die. If you wish to know, I shall divulge everything. As he spoke, a strange glimmer flashed in the demon child's eyes as he produced a thin sheet of paper and handed it to Jiang Yu. This time, our Yuming sect has deployed 4 demon children, each responsible for one of the 4 states of this secret realm. You need only concentrate your consciousness on this paper, and you will sense all that lies within. Upon receiving the paper, Jiang Yu felt a slick texture, identical to the human skin paper he had previously touched. The paper bore a diagram resembling a quadrant drawn in blood, divided into 4 regions by horizontal and vertical lines. Only the area representing the fourth quadrant contained information, while the other three quadrants were entirely blank. Jiang Yu focused his consciousness, gradually gathering it onto the paper. In an instant, the bloodstains on the paper entwined with Jiang Yu's consciousness. And sensing the absence of Yuming power from it, an icy, chilling aura surged towards his consciousness. This frigid aura was an attack targeting the very essence of consciousness, one that even an ordinary return to truth cultivator might struggle to withstand. Yet, Jiang Yu merely raised an eyebrow, mused, it even has an anti-counterfeiting feature. The moment this chilling aura made contact with Jiang Yu's consciousness, it vanished as if snowflakes had fallen into a furnace. Consciousness is measured by both volume and density, and enhancing its density is quite arduous. If a cultivator focused on their consciousness and a practitioner focused on their cultivation both trained for a day, the former would only achieve a mere 1,000th of the latter's progress. Thus, most cultivators, when refining their consciousness, would prioritize expanding its volume rather than increasing its density, as the latter is far more time-consuming. However, Jiang Yu was different. During the days he dared not enhance his cultivation, he dedicated his time to refining his consciousness. At present, Jiang Yu's consciousness density and volume had reached a level that could hardly be improved further. Jiang Yu dared assert that, in terms of consciousness density, even an ordinary harmonization stage cultivator would fall short of him. The attack from mere human skin paper posed no threat to him. However, the sight of Jiang Yu accepting the human skin paper without changing his expression caused the demon child's complexion to shift dramatically. Although this human skin paper contained only a quarter of the information, it was still a closely guarded secret. The elders of the sect had anticipated the possibility of the human skin paper falling into enemy hands and had thus embedded a hidden mechanism within it. Only members of the Yuming sect could utilize it normally. If an ordinary cultivator obtained it, the hidden mechanism would trigger, unleashing an attack capable of annihilating the consciousness of a return to truth cultivator. The integration stage represents a critical juncture for cultivators. Logically, cultivators above the integration stage should look down upon the meager resources of the secret realm, let alone personally descend into it. Therefore, the consciousness attacks at the return to truth level could sufficiently safeguard the secrets embedded in the human skin paper. Yet the demon child never anticipated that a cultivator above the return to truth would have the leisure to descend into the secret realm. With your prowess, why come to the secret realm to vie for opportunities with us juniors? The demon child found himself momentarily vexed. However, if he could cling to such a powerful figure, it might turn into an opportunity. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu delved into the human skin paper with his consciousness, instantly feeling as though he had entered a virtual space. Within this space, there was nothingness, save for an enormous Go board hovering in midair, approximately 10 men high. However, instead of pieces, the board was filled with blocks of gray mist. Within these misty blocks lay individual continents. Though the misty blocks were all composed of gray fog, there were distinctions between dense and thin fog. The position of Jiang Yu and the others was also displayed on the board. With the four of them positioned at the upper left corner, in the center of the board stood a towering pillar of light, radiating a dazzling brilliance. As Jiang Yu gazed at the board in the void, an idea struck him. Could it be controlled by consciousness? Without hesitation, Jiang Yu's consciousness swiftly enveloped the board. The board exuded a strong aura of Yuming power, seemingly attempting to resist Jiang Yu's invasion, but this resistance proved utterly futile. Unable even to delay him for a moment, the board in the void quickly began to churn and shrink until it transformed into a miniature model that landed in Jiang Yu's hand. Simultaneously, the area enveloped by the board was entirely under Jiang Yu's control. In an instant, all that lay within the fourth quadrant began to pour into Jiang Yu's sea of consciousness, which he fully embraced. Given Jiang Yu's strength of consciousness, assimilating this information posed no challenge. After an indeterminate amount of time, the process finally concluded. Jiang Yu shut his eyes and contemplated deeply. At present, he was confident that within the fourth quadrant, he was privy to everything. Nothing remained secret in his eyes. Just as he was immersed in excitement, Jiang Yu suddenly realized, oh no! Those two outside are still there. Surely, Su Shiner alone cannot keep an eye on both of them. Jiang Yu snapped back to reality. The demon child was still in a state of confusion and astonishment, while Han Mu remained rooted in place. During the time Jiang Yu's consciousness had penetrated the human skin paper, it seemed as though time outside had remained stagnant. Seeing Jiang Yu regain his composure, The demon child stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Senior, if there is anything you do not understand, I can answer all your questions. Is your sole purpose for coming here merely to incite war? Wars can be sparked from anywhere. Why choose this place?" Jiang Yu's purpose for coming here was to seek opportunities. The strength and vision of Li Zixiang and Han Wu were beyond doubt. This place had transformed into a battlefield between the righteous and demonic paths. Their willingness to take such considerable risks by not leaving indicated that there must be opportunities here that were difficult for them to forsake. Perhaps those two were on the verge of success. The demon child dared not withhold any information, obediently stating, "There is a strong possibility of multiple high-quality magical artifacts here, at least 4, possibly more." The moment the demon child's words fell, Su Shiner and Jiang Yu abruptly turned their heads, fixing their gazes intently on the demon child. Chapter 19. Recruiting a leader to join the team, however. The demon child exhibited no signs of guilt, nodding vigorously to affirm his statement, adding, "I know this sounds unbelievable, but this secret realm is likely the largest fragment remaining after the original Xianhuang realm split. Aside from the current Xianhuang realm, and is approximately 1/50th the size of the original Xianhuang realm." The enigmatic figure of Mozi had yet to complete his statement, yet the gathered crowd comprehended the underlying implication of his words. The presence of such a substantial fragment of the secret realm made it entirely plausible that several high-grade magical artifacts could be found within. Jiang Yu instinctively clenched his fists. Here, everyone's cultivation would be suppressed to the nascent soul stage. If high-grade magical artifacts truly existed, the risk of pursuing them would be well worth taking. After all, these were high-grade artifacts. It was essential to remember that even the majority of fully realized cultivators today could only wield medium-grade artifacts. Artifacts are classified from 1 to 9 grades. The 1st to 3rd grades are deemed low-grade, the 4th to 6th grades, medium-grade, and the 7th to 9th grades, high-grade. In times past, high-grade artifacts were not so precious. However, following the battle between the Righteous Path and the Netherworld sect, almost all of the artifact forgers from both sides perished, creating a significant gap between high-grade and medium-grade artifacts. Forging is not akin to alchemy, where one can swiftly learn through reading. It requires hands-on guidance for rapid advancement. Merely relying on experience and books makes it exceedingly difficult to achieve any notable success in forging within a short span. With the most one could hope to create being low-grade artifacts, thousands of years have elapsed since that battle, and even the most gifted forgers from that era have only just managed to produce medium-grade artifacts. To forge high-grade artifacts, it would likely take several more millennia. Currently, the Forbidden Lands and the Demon Domain are almost isolated from the world, with the Qi Yun Domain being devoid of spiritual energy. It is virtually impossible for anyone to acquire high-grade artifacts from these 3 locations. As a result, over the past few millennia, the prices of artifacts have only escalated. Su Shiner fixed her gaze on Mozi and coldly inquired, "Where did you obtain this information?" It was only when Su Shiner spoke that Mozi suddenly realized there was indeed another person present. He did not overlook Su Shiner's question and intended to respond. But before he could utter a word, Su Shiner raised her right hand, casting a beam of light that enveloped Mozi. "What is this?" Mozi cautiously inquired, glancing at the surrounding light. Su Shiner showed no intention of answering, merely staring coldly at him. Mozi dared not press further and obediently replied, "This information comes from my master. It is classified intelligence regarding this exploration. Normally, even I would not be privy to such matters. But my master merely mentioned it in passing. However, this information is undoubtedly true." Su Shiner scanned the light surrounding Mozi. The beam had not changed color, indicating that Mozi spoke the truth, or at the very least, what he believed to be the truth. Seeing that Su Shiner had yet to dismiss the beam, Jiang Yu turned to Mozi, "Be more detailed. Why did your master bring this up?" "My master was not assigned to this secret realm. So he informed me and asked me to do my utmost to secure a high-grade artifact for him. Not just me, but other Mozi must have received similar instructions from their respective masters. The high-grade artifact captured by any sect's disciple rightfully belongs to that sect, which is an unspoken rule of the Netherworld sect." He gestured toward a piece of parchment. "That paper indicates the location of the artifact. You just entered the area, and there is a chessboard inside. The beam of light at the center of the chessboard signifies the position of the high-grade artifact within this region. Does this mean there are at least 3 such artifacts?" Jiang Yu fixed his gaze on Mozi, questioning him. "The artifacts serve as suppressors, with spiritual awareness limited to 3 meters and the scenery shifting every 3 meters. In that moment, Jiang Yu contemplated a terrifying possibility. This world had been forged into a grand formation. The artifacts must serve as the formation's core. An icy chill washed over him. What kind of individual possesses the capability to refine an entire world into a formation? And what formation could this be? In the outer realm, this would be of little concern, as cultivators at the Unity stage could engage with spatial forces. With spatial abilities combined with the vast spiritual power of Unity stage cultivators, a formation could be established with merely dozens of cultivators well-versed in formation techniques. However, within this secret realm, the upper limit of power is restricted to the nascent soul stage, in the realm of cultivation. Each major tier difference results in a substantial disparity in strength. The gap between Unity and transformation stages is akin to a chasm. The difference between nascent soul and transformation stages is yet another significant gap. To a Unity stage cultivator, a formation that appears simple might be exceedingly challenging to arrange using only nascent soul powers. Even if some nascent soul cultivators possess innate talents for spatial manipulation, the meager spiritual energy at their disposal makes such accomplishments unattainable within a short time. It might take thousands of nascent soul cultivators centuries of effort just to set a single formation core. Apart from the core, there are also formation patterns and inscriptions, all of which are embedded with the principles of the Tao. Each of these elements requires a multitude of cultivators and extended periods of time. Even if all preliminary conditions are met, there remains the most critical issue. What if someone attempts to sabotage the formation during its arrangement? After all, destruction is far easier than construction. Given the sheer scale of this formation, damaging a single-minute pattern could necessitate a complete re-evaluation of the entire formation. Unless the entire world unites in solidarity, achieving such a feat is nearly impossible. Yet, despite these formidable challenges, someone has successfully forged this world into a formation. The vast formation, coupled with the world's laws suppressing cultivation, renders it impossible for anyone within this secret realm to defeat it. Jiang Yu suddenly recalled the piece of human skin parchment. Holding that parchment grants control over a quarter of the formation and reveals the location of a high-grade artifact. Thus, has he allied with the Netherworld sect? Is it possible that the high-grade artifacts promised to the Netherworld sect? If so, it seems that none of the righteous cultivators who entered this secret realm without means of forced exit will survive. But then, what price must the Netherworld sect pay? Jiang Yu once again immersed his consciousness in the human skin parchment, seeking clues about the formation from the chessboard. Yet, this only represented a quarter of the whole. Furthermore, he recalled a theorem from the formation knowledge acquired in the Tianyan map. In the realm of formations, a slight error can lead to catastrophic failure. Even a single reversed pattern could alter the formation's effectiveness. Without seeing the complete formation, Jiang Yu would not hastily draw conclusions. Lost in thought, Jiang Yu's consciousness returned to reality, and he chuckled self-deprecatingly. What relevance do these matters hold for him? Why should he concern himself with the underlying truths? Assuming Mosey's words are genuine, once he acquires a high-grade artifact, he can employ a forced exit method to leave. Surely, the forced exit method cannot fail, right? Moreover, Mosey's claims may not be entirely accurate. Perhaps he too has been misled by erroneous information? High-grade artifacts are exceedingly rare. How could 5 suddenly appear? It raises suspicions yes, the most pressing concern now is to recruit several powerful individuals into his ranks. Once they exit, the curse will preferentially target them. The Mosey of the Netherworld sect is conveniently positioned to be a ready-made captain. Mosey's previous attempt to ensnare him with the human skin parchment remains unresolved. Chapter 20. Netherworld Sorcery. Jiang Yu turned his gaze toward Mosey. A gentle smile gracing his lips. Mosey, what is your name? Although Jiang Yu's smile appeared benevolent, Mosey felt an inexplicable chill and obediently replied, My true name is Luo Mo. Very well, considering your cooperation, I have decided to bestow upon you an opportunity. What opportunity? Luo Mo stepped back cautiously, aware that retreating a step was futile. At such a short distance, the elder could easily control him with but a thought. The step back was merely a psychological comfort. Jiang Yu extended his right hand, palm facing upward. Soon, a luminous orb infused with the essence of the netherworld materialized from his palm. Luo Mo's expression froze, and he gazed at Jiang Yu's hand with fervent anticipation. Instinctively moving closer, that was the purest essence of the netherworld. Within it undoubtedly lay an ancient sorcery of the Netherworld. For the disciples of the Netherworld sect, nothing is more enticing than the ancient sorcery. It is their very faith. However, just as Luo Mo was about to savor the contents of the sorcery, it suddenly vanished from his grasp. Jiang Yu smiled at Luo Mo. So, what do you think? Do you desire it? At the moment the Netherworld sorcery vanished from Jiang Yu's hand, Luo Mo felt an emptiness within, akin to having lost something of immense significance. Regaining his senses, he fervently looked at Jiang Yu. His eyes filled with madness and adoration. Elder, I wish to learn. Alas! The transmission of this sorcery requires a connection between the teacher and the student, such as a master-disciple relationship. The closer the bond, the easier it is to learn. Without such a relationship, it is utterly impossible to master it. If the relationship is distant, even if I place it before you, the likelihood of comprehension is minuscule. Jiang Yu sighed, feigning regret, but I just heard you mention that you already have a master. Cultivators enjoy prolonged lifespans, and often, a master accompanies them longer than their own parents. The bond between a master and disciple can resemble that of parents and children, or may even exceed familial ties. It is a true connection that transcends blood. The debt of imparting knowledge cannot be forsaken. Thus, within the Xian Huang realm, there exists an unwritten rule. One may only have one master throughout their life. Those who violate this rule will be condemned by all within the Xian Huang realm, becoming as reviled as rats in a gutter, hunted by all, in no sect, whether righteous or demonic, would dare to accept those who betray their oaths. Wait! Luo Mo seized upon the key phrase in Jiang Yu's words. While the likelihood of learning diminishes with distance, the mere existence of a relationship implies the possibility of understanding, correct? Jiang Yu nodded. Indeed. With a thud, Luo Mo fell to his knees before Jiang Yu. Brother, no. Father, from this day forth, you shall be my adoptive father. Teach me. Jiang Yu couldn't help but twitch his lips in amusement. Do not refer to me as your adoptive father. I am not accustomed to it, Jiang Yu firmly declined. Oh, Romo replied, a hint of embarrassment evident in his smile, as he earnestly added, Senior, I am capable of doing anything. I truly desire this nether art. Romo was no fool. Having witnessed the senior's unveiling of the nether art, he was aware that there must be a means for it to be imparted to him. It was now time to demonstrate his sincerity. With that thought, he swiftly removed the storage ring from his finger and presented it to Jiang Yu. Senior, all my spirit stones are contained within this. Jiang Yu cast a discerning glance at the storage ring and replied with righteous indignation. Am I the kind of person who would accept such a thing? The embarrassment on Romo's face deepened. Just as he was about to retract his hand, Jiang Yu naturally slipped the storage ring into his pocket. You initially declined, yet you insist on offering it. Why the unnecessary politeness? Jiang Yu mused, his divine sense scanning the spirit stones within the ring, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. However, I must still criticize you. This is just me. If it were anyone else, I would undoubtedly refuse your spirit stones. Before Jiang Yu could finish his thought, Romo unexpectedly produced another storage ring. Here are all my elixirs, talismans, and a low-grade magic treasure. This constitutes my entire fortune. Jiang Yu swiftly took the second ring from Romo and examined its contents. Among the high-grade items are revival elixirs, soul transformation elixirs, ice sealing talismans, and demon suppression talismans. Additionally, there are countless low-grade talismans and elixirs, along with a third-grade Xian sword. Very well, there is indeed a way forward. Jiang Yu tossed the second ring to Su Shiner and continued. However, this method does not guarantee that you will master it 100%. Romo's heart soared with joy. As long as there is an opportunity, I will be eternally grateful for your kindness. Senior, beside them, Han Mu interjected urgently. Senior, you cannot teach him. He is a practitioner of the demonic path. Silence, Romo reprimanded. Are you instructing the senior on how to act? In a moment of desperation, Han Mu attempted to strike Romo, but found himself unable to mobilize his spiritual power. Su Shiner coldly regarded Han Mu, choosing not to speak. Just as Han Mu prepared to attack, Su Shiner had already sealed his spiritual energy. Yet, Su Shiner felt something was amiss. The ease with which she had executed the seal was unsettling. Regardless, since it had succeeded, she chose not to dwell on it. For at least half an hour, Han Mu would be unable to channel his spiritual power. At this moment, Romo's attention was entirely focused on Jiang Yu. oblivious to Han Mu's attempts at mobilizing energy. Jiang Yu slowly spoke, as long as both parties establish a relationship. You will have the opportunity to learn the art. You might as well formally join my team, which will grant you the qualification to learn. Joined at your team? What team? Romo inquired, confusion etched on his face. It's merely a ruse regarding the nether art. Since you have offered payment, there is no need for any constraints. If you are unwilling, we can cease discussions here. Romo pondered the treasures he had relinquished, feeling a pang of regret. Those items represented his entire fortune over many years. He could not allow them to go to waste. Resolving himself, he declared emphatically, I am willing. If he could bring new nether art to the sect, his ascension to the next sect leader would be all but assured. Wealth could be regained, but opportunities, once lost, could never be reclaimed. Betting his entire fortune on a chance was worth it. Jiang Yu immediately produced a pre-drafted oath paper and handed it to Romo. Simply sign your name. If you use a false name, the oath will not take effect. Jiang Yu nonchalantly remarked. The oath was quite simple, consisting of 2 crooked lines. I, XXX, voluntarily join Han Wu's team. Seeking the path of cultivation together. Romo looked at Jiang Yu and asked, Senior, is this your name? Do you go by Han Wu? Jiang Yu nodded. In this world, there were likely countless individuals with the same name. Merely knowing the name posed no significant issue. Causal curses and similar arts required other elements to be effectively cast, such as handwriting. Jiang Yu had Romo sign precisely for that reason. Even if he used a false name, the curse would still take effect on Romo.as for the content of the contract. It had been transcribed by a few illiterate death row inmates at Jiang Yu's behest. Romo hesitated briefly but soon signed his name on the paper. Romo was acutely aware that something was amiss. How could a master of such caliber possibly part with the nether art for a mere handful of spirit stones and talismans? Yet, he could not afford to ponder too deeply at this moment. This was a form of nether art that had never been included in the teachings of the nether sect. Regardless of the intentions of this unknown master, once he returned to the nether sect, the experts there would surely discern any irregularities. Jiang Yu nodded, casually incinerating the paper. Han Mu's status was sufficient to serve as a witness. The contract was established, and all procedures were duly followed. Although the curse had not yet shifted its target, that was only because Romo remained within the secret realm. Once he exited, the curse would naturally transfer to him. Romo immediately approached with a sheepish grin. Senior, may I inquire about the nether art? Chapter 21. 2 days remaining. Jiang Yu flipped his right hand, and the nether art materialized in his palm. For the trifling items you provided, I can only grant you a month of observation. Should you fail to comprehend it within that time, it will be deemed that you are fated to be without it. With that, Jiang Yu lowered his head, murmuring incantations. The dark nether art instantaneously shrank to the size of a half-fist. Jiang Yu retrieved a blank transmission jade slip, unfurling it, and the nether art swiftly surged into the slip. There you go. Jiang Yu tossed the jade slip to Romo. You may inspect the goods first. But I have urgent matters to attend to, so once you finish your inspection, be sure to take care of your business. Romo immersed his mind within the jade slip. Moments later, he stowed it away. Excitement evident in his tone. Thank you, Senior, for this opportunity. Do not mention it. Jiang Yu replied calmly. What Jiang Yu had not said was, regardless, it is all a fabrication. You will not be able to learn it. The nether art indeed existed, but what Jiang Yu had just taught Romo was merely a counterfeit, a mimicry of techniques previously employed by Han Wu. Even Jiang Yu himself could not master the authentic art. So how could Romo possibly learn it? As for the 1-month deadline, it was because Jiang Yu's counterfeit nether art would dissipate after that time. He was not concerned about the nether sect's experts tracing back to him through this false nether art. If anyone were to investigate, they would only find Han Wu, who had long since disguised himself as a Buddhist master. Even if the nether sect discovered him, they would merely conclude they had misidentified the target. Have you verified it? Now, let us proceed. While deceiving Romo earlier, Jiang Yu had also discerned the category of this formation. A composite formation composed of multiple arrays. Among them, one specific array belonged to the category of transference. Space-time, interconnection. This was a space interconnecting and transferring formation. Though the exact composition of the composite formation remained unknown, identifying its category was sufficient. Su Shiner raised her gaze toward Jiang Yu, curiosity reflecting in her eyes. Jiang Yu approached Su Shiner, a hint of pride in his voice as he explained. This entire secret realm has been transformed into a composite formation, And simply put, one of the functions of this formation is to segment space and dynamically reorganize it according to specific rules. Each time the formation is reorganized, the locations of the fog will shift. Only by knowing the changes of the next day in advance can one hope to survive the repeated reorganizations. Moreover, due to the disruption of space, even knowing the changes of the next day merely offers a possibility of survival. To truly endure, one must remember the patterns of spatial changes to successfully reach the desired location. Su Shiner nodded, retracting her questioning gaze. However, Han Mu, standing behind her, looked bewildered, glancing around in confusion. What were they discussing? He could not comprehend any of it that moment. Han Mu's gaze met Romo's, both sharing the same feeling of bewilderment. Confirming their mutual confusion eased Han Mu's embarrassment somewhat, and he turned to Jiang Yu, sheepishly asking, "I doubt I didn't." Seeing Han Mu's expression, Jiang Yu helplessly slapped his forehead. "Allow me to explain in simpler terms. Have you ever played with a jigsaw puzzle?" "I have not." Han Mu shook his head. "However," he quickly nodded, "but I have seen others play." Jiang Yu nodded slightly and began to elucidate for the two of them. Imagine this secret realm as a completed jigsaw puzzle, with the gray fog blocks representing individual pieces. Under normal circumstances, the puzzle would be arranged from 1 to 100, when traversing from piece 1 to the adjacent one. You would arrive at piece 2. However, due to the formation's existence, the puzzle is reshuffled daily. In this scenario, if you attempt to move from piece 1 to its neighbor, it may no longer be piece 2. Today it could be piece 5, and tomorrow it might be piece 20. In such conditions, determining which puzzle piece contains poisonous gas becomes exceedingly difficult, necessitating the memorization of the formation's changing patterns. However, the puzzle is merely a metaphor. Within the secret realm, we cannot discern the boundaries of the pieces, especially now that the fog has not yet risen, making it even harder to notice anything amiss. For instance, when I previously traversed several hundred meters, one could not detect any anomalies in the absence of fog, let alone recognize the formation. Han Mu's face lit up with understanding. "Oh, I get it." He then extrapolated, "However, if the formation is under someone else's control, even if we discern the patterns, can't the controller change them at any time? What use would our understanding of the patterns serve?" Truly, such is the nature of the righteous path. Ramit deliberately emphasized the phrase "the right path," expressing his discontent. "You show no consideration for the lives and deaths of ordinary people." The scope of this formation encompasses the entirety of the secret realm. Currently, the number of living beings within this realm exceeds 100 million. If it is carelessly tampered with, no one shall survive, and you will bear an immense karmic burden. From any perspective, the one who sets the formation cannot recklessly manipulate it. With that, Jiang Yu declared, "Let us proceed to acquire the treasure. It should be located at the formation's nexus." As he spoke, he invoked a curse to locate Han Wu and Li Xiaoxiang. At this juncture, Jiang Yu had already gained control over the human skin parchment. Within the fourth quadrant, all changes were within his comprehension. Here, for Jiang Yu, it was akin to being outside. This time, he was certain he would reunite with the two individuals. Jiang Yu focused his mind and began to sense. Where are they? Jiang Yu perceived that the curse was currently situated at an extraordinarily distant location. It had even surpassed the range under his command. Hadn't it just been nearby? Why had he not noticed any teleportation formations on the human skin parchment? Jiang Yu's expression darkened. The quarter of the formation controlled by the human skin parchment was merely a version that had been severely truncated by the formation's master. Even if he gathered 4 pieces of human skin parchment, he would still be unable to see the complete layout of the formation. For instance, the teleportation array that allowed Han Wu and Li Xixiang to vanish was not depicted on the human skin parchment. Besides the critical formations, this secret realm likely contained countless nested formations. With this thought, Jiang Yu ceased to concern himself with the whereabouts of the two and proceeded towards the location of the treasure on the map. Although the human skin parchment indicated that the treasure would manifest in 3 days, since it was not entirely accurate, swift action was imperative. A moment's delay could lead to unforeseen complications. A day later, the mist finally enveloped the entire secret realm. However, Jiang Yu, armed with the human skin parchment, skillfully evaded all the poisonous fog. The 4 of them hastened to the location of the high-grade treasure indicated on the human skin parchment. Along the way, they encountered numerous locals of the secret realm, all of whom were effortlessly dispatched. Strangely, these locals, upon seeing outsiders, would recklessly initiate suicidal attacks regardless of the disparity in strength. Moreover, if captured, they would exhibit normal human emotions such as fear and even, under duress, willingly lead the outsiders, behaving as though they were not under any form of control. Yet, their actions were far from those of ordinary individuals. Even if they were not being controlled, they were evidently influenced. The abnormality of these locals deepened Jiang Yu's ominous premonitions. Jiang Yu had always trusted his instincts. Fortunately, they finally arrived at the location of the high-grade treasure as indicated on the map. The treasure was still 2 days away from manifesting. Soon, they would secure the treasure and depart. As for Han Wu and Li Zixiang, they could only fend for themselves. Chapter 22. The four-element technique. Jiang Yu scanned the area where the treasure was to appear with his divine sense. It appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary large pit, devoid of any notable features. According to the calculations on the game board, the treasure must undoubtedly be here. Furthermore, treasures are typically hidden in secrecy. They will not manifest before their time. Jiang Yu remained unhurried, instructing his companions. Let us rest here and await the emergence of the treasure. However, merely a day later, a bothersome presence intruded upon their sanctuary. This time, it was a familiar group. 6 individuals clad in ink cloud robes brazenly entered. Due to the limited sensing range of only 3 meters, both parties entered a heightened state of alert the moment they detected each other. Among the 6, 5 were fully realized elders at the nascent soul stage, accompanied by a junior in the later stages of the golden elixir realm. Strangely, these skilled practitioners rallied around the junior, protecting him as the focal point. The junior stepped forward and slightly bowed, introducing himself. I am Imo Su, a contemporary envoy of the Ink Cloud Academy. May I inquire how to address the 4 of you? Hanyu Palace, Han Mu, replied Han Mu, who bent her knee slightly, clasping her hands at her waist in a courteous gesture. Aside from Han Mu, the other 3, including Jiang Yu, showed no inclination to return the bow, merely observing the exchange with quiet intensity. However, Imo Su was undeterred, turning his attention to the trio and pressing. May I ask who the 3 of you are? Ramit arched an eyebrow. Do you truly wish to know? Without waiting for Imo Su's response, Ramit introduced himself. Yinming Sect, Ramit. Independent cultivator, Han Wu, Jiang Yu added. Meanwhile, Su Xiner remained aloof, showing no intention of introducing herself, her gaze icy as she regarded the newcomers. At this moment, Imo Su, disregarding Su Xiner's lack of introduction, turned to Han Mu, questioning, I never imagined that a direct disciple of Hanyu Palace would turn out to be a spy for the Yiming sect. Han Mu frowned slightly. Are you slandering me? Am I slandering you? Imo Su retorted. Then why is it that while the other members of Hanyu Palace were captured by the Yiming sect, you are here alongside their demon spawn? What are you saying? Han Mu's expression shifted dramatically. That is impossible. With that, she abruptly turned to Ramit, demanding, is what he said true? Ramit did not answer directly, instead countering. What if it is true, and what if it is false? If it is true, with your cultivation, what can you do about it? In response, Imo Su fanned the flames of suspicion. Since you do not believe me, allow me to recount the events. Yesterday, our 4 sects were all hiding near the Formation Eye in Huangzhou to evade the poisonous fog when we were ambushed by the main forces of the Yiming sect. Most of the members of the Shintian Sword Pavilion had perished in the fog prior to the ambush, leaving fewer than 20 alive during the battle. Due to fierce resistance, all the survivors of the Shintian Sword Pavilion were slaughtered by the Yiming sect's villains. While Hanyu Palace managed to retain half of its members, with over 50 disciples captured by the Yiming sect, we, too, suffered heavy losses alongside the 5-element sect, barely managing to survive. Yet, even those of us who survived found our hard-won assembly shattered once more by this cursed formation, scattering us across the 4 continents. Though it is certainly better than the fate of your Hanyu Palace, as he spoke, Imo Su maliciously speculated, perhaps the disciples of your Hanyu Palace who were captured have long since become playthings. You? Han Mu was on the verge of an angry retort, but her refined upbringing left her momentarily speechless, unable to conjure suitable insults. 4 continents? Jiang Yu questioned, pondering the geographic reference. Ramit stepped forward, ingratiatingly explaining. Senior, this secret realm is divided into 4 regions, and we currently reside in Tianzhou. The remaining 3 correspond to Dezhou, Xianzhou, and Huangzhou. These names were bestowed by the indigenous inhabitants of the secret realm. Jiang Yu suddenly understood. Essentially, they referred to what he called quadrants. Tianzhou corresponded to the 4th quadrant, and he wondered what the other regions corresponded to. Meanwhile, Han Mu shook her head in confusion, unable to accept the grim reality that her fellow disciples were in peril. As the group contemplated the intelligence brought by Mo Su, the latter discreetly signaled to the elder beside him, "Freeze!" Upon the utterance of that command, everyone felt as if an invisible shackle had been placed upon them, rendering their bodies immobile. "What are you doing?" Han Mu snapped back to her senses, struggling against the unseen restraints that refused to yield. "I am a direct disciple of Hanyue Palace. Dare to harm me, and I will report to the palace master upon my return." "You will surely," Mo Su interrupted Han Mu with derision. "Spare me your delusions. Do you genuinely believe you will survive to return?" Mo Su then turned to the other three, mocking, two contemptible independent cultivators and one beast of the Yinming sect. Before Mo Su could finish his sentence, Su Xiner's figure abruptly vanished from Jiang Yu's side. In the next instant, a dagger pierced through Mo Su's neck. The elder was momentarily stunned, then let out a heart-wrenching scream. The elder hurriedly, it is said to be lost to time, yet in reality, it is merely the channels of learning that have faded away in the present day. After all, 80 years ago, the turmoil within the demon realm sealed all avenues of external communication. The moment the four elders beheld the four-symbol spell, they were stripped of any desire to resist. The four-symbol spell is a divine art understood through the observation of the four sacred beasts casting their spells. Though immensely powerful, its difficulty level is extraordinarily high. It is likely that the challenges posed by even the most common Earth-tier techniques pale in comparison to those of the four-symbol spell. Owing to its steep learning curve, few would squander their time studying it unless they had already mastered all other techniques. In other words, the ability to wield such a demanding spell implies mastery of numerous other arts. The pinnacle of this world is the nascent soul stage, in situations where both parties possess equal strength. Victory will invariably tilt heavily in favor of the one who commands a greater arsenal of spells. The lower tiers, Mo Yun Academy could only resort to simplistic terms like stabilize and conceal, rendering their flashy techniques utterly ineffective. The opponents would be fully aware of their moves and capable of countering them, posing no threat whatsoever. In contrast, the adversary's strikes were as varied as they were unpredictable. How could one hope to fight under such circumstances? The four of them glared despondently at Jiang Yu. Were they in the outside world, they might have had a chance to resist. Cursed be this wretched world, with a mere nascent soul as its limit. Their potential was severely hampered. If you wish to kill, then do so. Demon, do not dare to humiliate us. One elder bellowed at Jiang Yu, evidently mistaking him for Romo's elder. Jiang Yu responded with a bemused expression. You come at me with threats of violence? Calling me a demon? I am a paragon of virtue. Those who conspire with the underworld sect are the true demons. The elder attempted to launch an attack, but the azure dragon ensnared him, rendering him immobile, unable even to gather his energy. Fear not. I possess great magnanimity and harbor no intention of slaying you. Jiang Yu yawned languidly, casually unraveling the azure dragon's coils from the others. I do? However, have a few inquiries I wish to pose to you. What inquiries? Though the restraints upon the elders were lifted, none dared to flee. 3 meters apart, it felt no different than having a knife at their throats. How much do you know about this world? Since you have gathered here, it must be for a specific purpose. Jiang Yu spoke softly. Furthermore, why have you chosen to come here instead of elsewhere? The four exchanged glances, and suddenly 3 of them shot off in different directions. The remaining elder shouted, Brothers, remember to avenge me on the morrow. The last elder summoned all his spiritual energy in a desperate attempt to attack Jiang Yu. Yet, as he gathered his power, he felt the very fabric of space solidify. The 3 who had fled barely managed to cover 3 meters before they all fell to the ground in unison. There is no need to wait for tomorrow to seek vengeance. Jiang Yu cast a glance at the elder who remained, and before him, he crushed the skull of one of the fallen with a single step. Senior brother, the elder cried out in despair. Yet Jiang Yu did not relent, delivering another blow. In any case, Jiang Yu believed that with everyone's potential confined to the Yuan Ying realm, his strength would ensure his survival. Even if he was not the strongest within the secret realm, it was unlikely that anyone would specifically train in the offensive arts of the Yuaning stage. As he spoke, Jiang Yu began to meticulously analyze the specific location of the 5th position on the formation map. This 5th position was not situated within the 4 continents. Rather, it lay precisely at the confluence of the 4 continents. right at the heart of the entire secret realm. Moreover, this fifth position simultaneously occupied a corner of the four continents: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. Regardless of one's location within the secret realm, as long as one did not stray off course, reaching that spot would not take an excessive amount of time. Zhang Yu calculated his speed and concluded that, disregarding Luomo and Hanmu, he could arrive in no more than 2 days. Additionally, with the formation map in hand, he would avoid unnecessary detours. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yu turned to Su Shiner and asked, "Can you make it in 2 days?" Su Shiner glanced at the formation map and replied nonchalantly, "If all goes well, a day and a half." A feeling of foreboding washed over Luomo as he looked at Zhang Yu. "Senior, where exactly are you referring to?" Zhang Yu did not respond. Instead, he grinned maliciously and stepped closer to Luomo. "Get lost." As he spoke, Zhang Yu kicked Luomo 3 meters away, sending him tumbling into another misty area. Turning his gaze back to Hanmu, he noticed Hanmu, perceiving Zhang Yu's expression, had chosen to retreat into the thick fog in the opposite direction from Luomo. Once both had departed, Zhang Yu exchanged a glance with Su Shiner, and together they surged in a single direction. "This time, you want to be faster than me," Zhang Yu declared confidently, taking the lead slightly. "That may not be the case," Su Shiner's voice swiftly echoed beside him. The whoosh of wind rushed past Zhang Yu's ears as Su Shiner instantly surpassed him. "Let us have a proper race then. As per the usual rules, the loser must teach the winner a unique spell upon our return." Zhang Yu accelerated, matching Su Shiner's pace, and she too quickened her speed. Local inhabitants who happened to witness the two speeding past could hardly believe their eyes. Is this truly the speed achievable in the Yuan-ing realm? It's almost on par with that of a standard divine being. I still have the upper hand. As they approached the location, roughly a few hundred meters away, Zhang Yu halted, casting a triumphant glance at the slowly arriving Su Shiner. Su Shiner said nothing, her face revealing a faint smile as she gazed into the distance, 100 meters ahead. Despite the fog that had obscured their path until now, it had entirely dissipated near this location, and even the secret realm-s formation seemed ineffective here. Zhang Yu also turned his attention to the lake 100 meters away. The water shimmered like a mirror, clear and profound. Surrounding the lake were lush green trees and grass, with towering trees whose branches and leaves obscured the sky. Zhang Yu merely swept his divine sense over that area and sensed at least several hundred complete Yuan-ing presences. This was merely the number of those who did not mask their auras. Many others likely concealed their presence at all times. The true count of those in the Yuan-ing stage there might well exceed tenfold. Yet, these individuals showed no signs of conflict, seemingly waiting for something. Zhang Yu looked at Su Shiner with anticipation. "The next steps are in your capable hands." Zhang Yu was self-aware enough to recognize that while he might have a slight advantage in combat over the three, he could not compare to Su Shiner when it came to intelligence gathering. Her skills in stealth and reconnaissance were far superior to his. Half an hour later, Su Shiner suddenly materialized beside Zhang Yu. IVE gathered the information. Su Shiner's right arm bore a deep wound, exposing bone. "There are indeed some formidable individuals." As she spoke, she retrieved a bit of homemade medicinal powder from her storage ring and sprinkled it on her arm, the wound visibly healing before their eyes. Observing this, Zhang Yu's expression turned grave. He understood Su Shiner's capabilities. Her stealth was arguably among the best of her generation, even surpassing many older experts. Yet, she had sustained an injury. Noticing her wound did not seem to concern her, Su Shiner slowly began to relay the intelligence she had acquired. "There are 2 factions over there, one comprising the people from the Five Elements sect and numerous rogue cultivators, and the other from the Yu Ming sect alongside the local inhabitants of the secret realm. The Yu Ming sect has formed an encirclement on the outskirts, surrounding the Five Elements sect and the rogue cultivators within. Yet they neither attack nor kill, seemingly waiting for something." Su Shiner said apologetically, "Unfortunately, before I could formally investigate, I was discovered by an old man from the Yu Ming sect, who used spatial abilities to strike at me from afar. Otherwise, I would have certainly unearthed more detailed information. However, I am not so easily caught. That old man tried to pursue me, but I managed to shake him off." Zhang Yu's expression darkened as he thought, "If it were me, I would have been detected long before getting close to them. Not only did you manage to approach, but you also gathered so much information, and yet you wear a look of guilt. This only makes me appear more incompetent." Su Shiner, however, seemed unaware of Zhang Yu's thoughts and continued, "Although I didn't begin a thorough investigation, I noticed that the Yu Ming sect's camp is separate from that of the local inhabitants. Indicating a lack of trust between the two, Jiang Yu nodded, suddenly recalling Han Wu and Li Zixiang. He quickly activated a curse to check their locations. Sure enough, Han Wu and Li Zixiang were mingling among the righteous rogue cultivators' camp. A slight smile crept onto Jiang Yu's lips as he gently patted Su Shiner's shoulder. All right, leave the next part to me. At this distance, the mother-child ring should be able to connect with them. As he spoke, Jiang Yu produced a ring that bore no distinction from a storage ring and slipped it onto his finger, channeling spiritual energy into it. This mother-child ring was a treasure Jiang Yu had acquired a decade ago from an ancient relic in a secret realm. Consisting of 5 pieces, 4 child rings and 1 mother ring. 5 years prior, one of the child rings had been destroyed, leaving him with 3 child rings and 1 mother ring. When the owner of the mother ring infuses it with spiritual energy and the owner of a child ring is within a certain distance, a mental space exclusive to both parties will be created. Su Shiner took out a ring identical to the one Jiang Yu wore and put it on. For Su Shiner and other child ring bearers, the ring was inconsequential. As long as it was on their person, they could enter the mental space. However, seeing Jiang Yu wear the ring prompted Su Shiner to do the same. Each time she saw the matching rings in their hands, it stirred a fluttering sensation within her. Soon, as Jiang Yu infused his spiritual energy, it transformed into intertwining lines. Numerous strands of spiritual energy wove together, forming a virtual space. Jiang Yu's figure was the first to appear, followed closely by Su Shiner. Approximately 5 minutes later, 2 more figures composed of spiritual energy materialized in the virtual space, revealing Li Zixiang and Han Wu. Did you miss me? Jiang Yu asked playfully, completely disregarding the previous betrayal in the city lord's residence. This team had originally been bound together by a curse. Loyalty was hardly a factor. Betrayal was the norm, if there were but one opportunity to grow stronger in the future. Jiang Yu would not hesitate to seize it, even if it meant risking his life. Not even Su Shiner would be exempt. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, Li Zixiang immediately clung to him, wailing, "Brother Yu, I missed you so much." The figures within this space, formed purely from spiritual energy, could afford to be rough around the edges. Jiang Yu's creation was indeed crude, barely resembling a human form. However, Li Zixiang had crafted his figure so vividly that it was as though a white-bearded old man had flung himself at Jiang Yu's feet. "Brother Yu, you have no idea how difficult it has been for me these past few days," Li Zixiang lamented. "We finally managed to uncover clues about the emergence of a 9th-grade treasure here, only to find ourselves ensnared in a trap. A 9th-grade treasure? Is that true?" Jiang Yu paused, skepticism lacing his tone. Since the annihilation of the immortal grade treasures, 9th-grade treasures had become the pinnacle of artifacts in the world, with almost every existing 9th-grade treasure being renowned. Han Wu chimed in, "It's true. The 9th-grade treasure buried here is the Linglong Jade, which is also the most vital focal point of the entire formation. Our survival thus far has been sheer luck," Li Zixiang hurriedly added. "The only young master of the 5 Elements sect has also taken on this task, and he is accompanied by 3 protectors, likely formidable beings at the fusion stage. It was precisely due to their presence that they had managed to keep the Yu Ming sect and the Empress's coalition at bay for the time being." However, Jiang Yu had already tuned out Li Zixiang's subsequent words. The only phrase echoing in his mind was Linglong Jade. This was a supreme spiritual treasure, once owned by the formidable Shang Ming, a peak cultivator of the tribulation stage. Wearing this jade would ensure that one remained untroubled by inner demons before achieving immortality, greatly enhancing one's cultivation efficiency. It was well known that countless inner demons plagued practitioners on their path to enlightenment. To possess an item that could safeguard one from such tribulations was nothing short of miraculous. Furthermore, the claim of increased cultivation efficiency was not merely a figurative expression. It meant one could literally achieve twice the result with half the effort. With the Linglong Jade, a practitioner would enter a unique space while cultivating, where time would flow at a rate of 2:1 compared to the outside world. This meant that the stronger one's innate talent, the greater the benefits one would reap from possessing the Linglong Jade. Those who are capable of cultivating themselves to a higher realm are undoubtedly the favored ones of heaven. Moreover, are not those 2 attributes the most valuable functions of Linglong Jade? It is rumored that wearing Linglong Jade grants one the opportunity to confront the Great Tao, offering a slim possibility of breaking through the tribulation period and transcending into immortality. Although it is but a faint possibility, it is enough to incite madness among those ancient beings. Even before the destruction of numerous immortal-grade treasures, Linglong Jade was a coveted artifact. After the demise of Master Xiangming in that great battle, Linglong Jade was lost to the annals of time. Years after the war, many Tribulation Phase powerhouses were willing to scour the earth for Linglong Jade, but after a millennium of searching and the obliteration of hundreds of minor worlds, it remained elusive. Only then did the masses relent, accepting that Linglong Jade had likely been destroyed and abandoning the search. Now, after so many years, Linglong Jade has astonishingly resurfaced in this secret realm. Wake up! Su Shiner's cold voice roused Jiang Yu from his greedy reverie. That is not a treasure we are qualified to covet. Jiang Yu instantly regained his composure. There is something amiss with this Linglong Jade. Its mere renown can ensnare the unwary. It is evidently a standard artifact of the demonic path. Most demonic artifacts exhibit this alluring effect due to the excessive bloodshed and resentment absorbed during their refinement. However, it is said that Linglong Jade is an artifact of the righteous path and should not possess such an effect. Over the years, Linglong Jade has undoubtedly undergone changes unknown to the public. Jiang Yu considered himself mentally resilient, yet he nearly fell prey to its allure. Fortunately, someone nearby provided a timely reminder. Were an ordinary solitary nascent soul practitioner to hear such news, they might very well succumb entirely. If it truly is Linglong Jade, why haven't those ancient monsters come to seize it? Su Shiner countered. Though Su Shiner's concealment abilities are formidable, they only hold weight in comparison to her contemporaries. Should a seasoned Tribulation Phase practitioner, or even one at the harmonization stage, enter this secret realm, suppressed by the world's laws to the nascent soul level, Su Shiner would stand no chance of surviving. Chapter 26. Blowing up the secret realm. Jiang Yu began to piece together the situation. Even in the Xinhuang realm, Tribulation Phase practitioners are among the most powerful beings, and they have no need to risk entering here under the world's constraints. Whoever obtains Linglong Jade must eventually leave, right? Their true task is singular, to lie in wait, guarding every entrance. If they were indifferent to Linglong Jade, a Tribulation Phase practitioner could effortlessly obliterate this secret realm. Moreover, Jiang Yu paused, aligning his thoughts. Since the Yuming sect and the local inhabitants of this secret realm dared to spread news of Linglong Jade, it indicates they are thoroughly prepared, perhaps preventing those inside from departing and those outside from entering. It is possible that several Tribulation Phase elders from the Yuming sect are currently waiting outside. Conventional methods would certainly not suffice for escape. What about the boundary-breaking talisman? If one could use it to leave the secret realm, it could designate a specific exit. Just as Jiang Yu contemplated this, Li Zixiang explained. No wonder your brother Yud. We truly cannot leave. The exit of the secret realm has been concealed by formations, and the boundary-breaking talisman has been rendered useless for over a week. We are utterly trapped now, and it all rests on your ingenuity. What can I do? Jiang Yu shrugged. We are simply unlucky to have been ensnared in this predicament, and we can only await an opportunity. He emphasized the necessity of avoiding drawing the attention of powerful figures within the secret realm. This was not mere modesty on Jiang Yu's part. Should this situation truly involve Linglong Jade, it would be beyond his capacity to manage. Jiang Yu's true cultivation level had not yet reached the harmonization stage, and amidst this turmoil involving Tribulation Phase practitioners, he was akin to a mere ripple. Within the secret realm, he might manage to ensure his survival, but he must eventually escape. Not to mention that Jiang Yu and his companions, bound by a curse, would need to conceal their true strengths. Even if Jiang Yu ceased to hide his abilities, he would still be unable to withstand the consequences. The only viable solution was to minimize his presence within the secret realm, avoiding drawing attention. Thus, upon exiting, he might blend in with ordinary practitioners, considering they constitute the majority in the secret realm. However, after waiting a considerable time without receiving a response from Li Zixiang, Jiang Yu fixed his gaze on him. Li Zixiang swallowed hard. Brother Yu, what if we have already caught the attention of powerful figures? Han Wu silently nodded in agreement. Observing the expressions of Li Zixiang and Han Wu, Jiang Yu declared, It's hopeless. We might as well await our demise. Farewell. Seeing Jiang Yu and Su Shiner genuinely about to leave, Li Zixiang panicked and shouted, If we die, you will be implicated too. Jiang Yu halted, turning back with interest to regard Li Zixiang and Han Wu. Speak plainly. Even a cornered rabbit may bite, let alone two living men. If these two believed their survival was impossible, they would undoubtedly betray themselves and Su Shiner at the first opportunity. since they had approached the spiritual realm of the mother and child ring. It was evident they had a scheme in mind. Elite Xixiang edged closer to Jiang Yu, grinning foolishly. Brother Yu, I have an idea. Why don't we, like 20 years ago, simply blow up this secret realm? Jiang Yu kicked Li Xixiang away. Are you out of your mind? What kind of joke is that? With so many experts around, how can we possibly do that? Li Xixiang remained unfazed, inching closer again. Brother Yu. You entered later and may not be fully informed, but once I explain, you will see the feasibility of my plan. Speak if the situation truly holds potential. Jiang Yu would not mind fishing in troubled waters. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish, Brother Yu. Do you know why they haven't acted? Li Xixiang asked mysteriously. What are you, a riddle master? Jiang Yu frowned. Noticing Jiang Yu's displeasure, Li Xixiang dropped the pretense. Because the Empress wishes to elevate the world. The Empress? Elevate? Li Xixiang nodded, elaborating. The Empress is the controller of the formations in this secret realm and the sole ruler. Her true name is unknown, but those from the Yuming sect refer to her directly as the Empress. As for elevating the world, Brother Yu, you must be aware of that concept? Jiang Yu nodded. He indeed had encountered similar rumors. The Empress was not the first to aspire to such a goal. Many cultivators, driven by their notion of justice, had sought to give back to the world and elevate it. The limits of cultivation realms vary among worlds primarily due to differences in quality. The heavier the quality of a world, the later the cultivation realm that can be attained. The process of cultivation involves reclaiming the quality of the world for oneself. Should a cultivator accidentally perish, the quality they have drawn from the heavens will return to the heavens, not to the Tao they occupied during cultivation, but to the Tao they inhabited at the moment of death. Therefore, the common approach to elevating one's world involves capturing or luring practitioners from other worlds, employing every means to bring them into their own world, and then eliminating them. When the overall quality of the world surpasses a certain threshold, it will naturally elevate. For instance, should the world of the Empress successfully elevate, the upper limit for the nascent soul stage would rise to the transformation stage. Upon hearing Li Xixiang's revelation regarding the elevation of the world, Jiang Yu quickly grasped the full scope of the situation. Analyzing solely from the information provided by Li Xixiang, it was evident that the Empress sought to elevate the world, thus conspiring with the Yuming sect to set this trap, a trap where entry is permitted, but exit is forbidden. Now, with the Empress and the Yuming sect confining everyone here and sealing off communication, those outside will undoubtedly become suspicious and continue to send people to investigate. Once the arriving cultivators meet the requisite numbers for elevation, the Empress and the Yuming sect will strike, annihilating the gathered practitioners. Their inaction is merely due to the current quality being insufficient. Thus, their agreement is that the Empress offers Linglong Jade, while the Yuming sect assists her in elevating the world. When the time comes, the Yuming sect will take Linglong Jade, and the Empress will fulfill the conditions for elevating the world, creating a beautiful new world alongside her subjects. How utterly foolish, Jiang Yu could not help but comment. This Empress, capable of crafting the world into formations, must possess abilities that far exceed those of others. If she truly desired to transcend alone, she would have long since possessed the means to leave this secret realm. Yet, she not only remains but also seeks to elevate the world, striving to strengthen her subjects alongside herself. It truly simpler to venture alone into other worlds than to elevate the quality of her own. Any rational being can discern this. The difficulty of these two paths is not at all comparable. Were Jiang Yu in her position, he would undoubtedly choose to quietly depart alone. Then where lies our opportunity to blow up the world? If the Empress is as you say, she must hold considerable affection for her subjects and world, making our endeavor even more difficult. Jiang Yu countered. Li Xixiang smirked. Brother Yu, I possess the most crucial intelligence. Linglong Jade is one of the formation's focal points, and a significant portion of the slaughter caused by the formation is attributed to Linglong Jade. Linglong Jade has long since fallen into depravity, now possessing the ability to induce corruption. If the Yuming sect wishes to seize Linglong Jade, they must wait right there. Li Xixiang continued to incite. Isn't that our opportunity? Chapter 27. The battle begins. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled. He previously knew that Linglong Jade was problematic, but he was unaware that it had completely fallen into depravity. If Linglong Jade has indeed succumbed to corruption, then there is room for maneuvering. An artifact imbued with demonic intent is bound to awaken desires within people. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the Yuming sect would never assist the Empress in fully achieving the elevation of the world before seizing Linglong Jade. Jiang Yu could hardly believe that both parties could trust each other to such an extent. According to Li Zixiang's plan, after the Linglong Jade was taken by the Yuming sect, there would undoubtedly be a considerable interval before the elevation of the world could occur. During this time, everyone could seize the opportunity to devise means to destroy the secret realm. The plan seemed to unfold smoothly. However, Jiang Yu was plagued by an unsettling feeling deep within. All the inferences made thus far were predicated on the information provided by Li Zixiang and Han Wu. Yet this reasoning contradicted the intelligence Jiang Yu had previously obtained. According to Li Zixiang's assertions, the Yuming sect and the Empress had forged a cooperative relationship. The Empress would offer the Linglong Jade, and in return, the Yuming sect would assist her in elevating the world. This was the essence of their collaboration. Yet upon their arrival, the information gathered by Su Shiner mirrored this narrative. The facts revealed that the Yuming sect and the Empress had allied to encircle and trap both sects and rogue cultivators. However, Jiang Yu had previously acquired a quarter of a human skin parchment from the Yuming sect's demon child, which clearly lacked any information regarding this location. They should have been drawn here instead. Given this circumstance, how could the Yuming sect and the Empress continue their collaboration? This was inconsistent with the observed reality. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu dismissed his doubts after a fleeting moment of hesitation. Perhaps it was simply because the Yuming sect's demon child lacked sufficient authority, which explained the absence of a fifth location on the human skin parchment. Alternatively, it could be that the agreement was not finalized prior, and both parties had reconvened to reach a new accord. Such trivialities were inconsequential. They were not of paramount importance. However, out of prudence, Jiang Yu refrained from immediately acquiescing to the plans of Li Zixiang and Han Wu. He resolved that he must personally ascertain accurate information before making a decision. Furthermore, regardless of the source, Jiang Yu would not readily trust any information presented to him. Let me contemplate your plan for the time being. What was the source of your intelligence regarding the Linglong Jade? Jiang Yu inquired further. It came from the Five Elements sect, Li Zixiang replied. When we were besieged by the Yuming sect and the Empress, Brother Han intervened briefly, annihilating a portion of the enemy forces. The Five Elements sect regarded Brother Han as a sage, and I was fortunate enough to attend a few discussions as a result. Han Wu added, Li Zixiang speaks the truth. The main topics of discussion at the Five Elements sect recently have been twofold. 1. To disseminate information about the Linglong Jade, and 2. To ensure that members of the sect do not fall into this world. However, it seems that the Five Elements sect has become utterly powerless. Han Wu lamented, although the Five Elements sect claims to those lower-tier cultivators that the news has spread and they await rescue. In reality, anyone eligible to attend the meetings knows that the Five Elements sect cannot transmit any information at all. They are merely awaiting their demise. Li Zixiang echoed in despair. Brother Yu, I am not ready to perish yet. You must devise a way. Yet before Li Zixiang could finish his sentence, his expression abruptly shifted. Another meeting is about to commence. Han Wu concurred. We should withdraw. With that, the figures of Han Wu and Li Zixiang vanished from the space. Let us step outside to converse, Jiang Yu said to Su Shiner before retracting his spiritual space. The first thing Jiang Yu did upon emerging was retrieve a boundary-breaking talisman from his storage ring and infuse it with spiritual energy. There was no fluctuation. It seemed he was truly unable to leave. Jiang Yu put away the boundary-breaking talisman. If the talisman were effective, it should have transported Jiang Yu out of the secret realm at the moment of activation. What then? Su Shiner, too, found herself uncharacteristically lost in thought. Although the information stemmed from Li Zixiang and Han Wu, it was evident that Su Shiner was not so easily swayed by their words. Just because they claimed the Linglong Jade existed, does that mean it truly does? Jiang Yu did not respond to Su Shiner's musings. Instead, he leaned casually against a tree, closing his eyes to contemplate the conflicting information from both sides. First and foremost, the so-called experts from the Five Elements sect could not be relied upon. As they themselves were in dire straits, a myriad of information began to reorganize and rearrange in Jiang Yu's mind. Gradually, the complex and contradictory information was unraveled. After a considerable pause, Jiang Yu suddenly opened his eyes, instinctively striking the towering ancient tree behind him. I understand now. Su Shiner blinked, gazing at Jiang Yu, eager for him to continue. Previously, I overcomplicated matters, fixating on the veracity of the information and the outcomes we sought. In truth, those concerns are utterly insignificant. Jiang Yu paced back and forth, Tell me, what do you think is our most pressing need right now? Without waiting for Su Shiner's response, he increasingly excitedly answered himself, what we most urgently require is to leave the secret realm alive. However, our boundary-breaking talisman is sealed, leaving us with two options for escape. The first is to exit through the entrance of the secret realm, and the second is to destroy the secret realm. Due to the existence of the formation, the Empress must have thoroughly controlled the exit of the secret realm. Thus our only options are to either destroy the secret realm or become slaves to the Yuming sect or the Empress. Becoming slaves is out of the question. That is entirely impossible. So we must destroy the secret realm. As for the Empress, the Yuming sect, and the Five Elements sect, their relationships have no bearing on us. Regardless, the Five Elements sect will not passively surrender. Before they meet their end, they will undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. When chaos ensues, we must not become entangled with any faction. We will quietly destroy the secret realm as we did previously. So our sole task is encapsulated in one word. Wait. We shall act only when the time is ripe. Jiang Yu struck his left palm with his right fist. As for gains, we need not concern ourselves with that. The fact that we managed to transfer the curse onto the Yuming sect's demon child is already our greatest achievement. Our mission this time is to operate discreetly. Surviving and enduring is the only way to seize further opportunities. Su Shiner nodded vigorously. I will follow your lead. Alas, Jiang Yu sighed, I merely wish to survive, yet I find myself embroiled in such grand affairs. Had I foreseen the magnitude of the events to unfold, I would never have ventured into the secret realm in the first place. Let us rest here for a while. We shall take turns standing guard. I will rest first. With that, Jiang Yu sat cross-legged, beginning his cultivation. However, before Jiang Yu could enter a meditative state, the distant clash interrupted his practice. Above the nearby lake surface, a silver-white vortex materialized from thin air. And over 1,000 cultivators stepped out from the void. Once the multitude of cultivators had emerged, the silver-white vortex vanished. Simultaneously, countless dazzling spells surged toward the throng of cultivators. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Su Shiner slowly approached Jiang Yu's side. It is a spatial secret treasure. They must have used it to locate their respective disciples upon entering this secret realm. Jiang Yu shook his head, lamenting, what a pity. Although their demise was sealed upon entering this secret realm, had they not hastily employed the spatial secret treasure to arrive at this location, they might have lived a few more days. Rushing headlong into their doom, Jiang Yu gazed toward the distance. Despite the numbers in this new batch of cultivators, the vast majority were merely Qi refining and foundation establishment stage practitioners, with scarce few golden core stage cultivators among them. The number of nascent soul stage cultivators was even less than T and I in the instant they clashed with the Yuming sect. The many arriving cultivators were swiftly overwhelmed, scattering in all directions. Any discerning observer could see that this group of cultivators was no match for the Yuming sect. A handful of rogue cultivators trapped within the encirclement attempted to break free, but they were effortlessly slaughtered by the native inhabitants under the Empress's command. While the nascent soul stage individuals among the Empress's forces were indeed of genuine nascent soul stage, their individual strength was far inferior to the nascent soul stage cultivators from the outside world, who were suppressed in cultivation. However, their numbers were their advantage. Even without considering the Yuming sect, the nascent soul stage cultivators under the Empress outnumbered those from the Righteous Path and rogue cultivators by at least twofold. Chapter 28 Sword Talisman. Just as Jiang Yu was reflecting, a streak of light surged toward him and his companions. You minion of the Yuming sect, prepare to die. The assailant moved like the wind, with sword light that roared and howled, imbued with a formidable sword energy aiming straight for Jiang Yu's heart. Yet the assailant was ultimately only at the mid-nascent soul stage. Jiang Yu casually extended his right hand, effortlessly pinching the assailant's sword between his index and middle fingers, fixing his gaze upon the attacker. The assailant was clad in a flowing black robe, with a wide jade belt cinched at the waist, and golden small swords embroidered at the cuffs of the robe. A member of the Xintian sword sect? Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, inquiring, thief. The assailant retorted furiously, I am Ling Xiao, the current sword disciple of the Xintian sword sect. No need to be so agitated, Jiang Yu said, patting Ling Xiao's shoulder nonchalantly. I am not affiliated with the Yuming sect, that is impossible. You unmistakably carry the aura of Yuming, Ling Xiao insisted, albeit weakly. Might it not be possible that I have merely captured a prisoner from the Yuming sect? Jiang Yu replied, exasperated. After spending several days alongside the Yuming sect's demon child, it was only natural to have absorbed a trace of their aura. Just then, a fully realized nascent soul cultivator rushed toward Jiang Yu and Ling Xiao. Prepare to die. The fully realized nascent soul cultivator formed seals with both hands, conjuring a massive handprint in midair that pressed down toward Jiang Yu and his companions. This cultivator intended to crush all three of them into a pulp. Jiang Yu's expression darkened as he gathered his fist's energy, retaliating with a palm strike toward the approaching cultivator. Jiang Yu's palm appeared diminutive. Yet at the moment of contact with the cultivator's enormous hand, it completely dispersed the massive force. The residual momentum from Jiang Yu's strike continued unabated, crashing toward the incoming cultivator. The assailant's eyes widened in disbelief as he attempted to flee. But Jiang Yu's palm moved with an illusion of slowness yet incredible speed, leaving no opportunity for the cultivator to escape, piercing through his heart. What? How is this possible? Ling Xiao exclaimed, astonished at the unfolding scene. The individual who assaulted him was an elder of the Underworld sect. Although suppressed to the nascent soul stage by the world's power within the secret realm, their true strength was equivalent to that of a mid-stage transformation. It is utterly astonishing that such a formidable being could be slain without the slightest resistance. This is far from the essence of cultivation. It is simply outrageous. Unless, perhaps, this seemingly youthful cultivator is also an ancient monster from the outside world. One flaw of cultivators lies in their inability to discern age based on appearance. Sometimes, those under 100 years old have already turned completely gray, while at other times, beings who have lived for 10 millennia still retain their youthful vigor. A thought flashed through Ling Xiao's mind. This high-ranking individual, capable of effortlessly slaying the elder of the Underworld sect with a single strike, must certainly not be a villain. He must have misjudged him. Senior! Ling Xiao, adaptable as he was, immediately shouted. It is the fault of a fool like me to have mistaken you for a member of the Underworld sect. No matter. Jiang Yu waved his hand. The pressing matter at hand. What is it? Ling Xiao awaited Jiang Yu's continuation. However, in a moment of distraction, he found that both Jiang Yu and Su Shiner had already fled into the distance. Wait for me, Ling Xiao called out urgently as he chased after the two. Jiang Yu's voice echoed back from ahead. The pressing matter is, of course, to escape. You've attracted attention. This place is certainly no longer safe. After a while, once they had hidden in a cave, Jiang Yu finally halted his steps, while Ling Xiao arrived breathlessly. Your aura is astonishing. Are you truly suppressed to the nascent soul stage? If I didn't know the hierarchy of world power surpasses spiritual power, I would almost doubt your cultivation has been restrained. Why has your righteous faction sent so few to rescue anyone? Jiang Yu questioned. What can this accomplish? This group is merely a vanguard. Many of our sect's seniors will follow. And they are the true powerhouses, Ling Xiao asserted confidently. Once the elders arrive, the Underworld sect and their ilk will surely be eradicated. Is it only your sect? Every matter follows rules. This exploration is led by our Xintian Sword Pavilion, and any issues that arise will naturally be addressed by us. Humph. Jiang Yu remained noncommittal. What do you mean? Do you look down upon the seniors of our sect? You are merely a few years my senior in cultivation. Given time, I shall undoubtedly surpass you, Ling Xiao retorted defiantly. Why not challenge our sect's seniors to a comparison? Jiang Yu scoffed. What if they had sent less than 1/10 of their number to engage you? Though Jiang Yu fabricated the figure of 1/10, he had indeed not witnessed any of the Empress's subordinates make a move. The Empress's collaboration with the Underworld sect indicated that her forces within this secret realm would be no weaker than the Underworld sect's. Impossible, Ling Xiao exclaimed. This is merely an ordinary exploration of a new secret realm. The Underworld sect cannot possibly send so many. Being ignorant is not a fault. Arrogance is, Jiang Yu sighed. What if the Underworld sect intends to reignite war? Ha! Do they even qualify? Ling Xiao derisively replied. Their cultivation conditions are crude and primitive. The spiritual energy in the world is thin. The members of the Underworld sect are merely a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, practicing ancient and ineffective methods. Even if they exert themselves for a lifetime, an insurmountable chasm will still lie between us and the righteous path. Ling Xiao gazed reverently at the heavens. Our righteous path builds our sect's foundations upon spiritual stones. Every city in the celestial domain is equipped with gathering formations, and the entire realm is nearly blanketed with various spiritual plants. Everyone cultivates heavenly and earthly level techniques. It was already a tremendous act of mercy that we did not annihilate the underworld sect. How dare they offend us? Jiang Yu fell silent for a long time before responding. Ignorance and arrogance often coexist. From Ling Zhao's words, Jiang Yu could ascertain that the members of the sect had been elevated for far too long, becoming entirely disconnected from the lower-tier cultivators. The only aspect of his claims that might hold true is that spiritual plants are indeed cultivated throughout the celestial domain, while gathering formations exist in every major city. Jiang Yu could not deny that the cost of utilizing these formations is exorbitant, making them inaccessible to ordinary cultivators. Furthermore, high-level techniques are monopolized by major trading houses and only appear at auctions. The earthly-level techniques available for auction are priced exorbitantly, leaving those who can afford them with no need, while those who need them cannot afford them. Some techniques are even pre-allocated to specific buyers before the auction, and any foolhardy enough to bid against them would not leave the auction alive. Such techniques are entirely out of reach for ordinary cultivators, reserved solely for prestigious families. For lower-tier cultivators, earthly-level techniques might occasionally surface on the black market, but heavenly-level techniques and earthly-level techniques exist only in legends among them. The only means for lower-tier cultivators to obtain high-level techniques is through the exploration of uncharted secret realms. The major trading houses' monopolization of techniques could not be achieved without sects backing them, a notion Jiang Yu found hard to believe. However, Jiang Yu's silence was misconstrued by Ling Xiao as a sign of defeat. Ling Xiao declared triumphantly, "Rest assured, our sect seniors will all enter this secret realm by tomorrow at the latest." This time, led by an inner sect elder, at least 100 formidable beings at the nascent soul stage will accompany us, along with over 10,000 Foundation establishment disciples. This is the perfect opportunity to vanquish the underworld sect and showcase the might of our Xintian sword pavilion. As he spoke, Ling Xiao handed Jiang Yu a sword talisman. This contains the full force of a combined strike from our sect's elders at the integration stage. Although it cannot be wielded here, it is a life-saving artifact in the outside world. Consider it a reward for your timely rescue earlier. However, there is one point to note. Ling Zhao's expression turned serious. This sword talisman can only be used against demonic cultivators. If employed against righteous cultivators, the talisman's attack will turn against its wielder. Chapter 29. Awakening. Jiang Yu accepted Ling Zhao's sword talisman, hesitating for a moment before reminding him, if there is a way to prevent them from coming, then do so. Ling Xiao shook his head. In this battle, we are bound to win. Why would we prevent it? Moreover, no communication artifacts can function across the divide of worlds. Jiang Yu remained silent, having anticipated this outcome. While within the secret realm, even curses would lose their connection to individual strength. How could anything else possibly function? The underworld sect and the Empress had planned this too perfectly, if all members of the righteous path were as high and mighty as Ling Xiao. It was likely that this time, the underworld sect scheme would succeed spectacularly. The Xintian sword pavilion would come to ruin. However, Jiang Yu's expression soon hardened. If the Xintian sword pavilion were to face disaster, would he not also be in grave danger? The key issue was that the main forces of the Xintian sword pavilion would arrive tomorrow. Just as he was about to speak again, he suddenly felt a disturbance from the human skin paper. Jiang Yu casually took out the human skin paper and immersed his consciousness within it. The chessboard displayed a thick fog covering all positions, with an additional line of small characters appearing on the side. In 6 hours, the living formation will transform into a dead formation. The dead formation remains unchanged, while vitality lies within. Jiang Yu and his companions were positioned at one corner of the chessboard, enveloped by the fog. Yet, there was no fog surrounding them at present. Living formation? Dead formation? This thing actually possesses a function to receive messages? Jiang Yu pondered. That treacherous little man, Romo, indeed held back some information. For instance, what does the dead formation signify? Romo must have the right to control this human skin paper and undoubtedly understood this functionality. He had merely pretended not to know. Yet, there was no loss. Romo had already fallen victim to a curse, and death was merely a matter of time. The same went for Jiang Yu and others afflicted by the curse. After waiting a while without any further information, Jiang Yu withdrew his consciousness from the human skin paper. It was only 6 hours, a mere half-day. Soon, the meaning of those words would be revealed. Jiang Yu turned to Su Xiner. Do you still have that item? Su Xiner stood at the cave entrance, gazing at the scene outside, without responding. Jiang Yu paid little mind to it. Su Xiner's lack of refusal indicated that she still possessed it. Su Xiner had previously expressed discontent regarding their last explosion of the secret realm. However, during that incident, she had contributed significantly. To be precise, the destruction of the secret realm was largely due to Su Xiner's talismans, specifically, the Exhaustion Talisman, which she had acquired during an exploration over a century ago when she was afflicted by a curse. Although everyone had fallen victim to the curse during that exploration, each person had gained different opportunities. The 9th grade Exhaustion Talisman was one of Su Xiner's gains. The Exhaustion Talisman is particularly unique. It can ignore the limitations of the world and be utilized in any realm. Additionally, the Exhaustion Talisman is a consumable type, with each use resulting in one less. Su Xiner had mentioned previously that she had obtained 3 Exhaustion Talismans, meaning this should be her second one. Jiang Yu closed his eyes and recalled the effects of the Exhaustion Talisman. Once successfully activated, it operates in 2 stages. The first stage extracts all spiritual energy within a radius of 10 billion miles, suppressing the revival of spiritual energy, thereby causing the world's consciousness to fall into slumber. 7 days later, the second stage arrives. The Exhaustion Talisman explosively releases the extracted spiritual energy all at once. The immense influx of spiritual energy into the withered world does not lead to revival. It results in total destruction under the surge of spiritual energy. No one can escape unscathed. This bears a striking resemblance to a type of punishment inflicted upon mortals. First, a mortal's food supply is cut off for several days, and then they are suddenly presented with an excessive amount of excessively salty bread. The mortal, often unable to restrain themselves, consumes to the point of bursting. Afterward, when given water, they cannot resist drinking, leading to the bread swelling and ultimately causing their demise. The principle of the Exhaustion Talisman operates in a similar fashion. 7 days of spiritual energy depletion force the world into a state of self-preservation, causing its capacity for spiritual energy to temporarily diminish. After 7 days, the Exhaustion Talisman delivers an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy exceeding the world's limit, leading to its catastrophic explosion. While the Spirit Depletion Talisman possesses formidable power, it is not without its considerable limitations. For instance, should the expanse of a certain secret realm exceed 100 billion miles, the efficacy of the talisman diminishes significantly. Additionally, activating the Spirit Depletion Talisman necessitates an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. The higher the level of the world one aims to annihilate, the greater the spiritual energy required for activation. The spiritual energy of merely a few individuals is utterly insufficient. During the last activation of the talisman to obliterate a secret realm capped at the Golden Core stage, each of Jiang Yu and his companions expended a staggering 100 million spirit stones. It was precisely this incident that caused them to become exceedingly frugal with their spirit stones thereafter. It is worth noting that previously, Li Zixiang and Han Wuke were known to spend spirit stones without a second thought. Look, Xia Xiner's voice rang out from a short distance away. Jiang Yu cast aside his thoughts and directed his gaze toward the direction Xia Xiner was pointing. The once clear scenery in the distance was now shrouded in a faint mist. Crucially, this mist was not like the other ephemeral mists encountered in recent days. It emanated from a more distant source. Jiang Yu held his breath, concentrating, and slowly extended his consciousness into the mist. In the next moment, he was taken aback, abruptly turning to Xia Xiner. Are you feeling it too? Xia Xiner's cool voice reached Jiang Yu's ears. This mist can actually devour my consciousness? Jiang Yu regarded the mist with trepidation. The consumption of consciousness is not a trivial matter. After all, that minuscule portion of consciousness could be restored with a mere breath. The significance lies in what it represents. Consciousness is already the most intangible of entities. If even consciousness can be consumed, it suggests that this mist can swallow both vitality and spiritual energy. Given time, no. Perhaps it would only take a few hours for the vitality and spiritual energy within this mist to vanish entirely. Xia Xiner nodded slightly and said, at the rate this mist is advancing, it will take merely an hour to envelop us. Jiang Yu refrained from questioning how Xia Xiner knew this. She never spoke falsehoods. Beside them, Ling Xiao's complexion turned ashen. What shall we do? With the mist advancing from the front and the coalition of the underworld sect and the Empress approaching from the rear. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment before looking to Xia Xiner. Can you help scout other directions? With a flick of her hands, a dozen small paper figures materialized in Xia Xiner's grasp. She gazed at the paper figures and uttered two words, "Awakened Spirit." The multitude of paper figures sprang to life, bouncing in Xia Xiner's palm. Go. She casually tossed the paper figures, which landed on the ground and dashed off in all directions, quickly vanishing from sight. What kind of technique is this? Ling Xiao stared in astonishment at the paper figures. A prominent figure of the righteous path. He had perused countless tomes, but had never encountered a spell capable of animating ordinary paper figures. While there are spells in the Taoist tradition that can turn beings into soldiers, those belong to the category of spirit-bestowing techniques, not awakening techniques. This awakening, on a grand scale, alters the very essence of the paper figure's existence. Hence, Ling Xiao's astonishment. Chapter 30. True and false. Han Mu. Xia Xiner cast a glance at the astonished Ling Xiao, disregarding him entirely. Feeling ignored, Ling Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment. However, under the eaves, he ultimately refrained from saying much. After approximately 2 cups of tea's worth of time, only 6 small paper figures returned, bouncing from all directions, and gathered at Xia Xiner's ear. Moments later, the paper figures spontaneously ignited and turned to ash. Xia Xiner looked at Jiang Yu. Mist is approaching from all sides. The only location devoid of mist is the area by the lake. Jiang Yu fell silent, managing a wry smile. I never expected that after just departing from there, we would have to return. That place was where the underworld sect and the Empress were ambushing the righteous sect members and scattered cultivators like Han Wuke and Li Zixiang. Yet, it was also the sole area free from encroaching mist. Ling Xiao unsheathed his sword with a swish, cursing furiously, "If it comes to that, I'll just fight them to the death. Don't be hasty." Jiang Yu patted Ling Xiao on the shoulder, teasingly remarking, "Didn't you say that your righteous sect's main forces are on their way? Perhaps when they arrive, they will suppress them all." Upon saying this, Jiang Yu checked his personal treasury. Indeed, over the years, he had delved into numerous secret realms, trading alchemical pills and materials, amassing a fair amount of wealth, which should suffice for employing the spirit depletion talisman. However, he had no intention of shouldering this expense alone. He would have to extract a share from Li Zixiang and Han Wuke as well. Help! Jiang Yu turned his gaze toward the mist not far away. A vague figure was both pleading for help and sprinting toward Jiang Yu and the others. Witnessing this scene, Ling Xiao leaped forward. "I'll save you." Utilizing the nearby trees, he sprang over to the edge of the mist. The figure just emerged from the mist. Though the individual ran frantically, their attire and adornments remained impeccably in place, exuding an air of elegance. "I have encountered Ling Jinzi." Han Mu offered a courteous bow. Seeing Han Mu's elegant attire, Ling Xiao also returned the gesture. "You are from the Hanyu Palace?" "Thank you, Jinzi, for saving me," Han Mu replied. "Han Mu?" Ling Xiao pondered for a moment. "You mean the Han Mu who is one of the 3 direct disciples of the Hanyu Palace?" "Precisely." While the two engaged in conversation, Jiang Yu approached. "What a coincidence, huh?" Han Mu looked at Jiang Yu in confusion. "Who are you?" Jiang Yu subtly shook his head, deliberately exhibiting a greedy gaze as he scanned Han Mu's curvaceous figure. Feigning the demeanor of a lecherous man to lower Han Mu's guard. "It's nothing. I merely mistook you for an old acquaintance." Having said that, Jiang Yu lingered a moment longer, casting a reluctant glance at Han Mu's long legs. Han Mu maintained her delicate demeanor, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Yu's scrutiny. An icy chill coursed through Jiang Yu. While pretending to admire her legs, he had subtly probed Han Mu's essence. There was no discernible flaw. Her aura was identical to the Han Mu he had encountered previously. Yet this Han Mu did not recognize him and bore no injuries. This was impossible. Every individual's essence is unique. Even twins possess subtle differences. Ling Xiao and Han Mu continued their conversation casually. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yu returned to Xia Xiner's side, silently grasping her hand and writing in her palm with his fingers. "She has issues." Xia Xiner reciprocated the grip, similarly inscribing in Jiang Yu's hand, causing a tingling sensation in his palm. "She is not Han Mu." Jiang Yu refrained from inquiring how Xia Xiner discerned this. That was her secret, just as she had never questioned his rapid cultivation speed. Xia Xiner continued to write in Jiang Yu's hand, "The Yin Immortal Technique." Jiang Yu instinctively tightened his other hand. The De Yin Immortal Technique is an immortal-level cultivation method. Throughout the entire Xian Huang realm, only 3 immortal-level techniques have existed from ancient times to the present. The De Yin Immortal Technique is one of them. It is said to have originated from the primordial chaos at the dawn of the Xian Huang realm, and mastering it can unveil the principles of change. It is rumored that if one achieves great mastery, they might even foresee and alter the future. If the De Yin Immortal Technique were employed for transformation, it could indeed perfectly disguise one as another person. However, all three immortal level techniques, including the De Yin Immortal Technique, had long been lost before the shattering of the Xian Huang realm, which is why Jiang Yu did not immediately consider the De Yin Immortal Technique. Wait, Jiang Yu recalled something amiss and hurriedly wrote in Xia Xiner's hand. If immortal level techniques were so easy to cultivate, the De Yin Immortal Technique would not have been lost. The three immortal level techniques are exceedingly difficult to master. Even a peerless prodigy who dominated an era might not succeed in their cultivation. Xia Xiner also inscribed, it is a modified, truncated version, possessing only the principle of change. Jiang Yu released Xia Xiner's hand, silently nodding. If it merely encompassed the principle of change, the truncated De Yin Immortal Technique would at most be an ordinary Earth grade or Heaven grade method. In that case, the difficulty of cultivation would be significantly diminished. After all, many techniques involve principles of change, but those techniques cannot perfectly simulate one's essence and age. Jiang Yu and the others did not linger there for long. As the mist gradually advanced once more, the four of them had no choice but to continue toward the lake, walking until they could visually discern the encirclement by the lakeside, before halting and hiding behind the foliage. Damn it! Ling Xiao slammed his palm against the ground in frustration, cursing. These scoundrels from the Underworld sect are utterly rampant. And that other force allied with the Underworld sect, I wonder who they are. Daring to collude with such rogues. Once our elders arrive, I will ensure they pay dearly. The remaining three remained silent. Just as Ling Xiao felt a bit embarrassed, Han Mu gently spoke. Ling Jinzi has a point. I wonder if any seniors from the Hanyu Palace are present this time? Ling Xiao shook his head. No. This time it is only my Xinyan Sword Pavilion participating in the rescue mission. The elders of the sect originally believed that those who came for exploration were trapped in some relic, but they never anticipated that the Underworld sect would be present within. Jiang Yu turned his head. Fixing a penetrating gaze on Ling Xiao, I recall that you left people stationed outside to keep watch. Did not the sentinels alert you upon your arrival? When Jiang Yu and Xia Xiner entered, they had encountered the Underworld sect attacking the four sect members left to guard outside. Everything was normal outside. The Underworld sect scoundrels only dared to stir trouble within the secret realm. How could they possibly have the audacity to act against our Xintian Sword Pavilion members outside? Ling Xiao asserted with conviction. Jiang Yu exchanged a glance with Xia Xiner. The De Yin Immortal Technique. The number of individuals who have mastered the truncated version is likely not small. The people outside have been replaced. Having already been astounded once by the Underworld sect's preparations, Jiang Yu was once again taken aback. Their readiness was exceedingly thorough. Jiang Yu pondered a grave issue. Could it be that many individuals have unwittingly been replaced? If it were not for Jiang Yu and others having recently parted ways with Han Mu, one might scarcely discern the flaws in the false Han Mu. Most people's reactions would likely mirror Ling Xiao's, polite yet distant. Chapter 31. Upon inspection, something feels amiss. Another doubt arose in Jiang Yu's mind. What if there are acquaintances of Han Mu who have spent time with her? For instance, her fellow disciples. If even an outsider like himself could detect discrepancies so swiftly, her companions should surely notice them even more easily. However, Jiang Yu quickly recalled the information he had previously gathered from Mo Su and that old man. They had mentioned that among the four sects venturing into the secret realm, the Cold Moon Palace and the Xintian Sword Pavilion were completely annihilated. Leaving only the Mo Yun Academy and the Five Elements sect. Is it possible that the reason for the total destruction of the Cold Moon Palace and the Xintian Sword Pavilion was to avoid exposing any flaws? Meanwhile, the remaining Mo Yun Academy and Five Elements sect are left with fools and those already replaced, which is why the Underworld sect deliberately spared them. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the Xintian Sword Pavilion, one of the four righteous sects, to be entirely wiped out while the three minor sects of the righteous path escaped unscathed. Jiang Yu suddenly slapped his thigh. If that is the case, then Han Wu and Li Zixiang, those rogue cultivators, are doomed. The Underworld sect's agents masquerading as sect disciples naturally aim to harm those within the sect. During this process, rogue cultivators must choose sides. Yet, rogue cultivators have no way of knowing who speaks the truth and who lies. Just as Jiang Yu was deep in thought, Sushiner had silently appeared beside Han Mu, a dagger poised at her neck. "What are you doing, my lady?" Han Mu exclaimed, feeling a sudden tightness in her chest, mustering the courage to question. Jiang Yu was taken aback, glancing at Sushiner. Her actions were indeed unexpected. Would startling the snake in the grass lead to unforeseen consequences? Yet, Jiang Yu soon relaxed. After all, he had no ties to either the righteous or demonic factions. What harm could come from startling the snake? Sushiner gazed at Han Mu, her voice icy. "Reveal your true identity." Han Mu, bewildered, replied, "I am Han Mu, the direct disciple of the Cold Moon Palace. I have met her once." Ling Xiao corroborated, "She is indeed Han Mu." Jiang Yu chose to disregard Ling Xiao's words. Among the younger generation, Ling Xiao's strength was commendable, even considered outstanding. After all, when Jiang Yu was of Ling Xiao's age, his own cultivation had only just reached the nascent soul stage. However, when it came to intellect, Jiang Yu found it hard to commend. Sushiner pressed the dagger down further, drawing a faint line of blood across Han Mu's neck. "Speak the truth," Sushiner said, her gaze growing indifferent. Han Mu sensed that this time, Sushiner would not hold back. Han Mu bit her lip, an aura of ice emanating from her, but in the next moment, that icy aura vanished. Han Mu curled up on the ground, emitting a pained groan. Sushiner's dagger disappeared, and she approached Han Mu step by step. "What are you doing?" Ling Xiao finally reacted, stepping in front of Han Mu. One was a member of the Righteous Path, while the other was an obscure rogue cultivator. It was clear whom they would choose to assist. Sushiner paid no heed to Ling Xiao's obstruction, slightly tilting her head. In an instant, two shadowy figures of Sushiner appeared beside her. Simultaneously, a mysterious spatial confinement separated Ling Xiao and Han Mu. The two shadowy figures of Sushiner materialized before both of them. Ling Xiao slowly drew his sword, a sharp sword intent rising to the heavens, stirring the surrounding spiritual energy. However, before he could strike, one of the shadowy Suziners surged forward like a bolt of black lightning, gripping Ling Xiao's neck with her right hand. Ling Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. The speed was astounding. Meanwhile, Han Mu fared no better. Before she could retaliate, she found herself similarly restrained by the shadowy Sushiner. "Now, reveal your true identity." The real Sushiner and the two shadowy figures spoke in unison. "I truly am Han Mu," Han Mu implored, her eyes brimming with tears. "How can I prove that I am I? I am who I am. Where were you just now? Why did you return from the mist?" Sushiner coldly inquired. "I got separated from my junior sister, Han Liang, and have been wandering around trying to find my way until the fog lifted. I noticed there was no mist here, so I came this way." Sushiner instinctively glanced at Jiang Yu. The spell to discern lies could not be used in such a short time, at least not now. Han Mu's explanation bore no flaws, which immediately brought Jiang Yu to mind. Jiang Yu found himself in a predicament. The claims made by the Han Mu before him were impeccable. To uncover the truth, he would need to search her soul or rely on some powerful magical artifacts. However, he had not brought any soul-searching talismans. At this moment, he had no way to acquire them in the secret realm either. Soul-searching was even less feasible. If Han Mu were a nefarious villain, Jiang Yu would have proceeded with it. Yet, neither of the Han Mus before him had committed any wrongdoing, making it difficult for Jiang Yu to act. One must always possess a certain moral baseline. If there were truly no limits, even Jiang Yu himself would find it intolerable. Soon, a flash of inspiration struck Jiang Yu as he turned to Han Mu. "Extend your hand." Han Mu hesitated. "What?" "Senior, I am from the Cold Moon Palace, one of the 12 floors. If you intend to do something to me, you should consider my backing." Jiang Yu's expression darkened. "You, always thinking of sordid matters." Saying this, he forcefully grasped Han Mu's right hand, assessing her bone age. Under 50. It was indistinguishable from the first Han Mu he had encountered. Jiang Yu dejectedly released her hand. Truly, the Da Yin Immortal Technique, one of the 3 celestial-grade techniques in the Xian Huang realm, is impressive. Even a censored version of the Da Yin Immortal Technique should not be underestimated. It can even mimic bone age. Remembering the Da Yin Immortal Technique, Jiang Yu slapped his thigh. "I've got an idea. If this Han Mu is a fake, wouldn't searching her storage ring reveal the truth? The real Han Mu, being a direct disciple of the Cold Moon Palace, must possess high-grade talismans and magical artifacts, perhaps even something to prove her identity. Though it cannot be used in this realm, the genuine Han Mu would surely carry it, whereas the false one whether from the underworld sect or the Empress, would not possess anything extravagant. With this thought, Jiang Yu looked at Han Mu and said sternly, "Hand over your storage ring." Han Mu's expression changed dramatically, and she stepped back a few paces, resolutely declaring, "Impossible." Heh. Jiang Yu, confident, gazed at Han Mu, taunting, "A counterfeit is a counterfeit. If you are truly Han Mu, why fear?" Seeing Han Mu's reaction, even Ling Xiao sensed something was amiss. Advising, "Han Mu, I believe the senior would not covet your possessions. He merely wishes to take a look." Unbeknownst to them, the three had encircled Han Mu from 3 different directions, completely blocking her escape route. Chapter 32. The battle commences. Upon witnessing this, Han Mu clutched her storage ring tightly, defiantly meeting Jiang Yu's gaze. "No, I cannot give it to you." Jiang Yu, increasingly confident, cast a glance at Su Shiner. Han Mu's evident unease indicated something was amiss. Before Han Mu could react, her storage ring had unknowingly passed into Su Shiner's hands. Su Shiner tossed Han Mu's storage ring to Jiang Yu while continuing to fixate on Han Mu. Realizing her storage ring had been taken, Han Mu bit her lip, her face flushing crimson as she attempted to snatch it back. Yet, as a mere golden core cultivator, how could she possibly reclaim it in the presence of 3 nascent soul cultivators? Meanwhile, Jiang Yu's refining process was nearing completion. As the storage ring was about to be opened, Han Mu collapsed to the ground, covering her face with her sleeve. Jiang Yu successfully dispelled the restrictions on the storage ring and poured its contents onto the ground. The direct disciple's badge of the Cold Moon Palace. Over 10,000 spirit stones and 10 spirit cards from the Tianji Pavilion, each valued at 10,000 spirit stones. A jade pendant containing the full power of a god transformation expert strike. Hundreds of talismans for the nascent soul stage and over a dozen for the god transformation stage. A god transformation array for fixed point teleportation, and the small box. Truly extravagant, Jiang Yu couldn't help but exclaim. If these items were outside, they would suffice to sustain Jiang Yu for quite some time. It was only due to the suppression of this world that Han Mu's talismans, array, and that jade pendant were rendered unusable. After expressing his astonishment, Jiang Yu casually opened the box. The contents spilled onto the ground. A nearly transparent long dress made of ice silkworm silk, almost entirely see-through. A water blue short skirt that barely reached mid-thigh. Made from easily torn moonlight fabric. Additionally, there were several more daring garments, barely concealing anything. Finally, a few jade rui of varying lengths tumbled out of the box. Jiang Yu gazed at these items with a peculiar expression, then glanced at Han Mu, who was curled up like a quail, burying her head in the ground. This Han Mu appeared quite elegant. Who would have thought she possessed such items? "I'm sorry. I truly had no idea." Jiang Yu returned the items to the storage ring and handed it back to Han Mu. "Get lost." Han Mu sobbed, burying her head further into the ground, unwilling to show her face. The contents of Han Mu's storage ring perfectly aligned with her identity, especially the direct disciple's badge, which could not be faked. She truly was Han Mu. Jiang Yu turned to Su Shiner, a chilling suspicion creeping into his mind. Initially, one might have been swayed by preconceived notions, believing that the first encounter was indeed the truth, thus hastily concluding that this Han Mu was a mere fabrication. Yet, the present circumstances reveal that this Han Mu is, in fact, genuine. But what if the initial Han Mu were the falsehood? As Jiang Yu found himself lost in thought, an immense silver-white vortex materialized above the lake, capturing the attention of all present. This vortex dwarfed the previous one by several magnitudes and continued to expand. Countless figures clad in deep black robes, adorned with small swords at their sleeves, surged forth from the vortex, charging towards the members of the Yuming sect. The sole distinction among these individuals lay in the color and quantity of the small swords at their cuffs. It happening so soon? Ling Xiao murmured instinctively, as the members of the Shintian Sword Pavilion were beset by the onslaught from the vortex. Many cultivators trapped within the encirclement, upon witnessing reinforcements, rushed outward to join the fray. Simultaneously, numerous individuals within the circle abruptly turned traitor, attacking their erstwhile comrades. Chaos erupted. Observing this, Han Mu and Ling Xiao no longer hesitated and sprinted towards the lake's edge, intent on confronting the Yuming sect. "Let us find a place to hide first," Jiang Yu urged, grasping Su Shiner's hand. Su Shiner shook her head, pointing outside. "There is no way to hide now." Jiang Yu turned sharply, a sudden chill running down his spine. The thin mist had transformed into a dense fog, advancing at a pace more than tenfold. The once vibrant trees, upon the fog's encroachment, withered instantly, their leaves turning yellow and branches shriveling. Completely bereft of vitality, the grasses and moss at ground level barely held out a moment longer before swiftly desiccating into a brown husk. The thick fog assaulted from all directions except the lakeside. It was an attempt to force everyone towards the lake for a chaotic battle. Jiang Yu's expression fluctuated, and after a brief pause, he declared, "Let us flee to a safe location, that time. I will use the mother-child ring to contact Han Wu and Li Zixiang to activate the exhausting spirit talisman." As they made their way towards the lakeside, Jiang Yu internally cursed. Initially, he had thought he had stumbled upon an undeveloped secret realm, seeking opportunities, only to discover that someone had the ability to refine the entire realm for their own use. He never expected that the master of the secret realm would collaborate with the Yuming sect. Fortunately, the upper limit of this world was restricted to the nascent soul stage. Even the master of the realm could reach no higher. Had she been born in the outside world, she would undoubtedly be a true prodigy. Before long, Jiang Yu and Su Shiner reached the very edge of the tumultuous battleground. Su Shiner, familiar with the terrain, grasped Jiang Yu's hand. The sensation of a gentle breeze once again washed over Jiang Yu, and the two entered a distorted state. Silently, they ascended a towering ancient tree, concealing themselves among its branches. Jiang Yu retrieved the mother-child ring, donning it on his hand, and called out to Han Wu and Li Zixiang. Su Shiner, needing to maintain their current state, refrained from wearing the child ring. After approximately half a stick of incense, Li Zixiang finally responded to Jiang Yu's call, entering this realm, while Han Wu did not follow. "Brother Yu, you have finally arrived," Li Zixiang exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. "If you had delayed any longer, we would have perished." Thankfully, Han Wu held the fort outside, allowing me the opportunity to enter here. Jiang Yu scoffed inwardly, not believing a single word of Li Zixiang's claims. If the situation were as dire as he described, how could he have found the time to enter this space? Nevertheless, Jiang Yu did not show his skepticism, instead hurriedly helping Li Zixiang to his feet and reassuring him, "Do not worry, I am here now. Head east towards the lake. When you reach the edge of the fog, you will find us." Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before speaking coldly, "Once we meet, we will directly execute that plan you just proposed." "Understood," Li Zixiang replied, but then continued, "Brother Yu, I didn't." Jiang Yu interrupted. "We will talk more once we meet." With that, he severed the connection of the mother-child ring, removing it from his hand. At this moment, Su Shiner was visibly trembling, on the verge of collapse. Seeing Jiang Yu emerge, she sighed in relief and released his hand. The two immediately exited their distorted state. As they transitioned back to normal, numerous senses swept across their vicinity, even without employing that special concealment method. Jiang Yu and Su Shiner's ordinary stealth techniques were not easily perceivable by others. Moreover, they were situated quite a distance from the lakeside battleground, where the vast majority were inconsequential figures, with not a single nascent soul cultivator nearby. Jiang Yu gazed up at the dense fog not far away. The fog had nearly ceased to expand upon reaching approximately 10 miles from their location. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that the fog continued to spread, albeit at a significantly reduced pace, slower than the naked eye could detect. "Brother Yu." Li Zixiang's voice suddenly reached Jiang Yu's ears. Jiang Yu looked down to see Li Zixiang and Han Wu engaged in a sparring match at the base of the tree, employing their golden core strength. The earlier words were conveyed through Li Zixiang's spiritual sound. "You two have devised quite the clever plan," Jiang Yu teased. "In the midst of chaos, revealing one's nascent soul cultivation would make one a target, while showcasing a foundation establishment level would render one an easy mark. Only by exhibiting golden core strength could one avoid the attention of the powerful while not attracting the envy of the petty." With a leap, Jiang Yu descended from the tree, sending a flurry of leaves swirling into the air around him. Han Wu and Li Zixiang ceased their sparring. "We should activate the exhausting spirit talisman before the fog envelopes us," Han Wu suggested, glancing at the encroaching mist. Just then, a figure clad in Yuming sect garb, at the peak of the golden core stage, charged towards the fort. Han Wu casually pushed with his right hand, a golden palm striking the assailant into a pulp. There was no need to hide his strength within the secret realm, and he had no inclination to play coy. Jiang Yu observed the scene with indifference, casually remarking, "There are far too many of these insignificant pests." Let us retreat underground and activate the exhausting spirit talisman there. Light Xisheng nodded, lightly stepping on the ground. Instantly, the hard earth transformed into something akin to tofu, and the group sank into it. However, the ground beneath was not soil. The moment Li Xisheng activated his ability, he had excavated a hollow space below, ample enough to accommodate everyone, and even quite spacious. Jiang Yu surveyed the four of them and slowly stated, "Let us first adjust our conditions to their peak. Once we utilize the exhausting spirit talisman, we will have to rely on pills and spirit stones to restore our spiritual energy." "I'm already at my best," Li Xisheng was the first to respond. Han Wu and Su Shiner did not express dissent. Seeing this, Jiang Yu continued, "Shall we proceed with the same rules as last time?" "Certainly." Han Wu agreed immediately. Li Xisheng appeared somewhat hesitant, attempting to speak several times, but ultimately remaining silent. Su Shiner maintained her usual low profile, quietly retrieving an unremarkable talisman from her storage ring. The talisman was adorned with numerous intricate strokes. Though it appeared exceedingly complex, this was typical for high-grade talismans. Most high-quality talismans bore no outward signs of their power until two key moments, when they were forged and when they were activated. Aside from those instances, they appeared utterly ordinary. After producing the talisman, Su Shiner took 2 steps back. Having manifested the talisman, she naturally need not expend any further spiritual energy. The other 3, undeterred, each retrieved 100 storage rings, placing them together at the side. Each ring contained 100,000 spirit stones, amounting to a total of 300 million spirit stones adjacent to the exhausting spirit talisman. Jiang Yu, Li Xisheng, and Han Wu positioned themselves at 3 distinct points around the talisman, channeling their entire spiritual energy into it. Before long, each of them condensed an extraordinarily pure stream of spiritual power, directing it towards the seemingly inconspicuous talisman. Although spiritual energy is colorless and formless, any cultivator present would instantly feel the immense spiritual force being funneled into the talisman. As the energy was released, spirit stones from the storage rings began to autonomously appear on the ground according to prearranged spells. The stones quickly piled into a small mountain, and the quantity continued to increase. However, the rate of accumulation did not match the speed of their energy infusion. After 3 entire hours of infusing, the 300 million spirit stones were nearing depletion. Yet, despite this, the energy they poured into the exhausting spirit talisman vanished without a trace, as though it had been absorbed entirely, leaving not a single ripple in its wake. "Continue." Jiang Yu's expression flickered with discomfort as he retrieved another 100 storage rings. Upon seeing this, the other 2 also produced 100 rings each, resuming their contributions to the exhausting spirit talisman. Another 3 hours elapsed. 600 million spirit stones had been expended, yet the talisman remained unchanged. Jiang Yu and Han Wu again retrieved 100 rings apiece, hastily drawing upon the surrounding spiritual energy. Li Xisheng, however, was slow to gather his resources, taking a considerable amount of time to produce 90 rings containing 100 spirit stones each, followed by a collection of several rings with tens of thousands of spirit stones. Barely scraping together 1 billion, the 3 continued to pour their energy into the talisman. With 900 million spirit stones cast into the abyss, the exhausting spirit talisman still showed no signs of response. "Keep going," a fierce glint appeared in Jiang Yu's eyes. Truth be told, the expenditure of such a vast amount of spirit stones was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, he had already invested 300 million spirit stones, a sum equivalent to the annual income of a mid-sized sect. Having reached this juncture, he could not allow his efforts to go in vain. Jiang Yu caressed another storage ring, his personal vault, typically reserved for emergencies. From this ring, he extracted 100 rings filled with spirit stones, casting them onto the ground and preparing for the next wave of expenditure. Han Wuchu hesitated for a moment before producing 100 storage rings. Li Xisheng rummaged through his storage ring for a considerable time, then awkwardly glanced at Jiang Yu, saying, "Brother Yu, it seems I've run short on spirit stones. Could I possibly exchange some with you?" "Oh? Are you willing to trade that moon wheel for it?" Jiang Yu inquired with a hint of interest, a smile playing on his lips. Li Xisheng's expression stiffened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Forcing a smile, "Brother Yu, please don't jest. That was something I nearly risked my life to obtain. It represents my very existence. It cannot possibly be exchanged for mere spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's smile vanished instantly. And he retorted coldly, I'm about to run out of spirit stones myself. You should consult Han W. Li Zixiang turned his gaze to Han Wu, sheepishly asking, Brother Han, what do you think? I still have quite a surplus of spirit stones. Han Wu casually retrieved 100 storage rings brimming with spirit stones. Wonderful, thank you, Brother Han. Just as Li Zixiang was about to accept, Han Wu suddenly withdrew the 100 storage rings, leisurely stating, However what? Li Zixiang pressed eagerly. While I have no intention of accepting your moon wheel, you must demonstrate some sincerity. Don't attempt to deceive me with those commonplace items. I am only interested in things that cannot be purchased with spirit stones, such as, Han Wu paused deliberately, teasingly continuing, that Saraira you acquired last time. What do you want that for? You can't possibly be considering pursuing the path of Buddhism, Li Zixiang instinctively queried. You have no use for it and cannot sell it. A thing you cannot utilize in exchange for 1 billion spirit stones is not a loss for you. Han Wu continued to coax. Jiang Yu silently scoffed. Han Wu was indeed taking advantage of the situation. Han Wu practiced both Buddhist and demonic arts, with his proficiency in the latter far exceeding that of the former in recent years. He had turned to Buddhist practices to seek balance, if he could obtain that Saraira. Once he harmonized the cultivation speeds of both paths, it was likely his cultivation would advance further. The Saraira Li Zixiang had obtained last time was derived from the remains of a powerful figure who had fallen above the integration stage of Buddhism, and it had been refined into a magical artifact. It was now at least a 7th grade magical artifact. It is worth noting that on the market, magical artifacts surpassing the 6th grade are considered extraordinary treasures. Even a somewhat inferior 6th grade magical artifact can fetch 10 billion spirit stones, let alone the value of a 7th grade artifact. Such artifacts of the 7th grade would never circulate in the market. However, Jiang Yu was certain that Li Zixiang would sell it to Han Wu even if he knew he was at a loss. For individuals who acquire such magical artifacts above the 6th grade, there are typically only 2 choices, to use it themselves or to wait until they have grown strong enough to sell it. When one is weak, selling is simply impossible, due to the existence of curses. People remain perpetually weak. No minor faction would dare accept the task of selling such treasures for fear of attracting the attention of true powerhouses. Although the probability is low, should it occur, it could lead to extermination. No faction would dare to take that gamble. If a major faction were to take on the task, they would likely keep the treasure for themselves, given its high grade. Furthermore, the owner of the treasure may not wish to hand it over to a major faction. Even with the 4 major sects pressing down, the allure of wealth is strong. No treasure owner would dare to place their life in the hands of others. Li Zixiang was even less inclined to engage in transactions with major factions. Thus, while the Saraira is precious, it is indeed useless to Li Zixiang. With gritted teeth, Li Zixiang directly produced a gleaming golden Saraira and handed it to Han Wu. Han Wu accepted the Saraira and passed the storage ring to Li Zixiang. The 4th infusion of spiritual power into the exhaustion spirit talisman commenced once again. The pile of spirit stones began to diminish rapidly. Just as the pile was about to run low, a sudden burst of light erupted from the talisman, illuminating everyone present. The intricate patterns on the talisman began to shimmer, and the spiritual energy that had permeated the world began to rapidly drain. Converging towards the talisman, at that moment, the spiritual energy of the entire secret realm surged frantically towards this seemingly ordinary talisman. Outside, chaos reigned. Moments later, the talisman ignited spontaneously, disintegrating into the cosmos. It worked, Li Zixiang sighed in relief. Collapsing onto the ground, appearing utterly exhausted as he retrieved a small porcelain vial and consumed a medicinal pill, Su Shiner quietly gazed at the dissipating exhaustion spirit talisman, lost in her thoughts. Han Wu directly took out another storage ring, drawing spiritual energy from it. Jiang Yu crushed a medicinal pill he had been keeping under his tongue to restore his condition. Once everyone had mostly regained their composure, Jiang Yu said, let us go and see how things stand. With a casual wave, Li Zixiang conjured a passage that transported everyone back to the surface. It is indeed better to emerge at the right moment than too early. Whether it was due to the depletion of spiritual energy or not, the originally concealed formation transformed into a visible one, and an indescribable wave surged throughout the realm in a fleeting moment. Countless intricate formation patterns appeared on the lake's surface, and a crystal-clear pure jade orb erupted from the lakebed with a thunderous roar, crashing violently into the formation in mid-air. with this single impact. Faint cracks began to appear within the intricate formation patterns, reminiscent of mortal porcelain gradually shattering under the ravages of time. Sensing the weakening of the formation, the exquisite jade once again launched a fierce assault against the precarious formation. The formation trembled violently, additional cracks forming, yet it remained unbroken. Before the cracks could spread, the exquisite jade continued its relentless assault against the formation. With each collision, more cracks emerged. After 1,000 consecutive impacts, the cracks engulfed the formation. Yet, what transpired next was not the shattering of the formation, but rather its restoration to its original state. Despite the absence of spiritual energy, it appeared as if the formation possessed an internal cycle. Whenever cracks covered the formation, it would revert to its pristine condition. "I shall assist you." A hearty laughter resonated from the lakeside. In an instant, a black dragon formed of ethereal energy crashed violently against the formation. The black dragon disintegrated inch by inch upon contact with the formation, dissipating completely. It was an unparalleled display of might. Yet not even a single crack was produced. The laughter of the newcomer abruptly ceased. At that moment, a beam of sword light soared into the sky. The White Tiger Elder of the Yuming sect is hardly impressive, clad in a silvery white robe and wielding the splitting cloud sword. The silver-haired elder stood poised in midair, mercilessly mocking the black-robed cultivator opposite him. As the two ascended to confront one another, Jiang Yu noticed that the battles between the righteous and demonic factions had ceased. Each returning to their respective camps, it seemed these two were the pinnacle of combat power for this expedition. Jiang Yu instinctively thought, were it not for this, others would not have halted, awaiting the outcome of their duel. This battle was pivotal for the morale of both sides. It could decisively determine the outcome. Jiang Yu cast his gaze towards the White Tiger Elder of the Yuming sect. The attire of the White Tiger Elder was no different from that of the other disciples, still clad in the same dark robe. The only distinction was the white tiger mask adorning his face. Based on Jiang Yu's assessment, the mask was a magical artifact designed to conceal one's identity, and it was at least a mid-grade artifact. The White Tiger Elder fixed his gaze upon the silver-haired elder from the Xintian Sword Pavilion, coldly stating, "I never expected the Xintian Sword Pavilion would dispatch you. A former sword disciple, to seek your demise. It seems there are significant secrets behind your failure to ascend to the position of sect master." The silver-haired elder's expression remained unchanged as he retorted mockingly, "What the Xintian Sword Pavilion does has no bearing on you." Just as the silver-haired elder uttered the word "you," he suddenly thrust his sword forward. The sword energy sliced through the air like a silver blade, fiercely cleaving towards the White Tiger Elder. The White Tiger Elder was unscathed by the surprise attack, merely shifting in an instant to appear behind the silver-haired elder, striking him with a claw-like hand. The silver-haired elder spat a mouthful of blood, crashing to the ground. Numerous disciples of the Xintian Sword Pavilion rushed forward to support him. The White Tiger Elder looked down upon the silver-haired elder from his elevated position. Sneering, "Is the former sword disciple of the Xintian Sword Pavilion truly so shameless? To speak halfway and then launch a sneak attack? Bah!" The silver-haired elder spat blood onto the ground, replying, "When dealing with you Yuming sect individuals, why bother with rules? It was you who failed to adhere to them from the start, seeking death." The White Tiger Elder's voice turned icy in an instant, as if the silver-haired elder had struck a nerve. In an instant, the White Tiger Elder's claws ignited with ghostly flames, and with a leap, he surged through the ranks of the Xintian Sword Pavilion disciples, striking down upon the silver-haired elder. Yet, just before the White Tiger Elder's claws descended, a beam of sword light surged forth, forcefully cleaving against the White Tiger Elder's claws, pushing him back. It was only then that the silver-haired elder revealed a look of astonishment. "You are proficient in both body and technique. The Yuming sect shall not stumble in the same place twice. This time, we shall undoubtedly reclaim the heavenly domain," the White Tiger Elder declared, unleashing an overwhelming aura that combined with the ghostly flames in his hands. Erupting with 10 times the power of his previous attack, in that instant, many scattered cultivators on the righteous side fell into disarray, whispers of uncertainty spreading among them. "Is that truly the Yuanying stage? Not to mention Yuanying, my actual cultivation is at the transformation stage. I might not even be able to withstand that blow in the outside world." Amidst the murmurs, the White Tiger Elder continued to build up his power. Jiang Yu's expression grew grave. This attack was formidable. If he were to face it, he might not emerge unscathed. Should that silver-haired elder fail to withstand it, the people behind him would either be dead or grievously injured. Just as Jiang Yu felt a wave of tension, the silver-haired elder suddenly yanked out his sword, slashing it across his own neck. What? Han Wu abruptly stood up, momentarily losing his composure. Was he contemplating suicide? Li Zixiang was momentarily bewildered. This was a necessary means to activate the protective method of the Xintian sword sect, the Xintian sword technique. Han Wu explained, one must offer their own essence blood in sacrifice to perfectly wield the Xintian sword technique. Essence blood is the quintessence of a cultivator. Even the loss of a single drop requires many days to replenish, Li Zixiang instantly comprehended. With the old man's recent action, he likely left no avenue for retreat. With this strike of the sword, regardless of the outcome, the white-haired elder was undoubtedly doomed. Just as everyone anticipated a fierce clash between the elder and the white tiger elder, the elderly man suddenly utilized the sword energy to leap back into the air. Pulling out a wine flask from his waist and taking a deep swig, simultaneously, the crowd behind him dispersed in all directions. Draw your swords and vanquish the minions of the Netherworld sect. At the moment the elder's voice fell, his sword transformed into 2, then 4, then 8, and finally multiplied into countless blades. Hundreds, even thousands of sword apparitions streaked across the night sky like shooting stars, piercing towards the throngs of the Netherworld sect behind the White Tiger Elder. Wherever the swords passed, disciples of the Netherworld sect fell one after another, with only a few mighty individuals managing to escape unscathed. As the white-haired elder unleashed the Xintian sword technique, the White Tiger Guardian simultaneously struck out with a claw. However, while the elder targeted the disciples of the Netherworld sect, the White Tiger Guardian aimed directly at him. The fusion of murderous intent and the flames of the Netherworld endowed the Guardian's strike with unparalleled swiftness. The moment the sword was swung, the elder's chest was pierced, and the flames along with the murderous aura rampaged within him. Yet, the elder had already committed to his strike, leaving no path for retreat. Although the white-haired elder bore serious injuries, he wore a triumphant expression. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he laughed heartily, "Little white tiger. I alone trade my life for countless talented youths of your Netherworld sect. What a bargain!" The White Tiger Guardian's expression darkened as he charged toward the fleeing righteous faction. Seeing the battle nearing its conclusion, Jiang Yu, with a hint of impatience, explained, "We should investigate the other array eyes to discern the function of the formation and assess the Empress's intentions. After all, the spirit-severing talisman will not activate its second phase for another 7 days. Is that enough time?" Li Zixiang instinctively inquired. "I have already calculated," Jiang Yu replied, as he marked 5 points on the ground with pebbles, resembling the corners of a square, plus a center point. "We are currently positioned at the center here, equidistant from the other 4 array eyes. Regardless of which array eye we choose to investigate, it will take 2 days. However, transitioning from one array eye to another will require 3 days, meaning we face 2 unknown array eyes, giving us a significant probability of success among 3 options." Li Zixiang nodded in confusion. Though unsure why there were 3 unknowns, he felt it best to follow along, trusting that Jiang Yu would not lead them astray. Yet, Han Wu probed deeper, asking, "We have 4 array eyes to investigate. Why is it a choice between 3? Among those 4 array eyes, one divides the world with a 3-meter boundary, while another elevates the world." Jiang Yu thought to himself, grateful for the human skin parchment gifted by the Underworld sect's demonic child. After meticulously observing and deciphering the array eye sealing the exquisite jade, it became evident what the human skin parchment indicated about the array eye's purpose. "By sheer luck, I acquired an item that eliminated one erroneous option. The world-elevating formation," he continued, pointing to the lower right position with a pebble. "This is the world-elevating array. We can dismiss this location. The Empress and her companions will certainly not be found here." Jiang Yu gestured towards the remaining 3 positions, stating, "Among these, one is the world-dividing array, which has already been broken, ensuring the Empress is not there. The 2 remaining positions remain unknown, warranting detailed investigation." He casually tossed the pebbles aside, his tone growing serious. "Therefore, we must split into 2 groups to explore all 3 locations." Jiang Yu indicated the position of the 3rd quadrant array eye. "Shui Xiner and I will head here. Afterward," he pointed to the 1st quadrant array eye. "You 2 will go here." With a firm motion, Zhang Yu struck the second quadrant position. We will regroup here. Having said that, he swiftly erased the markings. Han Wu was the first to respond. I have no objections, Li Zixiang sighed. Nodding in agreement, I'll follow your lead, brother Yu. Shui Exiner remained silent as ever. With no dissent, let us set forth, Zhang Yu declared. Casting one last glance at the underworld sect's white tiger elder, who was stationed beside the exquisite jade. He will undoubtedly remain here to await the jade's emergence. For at least 3 days. We shall not cross paths, Li Zixiang cast several reluctant glances at the exquisite jade. Brother Yu, do we really have to give up on it? Zhang Yu's gaze hardened as he replied sternly. A common man is innocent. Possessing precious treasures is a crime. Such a powerful artifact would be impossible for us to retain. Are you suggesting we kill him for it in plain sight? Do you believe you could survive the underworld sex pursuit? If you seek death, do not drag us down with you. Li Zixiang quickly chuckled awkwardly. I was merely stating my thoughts. You know me. Brother Yu, I enjoy a good boast. Zhang Yu softened slightly. All right, enough of the banter. Let's move out. With that, he leaped towards the agreed location, closely followed by Shui Exiner. Li Zixiang and Han Wu ventured in the opposite direction. As for the remnants of the righteous path, the four paid them no mind. Those capable of fleeing had already done so when the old man perished. The members of the Xintian Sword Pavilion preferred to fight to the bitter end rather than retreat. Meanwhile, the more powerful rogue cultivators had escaped the moment the old man displayed signs of weakness. The remaining forces consisted solely of weaker rogue cultivators and members of the Xintian Sword Pavilion. Chapter 37. Encounter with the Empress. 2 days swiftly passed, and Zhang Yu arrived at the designated location. It was a vast plain, adorned only with expansive grasslands, devoid of any cover. Zhang Yu was compelled to observe the array eye from a considerable distance, where a small slope provided the only semblance of concealment. Although referred to as an array eye, it was merely a chaotic assortment of array patterns, intricate in design, akin to the previous one. However, lacking any seals, only the array patterns remained. To Zhang Yu's surprise, there were no other individuals nearby. The array eye floated alone in solitude. This place must not hold much significance, Shui Exiner deduced, glancing at the vacant array eye. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement, yet, for the sake of caution, I shall study this array eye first to uncover any insights. With that, Zhang Yu focused his mind and gazed intently at the array eye suspended in the air. Scrutinizing each intricate pattern, but upon a mere glance, he straightened in alarm, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The complexity of this array pattern rivaled that of the one sealing the exquisite jade. To an outsider, there appeared to be little difference. Yet, Zhang Yu could discern that this array had been flawlessly arranged in a single attempt, showing no signs of subsequent modifications. Every pattern was entirely dedicated to this singular formation. This was undoubtedly a primary array. Internally, Zhang Yu wanted to exclaim, out of the 3 unexplored array eyes, how could I be so fortunate to encounter the primary array first? No, it is impossible for the primary array to be unguarded. Reflecting on the absence of any witnesses, Zhang Yu's heart raced. This small slope had been deliberately left as a trap. The only cover nearby, how could the enemy not be vigilant? Just as this thought crept into Zhang Yu's mind, a melodic laugh rang in his ears. Indeed, I have caught 2 small fish. Descending from the heavens in a golden gown, the Empress stood before Zhang Yu and Shui Exiner. Her gown, a resplendent gold embellished with white thread, depicted a phoenix, exuding an air of magnificence. The Empress possessed an exquisite figure, her ample gown failing to conceal her alluring curves. A delicate veil adorned her face, revealing a pair of captivating eyes. Despite her status as the Empress, the gaze she bore was not one of authority and intimidation, but rather held a hint of youthful innocence. Perhaps sensing the astonishment in Zhang Yu's eyes, the Empress chuckled and countered. What? Do you find it strange? Zhang Yu remained silent, his spiritual awareness keenly attuned to the Empress's every movement. A person capable of unifying the secret realm and establishing such a formation was no ordinary individual. Regardless of her demeanor or appearance, she could not mask the trepidation she inspired in others. The Empress was likely deliberately projecting this persona. Perhaps her true objective was to alleviate others' fears, compelling them to underestimate her. Though veiled, her smile radiated an enchanting charm. "Do not be alarmed," she said. her words laced with an almost enchanting quality that could lull one into a false sense of security. Relax a bit. After all, you'll soon meet your end. The moment she uttered after all, two beams of light shot forth from her eyes, targeting Jiang Yu and Xue Exiner with astonishing speed, reaching the pinnacle of what a nascent soul cultivator could achieve. However, Jiang Yu and Xue Exiner were far from ordinary. Jiang Yu conjured a spatial barrier that intercepted the Empress's attack, while Xue Exiner vanished the instant the light made contact, only to reappear after the attack passed. Witnessing this, the Empress's smile vanished, and her spiritual energy surged forth. Two streams of energy, shaped like whips, surged towards Jiang Yu and Xue Exiner. With a firm stomp, Jiang Yu unleashed the power of space. In an instant, the space surrounding the Empress was utterly distorted, forming an invisible cage that ensnared her. Yet, before he could revel in his success, the Empress struck with a fist, tearing through the spatial cage and creating a fissure. In the next moment, she shot upwards like a freed eagle, pivoting midair, her fist descending as if a mountain crashing down upon Jiang Yu. Boom! The punch landed with tremendous force on the ground where Jiang Yu had stood, creating a massive imprint. Yet, within the crater, Jiang Yu was nowhere to be seen. Simultaneously, Xue Exiner appeared mysteriously behind the Empress, her dagger glinting ominously as it aimed for the Empress's heart. Just as the dagger was about to make contact, the Empress vanished without a trace, reappearing 100 meters away on the grass. You, young lady, possess remarkable stealth. You nearly caught me off guard. However, as the Empress spoke, Jiang Yu descended from above, aiming a powerful strike at her head. The Empress raised her hand slightly, catching Jiang Yu's arm effortlessly, holding him firmly in place. With her other hand clenched into a fist, she delivered a crushing blow. Boom! Jiang Yu's body was sent crashing into the ground nearby like a rag doll. The Empress slowly approached Jiang Yu and Xue Exiner, a glimmer of amusement in her lovely eyes. I must admit, you managed to withstand my attacks for quite some time. Impressive indeed. I haven't felt this exhilarated in ages. Jiang Yu swiftly consumed a pill and leaped from the pit, returning to Xue Exiner's side. She is incredibly powerful. We may not be able to defeat her. This is not a matter of Jiang Yu undermining others' ambitions. The master of this formation is none other than the Empress herself. In the recent skirmish, she not only refrained from utilizing the formation, but also did not make use of any spells or magical artifacts. Although Jiang Yu and Su Shiner did not employ their true strengths and only relied on their ordinary Yuan Ying stage powers, had an average Yuan Ying stage practitioner been present, they would have already perished at the hands of the Empress. With a hint of elation in her voice, the Empress remarked, "You possess a measure of self-awareness, which is a marked improvement over those arrogant fools." Speaking of those outside, her tone dripped with disdain. Those who come from beyond often look down upon someone of my humble origins, relying solely on their authentic cultivation levels. Suddenly, the Empress burst into laughter. However, their pleas for mercy at the moment of death are quite sincere. I have previously dispatched several such individuals, and in their final moments, they cried out, "I am at the void refinement stage outside. You cannot kill me." Yet, I effortlessly extinguished their lives. Jiang Yu gazed at the Empress, a radiant smile unexpectedly spreading across his face. "We are not the small fish you believe us to be. Are you certain you wish to engage us in a fight to the death? Fish may perish, but the net shall remain unbroken." As the Empress's words fell, she traversed 100 meters in an instant, appearing before Jiang Yu with a palm imbued with immense force, striking down towards the crown of his head. Jiang Yu's pupils dilated in shock. The Empress's spatial maneuvering was astonishingly subtle. He attempted to evade, but her palm seemed to possess a locking mechanism, solidifying the surrounding space and rendering him unable to harness the power of space. The Empress's mastery over spatial manipulation surpassed even his own. Just as Jiang Yu grasped this unsettling realization, her palm descended upon him. A green turtle shell emerged, blocking the Empress's strike. That moment, Su Shiner split into three, simultaneously launching an assault from three directions towards the Empress. Die! The three phantoms of Su Shiner sealed off all escape routes for the Empress, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow. Observing this, Jiang Yu summoned the power of space, temporarily sealing the entire area around them to prevent the Empress from escaping. In the next heartbeat, three daggers pierced through the Empress's dantian, heart, and neck. Chapter 38. You two shall meet your end yet. even in this scenario, Jiang Yu did not relax. Despite being impaled, the Empress did not shed a single drop of blood. In fact, there was not a trace of panic in her eyes. She maintained a hint of amusement. Interesting, the Empress chuckled, raising an eyebrow slightly. Do you think you could slay my doppelganger? How is it that I have never heard of you two before? Or are you perhaps secret weapons of the Netherworld sect, doppelganger? Jiang Yu instinctively pulled Su Shiner's true form back a couple of steps. A doppelganger typically could only harness a fraction of its true body's power. After such an extended engagement, Jiang Yu had failed to discern that the Empress was merely a projection. Noticing Jiang Yu and Su Shiner retreating, the Empress cast them a flirtatious glance. Do not think of escaping. I shall be with you shortly. With that, the Empress formed hand seals, and hundreds of bolts of lightning erupted from the ground around Jiang Yu and Su Shiner, intertwining to form a lightning cage that ensnared them. Having completed this, the Empress's form gradually dissipated into mere specks of light. It was a confinement array. Jiang Yu immediately comprehended the Empress's design. This lightning had no discernible source and could only sustain itself for a brief quarter of an hour. By sacrificing duration, she had traded for sheer destructive force. The power of this lightning was extraordinarily fierce, capable of reducing Yuaning stage cultivators to ashes in an instant. Though the lightning was continuously waning, no Yuaning stage practitioner could hope to escape within that time frame. In other words, the Empress was confident she could arrive here within a quarter of an hour. Jiang Yu shook his head, pushing aside these thoughts and focused intently on the array's core. With his expertise in formations, a quarter of an hour was more than sufficient to unravel the array's effects. After all, the patterns here were entirely composed of a single formation. Unlike the previous array that sealed Linglong Jade, which was cluttered with extraneous and ineffective symbols, as he surveyed the formation patterns, Jiang Yu calmed his mind, achieving an unprecedented tranquility. The knowledge of formations from his memory aligned perfectly with the patterns before him. The purpose of the formation swiftly became clear in his mind. It was a refinement array. A refinement array that was merely a day away from completion. Jiang Yu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Incredulously comparing the distant patterns with the knowledge in his mind, it truly was a refinement array. Jiang Yu's pupils seemed to lose focus, his lips trembled slightly, and even his typically handsome face twisted in astonishment. You go? It wasn't until Su Shiner waved her hand in front of Jiang Yu's eyes several times that he snapped back to reality, instinctively grasping her hand as if regaining strength. Su Shiner allowed him to hold her hand and calmly asked, "What is it?" Jiang Yu forcibly suppressed the shock in his voice and replied solemnly, "This formation is for refinement. She aims to refine the world for her own use and advance to a pseudo-integration stage." What? Su Shiner momentarily froze before resolutely stating, "That is utterly impossible." Su Shiner understood the requirements for advancing to the integration stage. One of the conditions for progressing from the transformation stage to the integration stage was to cultivate a small world within oneself. Only when the small world achieved a self-sustaining flow of spiritual energy could this condition be deemed fulfilled. However, many have spent years attempting to cultivate a world capable of such a cycle, leading numerous practitioners to stagnate at the transformation stage. In this context, someone had devised a clever workaround to refine other worlds for their own use. Although this method is indeed a shortcut, it can facilitate a breakthrough to the integration stage. However, there is a significant drawback. Such breakthroughs lead to a state of pseudo-integration, where one can never advance further in cultivation. Yet, regardless of how one attempts to circumvent the requirements, the initial conditions must still be met, such as being confident in surviving the Thunder Tribulation. The power of the tribulation would increase in accordance with one's preparations, rendering this formation ineffective against it. Essentially a burden, even disregarding the other conditions necessary for surviving the tribulation. From a purely spiritual energy perspective, there was no possibility of overcoming the tribulation with the power of a Yuan-ing stage practitioner. Even the notion of refining the world for one's own use is no simple feat. It typically requires the assistance of a high-level elder to have any chance of success. This is due to a stringent requirement. There can be no life within the world. Absolutely no life is permitted. Only flora and spiritual energy may exist. To refine a world, one must first eliminate all life within it. The problem is, apart from the mindless creatures, the number of cultivators, those who fled from the righteous cultivators, the Scattered Cultivators Alliance, the Netherworld sect, and the Empress's subordinates, is incalculable. With so many still alive, how could one even consider refining the world for their own use? Under normal circumstances, neither the Thunder Tribulation nor the world refinement conditions could be met. This is why Su Shiner found Jiang Yu's assessment utterly implausible. It was simply too far-fetched. While Su Shiner pondered, Jiang Yu's thoughts began to race. Suddenly, he smacked his thigh. I understand. What is it? Before Su Shiner could finish, she transformed into an ethereal form, attempting to reach out to the lightning. However, the next instant, her incorporeal state was forcefully expelled by the lightning. Jiang Yu sighed. The presence of only a doppelganger guarding this place indicates that this is not the most critical formation. Her true body is likely safeguarding the array with the unknown effects. Before Su Shiner could respond, the Empress's voice echoed. You guessed correctly. Alas, you are about to meet your end in a single step. The Empress appeared before Jiang Yu and Su Shiner, her expression beaming as she regarded them. What a pair of desperate lovers, if it were not for you two disrupting my plans. I truly would not wish to kill you. As Su Shiner laid eyes on the Empress, her pupils constricted, nearly crying out in shock. ITSU? Yet, maintaining her composure, she merely opened her mouth without uttering a sound. At that moment, both Jiang Yu and the Empress were engrossed in each other, oblivious to Su Shiner's unusual demeanor. Jiang Yu, unreservedly, retorted to the Empress, why do you always assume you have us at your mercy? The smile on the Empress's face dimmed slightly. I am aware that you are merely stalling for time, waiting for the Thunder Tribulation formation's duration to expire. However, I am in a good mood today, so I don't mind chatting a bit longer with two insignificant ants. With a slight elevation in her voice, the Empress continued, individuals like you, who come from outside, tend to rely on experience to dominate. You believe you can wield more intricate and profound spells, which is why you look down upon us. But I have spent 300 years honing my skills in the Yuaning stage. I have thoroughly absorbed all your experiences. The spells you can cast, I can too. What you cannot, I can as well. I have even deployed an array capable of exterminating all of you. What gives you the confidence to challenge me? Realizing she had somewhat lost her composure, the Empress rubbed her face and re-established a radiant smile, glancing at the Thunder Tribulation array that ensnared Jiang Yu. Well then, the Thunder Tribulation array is about to falter. It is time for you to perish. Chapter 39. An array prepared in advance. As her words fell, the Empress gently pushed her palm forward, and an obliterating domain materialized, pressing down towards Jiang Yu and Su Shiner. How can you wield a domain? Jiang Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Typically, he was the one astonished by others, yet this time he found himself on the receiving end of surprise. Were it a strong practitioner from outside mastering a domain or even spatial powers, Jiang Yu would not have been surprised. After all, reaching a higher realm makes mastering domains exceedingly simple. Yet the Empress was a native of this secret realm, and she had managed to harness a domain even at the Yuaning stage. The learning curve was on an entirely different level. Witnessing the Empress unleash her domain, Jiang Yu could no longer afford to conceal his capabilities, and his surrounding spiritual energy erupted forth in the fleeting moment. Centered around Jiang Yu, ethereal shadows of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise emerged in all directions. The four symbols were unleashed, drawing upon the steadfast defense of the Black Tortoise, complemented by the rejuvenating arts of the Vermilion Bird, and merging the might of the White Tiger with the suppressive domain of the Azure Dragon. The four symbols formation was activated. The Empress's annihilation domain shattered the very fabric of space, a strange, viscous force proliferating within, leaving nothing but void in its wake. The instant of their collision, the heavens and earth shifted, the once stable space utterly fragmented. The Empress's annihilation domain swiftly gained the upper hand, leaving only enough room for Jiang Yu and Su Xiner to stand. Yet, as time passed, the seemingly precarious four symbols formation proved as solid as a rock, even beginning to mount a gradual counterattack. Jiang Yu kindly remarked, "Hey, with so many people in this world, is it truly necessary for you to fixate on killing just the two of us?" Although Jiang Yu appeared expressionless, inwardly he was cursing in desperation. How could such an insignificant native of this secret realm be so formidable? This was already Jiang Yu's most powerful technique in the nascent soul stage. He had barely remained in the nascent soul stage for a few years before advancing to the transformation stage. After all, who would stubbornly clash spells at the same level when they could elevate their realm? If only Jiang Yu could wield the power of the transformation stage now, he would have the confidence to shatter the Empress's annihilation domain in one blow. However, Jiang Yu was anxious, and the Empress was even more so. The peak strength of the annihilation domain was only at its onset. Yet, regardless of her urgency, the Empress would not reveal it on her face. She merely smiled softly and said, "I never expected that you two little bugs from the Netherworld cult could withstand my annihilation domain, but I had already anticipated your betrayal. Maintaining the annihilation domain?" The Empress retrieved a formation plate from her storage ring and crushed it. "Did you truly believe that the dead fog was completely dispelled by me earlier? From this moment on, in 10 minutes. Aside from the vicinity of the 5 formation nodes, the dead fog will completely engulf the world, and everyone will perish." She casually tossed aside the shards of the formation plate, declaring, "Even if you Netherworld cult members hide near the formation nodes, my loyal subordinates will find and eliminate every last one of you." Jiang Yu deliberately scoffed and, adopting the tone of the Netherworld cult, retorted, "You are but a mere nascent soul. Do you truly think you can leap to the transformation stage and become a pseudo-harmonization? Such delusion. As long as I spread the news, your subordinates will allow you to kill them, won't they? How many do you think will remain?" The Empress couldn't help but smile. "You Netherworld cult are still too merciful. My subordinates will never betray me." With a casual wave, a teleportation formation spontaneously manifested on the ground. 10 fully realized nascent soul experts were instantly transported into the formation. "We greet the Empress." The moment the 10 experts appeared, they all knelt before her, self-terminate. The Empress didn't even glance at them, uttering it with nonchalance. Without Hesse long ago, Jiang Yu had been quietly removed. What prompted her misfortune was her ill-fated decision to ensnare Jiang Yu with the Qian Kuan refining Qi formation. After observing the positions of the 12 individuals and the formation, Jiang Yu could not help but express his thoughts. This time, the Empress faces grave peril, unless she can utilize the Qian Kuan refining Qi formation once more. "Why?" Su Exiner inquired, her large eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at Jiang Yu. The wisdom of the present day is not necessarily inferior to that of ancient times. In matters such as formations, which have endured through the ages, contemporary intellect should not be underestimated. Having expressed his sentiments, Jiang Yu elaborated. The 12 individuals cultivate a unique technique, and by harnessing spiritual energy to connect, they can resonate, allowing the energy to be transmitted among them. Regardless of whom the Empress targets, there will always be someone capable of restoring their spiritual energy. This alone allows her to confront 12 opponents of the same realm, all with inexhaustible energy. But if their spiritual energy is limitless, it does not guarantee they can overpower the Empress, Su Exiner countered. Spiritual energy is merely one manifestation of their connection. Without requiring further explanation from Jiang Yu, Su Exiner grasped his intent. What if they could also share defenses? What if they could share restorative abilities? What if they could share their attacks? The notion of shared defenses implies that the 12 can combine their protective efforts, meaning the Empress must breach the defenses of all 12 perfected Yuaning experts simultaneously to inflict harm upon them. Should the Empress, by some stroke of luck, manage to injure any of the 12, as long as a few among them can employ their restorative powers, they could engage in battle while continuously recovering. Shared attacks mean that each strike from any of the 12 would concentrate the force of all 12. No matter how powerful the Empress may be, it is impossible for her to face the cumulative strength of 12 perfected Yuaning masters at once. Jiang Yu marveled. Indeed, there is always a higher peak. These influential old fellows are more cunning than one another. Exiner, if we were not here, who do you think would emerge victorious in the end? Su Exiner pondered for a moment, resting her hand on her chin. "I would guess it would be the Yuming sect." As she spoke, she pointed towards the Empress within the formation. Although the Empress still displayed no signs of defeat, it was evident she lacked the capability to break the formation. Failure seemed merely a matter of time. "Though not forget this," Jiang Yu said, indicating the Qian Kuan refining Qi formation that had ensnared him. If the Empress could invoke this formation, the 12 guardians would undoubtedly be no match for her. Su Exiner retorted defiantly, "No matter how formidable the Qian Kuan refining Qi formation may be, it is still an ancient formation. As long as it is ancient, there is always the potential for it to be unraveled. Perhaps the Yuming sect has long prepared a method to dismantle it. Moreover, the Empress lacks the ability to unleash it again." Just as Jiang Yu was about to respond, the Empress suddenly produced a talisman from a distance. A beam of light shot skyward from the Empress, piercing through the heavens. Jiang Yu immediately focused his attention on the Empress and the Yuming sect's guardians. The talisman released by the Empress generated a golden protective barrier, encasing her within. Meanwhile, the 12 guardians of the Yuming sect frantically assailed the golden barrier, attempting to shatter it. Seizing the opportunity, the Empress took a moment to catch her breath and set up a teleportation formation. Su Exiner gazed into the distance and speculated, is she attempting to escape? Not likely, Jiang Yu asserted confidently. The spatial disturbances here, while slightly mitigated, would still ensnare anyone attempting to teleport, subjecting them to chaotic currents that could result in severe injury or even death. Furthermore, Jiang Yu shifted his tone, emphasizing, the Empress's subordinates are likely merely ordinary perfected Yuaning practitioners, while everyone present here can transcend their realms in battle. The true combat prowess of individuals like us can rival that of ordinary transformation stage experts in the outside world. Enlisting ordinary Yuaning practitioners here would be tantamount to courting death. On the other side, the Empress's teleportation formation swiftly activated, and a bearded perfected Yuaning expert was transported in. The Empress focused intently, locking eyes with the bearded man, commanding in a low voice, offer your life as a sacrifice and inform them to expedite the activation of the formation. The bearded man gazed at the Empress with fervor, unhesitatingly slashing his own throat. In that instant, the guardians of the Yuming sect shattered the golden barrier the Empress had just established and surged towards her. The Empress, regaining her footing, engaged in a fierce battle with the Yuming sect once more. The surrounding death fog, unbeknownst to them, spread rapidly throughout the secret realm as their fierce conflict raged on. The once lush green grass turned withered and yellow, and the formerly vibrant tree canopies were stripped bare of foliage. The birds that had occasionally been seen soaring above and the fish that swam below had all succumbed to lifelessness. The death fog seemed to sever the formation's eye from the outside world, creating two realms, one of final hope and the other of desolation and silence. The emergence of this death fog signified that for those who were still fortunate enough to survive near the formation's eye, unless they possessed spatial abilities, ordinary practitioners would be thoroughly trapped in place. Brother Yu, could there be unforeseen circumstances? Su Exiner expressed her long-lost concern. Jiang Yu calculated internally, it had been less than 3 days since the activation of the exhausting spirit talisman. To reach the second stage of the talisman, an additional 4 days were required. For practitioners, 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. Given the intensity of the battle between the Empress and the Yuming sect, it was likely that 4 days would not suffice. With this thought, Jiang Yu patted his chest confidently, assuring her, rest assured, there will absolutely be no unforeseen circumstances. At that very moment, the sun in the sky abruptly vanished. It was not just the sun. The entire world was engulfed in darkness, and an endless surge of spiritual energy emerged from an unknown source. Mountains and rivers, flora and fauna, all experienced a resurgence. Jiang Yu felt the shackles confining him to the Yuaning realm gradually dissolving. The world was ascending. Oh no, the exhausting spirit talisman that took so long to activate seems to have gone to waste. Jiang Yu instinctively glanced toward the Empress and the Yuming sect, simultaneously channeling his internal power. Although the world had ascended, restoring his transformation stage strength would still take approximately the duration of an incense stick. As he focused, he observed the members of the Yuming sect, all of whom were astonished by the surrounding anomalies. The elegance on the Empress's face vanished, replaced by a burning hatred directed at the Yuming sect. You have forced me to activate the formation for world ascension early. Now you shall pay the price. As the Empress cried out, all the spiritual energy that had originally surged toward the heavens redirected itself toward her. In an instant, the spiritual energy within the Empress broke through the bottleneck of the Yuaning realm, advancing to the transformation stage. Moreover, following her ascension, her aura continued to rise, breaking through further. Transformation stage initial, transformation stage mid, transformation stage late, and finally, transformation stage perfected. The Empress propelled her cultivation to the pinnacle permissible in the newly ascended world. How is this possible? What wicked path have you employed? Qianlong, the guardian, exclaimed as he gazed at the Empress hovering above. Breakthroughs are gradual. It is inconceivable to leap multiple realms at once. This has been a fundamental truth in the cultivation world for countless years. In the Xianhuang realm, Have there not been many prodigies? Yet, regardless of how extraordinary they may be, under normal circumstances, one can only break through 2 small realms at most in a single leap. If the Empress were to leap 3 small realms, one could attribute it to being the greatest prodigy in history. But to leap 1 major realm along with 4 small realms is simply impossible. Neither demonic nor righteous paths could achieve such a feat. Only the wicked path might allow for this. However, this does not imply that wicked path techniques are superior to righteous ones. Rather, practicing righteous techniques does not require any sacrifices and can even prolong one's life. In contrast, the costs of wicked techniques are often unimaginably high. There is a distinction between demonic and wicked techniques. Demonic techniques are defined by human standards. If you lose today, you are deemed demonic, and your techniques labeled as such. However, wicked techniques are an objective reality. The practice of wicked techniques is invariably accompanied by slaughter and bloodshed, and self-harm during cultivation is considered a normal aspect of wicked techniques. Most wicked techniques require the lives of countless living beings, often even those of close relatives. It was not only Qianlong who suspected the Empress practiced wicked techniques. Jiang Yu harbored similar doubts. Yet, the Empress did not appear to exhibit the madness typical of a wicked practitioner. This time, the Empress chose not to respond to Qianlong's inquiry. After all, the true strength of the 12 guardians was not merely that of Yuan Ying. They would restore their power after the duration of an incense stick. This period was the Empress's prime opportunity for slaughter. With a flick of her right hand, black and white shadows surged forth. Crashing violently into Qianlong unprepared, he immediately gathered the strength of all 12, attempting to resist the attack. However, at this moment, the Empress had reached perfection in the transformation stage, and the disparity in strength between them was vast. Under the pressure of the transformation stage, even with the collective might of 12, Qianlong was swiftly overwhelmed. As the formation shattered, the 12 guardians simultaneously coughed up blood, in the blink of an eye. The 2 shadows passed through the bodies of the 12 guardians. Under the Empress's assault, the guardians crumbled to ashes like grass withered by the encroaching death fog. The 12 guardians, once formidable figures in the outside world, found themselves utterly powerless against a single transformation stage practitioner in this realm. After slaying the 12 guardians, the Empress did not pause. She lifted her gaze towards Jiang Yu and Su Exiner. Jiang Yu's heart tightened. The timing was impeccable. He had yet to recover to the transformation stage. In a hurry, Jiang Yu consumed several pills. After all, the Qian Kuan refining qi formation previously laid by the Empress had long been repurposed by Jiang Yu. It would serve as a temporary shield. At that moment, a spatial rift materialized not far from Jiang Yu. 2 figures tumbled through the rift, Han Wu and Li Zixiang. Brother Yu, I have discovered the intricacies of that formation. Li Zixiang's words trailed off abruptly as both of them stood frozen in place. They had glimpsed the Empress nearby, radiating the overwhelming aura of a fully realized deity. Quick, we must retreat, Li Zixiang urged Han Wudao. Alas, in the next instant, the spatial passage through which they had arrived was forcefully shattered by the Empress's oppressive might. 2 more insects. How fortuitous to ensnare all 4 of you at once, the Empress declared, advancing step by step towards the 4. With each stride, her mastery over her cultivation deepened. By the time she stood before them, she had completely acclimated to the powers of the deity realm. Raising her hand, a brilliant ice-blue light coalesced within it as she spoke with an indifferent tone. To be candid, I had initially intended to spare your lives, as my previous interactions with you were rather pleasant. However, the Empress seemed to recall something, shaking her head. Forget it. Farewell forever. Chapter 42. Unexpectedly, the blade severing reality before the ice-blue light could descend. Jiang Yu noticed countless runes manifesting beneath his feet. These runes were not limited to just his location. Within his line of sight, wherever the deathly mist did not shroud, the runes appeared in an instant. The runes near the formation's core erupted with brilliance, sending columns of light soaring into the heavens. Each too grand for a single person to embrace. If someone were to observe from above, they would see 5 stout pillars of light piercing the sky. The Empress lifted her gaze and mockingly stated, I shall grant you a few minutes to leave your final words. I will attend to others first, as a token of our acquaintance. With that, she stepped forth, opening a spatial passage and vanishing in an instant. As soon as she disappeared, Li Zixiang dashed to Jiang Yu's side, clutching his leg. Brother Yu, How could we encounter something as rare as a world ascension? We squandered so many spirit stones to activate the depletion talisman. What you should be concerned about now is how to survive. Zhang Yu replied casually. Huh? Li Zixiang was taken aback. Do you not realize why she seeks to ascend the world? Zhang Yu retorted. Then explained to the group, the Empress aims to cultivate to the combined body stage, requiring the peak spiritual power of the deity realm and a lifeless world. Ascending the world is her method of acquiring that peak spiritual power. Han Wu suddenly comprehended. So, her next move is to exploit the time we are still recovering to eliminate those powerful beings. Damn. Why did she not kill us just now? Li Zixiang interjected immediately. Isn't it because you are acquainted with her? Zhang Yu responded, perplexed. He had assumed that the Empress's reference to their acquaintance pertained to Han Wu and Li Zixiang. We do indeed know her. I have secretly marked her, and the mark is now on the Empress. Su Shiner suddenly spoke, looking at Zhang Yu. Their eyes met, and a thought surfaced in Zhang Yu's mind. The true Han Mu. Which one? He queried. The first, Su Shiner succinctly replied. Such a figure should be burdened with countless affairs. How could she have any interest in playing roles here? Moreover, she had pretended to be pitiful and even feigned injury, leaving Zhang Yu oblivious to any flaws. Brother Yu, Li Zixiang leaned closer. This is genuinely perilous. Should we not withdraw first? It is too dangerous to get involved any further. How do we withdraw? Zhang Yu countered. Li Zixiang chuckled, lowering his voice as he leaned into Zhang Yu's ear. Brother Yu, have you forgotten? I accompanied you to that auction. Surely you possess something I sold it long ago. Zhang Yu replied nonchalantly. Nonsense. That item is our last resort. It is not for now, Li Zixiang exclaimed in a panic. Before he could finish, a rift in space opened up and the Empress returned, holding 10 severed heads in her left hand and a person in her right. The heads were unfamiliar to Zhang Yu, but the individual in her right hand was all too familiar. It was the White Tiger Guardian. However, the White Tiger Guardian was now subdued, his spiritual power sealed, and he had lost the vigor he once possessed. The Empress carelessly tossed the White Tiger Guardian aside and produced an altar, placing it upon the ground. This altar was not a conventional one. It was merely an unremarkable but a resounding and ancient voice echoed throughout the mysterious realm, reverberating in the ears of all present, stirring their very souls. The ethereal silhouette of a long sword descended slowly. As the phantom blade struck, the fabric of space itself trembled under its oppressive force. In the face of such might, Zhang Yu and the multitude of lesser cultivators felt as powerless as survivors clutching driftwood amidst a tempest at sea. The moment the long sword's shadow shifted, darkness enveloped their vision, and they were swept away by the chaotic currents of space. As Zhang Yu was drawn into the tumult, he heightened his vigilance tenfold. This was the first time in many years that he had been ensnared by spatial turbulence. While he may not have encountered it before, the dangers inherent in such phenomena were well known to all. Memories of the knowledge he had previously absorbed regarding spatial chaos surged through his mind. Space exists in 2 layers. The first is the realm in which people dwell, while the second comprises the energies that constitute space, barriers, fissures, nodes, and the enigmatic remnants of corpses and storage rings. This latter realm is referred to as the dark space. Under normal circumstances, the dark space is secured by stable barriers. However, when these barriers are shattered and the contents within are disturbed, it transforms into a perilous domain known as spatial turbulence. Within this chaotic maelstrom, violent energies surge unchecked, hurling unwary cultivators about like autumn leaves caught in a storm. Countless fissures are scattered throughout. Any cultivator who inadvertently brushes against one will find themselves as vulnerable as tofu against steel, easily pierced through. Additionally, within this realm, a cultivator's perception of space becomes entirely ineffective. Often, even when one can see a fissure directly before them and instinctively attempts to retreat, they inadvertently propel themselves toward it. Most crucially, for those ensnared in spatial turbulence, all external forces at their disposal are rendered ineffective. Even a 9th-grade magical artifact would be powerless. It seems that some force obscures one's awareness of such artifacts. Furthermore, no matter how formidable a divine ability, it becomes impotent amidst the chaos. Of course, those who possess 9th-grade artifacts are unlikely to find themselves caught in such turbulence in the first place. Zhang Yu reflected on the methods he had read about for escaping spatial turbulence. One could simply locate a spatial node and leap into it to extricate oneself from the chaos and return to the world. While this notion may sound simple, in practice, it is fraught with challenges. Otherwise, spatial turbulence would not be deemed a place where one faces near certain death. When considering the fissures alone, they do not present an overwhelming danger, after all. They must be struck to pose a threat. Yet, when coupled with the misperceptions of those present, the risk escalates dramatically. If a fissure, half a person's height, were to rush toward you, would you evade it or not? To remain still may result in death, while dodging could inadvertently lead you straight into the very fissure you sought to avoid. The final consideration is the depletion of spiritual energy, though it may appear mundane. It harbors the greatest peril. If fortune smiles upon you, you might never encounter a spatial fissure. Yet, even in their absence, due to the disarray in perception, it is not uncommon to find oneself unable to reach a spatial node that lies directly before one's eyes for an entire lifetime. Admittedly, cultivators typically carry ample replenishing elixirs and spirit stones, but should one remain trapped indefinitely, they will eventually exhaust their supplies, ultimately witnessing themselves transform into a desiccated corpse. Jiang Yu surveyed his surroundings with his spiritual awareness. Here, there was neither sky nor earth nor gravity. It resembled the vastness of outer space. Above, below, and all around, dense black spatial energy swirled. Within this dark expanse, silver-white fissures, fragments of corpses, and storage rings occasionally flickered into view. In the distance, bright silver spatial nodes glimmered. The Empress stood not far away, locking gazes with Jiang Yu and the others. All were caught in the turbulence, stripped of any desire to fight, and none dared to make a rash move. The dangers of spatial turbulence had been emphasized throughout history. Not only was combat unthinkable, but even the slightest movement was met with trepidation. The White Tiger Protector floated beside the Empress, laughing heartily, proclaiming, "Spatial turbulence is splendid. Once you enter, none shall survive." The Empress scoffed coldly but made no further movements. Just then, a silver-white fissure, half the length of an arm, sliced through the neck of the White Tiger Protector, severing his head. The smile on the White Tiger Protector's face froze in place as his head and body parted ways, blood gushing forth from his severed arteries in chaotic splatters. In that instant of the White Tiger Protector's demise, Jiang Yu suddenly perceived a hard object materializing in his hand. He cast a discreet glance, and with that fleeting glance, a tempest of emotions surged within him, nearly betraying his composure. It was Linglong Jade. Why did it come to him upon the White Tiger Protector's death? However, with so many witnesses present, it was hardly the opportune moment for the jade to recognize its master. Jiang Yu swiftly stowed the Linglong Jade in his storage ring, feigning nonchalance as he surveyed the environment alongside the others. The grim tidings were that there were no spatial nodes nearby. The silver lining, however, was that there were not many fissures in close proximity. The recent encounter with the fissure that had passed through the White Tiger Protector had been merely coincidental. Jiang Yu continued to observe. 2 finger-length fissures suddenly surged toward Han Wu. Han Wu instinctively attempted to evade them from the side, only to find himself directly in the path of the fissures. A sickening sound of flesh being sliced echoed. A minuscule gash appeared on Han Wu's left wrist as the fissure tore through, severing an artery, causing blood to spurt forth in an instant. Han Wu hastily produced a hemostatic powder, relieved that it was merely a superficial injury to his artery. He could only feel gratitude that it was not akin to the fate of the White Tiger Protector, who had lost his head. Li Zixiang edged closer to Jiang Yu, a hint of apprehension in her voice as she asked, "Brother Yu, if we were to unleash our true powers here, would it attract its attention?" Chapter 44. Opportunity. Just as Jiang Yu was about to reply, an ethereal yet vaguely otherworldly voice resonated in his ears, leaving him unable to discern the speaker's gender. "Who dares to disturb my slumber?" At the moment he heard the voice, Jiang Yu felt as if he had been struck by a sonic wave, blood pouring from his orifices, rendering him utterly drained and feeble. "Brother Yu, what's wrong with you?" Li Zixiang, standing closest, was the first to catch Jiang Yu as he faltered. Su Shiner rushed over next, checking to see if he had been pierced by a spatial fissure. Strangely, apart from Jiang Yu, the others seemed oblivious to the voice's presence. Just as Jiang Yu's consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse, the voice echoed once more, tinged with astonishment. "So feeble, yet you have the audacity to awaken me?" Yet this time, due to the voice's deliberate restraint, It inflicted no harm upon Jiang Yu. As his awareness began to recover slightly, he felt an uncanny chill, akin to being stalked by a mountain tiger before he had become a cultivator. After a brief moment, the voice let out a long sigh. Ah, so it is. My friend has embarked upon such a path. Shortly after, the voice seemed to express a twinge of regret. To meet is to forge a bond. Let us regard this as a fortunate connection. Regrettably, Jiang Yu's consciousness was in disarray, and he could only hear a hum, unable to discern the individual words spoken. Had he been able to comprehend? He would have been astounded. According to common knowledge, spatial turbulence is an absolute forbidden zone, where survival is inconceivable, much less slumber. The very existence of this being contradicts the laws of the world. A golden light, imperceptible to all but Jiang Yu, enveloped his body. Almost immediately, those around him observed as Jiang Yu's form visibly revitalized. Meanwhile, within the confines of Jiang Yu's storage ring, the Linglong jade exuded tendrils of black mist. Its malevolence effortlessly purified. Not only was the Linglong jade affected, but Jiang Yu's innate qualities and potential surged at an alarming rate. Moments later, Jiang Yu opened his eyes, the first sight greeting him being the concerned faces of his companions encircling him. What just happened? It felt as though I heard a voice just now. As he spoke, Jiang Yu expelled a mouthful of congealed blood. Elite Xixiang was the first to respond. Brother Yu, you must be mistaken. We are in spatial turbulence, and there is no one else nearby. Su Shiner, at that moment, offered him a handkerchief. Jiang Yu naturally accepted it, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a smile. I suppose I must have misinterpreted things. What Jiang Yu did not reveal to his companions was that, as he gazed at the surrounding space, he seemed to perceive faint, wavering lines within the dark energy. Jiang Yu understood precisely what they signified. During his prior training in spatial techniques, he had learned that the greater the number of lines observed, the higher one's innate talent in the realm of space. Yet, no one understood his spatial aptitude better than Jiang Yu himself. Previously, he could only catch fleeting glimpses of such lines, but now they appeared almost constantly before him. Talent is intrinsically linked to one's innate qualities, and enhancing it is an arduous endeavor. According to common wisdom, only rare treasures could potentially elevate one's aptitude and qualities, and no artificial means could achieve such enhancement. Yet, why had his talent experienced such a remarkable surge all at once? Jiang Yu could not fathom the reason, nor was it the time for contemplation. After all, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. Before his companions could fully grasp the situation, a spatial node abruptly manifested before them, drawing near and enveloping them in its embrace. After their disappearance, a figure clad in a robe adorned with the depths of the starry sky appeared in the vicinity. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that the stars woven into the fabric were not mere embellishments, but rather genuine stars that had been refined into the garment. With a casual wave of the figure's hand, the spatial node was restored to its original position as they murmured to themselves. It seems this place has become unsafe. Very well, since I have awakened, I shall find another place to slumber. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu's journey continued. Jiang Yu felt a dizzying sensation as he was abruptly expelled from the spatial node, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Fortunately, the surrounding landscape was serene and picturesque, devoid of any onlookers. He was the first to be cast out, thus spared the embarrassment of being witnessed in such a disheveled state. As Jiang Yu regained his composure, he realized that others had also been unceremoniously thrown out. He hurriedly rushed forward to catch Su Shiner, ensuring she landed safely. Elite Xixiang and Han Wu had met with a rough landing as well. The Empress, however, was fortunate enough to collide with a tree upon her descent, providing her with a buffer and allowing her to land gracefully. Standing upright, the Empress forced herself to muster every ounce of focus. Her gaze fixed intently on the others, radiating the oppressive aura of someone in the nascent soul stage. The others maintained their composure, but Li Zixiang was already in a state of anxiety. Communicating telepathically, Brother Yu, what should we do? We cannot afford to reveal our strength outside the secret realm. The curse is still in effect. None had anticipated such a peculiar twist of fate. It seemed that as soon as they had been swept into the chaotic currents of space, they were immediately met with a spatial node that expelled them. Jiang Yu's mind raced as he turned to the Empress, casually remarking, "Relax. You were merely fortunate to encounter a benevolent soul like me. In light of your previous leniency towards us, I am willing to grant you a chance. Your life shall be spared. The Empress regarded Jiang Yu, her expression revealing a hint of joy despite her otherwise stoic demeanor. She had prepared herself for a tranquil acceptance of death. Initially, the Empress had planned to utilize a formation to forcibly elevate her cultivation to the peak of the transformation stage, subsequently refining the world to break through to the integration stage, thus counteracting the backlash from the formation. However, not only had she failed to reach the integration stage, but the formation had also been destroyed, incurring a substantial backlash. With her cultivation, the Empress could have effortlessly ascended to the transformation stage upon exiting the secret realm. Yet now, she had plummeted 3 minor realms, from the perfect nascent soul stage to the initial nascent soul stage. This setback was only mitigated by her profound foundation, having consumed nearly all the treasures of the secret realm to maintain her position at the nascent soul stage. Although she still exuded the oppressive aura of the nascent soul stage, her spiritual power was nearly depleted, and her treasures were all but exhausted in a confrontation. Even a moderately strong golden core stage cultivator could easily vanquish her. The Empress was acutely aware of the capabilities of the 4 individuals before her. During their time in the secret realm, these individuals had matched her prowess despite being in the nascent soul stage, their true strength remaining uncertain. Now that they had exited the secret realm, her power had waned to the initial nascent soul stage, while they remained unaffected. Given this disparity, the Empress had resigned herself to despair, only to find herself unexpectedly presented with a glimmer of hope. Considering the comparative strengths, the Empress harbored no doubts regarding Jiang Yu's sincerity. Yet, she still questioned whether he could truly be so benevolent. Just as she pondered this, Jiang Yu continued, however, I cannot simply let you go unscathed. You must possess the great transformation immortal technique, do you not? The Empress was taken aback. How could you possibly discern that? Yet Jiang Yu's inquiry dispelled her last shred of doubt. This man was undoubtedly after the great transformation immortal technique. Chapter 45. Where is this place? How I came to know is of little importance. What matters is that you now have an opportunity to preserve your life, do you not? Jiang Yu replied with a faint smile that made the Empress's heart skip a beat. I possess the great transformation immortal technique, but only a flawed version imparted to me by the Netherworld sect. It can merely alter my appearance and aura, without aiding in cultivation, the Empress explained, her tone tinged with resignation. Jiang Yu continued to weave his deception. That is sufficient for my purposes. If I provide you with what you desire, what if you choose to betray our trust and eliminate me? The Empress retorted, if you harbor such intentions, you might as well strike now. You would not acquire the great transformation immortal technique that way. Jiang Yu smiled enigmatically. Since I have made this request, rest assured I possess a means to ensure your confidence. With that, Jiang Yu revealed his ulterior motives. You may initially provide me with a portion. The most critical part can remain with you. We will verify the authenticity of the great transformation immortal technique, and if it proves genuine, we can establish a Heavenly Dao contract. What Jiang Yu did not disclose was that, upon entering the Heavenly Dao contract, they could also include a contract for her to join their party, an entirely reasonable request. A Heavenly Dao contract? The Empress paused before responding, very well, let us proceed as you suggest. The Heavenly Dao contract is a binding agreement sworn before the heavens, necessitating both parties to draft the terms in writing and seal it with blood, willingly signing it. Furthermore, both parties must fully comprehend the terms without any ambiguity prior to its effectiveness. Should either party harbor any inner resistance at the moment of signing, the contract cannot be successfully executed. Those who violate the agreement or attempt to manipulate the text will be plagued by inner demons in the future. Thus, the Heavenly Dao contract is a remarkably powerful tool. As no one wishes to stagnate in their cultivation for eternity, as she spoke, the Empress presented a jade slip. This contains the first part of the Great Transformation Immortal Technique. Jiang Yu accepted the jade slip, confirming the authenticity of the technique before passing it to Su Shiner. You 3 take turns examining it. Turning back to the Empress, Jiang Yu added, in addition to the Great Transformation Immortal Technique, there is another condition you must fulfill. What condition? The Empress's previously relaxed demeanor became tense once more. Fear not, it is quite simple. When we first began our journey in the Qi refinement stage, we formed a team, united by a common goal to strengthen our ranks. Thus, the final condition is that you must join our party for a minimum of 1 year. Jiang Yu paused, lowering his voice as he leaned closer to the Empress. whispering in a tone only she could hear. "What do you say, fake Han Mu?" The Empress's pupils constricted. When she had impersonated Han Mu, she had utilized the Great Transformation Immortal technique. How had these individuals seen through her disguise? Yet, her thoughts were not fixated on this revelation, but rather on the events that transpired during her impersonation. Previously, when she masqueraded as Han Mu, Jiang Yu had lured the Netherworld sect's demon child into their ranks using the techniques of the Netherworld sect as bait. At that time, the Empress had meticulously examined that contract. However, to call it a contract would be misleading. It resembled more of a mundane agreement, akin to a mortal's contract. The paper bore no trace of cultivator power and was immediately incinerated upon completion. What was the ultimate aim of their group? The Empress found herself perplexed. However, since this individual insisted on a full year of commitment, could she not simply escape when the opportunity arose? With this thought in mind, the Empress inquired, "When shall we sign the contract for my joining?" "I agree to the terms." The signing of the joining contract must be sanctioned by an authority figure or institution. Jiang Yu glanced around, taking in the idyllic surroundings, lush mountains and clear waters, an ideal tourist destination. Yet, there was not a single authoritative figure in sight. Previously, when Jiang Yu had signed a contract with the demon child, fake Han Mu had been present. Clearly, this condition could not be met now. With this realization, Jiang Yu suggested, "There is no rush to join right now. Let us first find a nearby city and ascertain our location, and we can discuss the joining matter later." As fate would have it, just as Jiang Yu finished speaking, a merchant convoy of over 100 individuals appeared on the horizon, slowly making their way across the grassy terrain. At the forefront of the convoy was a middle-aged male guard on horseback, followed by 2 horse-drawn carriages and several flatbed carts covered with thick fabric. Alongside the convoy, there were teams of guards vigilantly protecting the cargo. Upon spotting the group, the middle-aged man dismounted from his horse, exuding the oppressive aura of the Foundation establishment stage, and called out loudly, "Who dares to obstruct the path here?" The Empress instinctively turned to unleash her own aura, but was promptly halted by Jiang Yu's gentle touch on her shoulder. Jiang Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Li Zixiang, who stepped forward and performed a respectful bow. "We are mere travelers who recently encountered bandits and lost our belongings. We barely managed to escape their clutches, but have found ourselves in this unfamiliar land. Might you be able to assist us on our journey?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the carriages. Shortly thereafter, a maid helped a beautiful young woman clad in a pale blue robe descend from the carriage. "I am Luo Qingqing from the Luo family of Xiangyu Town, and I am en route to Lingri City to sell a batch of goods." Luo Qingqing took a few steps forward, gracefully bowing. "This location is less than half a day's journey from Lingri City. If you're also heading there, I would not mind offering you a ride." "Miss," the maid cautioned, "these individuals have unclear origins. What if they are bandits?" "Oh, not worry." Luo Qingqing waved her hand dismissively. "They are merely ordinary folk. I trust that you and Master Zhuang can protect me." Seeing Luo Qingqing's reassurance, the maid ceased her objections and called out, "You 5 may board the carriage for a chat." Li Zixiang hesitated for a moment, glancing at the carriage that Luo Qingqing occupied. The carriage appeared rather cramped, unlikely to accommodate 7 individuals comfortably. Even if they squeezed in, it would be quite tight. However, Luo Qingqing seemed to sense Li Zixiang's reservations and kindly explained, "Do not worry. It is quite spacious inside." Upon hearing this, the group no longer hesitated and boarded the carriage one by one. Jiang Yu stepped inside, subtly surveying the interior decor. A table occupied the center of the carriage. Surrounded by 4 long benches, each capable of seating at least 6 or 7 individuals, a bed was also placed against the window side, making the space appear small, yet it was surprisingly roomier than a small room. If all goes as expected, this carriage must have employed some spatial techniques, achieving a skill akin to the concept of a mustard seed, containing Mount Merud, of course, while it possesses such techniques. It does not reach the level of exaggeration associated with the original concept. Jiang Yu pondered internally. This place is certainly not the Red Cloud domain. The middle-aged guard at the forefront is merely at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. Were this the Red Cloud domain, such a carriage would not be something a mere Foundation establishment cultivator would dare to present. It is likely that if it were shown just a day prior, it would have been intercepted and slaughtered. Furthermore, judging by these individuals' nonchalant demeanor regarding this carriage, it seems that such vehicles have long been commonplace here, not regarded as rare artifacts. Thus, in the 5 realms, where exactly are we? Chapter 46. Encountering inspection, Jiang Yu quickly ruled out the Red Cloud domain, the Forbidden domain, and the Demon domain. The Red Cloud domain is anything but peaceful. Cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage would not dare to use such an exquisite carriage. In the Demon domain, the status of humanity is akin to that of slaves. Hence, this certainly cannot be the Demon domain. As for the Forbidden domain, it has long since established barriers to isolate itself from the outside world. Even spatial nodes have been severed from external contact, making it impossible to be transported there. There is also a rumor, whose veracity is uncertain. 100,000 years ago, several powerful beings from the Demon domain, comparable to immortals, banded together, overcoming numerous hardships to finally reach the borders of the Forbidden domain, intending to force their way in, only to be entirely obliterated under the pretext of trespassing. Since then, no one has dared to provoke the Forbidden domain. It has been countless years since the Forbidden domain has had any contact with the outside world. Therefore, this place can only be the Nether domain or the Celestial domain. Jiang Yu intended to probe Luo Qingqing, but she spoke first. May I ask how you are addressed and whence you hail? Luo Qingqing turned to Li Zixiang, who had previously engaged in conversation, awaiting his response. Without hesitation, Li Zixiang introduced himself. I am Li Zixiang, and these 5 of us are fellow disciples. We have been diligently cultivating in the mountains, and it was only recently, following our master's passing, that we decided to descend. Han Wu then took over the conversation. I am Han Wu. Jiang Yu lazily interjected. Jiang Yu. Afterward, he patted Su Shiner. This is Su Shiner, my junior sister, who is not fond of speaking. Please bear with her. When it came to the Empress, she opened her mouth but momentarily fell silent. Noticing that everyone was looking at her, she hastily glanced at Jiang Yu and Su Shiner before saying, I am Jiang Xian. The Empress had no real name. Born as a mere expendable experiment, she was assigned a simple number. After enduring countless hardships and eventually vanquishing all her foes, unifying the secret realm, everyone began to call her the Empress. Throughout the centuries, she had never taken a name for herself. This name was merely a spontaneous creation, combining Jiang Yu and Su Shiner's names. For reasons unknown, whenever she uttered Jiang Xian, a peculiar sensation washed over her. Although Luo Qingqing noticed the Empress's flustered expression, she remained unperturbed, akin to a curious fawn, and inquired. Since you have been cultivating in the mountains, your cultivation must surely be profound. As she spoke, Luo Qingqing fixed her gaze on Li Zixiang. Among them, only Li Zixiang appeared like a venerable elder, his white hair giving him an air of a transcendent being. Li Zixiang sighed. If I were capable, why would I need to toil in seclusion? I am merely at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, and it is precisely because I do not wish to perish in the mountains that I chose to descend. As he spoke, Li Zixiang emitted a faint aura of Foundation establishment. To appear more convincing, he deliberately feigned a somewhat unstable aura, making it seem as if he had just recently broken through. Upon sensing Li Zixiang's cultivation, the maid beside Luo Qingqing immediately positioned herself protectively next to her. Do not worry, Xiaoya. They certainly bear no ill intentions. Luo Qingqing flashed a simple smile. These individuals are clearly good-hearted. Luo Qingqing continued. Your timing is indeed fortuitous. In a couple of days, it will be the annual enrollment ceremony of Linri City, a splendid occasion to witness. Miss, they mentioned being robbed, yet now they claim to be Foundation establishment cultivators. What kind of cultivator could be robbed? Not a single word from these individuals is truthful. Xiaoya. Luo Qingqing gently admonished her maid. They are meeting us for the first time. It is quite normal to conceal certain things. Do not persist in your scrutiny. Thank you, Miss Luo, for your understanding. May I inquire about this enrollment ceremony? Li Zixiang asked curiously. Luo Qingqing explained slowly. The enrollment ceremony is an event held by the Holy Sect to recruit new disciples. Those under 50 years of age wishing to join the Holy Sect can register to compete in either a first-tier or second-tier city, engaging in combat, with only the top 10 from each city qualifying for membership in the Holy Sect. You hail from the deep mountains, so it is quite normal for you to be unaware of the enrollment ceremony. In fact, it was previously held only in first-tier and second-tier cities, and it occurred once every 5 years. It was only 20 years ago that the Holy Sect decided to hold it annually and relax the criteria, allowing even third-tier cities to participate. Who knows, in another 20 years, not only third-tier cities, but even our town may begin hosting enrollment ceremonies. Upon hearing Luo Qingqing's words, Jiang Yu swiftly deduced his whereabouts. This is the Nether Domain. Not everyone here belongs to the Nether Sect. Members typically refer to themselves as such, while ordinary people call it the Holy Sect. Only in the Nether Domain is there a classification of cities by tier. It is said that the Nether Domain categorizes cities based on size into major cities, first-tier cities, second-tier cities, third-tier cities, as well as towns and villages. Luo Qingqing continued enthusiastically introducing the enrollment ceremony. You are quite fortunate to awaken at this time. The ceremony will take place within a week, and it will be the liveliest moment in Linri City throughout the year. Surrounding towns and villages will send their most talented youths under 50 to participate, and you will have the opportunity to witness the prosperity of our holy sect, the maid Xiaoya added. To be honest, our young lady intends to participate in the competition. She is the most talented cultivator in our town. She might just excel in the first round. Oh? Jiang Yu's interest was piqued as he glanced at Luo Qingqing, quietly assessing her cultivation level. Luo Qingqing grew up in a peaceful region, yet she was only at the 8th layer of qi refinement. Moreover, her aura appeared somewhat unstable, clearly a result of consuming pills. One could only say that Luo Qingqing was rather average. However, Jiang Yu did not wish to dampen the mood by voicing this opinion aloud, instead focusing silently on the picturesque scenery outside. The green mountains and lush grass were indeed beautiful. Over the years, he had traveled through the Red Cloud Domain and occasionally visited the Celestial Domain, but this was his first venture into the Nether Domain. This stirred a wave of excitement within Jiang Yu. He had always had this habit. Upon first stepping into an unfamiliar place, he would invariably feel exhilarated. Along the way, Li Zixiang and Luo Qingqing engaged in casual conversation. And before long, they finally arrived at the gates of Linri City as twilight descended. The grand city loomed before Jiang Yu, its towering walls imposing and majestic, stretching for dozens of miles. This was contrary to his expectations, as Luo Qingqing had repeatedly referred to Linri City as a third-tier city, imbued with a tone of reverence towards first-tier and second-tier cities. Yet in reality, this city surpassed the majority of those in the Red Cloud Domain. However, Jiang Yu noted with concern that at the city gate, 2 guards held a piece of jade. Those wishing to enter the city must line up and place their hands upon it for inspection. Jiang Yu exchanged a glance with Li Zixiang, who feigned casual curiosity towards the guards and asked Luo Qingqing, "What are they checking for?" Chapter 47. Terrifying speculations. Luo Qingqing showed no suspicion and explained to Li Zixiang, "That is a routine check to prevent spies from infiltrating. Every city has them, but rest assured, it has never been triggered in all these years. Spies? How do they discern a spy? Based on a mere piece of rock?" Li Zixiang pretended to be astonished. Stroking his beard in protest, "Cut it out, you country bumpkin," the maid Xiaoya interjected. "Do not look down on others. Although I am unsure how they discern, this method has been employed by the Holy Sect for centuries. It is undoubtedly effective." Jiang Yu's ears perked up. The soft, melodious voices of both the maid and Luo Qingqing made even their reprimands sound pleasant. Yet Xiaoya remained oblivious to this, continuing her tirade. The great Holy Sect would never wrong an innocent person, nor would they let a single spy escape. Seeing that this master-maid pair was equally ignorant, a sense of unease crept into the hearts of the group. As they approached the city gate, Jiang Yu released his initial stage foundation establishment consciousness to probe the jade stone. Aside from the nether energy it contained, he sensed nothing unusual. It felt like an ordinary piece of jade in the nether domain. The presence of nether energy was hardly remarkable. From the moment he first beheld the city, Jiang Yu had felt an overwhelming concentration of nether energy within. In comparison, the energy within the jade stone seemed negligible. What exactly is this jade for identifying identities? It cannot possibly be detecting nether energy, as Jiang Yu had not sensed any such energy among this group. As he contemplated this, Jiang Yu suddenly recalled a detail he had previously overlooked. His assessment of Luo Qingqing's talent had been based on his own cultivation progress. However, having mastered a heavenly grade technique, he had unconsciously judged her based on the same standard, assuming she was cultivating a heavenly grade technique as well. Regarding the progress of cultivation, the most crucial factors are talent and techniques, both of which are indispensable, with techniques arguably even more vital than talent. Although techniques are merely categorized into 4 grades, heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, the disparity between each level is immense. In the Qiyun domain and the Tianyu, for lower-tier cultivators, mysterious grade techniques are highly coveted treasures. However, Jiang Yu is confident that if Luo Qingqing were to practice yellow or mysterious grade techniques, it would be impossible for her to reach the 8th layer of qi refinement at such a young age. Therefore, Luo Qingqing must possess the exceedingly rare earth grade techniques. Yet, according to what that maid just said, even Luo Qingqing, who has mastered earth grade techniques, is merely a contender for the first round? Previously, Jiang Yu had heard that Linri City is merely a Tier 3 city. Are there truly so few geniuses in the Yuming sect? This defies logic. The Tianyu is vast, yet it cannot possibly contain that many prodigies. Thus, the disparity lies not in talent but in techniques. Could it be that others have also mastered earth-grade techniques? Are earth-grade techniques truly prevalent in the Yuming sect? With this thought, Jiang Yu tentatively remarked to Luo Qingqing, "What a pity that our master only had access to yellow-grade techniques until his death. Had he possessed mysterious grade techniques, he surely would not have passed away so early." Techniques? Luo Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't the holy sect providing earth-grade techniques to all the people for free? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, their expressions one of astonishment. Even Su Shiner, the typically expressionless girl, gaped in disbelief at Luo Qingqing. Jiang Yu nearly lost control and shouted out loud. Techniques are a matter that can genuinely threaten the dominance of sects. How could they possibly be offered for free to the world? After all, there will always be commoners who are not selected into sects, as long as a genius emerges among those commoners through generations. It poses a potential threat to sect dominance. Therefore, no matter where one is, techniques are never something that can be freely released. Loosening the restrictions on techniques would be tantamount to digging one's own grave for a sect. Typically, the strong thrive while the weak perish. Major sects often dismiss earth-grade techniques entirely, while ordinary individuals cannot even obtain mysterious grade techniques. Amidst the astonishment, Luo Qingqing produced a jade slip from her storage ring and handed it to Li Zixiang. "Feel free to take a look. You may even take it away." Perhaps Li Zixiang's appearance led Luo Qingqing to mistakenly believe she was the leader here. Li Zixiang trembled slightly as she accepted the jade slip, quickly withdrawing her consciousness from it. "It truly is earth-grade?" As she spoke, Li Zixiang passed the jade slip to Jiang Yu. The 5 of them quickly took turns glancing through it. Jiang Yu swiftly made his judgment. This earth-grade technique appears to be an ordinary one, entirely unrelated to the Yuming sect's signature Yuming power. However, this conclusion was reached only after a cursory glance. A more thorough examination is necessary to ascertain its true nature. While they were observing, the convoy had arrived at the city gates. Including Luo Qingqing, everyone disembarked and queued for inspection by the gate guards. At the front of the line stood a young swordsman. Jiang Yu focused intently, using his divine sense to observe as the young man placed his hand on the jade stone. Any trace must reveal a flaw. At this distance, he would surely be able to see through any discrepancies. Sure enough, the moment the young man placed his hand on the jade stone, Jiang Yu sensed a subtle pull emanating from it. This pull was so faint that even Jiang Yu's formidable divine sense nearly overlooked it. The next moment, an alarming sight unfolded before Jiang Yu. Almost imperceptibly, the Yuming power began to manifest from various parts of the young man's body, gradually converging into a slender thread of Yuming energy that seeped through the gaps in his fingers, circled within the jade stone, and then dissipated back into the young man's body, vanishing without a trace. Jiang Yu hurriedly scanned the young man's body several times with his divine sense. There was not the slightest hint of Yuming power. After the young man entered, a veiled woman followed. The result was the same. This continued for several more passers-by, deepening Jiang Yu's astonishment. All these individuals possessed Yuming power. Soon, the line reached Jiang Yu's convoy. First was Luo Qingqing. Jiang Yu similarly observed the Yuming power manifesting from her body, circling within the jade stone before dissipating. Throughout the journey, Jiang Yu had used his divine sense multiple times to examine Luo Qingqing's body. She had exhibited no signs of Yuming power. Yet now, the Yuming power was undeniably present before Jiang Yu's eyes. Moreover, it seemed that the vast majority of individuals in this entire Yuming domain possessed Yuming power. Several terrifying hypotheses raced through Jiang Yu's mind, leaving him utterly astounded. For instance, this Yuming power might be capable of siphoning certain attributes from these individuals, be it life force or spiritual energy, each contributing to an enormous aggregate, even if only a small amount were drawn from each person. Furthermore, this Yuming power might be able to control these individuals at critical moments. Darker still, It could be a seed planted by a high-ranking figure within the Yuming sect, capable of turning people into puppets. This would certainly explain why the Yuming sect and the Tianyu Qiyun domain differ, boldly relaxing the restrictions on techniques. Although Jiang Yu could not discern the specifics, he was certain that something was amiss regarding the techniques. Moreover, this was a blatant scheme. Even if ordinary individuals became aware of it, they would still need to continue their cultivation. After all, the Yuming sect provides the exceedingly precious earth-grade techniques. Where would ordinary people obtain earth-grade techniques? If one refrains from practicing the techniques provided by the Yuming sect, their cultivation speed would inevitably lag behind others. Even if one were to fortuitously acquire another earth-grade technique and never practice the Yuming sect's offerings, they would be left with the choice of never entering a Yuming sect city in their lifetime. Many resources for enhancing strength are exclusively sold and provided within the cities. To obtain them, one must enter their cities. At that point, the Jade Stone would easily detect them, leading to an investigation, after which they would secretly be infused with Yuming power, told they were mistaken for someone else, and compensated with a few spirit stones. More critically, those unaware of this would not be wary of the Jade Stone's detection and would not deliberately avoid entering the cities. This implies that unless one is forewarned of the Yuming sect's plot, any aspiring cultivator would be unable to evade the infiltration of Yuming power. Although the consequences of such an invasion remain unknown, Jiang Yu understood that he must not allow the Yuming power to infiltrate him. He must not allow this Jade Stone to detect anything unusual. While Jiang Yu pondered, the line had progressed to his group. First up was Li Xixiang. Li Xixiang had already raised her hand, about to place it on the Jade Stone. At this moment, Jiang Yu could not afford to consider anything else. He stepped forward and called out, "Hold on!" Upon hearing this, Li Xixiang immediately halted her actions, retracting her hand, while the two guards turned their gazes toward them. Jiang Yu snapped his fingers, and a dense Yuming power hovered above his right hand. In a cold voice, he commanded, "You all are too slow. Let us enter the city quickly." Sensing the thick Yuming power above Jiang Yu's hand, the gate guards knelt before him, as if witnessing a miracle. "Greetings, my lord," the two guards exclaimed in unison. Not only the gate guards but also Luo Qingqing and the nearby convoy's escorts all knelt, gazing at the Yuming power in Jiang Yu's hand with fervor. Such concentrated Yuming power could only belong to a high-ranking figure within the Yuming sect. "I have a secret mission this time. Maintain confidentiality regarding our whereabouts," Jiang Yu said coldly. "Understood," the two guards promptly replied. With that, Jiang Yu strode past the guards and into the city. Just as he was about to step through the city gates, the two guards suddenly stood up, blocking Jiang Yu and his companions once more. The Holy Sect decrees that regardless of identity or status, everyone must undergo inspection, even if the sect leader were to arrive in person. As they spoke, the guards slowly reached for the signal talismans at their waists, ready to act at the slightest hint of trouble from Jiang Yu. "No matter," Jiang Yu replied loudly. He indeed had no fear of the inspection, as he could replicate Han Wu's Yuming aura. But what of the others? Li Xixiang, Su Shiner, and the Empress. They had no means to conjure Yuming power. Jiang Yu enveloped his hand in Yuming power and gently placed it on the Jade Stone. The Jade Stone remained unresponsive, just as before. Jiang Yu's heart leaped with joy. It worked. This is feasible. The commonly available techniques that are widespread in every city are indeed not so thoroughly examined. Han Wu stepped up next, infusing the Jade Stone with rich Yuming power, which again yielded no reaction, perfectly deceiving the Jade Stone. The Empress gently patted Li Xixiang's shoulder before advancing to touch the Jade Stone. The Jade Stone also remained unresponsive. The Diyin Immortal technique that the Empress mastered not only mimicked the aura but could even simulate Yuming power. Lastly, it was Li Xixiang's turn. The aura that the Empress had intentionally left on Li Xixiang's shoulder was channeled to her hand. Li Xixiang's heart raced as she lightly touched the Jade Stone. The Jade Stone successfully absorbed that trace of aura. "Apologies for the disturbance," the gate guard said to the group, beginning to inspect the numerous escorts within Luo Qingqing's entourage. Jiang Yu and the others maintained their composure and returned to their carriage. The moment they settled in, Su Shiner appeared beside Jiang Yu. It was only then that everyone recalled Su Shiner. Once again, they boarded the carriage, but this time, Luo Qingqing was no longer relaxed, but rather tense, cautiously glancing at Jiang Yu. "My lord, do you have any requests?" Jiang Yu offered a smile that felt like a warm spring breeze. "Just act as if you know nothing and interact normally." The previous masquerade as a member of the Yuming sect was a necessity. Although the guards at the city gates were instructed to keep their mouths shut, the possibility of being discovered loomed over them at all times. Now that they had entered the city, it was time to attend to serious matters. Once those matters were concluded, they could depart swiftly and no longer worry about being unmasked. Please tell us about Linri City. How do the lower-tier cultivators live here? Jiang Yu inquired with a casual demeanor. In truth, Jiang Yu was already aware of the answer. For scattered cultivators in any region, the most viable means of subsistence was to undertake missions assigned by the major sections. Such missions were typically accepted at the local notary office. After securing a contract signed by the Empress, they could leave the city without delay. What Jiang Yu truly wished to know was the location of the mission acceptance office. Luo Qingqing elucidated for Jiang Yu. Lower-tier cultivators in Linri City generally make a living by collecting various resources for the holy sect, and the acceptance office is not far from our inn. Have you found suitable accommodations? Jiang Yu asked casually. Yes, Luo Qingqing nodded. We arranged for someone to reserve the Dragon and Phoenix in a month ago. There should be plenty of rooms available, so lodging for you should pose no issue. If you have yet to secure a place, why not stay here? Sounds good. Before long, they arrived at the Dragon and Phoenix Inn, where Jiang Yu and the others each took a room. Due to the prior reservation, they encountered no unruly individuals seeking to provoke them. However, Jiang Yu and his companions did not linger at the inn, but made their way to the nearby mission acceptance office at the earliest opportunity. The acceptance office was conspicuously busy, with a throng of people both inside and outside, forming several lines that rendered the entire street impassable. Why are there so many people? Han Wuyong exclaimed in surprise after scanning the interior with his spiritual sense. However, he did not wait for a response from the others, as they, too, could sense the situation within. Chapter 49. The pregnant tower. Jiang Yu attentively listened with his spiritual sense for a moment and quickly grasped the reason for the crowd. The enrollment for the recruitment of the Yuming sect was taking place right there, lasting for 7 days, with the final deadline at noon tomorrow. The present crowd was already considered sparse. Just a few days prior, the lines extended far beyond a mere few circles, spilling into several surrounding streets. Let us go explore the area and gather some information. By the time we return, it should be about right, Jiang Yu suggested as he strolled towards the other streets. Having been confined to a carriage during their journey, this was Jiang Yu's first genuine encounter with the vibrant life of the city. The sunset cast a golden glow over the earth, while the evening clouds blazed red as fire, illuminating the shops and street vendors that lined the roads. At the end of the street, Wang's bun shop had just steamed a batch of buns, with steam rising into the air. Candied hawthorn, sweet and crunchy candied hawthorn. An elderly man with a few strands of gray hair called out, drawing a crowd. A little girl, clutching 2 copper coins, squeezed through the throng to purchase the candied hawthorn when she was nearly jostled by a burly man, almost dropping her coins. Not far away, a 3-story tea house erupted with cheers, piquing Jiang Yu's curiosity about the source of the excitement within. For some reason, Jiang Yu suddenly recalled the Smoky Wave City of the Qiyun region. That was his hometown, the place where he had lived for nearly 20 years. During his years in Smoky Wave City, Jiang Yu had never witnessed such a bustling scene. If Smoky Wave City still existed, the streets would likely be deserted at this hour. In fact, there had often been rumors that all cities in the Yuming region were exceptionally safe, with mortals and cultivators enjoying equal status. However, at that time, Jiang Yu had naturally dismissed such claims. He had not believed that mortals would dare venture out at night for fear of offending the cultivator lords. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he was reminded of that previous rumor. For mortals, perhaps the Yuming region truly was a favorable destination. Just as Jiang Yu pondered this, the sound of a girl crying reached their ears. No, Wuwo, I don't want to go there. The girl wept, her once exquisite and beautiful face now marred by tears. Several burly men were dragging a defenseless girl towards a nearby pavilion. Many passers-by were drawn to the scene, gathering to gawk. Filthy whore. One of the men delivered a harsh slap, causing the girl's face to swell. Then, seizing the girl by her hair, he exposed her bruised visage to the crowd. Everyone, take a good look. This whore disobeyed the teachings and attempted to escape. According to the rules, her price is halved for the next 3 days. If you ask me, a disobedient one like this should be killed. Ever since she was sent to the pregnant tower last year, this is the umpteenth time she has tried to flee. An old man with a white beard remarked disdainfully as he looked at the girl on the ground. Is this the daughter of old Zhao? At 14, she still refuses to marry and is sent to the pregnant tower to bear children. That is the least she can do for the holy sect, and she still wants to escape. A somewhat plump woman, Qi Jiangyu almost blurted out. Is this what you call ambition? However, the old woman seemed to be making amends as she continued. Actually, when his father was still around, he was quite good. Not overly ambitious. It was only after his father met with an unfortunate incident while escorting goods that he finally matured and understood the importance of serving his family. Since then, he has been determined to join the holy sect, applying for the examination every year. What did his father do? Jiang Yu asked curiously. He was a cultivator. Sort of, the old woman replied. He only reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. At this point, a hint of pride crept into her voice as she added, his father was the most accomplished among that batch of escort guards. All these belongings were purchased when he was still alive. The old woman quickly fell into a state of despondency, even adding 3 more spoonfuls of salt, muttering, it's a pity that all the money his father left behind was spent on registration fees. And each time he was eliminated in the first round. If he truly had any hope, what would it matter if I used my medicine money for his registration? Jiang Yu glanced at the old woman's hand holding the salt, his lips twitching a few times before he hurriedly said, we should take our leave now. You can keep the chicken to share with your son. Once outside, Jiang Yu let out a sigh. He had initially thought the old woman was a sensible person, but it turned out he had misjudged her. Did the locals truly consider joining the underworld sect such a grand honor that they would sacrifice even their medicine money for registration? After witnessing 2 such incidents in succession, Jiang Yu lost all interest in exploring this city further. It had become grotesquely controlled by the underworld sect. Let us head back and finalize the Empress's enrollment procedures, Jiang Yu said after a moment of silence. Once we complete the paperwork, we must find a way to leave the underworld domain. Although everyone contemplated disguising themselves to temporarily evade scrutiny, an unexpected event could occur at any time. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. It is wise to leave the underworld domain as soon as possible. After all, since they were all scattered cultivators, freedom was their only advantage. They had lived this way for years, going wherever fate took them. Of course, this excluded any leads on curses. However, after so many years, not a whisper of a curse had been heard. It was improbable that any clues would surface here. By the time they returned, the line had thinned considerably, leaving only the last 2 rows. With nothing better to do, Jiang Yu and the others decided to join the line at the back. Observing the ecstatic individuals who emerged from the registration area, almost as if they had passed the entrance exam for the underworld sect. Although they had merely registered, these people exuded a fervor as if they had already succeeded, nearly losing their sanity. Yet, Jiang Yu's spiritual perception clearly indicated that there was absolutely nothing amiss within. Just then, as the group waited in line, everyone except the Empress and Li Zixiang froze, simultaneously turning to look at Li Zixiang. In that fleeting moment, they sensed that the curse had shifted onto Li Zixiang. Jiang Yu's expression changed drastically. How long had it been? If it had erupted naturally, it was clearly not yet time. Even if the time had come, it shouldn't have manifested in Li Zixiang. There should have still been 2 others involved. One was the demon child, and the other was that passerby captured at the border. Had both of them perished? Li Zixiang also sensed the gazes upon him. Over the years, such stares had only ever signified one thing. With a trembling voice, Li Zixiang inquired, is it my turn now? Due to the Empress's presence, no one answered him. However, silence spoke volumes. Jiang Yu contemplated internally. Given such a brief time frame, the 2 individuals could not have suffered a natural outbreak, meaning the accumulation period for a natural eruption was still ongoing. At the latest, it would occur next month, or even this month. The curse would definitely erupt. As the group remained silent, their turn finally arrived. The room's furnishings were quite rudimentary, featuring only a wooden table where a middle-aged balding man with a cultivation level of 2 in Qi refinement sat. On the table lay a haphazard assortment of wooden tokens, a stamp, and writing materials. When he noticed Jiang Yu and the others approaching, the balding man impatiently grabbed the stamp and swiftly pressed it onto a wooden token before handing it to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu accepted the token and glanced at it, the front inscribed with 4 characters, competition proof. Seeing that Jiang Yu had not moved, the balding man impatiently called out, good dogs don't block the way. Next, Jiang Yu, unfazed, smiled slightly and replied, we are not here for that. We are here for this. With that, Jiang Yu produced a piece of paper and handed it to the balding man. The balding man took the paper with evident irritation, barely glancing at it before stamping it. The Empress stepped forward gently and inscribed her name on the Heavenly Dao contract. Jiang Yu followed suit, then incinerated the contract with a casual flick. The contract was now established at that moment. Aside from the Empress, everyone felt the curse shift. Li Zixiang let out a long breath. The balding man tossed a wooden token to each of them, urging, "Hurry up and scram." Everyone was preoccupied with the curse and had no desire to argue with the balding man, promptly leaving the premises. The Empress deliberately lingered at the end, discreetly flicking her right hand to cast a spell that quietly affixed itself to the balding man. Unsure of the balding man's background, the Empress refrained from using any severe spells, merely wishing him a streak of bad luck for a time. Jiang Yu had already sensed the Empress's actions. Chuckling lightly as he called out to her at the back of the line, "Jiang Xian." The Empress paused for a moment, and after a while, she realized he was calling her, replying, "I'm coming." The Empress had indeed guessed Jiang Yu's intent. The contract had been signed, and it was time for him to receive the latter part of the Diyin immortal scripture. With a knowing smile, the Empress remarked, "Now that the contract is signed, do you fear I would go back on my word? Once we return to our room, I will share the Diyin immortal scripture with you." She assured him, "That would be best." Jiang Yu replied coldly, "However, don't say I didn't warn you." The Empress teased, her tone light. "This Diyin immortal scripture was also given to me by the underworld sect, and I cannot guarantee that they haven't left behind any traps within it. That has nothing to do with you." Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, the Empress adopted a pitiful demeanor, as if wronged, saying, "How can it have nothing to do with me? We just signed a contract, and now we are on the same team. Are you really going to abandon me?" Chapter 51. Mastering in one night, Jiang Yu scoffed dismissively. "Spare me that. It won't work on me. What you need to do is hand over the Diyin immortal scripture." The Empress's expression vanished in an instant as she retrieved 4 jade slips from her storage ring, distributing one to each of the 4. "These are the 4 copies I inscribed over the past few days. I only received this portion of the Diyin immortal scripture from the underworld sect." Jiang Yu accepted the jade slips and divided them among the group. "We leave for the underworld domain tomorrow." Seeing no objections, Jiang Yu returned to his room and skillfully set up a formation. He was not one to sit idle, and upon acquiring the Diyin immortal scripture, he was eager to delve into its study. Even in its truncated form, it was still a celestial-level cultivation method. In the entire Xinhuang realm, there were only 3 celestial-level techniques who hadn't fantasized about completing a celestial-level scripture. Sitting cross-legged on the cold jade bed, Jiang Yu began to gather spiritual energy from various parts of his body. The contents of the Diyin immortal scripture were already etched in his mind. The scripture was divided into 3 chapters: the Starshine chapter, the Moonlight chapter, and the Sunlight chapter. Due to its incomplete nature, he currently possessed only the methods for the Starshine chapter. Mastering the Starshine chapter would grant him the ability to alter his aura and appearance. According to the Starshine chapter, one must draw upon the celestial star power to enter the body, forging 360 acupoints within. Just as Jiang Yu closed his eyes and commenced his cultivation, the Linglong jade on him suddenly emitted light, enveloping him in an imperceptible thin membrane. It was then that Jiang Yu remembered he still possessed the Linglong jade. He shut his eyes, attuning himself to the changes within his body. An incredibly intuitive sensation surfaced in his mind. With the membrane in place, the flow of time around him slowed. While he cultivated for 1 minute, only 30 seconds passed outside, a doubling of cultivation time. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Yu would have relished the opportunity to experience the wonders of the Linglong jade. Yet presently, his focus was entirely on the Diyin immortal scripture, a technique capable of almost perfect alteration of body and aura. Concentrating all his spiritual energy, he followed the Diyin immortal scripture as recorded in the jade slip. 360 starlights emerged from the crown of Jiang Yu's head, sketching a star chart in the void, corresponding to his body's 360 acupoints. Crack! A crisp sound resonated from Jiang Yu's sea of consciousness, as if it could no longer bear the external force and was attempting to drag him into an illusion. In the next instant, Jiang Yu opened his eyes. He found himself standing on a cloud, facing an inverted ancient bronze palace, from which 5 chains radiating with stellar light bound him firmly. Everything before him felt incredibly real. Yet the earlier crack had already informed Jiang Yu. All this was but an illusion. The 5 chains of starlight suddenly burst forth with brilliance. Jiang Yu's 360 acupoints simultaneously erupted in a spray of blood, gradually absorbing the stellar light into the acupoints. Simultaneously, the chains became heavy and slowly constricted, causing Jiang Yu's bones to emit a lament under the overwhelming pressure. Jiang Yu believed his physical body had already reached the limits attainable at his current realm. Yet, under the tempering of the Daiyin immortal scripture, his bodily strength unexpectedly improved. The stellar light gradually solidified, flowing through the chains into Jiang Yu's body. The excruciating pain of opening the first acupoint caused Jiang Yu to instinctively scream. The moment he opened the acupoint, it felt as though a glowing iron rod had been thrust inside. The chains suddenly tightened, compressing his bones and producing a cracking sound. Jiang Yu's vision was flooded with blood. Not merely his eyes, but blood gushed forth from all 7 orifices of Jiang Yu. The excruciating pain surged through him like maggots clinging to bone, striking straight at his brain. This was merely the initiation of the first acupoint. However, what Jiang Yu failed to notice was that at this very moment, the celestial diagram automatically unfurled, absorbing the Great Yin Immortal Technique within it. A peculiar resonance formed between the Great Yin Immortal Technique and the Celestial Technique. Yet, Jiang Yu was already overwhelmed by unbearable agony, entirely oblivious to this occurrence. Under the enhancement of the celestial diagram, each acupoint he opened simultaneously welcomed the arrival of astral brilliance. The corresponding cost, however, was that the agony intensified 100-fold. Jiang Yu's skin peeled away like the bark of a tree, flaking off in pieces. His muscle fibers continuously dissolved and reformed under the onslaught of the starlight. By the time the final beam of starlight descended, Jiang Yu's tongue had long been reduced to a pulpy mess from his own bites. Not only his tongue, but his eyes were left as mere blood holes. There was not a single unscathed part on Jiang Yu's body. He could barely be recognized as a person. When the last beam of starlight completed the forging of his 360th acupoint, Jiang Yu's shattered form emitted a crystalline sound akin to glass shattering. His original skin shed like a cicada's exoskeleton, revealing new skin that shimmered with starlight. The 360th acupoint simultaneously burst forth with silvery brilliance as Jiang Yu slowly opened his eyes, emerging from his meditative state. Just then, the morning sun leapt from the sea of clouds, its rays streaming through Jiang Yu's window and illuminating him. The Great Yin Immortal Technique had been mastered. Jiang Yu gradually activated the Great Yin Immortal Technique, mimicking the appearance of Li Xiaoxiang. In an instant, the once handsome youth vanished, replaced by an elderly man with flowing white hair. Jiang Yu approached the mirror in the room. Attempting to emanate a breath of energy, the unique aura belonging to Li Xiaoxiang was flawlessly simulated from Jiang Yu, appearing utterly seamless. Yet, before he could revel in his success, a wave of confusion washed over him as he recalled the torment he endured the previous night. Why do I feel that the Great Yin Immortal Technique I cultivated is somewhat different from others? Could it be that others face such difficulties in mastering the Great Yin Immortal Technique as well? Jiang Yu prided himself on his formidable mental fortitude. Yet even he had nearly succumbed to exhaustion after an entire night of struggle, almost perishing in the process. If everyone faced this level of difficulty, it would seem that the successful cultivators would be few and far between. Nonetheless, despite his doubts, he had ultimately succeeded. Casting aside his bewilderment, Jiang Yu opened his door and stepped into the corridor. At this moment, the sun had only just risen, and the corridor was still devoid of any presence, as his gaze swept past Su Shiner's door. A mischievous thought suddenly took root in his mind. The last time the Great Yin Immortal Technique was used, it had been recognized by Su Shiner. He wondered if she could see through his disguise now. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yu placed his hand on Su Shiner's door, quietly beginning to unravel the formation she had set. This formation, which Su Shiner typically employed, was one that Jiang Yu had taught her, making it a trivial task for him to dismantle in less than a tea's time. The formation set by Su Shiner was successfully unraveled by Jiang Yu. He stealthily pushed open Su Shiner's door. At the moment it swung open, a flash of cold light swept through. A sharp dagger plunged towards Jiang Yu's neck. Before the dagger could strike, Su Shiner discerned Jiang Yu's visage, hastily retracting the dagger. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Why have you transformed into Li Xiaoxiang? How did you know? Jiang Yu felt a pang of disappointment as he reverted to his original appearance. It seemed he had failed to deceive Su Shiner. I had long since left my unique mark on you, Su Shiner stated with undeniable conviction. Jiang Yu turned away in regret, exiting through Su Shiner's door. At that moment, Li Zixiang emerged from the opposite room. Witnessing Jiang Yu's somewhat disheveled attire from dodging Su Shiner's dagger, Li Zixiang looked up at the doorplate, rubbing his eyes. This is indeed the room of that cold woman, Su Shiner. Instantly, a knowing smile spread across Li Zixiang's face. Impressive. Impressive, as expected of brother Yu. As he spoke, Li Zixiang firmly closed the door, adding, I saw nothing. Damn it. Don't misunderstand. Jiang Yu internally roared. Before he could explain, Luo Qingqing ascended the stairs, cautiously inquiring, My lord, shall we head to the enrollment ceremony together? Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. I plan to leave today. Su Shiner revealed a puzzled expression. Isn't today the day the ceremony begins? The city gates should be closed to all. Right? Where did you hear that? Jiang Yu asked. Isn't that how it has been in previous years? Luo Qingqing replied, producing a wooden token inscribed with participation verification. Infusing it with spiritual energy, the previously simple wooden token suddenly revealed a myriad of tiny characters on its reverse side. These are the rules for this year's ceremony. Luo Qingqing handed the token to Jiang Yu. He took the token and scanned its contents, committing the information to memory. The token detailed the precautions for the ceremony, and only a few were truly useful. The first stipulation was that during the enrollment ceremony, the city gates would be sealed, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting the city for any reason. Following that were directives stating that cultivators must coexist peacefully with mortals during this period, or face double penalties. Further along, the token outlined the competition rules for the enrollment ceremony. Prior to the competition, participants must report at the Jade Stone Steps to verify their bone age and cultivation level. Those below 50 years of age and above the first layer of Qi refinement could participate in the competition. Verification of cultivation took place at the Jade Stone Steps, as only those with cultivation could ascend. The Light Gate would verify bone age, and those above 50 years of age would be unable to pass through. Today, 10 arenas would be opened, allowing the first round of challengers to freely choose an arena to challenge. Once inside, they must either win 3 consecutive matches to qualify for the second round or be defeated. Losers and those qualifying for the second round must leave the arena immediately. If a battle in any arena remains unresolved within the time of an incense stick, the referee has the authority to declare both parties as losers. The competition lasts for 3 days, with the second round commencing thereafter. The rules for the second round are simpler, comprising defense and offense. The second round has a time limit of 1 day. With 10 arenas available at the end of this day, those still in the arenas would qualify for joining the Underworld sect and advance to the third round. The third round has no time limit and features 3 arenas. Open to those who succeeded in the second round. In the initial phase, 3 individuals will be randomly selected from the 10 participants in the second round to enter the arena. All challengers are granted 2 opportunities to challenge. Those who succeed become the arena masters. Once all participants have exhausted their challenges or forfeited, the competition concludes. During the third round, all participants are prohibited from restoring spiritual energy, consuming elixirs, or engaging in any such actions, even if not in the arena. Following the conclusion of the competition, the 3 arena masters will advance to the 4th round and join the Underworld sect without starting from the bottom as common disciples. The 4th round consists of head-to-head battles to determine rankings, with the first-place victor earning the right to participate in the entrance examination for the inner sect of the Underworld sect. Even if they fail the examination, they may remain as outer disciples. After perusing the rules, Jiang Yu noticed Luo Qingqing still waiting and casually remarked, You may go first. Luo Qingqing nodded earnestly before descending the stairs. Li Zixiang had been eavesdropping from behind the door, and upon hearing the conversation, he emerged from the room, casually patting Han Wu's door as he passed. All were cultivators and required no further preparation. Promptly departing the inn, the scene outside today starkly contrasted with that of the previous day. All shops along the street had closed their doors, and mortals crowded the streets, gazing skyward. The 4 city towers simultaneously ignited luminous lanterns, casting a phantasm of dragons and phoenixes in harmonious flight above the city. The city's protective formation had fully activated, an emerald barrier enveloping the surroundings, encompassing the entire city within. Beneath the backdrop of the Dragon Phoenix illusion overhead, 10 arenas floated in midair, with cultivators already engaged in battle within them. Not far below the arenas, An unkempt old man sat cross-legged in the void, grasping a wine jug. A staircase made of spiritual energy rose from the ground, leading to a luminous gate where the old man sat behind. The scene beyond the gate remained obscured from view, shrouded in swirling mist. Looking up through the mist revealed the arenas above. Jiang Yu had initially intended to check the city gate's security today. However, it seemed unnecessary now, as no one was dispatched to inspect. Instead, the city's protective formation had been directly activated. This formation had already isolated the inside from the outside. Any unusual activity would certainly alert those who had set the formation within the city. Although the old man hovering high above was merely at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, who could guarantee that there were no hidden cultivators of higher cultivation lurking within the city? Realizing the impossibility of leaving, Jiang Yu suddenly directed a curious glance at the Empress. Do you think the Great Yin Immortal Technique can conceal one from the Bone Age test? It certainly can, the Empress instinctively replied, for it is a celestial-level technique. Wait. The Empress's expression shifted dramatically as she widened her eyes, asking incredulously, You have mastered the Great Yin Immortal Technique? Of course, Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, glancing at the three others. Haven't you all mastered it? Su Shiner, Li Zixiang, Han Wu. It was then that Jiang Yu realized something was amiss. Last night, when he began cultivating the Great Yin Immortal Technique, his body had uncontrollably continued to cultivate until he fully mastered it, halting only then. He had assumed others experienced the same. Now it appeared that this was not the case. However, Jiang Yu's expression was misinterpreted by the others as a display of humble bragging. Prompting envious glances from them all, the Empress, with her eyes devoid of light, appeared to be suffering from an immense blow, murmuring to herself, It took me half a year to master this. Could it be that there truly exists someone in this world with greater talent than mine? Jiang Yu, attempting to shift the topic, remarked, Since we have managed to evade the Bone Age test, I might as well participate in this contest. After the competition, we can depart at our leisure. As he spoke, he felt a surge of eagerness. I can just play around a bit and concede in the second round. It would also serve to gauge the level of the young prodigies from the Netherworld sect. Observing Jiang Yu's enthusiasm, the Empress's eyes sparkled as she declared, I shall accompany you in this endeavor. Chapter 53. Admit defeat. I shall not slay you. Though Jiang Yu claimed he was merely assessing the prowess of the young talents from the Netherworld sect, it was evident to all that he was practically wearing the words I wish to show off upon his face. The onlookers, filled with regret for not having mastered the Grand Yin Immortal Technique and thus missing this splendid opportunity to display their own prowess, lamented their misfortune. In the heart of the city, at the foot of the Jade Stone steps, Jiang Yu had scarcely arrived when a piercing scream echoed nearby. A young cultivator, seemingly not much older than a child and at the 9th level of Qi refinement, was hurled from the upper steps and crashed violently to the ground, likely fracturing several ribs. The surrounding mortals regarded this with disdain, muttering, year after year, there are those who, having surpassed the age limit, still attempt to deceive the test. The cultivator on the ground wailed, I was barely over the limit by half a year. Before he could utter much more, a squad of patrolling soldiers, indifferent to his cries, seized him and dragged him away. Jiang Yu redirected his attention to the Jade Stone steps, intrigued. These steps composed of spiritual energy are remarkably lifelike. Quite a clever trick. With a light laugh, the Empress responded. To tread upon these steps, one must channel their own spiritual energy, meaning one must at least possess the cultivation of the 1st level of Qi refinement. As they conversed, Jiang Yu and the Empress ascended the steps, taking their place at the end of the line. The other 3 companions did not follow, as they could not participate in the contest. Rather than witness Jiang Yu and the Empress flaunting their skills, they preferred to avoid the scene altogether. Jiang Yu initially anticipated a lengthy wait, yet the queue moved swiftly, as not all were there to compete. Before long, it was their turn. An elder glanced up at Jiang Yu, inquiring, Are you here to compete or merely to observe? To compete, Jiang Yu replied succinctly. After the contest, I shall observe. 10 spirit stones, please. The elder, showing signs of impatience, demanded. Jiang Yu retrieved 11 spirit stones and handed them over. The elder's demeanor softened slightly as he accepted the stones, stating, If you are competing, proceed through the light gate. After you pass through, your information will be displayed on your competition certificate. Once your contest concludes, you will be automatically transported back down. Jiang Yu turned his gaze towards the light gate. Now that he stood so close, he could see that the light gate resembled the grand backdrop of a dragon and phoenix in midair, merely enhanced by special effects and inscribed with a teleportation array and a Bone Age verification formation. Jiang Yu stepped lightly through the light gate, activating the teleportation array in a moment of disorientation. He found himself in a small compartment. Inside, there was only a single chair, which he occupied. Before him loomed a luminous screen displaying scenes from 10 arenas, numbered 1 through 10. His small wooden plaque now bore additional information. Competition Arena Number 6. Number of participants waiting ahead. 1. Randomly assigned nickname. Wang Air. Just as Jiang Yu finished examining the information, the wall behind him vanished, revealing a corridor infused with spiritual energy that led directly to Arena 6. On either side of this corridor were spectator stands, filled to the brim with cultivators, their numbers seemingly countless. This throng was merely the audience for Arena 6, with 9 more stands like it. The murmurs of the crowd reached Jiang Yu's ears. With so many people, there's not even one standout. Hurry up and bring forth someone impressive. I heard the eldest son of the Zhang family is competing in the adjacent Arena 7. He has already reached the mid-foundation stage. It seems he will surely join the Holy Sect this time. Not necessarily. I've heard that the younger generation from the 5 local families in Linri City have also produced several experts who have reached the foundation stage. I have reliable information that several geniuses from nearby towns have emerged this year, each one a rare talent, all having reached the foundation stage. What does that matter? I've heard that many geniuses from second-tier cities have also reached the foundation stage, yet they cannot even break into the top 10 in their respective cities. These talents, in their quest to join the Holy Sect, have flocked to third-tier cities like ours. Who knows, we might have some external geniuses among us. This recruitment extravaganza is bound to be the most spectacular in recent years. Initially concerned that his unfamiliar face might raise suspicions, Jiang Yu felt reassured by the discussions around him. As the crowd conversed, he reached the end of the corridor and gazed upon the arena. The platform had no protective measures. His opponents stood there waiting. Jiang Yu instinctively raised an eyebrow. To his surprise, it was a familiar face. The chubby man who had previously stolen money from his mother to enter the contest. The burly judge stood at the edge of the arena, coldly declaring, "Once you step onto the platform, the battle begins. Life and death are your own responsibility. Those who violate the rules shall face death without mercy." Jiang Yu stepped onto the stage. He intended to say a few words first, but his opponent charged at him with a sword, bringing it down. Just before the blade struck, Jiang Yu extended 2 fingers and effortlessly caught it. "With your strength, you would do better to return home and spend time with your mother." The chubby man, filled with dread, attempted to withdraw his sword. Yet, Jiang Yu's strength was beyond his capacity to resist. Gritting his teeth, the chubby man roared, "I want to join the Holy Sect." In his fervent determination, the chubby man's sword remained utterly stilled. "Go home now. Your mother made you some chicken, and she added a great deal of salt." Jiang Yu tightened his grip, crushing the chubby man's sword and sending him tumbling off the stage. The burly judge, with an expressionless face, proclaimed, "The outcome is decided." The chubby man shook his head in disbelief, murmuring, "I cannot be eliminated. I want to join the Holy Sect." In a frenzied state, he lunged toward the stage, attempting to re-enter. However, before he could ascend, a gaping wound appeared in his chest. The burly judge scoffed and released a cloud of netherworld energy, refining the chubby man's corpse. Those who violate the rules shall die. With the demise of the chubby man, a woman clad in a purple embroidered gown stepped onto the path Jiang Yu had just traversed. The moment the woman in the purple dress appeared, no one paid heed to the deceased chubby man. The stands erupted in cheers, countless cultivators shouting the woman's honorific. "Miss He, victorious." The woman in purple gracefully waved her hand, silencing the crowd as she approached the arena with measured steps. Although the cheers subsided, the low murmurs continued to reach Jiang Yu's ears. "Miss He almost made it into the top 10 last year. She is certain to secure a place this year. Poor unfortunate soul. I saw him elegantly dispatch that chubby fellow just now." The woman in purple leapt onto the stage, casting a haughty glance at Jiang Yu, and declared sternly, "You should concede. I shall not slay you." Chapter 54. Advancing to the second round indeed, someone ought to concede. But that individual is not I. Jiang Yu raised his gaze towards the audience in the stands. The spectators were fervently chanting for Miss He, rallying behind Jiang Yu's opponent. However, instead of feeling anger, Jiang Yu turned to face the audience, arms outstretched, and closed his eyes in rapture, whispering in a tone only he could hear. Once upon a time, I too longed to stand upon a stage, basking in the adoration of the crowd, reveling in their cheers and pride in my name. But before Jiang Yu could complete his thought, the woman in purple summoned her spiritual energy, forming a water sphere that she hurled at him. Unperturbed by her attack, Jiang Yu remained motionless, allowing the water sphere to be repelled by the spiritual energy surrounding him. The judge, who had maintained a detached demeanor, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Such skillful control of spiritual energy? Turning back, Jiang Yu leisurely grasped the water sphere and crushed it effortlessly. Although the water sphere appeared gentler than a fireball, it was insidiously lethal. If an ordinary qi refinement cultivator were struck, the water would seep through their pores, obstructing their meridians and rendering their cultivation useless. Only those who reached the foundation stage, having forged an untainted body, could disregard the dark and poisonous nature of the water sphere. Compared to the violent fireball, this water sphere was equally formidable. Seeing Jiang Yu effortlessly block her attack, the woman's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she inquired, "May I ask where you hail from?" Just as I was about to express my sentiment, you interrupted me, Jiang Yu replied, unfazed. With a wave of his hand, a black halo emanated from him, swiftly closing in on the woman in purple. Perceiving that Jiang Yu had no intention of answering, the woman grew annoyed, summoning a sword with a flick of her wrist. A brilliant blue energy enveloped the sword, hurtling towards Jiang Yu and colliding with his black halo. In an instant, the sword shattered into two, the black halo continuing unimpeded, crashing into the woman in purple and sending her reeling off the stage. "You cheated!" she exclaimed, taking a moment to regain her footing, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Yu, her voice tinged with a hint of a sob. This scene captured the attention of the crowd in the stands, igniting a considerable uproar. How could this be possible? Missy is a formidable expert at the foundation establishment stage. How could she be defeated in a single strike? He must have consumed forbidden elixirs in advance. Silence. The voice of the bearded referee resonated throughout the arena. He did not cheat. Next, the bearded man observed closely, realizing that Jiang Yu was merely an ordinary initial stage foundation establishment cultivator who had managed to defeat the eldest daughter of the He family in one blow solely due to superior techniques in the manipulation of spiritual power. Jiang Yu turned his back, gazing at the ceiling with an air of a master. Just a foundation establishment achieved through elixirs, not worthy of my regard. In truth, Jiang Yu's statement held some merit. If the woman in the purple dress were a standard foundation establishment practitioner, although she might still fall short against him, she would not have been easily vanquished in a single strike. "What a pretense!" the woman in purple retorted defiantly. "Just wait, I will make you regret it in the second round. Please vacate the competition area, all unrelated personnel," the bearded referee impatiently instructed. He was eager to finish quickly and head to the tea house. If not for her connection to the He family, he would have already eliminated her. The woman in purple ceased her delay, presenting her participation proof to the bearded man. He casually marked the proof, and she vanished from the venue. Another young man stepped onto the corridor, making his way to the stage. Meanwhile, the spectators were still engaged in discussions regarding Jiang Yu's impressive victory over the woman in purple. Upon hearing the information about his opponent, the young man's legs began to tremble. He was merely at the 7th layer of qi refinement and had only come to test his luck. Facing a foundation establishment practitioner was a guaranteed defeat. The young man walked increasingly slowly, and as he neared the arena, he hurriedly presented his participation proof to the referee, exclaiming, "I concede. Get lost." The bearded man took the proof and marked it, causing the young man to disappear as well. The bearded man's expression softened slightly as he beckoned Jiang Yu. "Come down, you've advanced." The recent losers were not likely to join the Netherworld sect anytime soon, which is why the bearded man had been curt with them. However, Jiang Yu had a chance of joining the Netherworld sect and becoming a fellow disciple. So the bearded man naturally treated him with more civility. Jiang Yu handed his proof to the bearded man, who marked it and said, "Congratulations on advancing to the second round. Oh, you even bought a ticket? Don T crowd with them. Go upstairs instead." After this, Jiang Yu felt a surge of teleportation energy envelop him. In a daze, he found himself in a private room. Within the room, 10 screens composed of spiritual energy displayed scenes from the 10 arenas. Jiang Yu immediately spotted the Empress, who was on the 9th arena, and astonishingly, her opponent was also a Foundation establishment expert. Before Jiang Yu could scrutinize further, he witnessed the Empress's opponent being shattered into fragments. She had actually killed her opponent on the stage. Jiang Yu's face darkened in astonishment. Why is she stirring up trouble like this? Does she fear not dying swiftly enough? Wait a moment, Jiang Yu suddenly thought. Could it be that the curse was already taking effect? I cannot let her involve me in this. With this thought, Jiang Yu continued to observe the arena's images. Following the Empress's execution of her opponent, the referee showed no signs of surprise, casually waving his hand to teleport her away, just as he had done with others. Jiang Yu hurriedly pushed open the private room door and called out, Jiang Xian? Are you there? I am here. The door opposite Jiang Yu opened, revealing Jiang Xian stepping out. In addition to Jiang Xian, several others from different rooms curiously peeked out. Come with me. Jiang Yu grabbed the Empress and led her outside. The Empress offered no resistance, allowing Jiang Yu to take her back to the inn. Once they returned to the Empress's room, she withdrew her hand from Jiang Yu's grasp and mockingly taunted. Unable to restrain yourself in broad daylight? Daytime debauchery is ill-advised. Jiang Yu's expression darkened. I was initially trying to save your life. If you continue with such remarks, prepare to meet your end. Save my life? The Empress maintained a sly smile. Then how did my perilous situation arise? Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she is aware? Nevertheless, he did not abandon his plans, stepping forward to pull the Empress in front of a mirror, regarding her with a teasing expression. Guess what I'm about to do next? The Empress showed no resistance. Instead, with alluring eyes, she grazed her hand across Jiang Yu's chest. I cannot guess. Why not show me through action? Jiang Yu seized the fabric of the Empress's attire and forcefully tore it apart. The Empress's body quivered slightly, yet her voice remained as graceful as ever. Are you truly going to proceed? Chapter 55. The city lord's mansion. Jiang Yu turned the Empress around, compelling her to face the mirror. Now? Use your spiritual sense to see clearly what lies within the mirror. On what should have been a smooth back, a bizarre, smiling face appeared. It resembled a visage meticulously carved into her skin. The Empress reached back instinctively, attempting to touch the face. Yet no matter how she reached, she could only feel the smoothness of her back, completely unable to make contact with the face. The Empress then employed her spiritual sense to probe her back, but sensed nothing at all. Only through the mirror could she perceive that eerie, smiling face. The Empress fixated her spiritual sense on the face, abruptly raising her gaze to Jiang Yu. Her eyes filled with an unknown terror. What is this? From birth to now, the Empress had never feared any known entity. Whether collaborating with the Netherworld sect or refining worlds, as long as there were clues to follow, she could always devise a solution. However, this smiling face, she had no idea when it had appeared on her back. The Empress was well versed in celestial and terrestrial matters, and during the days when her strength could not be enhanced, she had spent nearly all her time reading. Although she had not mastered the powers of high-ranking experts, her understanding of such powers was profound. Otherwise, she would not have attempted to break through to the combined body stage directly from the transformation stage. Yet she had never heard of any spell capable of stealthily manifesting a smiling face on someone's back. Do not be afraid. Jiang Yu patted the Empress's back, draping her with clothing. It is merely a curse. A curse? The Empress recalled something, lifting her gaze to Jiang Yu and inquiring. What about the medium? The Empress frowned. This does not align with the fundamental logic of curses. The components of a curse include the caster, the medium, and the target. The caster requires an object or information related to the target to cast a curse. The Empress herself did not even know her date of birth, let alone any objects. She meticulously safeguarded her possessions, destroying anything unnecessary immediately. Thus, the medium aspect is untenable. Only a contract might serve as a medium, but the contract she had repeatedly verified was merely an ordinary piece of paper devoid of any extraordinary qualities. Moreover, the Empress believed she had a good understanding of her physical condition. Who could cast a curse on her without her noticing? Jiang Yu stretched languidly and approached the window, truly ignorant. Have you ever heard of a forbidden curse? A forbidden curse? That's merely a tale, isn't it? The Empress instinctively replied. She had indeed heard of forbidden curses, often appearing in stories meant to frighten cultivators' descendants. Any violation of the 3 laws of curses is termed a forbidden curse. Yet, ultimately, it was merely a term derived from tales. Jiang Yu spoke leisurely. One effect of a forbidden curse is that without the caster, the curse does not dissipate and can even persist among cultivators. I have limited experience. Do not deceive me. The Empress looked at Jiang Yu with suspicion. If such a forbidden curse existed, cultivators would have perished long ago. Then how do you explain the curse you've fallen under? Jiang Yu had no idea what type of curse he and the others were under. He simply aimed to deceive, knowing that the more mysterious the claims, the easier it would be for others to believe. Seeing Jiang Yu speak with such conviction, the Empress felt a flicker of doubt. Could it be that her world was simply too small, that she was a frog in a well? Meanwhile, Jiang Yu continued to sway the Empress. Being afflicted by this curse will render one exceptionally unlucky, and the misfortune will persist, such as walking down the street and suddenly encountering someone who takes a disliking to you. Or perhaps the person you inadvertently kill happens to have a formidable figure behind them. Jiang Yu suddenly shifted his tone. However, what? The Empress inquired. There are ways to avoid it, namely by refraining from engaging in potentially dangerous activities. I understand now. The Empress exclaimed in realization. So that's why you reminded me about curses. It is because you fear that my killing that fellow today might bring the curse upon you. Jiang Yu adopted a tone of a well-meaning person, feigning distress. I merely intended to look out for you. I never imagined you would be so ungrateful. The Empress regarded Jiang Yu with disdain, yet did not expose his hypocritical nature. Instead, she spoke with a tone of feigned gratitude. Then I shall thank young Master Jiang for your kindness in alerting me to this matter. Shall I remind you how I fell under the curse? Unappreciative of kindness, I shall take my leave. Jiang Yu pretended to be angry, slamming the door behind him as he returned to his room to continue his cultivation. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted Jiang Yu's meditation. He rose and approached the door, scanning outside with his spiritual sense. It was Luo Qingqing. Jiang Yu opened the door. What brings you here? My lord, someone from the City Lord's mansion just came to inquire about you and Jiang Xian, and they requested that you both visit the City Lord's mansion now. Luo Qingqing spoke cautiously, occasionally glancing at Jiang Yu's expression. And what did you say? I speak candidly, having encountered you on the road, I journeyed alongside you to this very place. Luo Qingqing held her breath, daring not to exhale, fearful of incurring Jiang Yu's displeasure. Where is the City Lord's residence? Jiang Yu inquired casually. Luo Qingqing replied softly, I can guide you and Jiang Xian there. Then let us proceed, my lord. We have arrived at the City Lord's residence. Luo Qingqing led them to the entrance, pointing at the sign that boldly displayed the words City Lord's residence. Jiang Yu sighed, remarking, this residence is indeed a palace. How affluent with that. Jiang Yu and the Empress pushed open the grand doors and stepped inside. Who goes there? 2 vigilant guards at the foundational level of cultivation turned their gaze toward the pair, questioning them. I was invited here by your city lord. The guard on the left immediately gestured for Jiang Yu and the Empress to follow him into the palace. Jiang Yu curiously surveyed the palace's decor. It was truly austere, lacking even a simple rockery or flowing water, save for a solitary tree-lined path. At the end of this path stood the palace itself. As the guard led Jiang Yu and the Empress through the shaded pathway, they crossed paths with a youth whose complexion was rather grim. We have arrived. The guard halted, stating, the city lord awaits you inside. Jiang Yu exchanged a glance with the Empress. At that moment, the heavy, dark blue gates of the palace swung open automatically. 12 glass lamps illuminated the dark palace, rendering it as bright as day. Inside, there was naught but a Qing tan wood table and a singular redwood chair. Where the city lord Saturday, you 2 young friends are from afar, I presume. The city lord, clad in a purple robe, smiled slightly, placing 2 storage rings upon the table. Perhaps you would care to take a look. Chapter 56. Do not cause me trouble, oh? Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, picking up the storage ring and scanning its contents with his divine sense. A full 10,000 spirit stones. Despite Jiang Yu's previous ease in producing several 100 million spirit stones, it was due to the clandestine dealings he engaged in within the secret realm. For an ordinary foundational cultivator from the Qiyun domain, accumulating 10,000 spirit stones would require several years of toil. Nonetheless, Jiang Yu certainly was not someone who lacked such a paltry sum. What does this mean? The Empress questioned as she tossed the storage ring back onto the table. The city lord gently tapped the table, the ring on his finger clinking melodically against it. I have heard that you encountered Luo Qingqing on the road and subsequently traveled together. The melodic sound startled a spirit crane hidden in the corner, causing it to flutter up to the city lord's shoulder. Drawing attention to its presence, the city lord stroked the crane's head and continued, "It is indeed commendable for the youth to possess a proud spirit. Allow me to share a tale with you. One that is intimately connected to Luo Qingqing's homeland. Her family resides in Xiangyu town. She has a relative named Luo Qinglan, who should be her brother at the age of 49, which was the year before last. He achieved 3 victories in the first round with astounding speed, showcasing his prowess at the mid-foundational level, nearly approaching the late foundational stage. I once sought him out for a conversation, much like I am doing with you now. Regrettably, he declined, believing that the Holy Church's envoy would ensure the contestant's safety, trusting the provision that during the competition, one's life and property shall be protected by the Netherworld Church. The city lord produced another jade box, opening it to reveal a leaf exuding a chill. Can you guess what happened to him afterward? Just before the second round commenced, his family was beset by a beastly upheaval. Initially, they were reluctant to send him a message for help until the beast had slain his grandfather and grandmother. At which point his father finally agreed to reach out. The city lord retrieved yet another jade box, containing a fruit radiating warmth. Upon learning of his family's plight, he sought me out, wishing to forfeit and return home. Hoping to spare his family's lives, the city lord waved off the spirit crane from his shoulder, continuing, "Regrettably, the upheaval was beyond my control." He too fell victim to the beasts en route. Meeting his demise, however, his family, by sheer luck, survived. The city lord pushed the 2 boxes toward them, stating, "I share this story not to convey any particular message, but merely to inform you that the opportunity to join the Holy Church is coveted by many. Yet one must also weigh whether they possess the qualifications to claim it. Once the competition concludes, the envoy of the Holy Church will depart, even if you attempt to conceal your homeland. You must consider whether you can survive the journey out of Linri City." The city lord gestured towards the boxes. The Qianju fruit and the ice lotus leaf are both excellent materials for foundational elixirs. Seeing the 2 remain motionless, the city lord added, "There are only 10 slots available. If you take one, it diminishes the opportunity for others. Moreover, based solely on your strength, you may not even secure a slot. These items are quite valuable for foundational cultivators like yourselves, and I have heard that you are accompanied by 3 others who are currently residing at the Dragon Phoenix Inn." The Empress glanced at Jiang Yu. Curious about what decision he would make, smile graced Jiang Yu's face as he picked up the boxes and the storage ring. "City Lord, we are not unwilling to withdraw from the competition." Jiang Yu tossed the storage ring into the air, mimicking a weighing gesture. "However, this wager seems rather insufficient. Let us not forget that for Jiang Yu, 10,000 spirit stones were but a drop in the ocean. Even if one were to consider him a mere ordinary foundational cultivator, this deal was far from equitable. For the typical foundational cultivator, 10,000 spirit stones was indeed a significant sum. Yet the value of 10,000 spirit stones was not comparable to the opportunity presented by the Holy Church. For instance, the protagonist of the city lord's tale had labored for 50 years to gain entry into the Holy Church. It was his dream. Others, however, would casually use 10,000 spirit stones to compel him to withdraw. A difference no better than outright theft. The city lord rose, fixing his gaze upon Jiang Yu and the Empress, the jade ornament at his waist clinking together. "You are not obstructing my interests. You are hindering the interests of the 5 great families. Accept my toast, and you shall drink. Should you refuse, the next conversation will not be held in such a friendly manner." With that, the city lord produced another storage ring. "Here lies another 10,000 spirit stones. I wish to avoid causing trouble for the 5 families, and it would be best if you do not bring me any trouble either." The Empress was about to refuse when Jiang Yu, with a cheerful demeanor, reached out to take the city lord's storage ring, saying, "Thank you for your generous gift, city lord." Just as Jiang Yu was about to grasp the storage ring, the city lord cast a teasing glance at him and deliberately loosened his grip. Letting the ring fall, Jiang Yu, quick-witted and agile, successfully caught the storage ring before it hit the ground. "You may leave," the city lord waved them off. Once the 2 departed, the city lord's expression turned cold. He picked up a communication jade slip, beckoning his steward. "Come to the hall." The steward arrived promptly. "City lord, what is your command?" Investigate whether those two have any elders accompanying them. If not, take the opportunity to act. Kill the male and capture the female. Isn't the Zhao family's black market seeking a foundational female cultivator? The city lord clenched his fists and rapped the table. Although the spirit stones they took from me scarcely amount to 1/10 of what the 5 families have provided during this time, I detest the feeling of being robbed. Go, and do not forget to search them when capturing. Retrieve all the spirit stones. After exiting the city lord's residence, Jiang Yu casually tossed the 2 boxes and a storage ring to the empress. Grinning, here are 3 items for you. I only have 2, so I'm at a slight disadvantage. Come now, those 2 worthless plants are artificially ripened. They aren't even worth 1,000 spirit stones. Though the empress dismissed them with her words, she swiftly accepted the 3 items. Are you truly not planning to compete? Let us observe the situation. I have no intention of joining the Netherworld Church. Although Jiang Yu claimed to be assessing the situation, a coldness shone in his eyes. It was uncertain whether this chill stemmed from the jest or from the city lord's story. However, there was indeed a silver lining. Jiang Yu remarked with a smile, "At least this confirms that the guard at the city gate did not divulge our entry using the Netherworld's power." This indicated that the status of the Netherworld Church was so elevated that even the city lord could not rival it. Even a mere offense against those suspected of being associated with the Netherworld Church was something the guards were unwilling to entertain. Chapter 57. Brother, give him a lesson. 3 days later, the 6 individuals, armed with the invitations received the previous night, entered the second round's competition venue provided by the Li family, known as the Dragon Lake Training Grounds. The reason for the 6 individuals lies in the city lord's regulations. As the second round would determine who would join the Holy Church, the city lord established rules in accordance with the Netherworld Church's doctrines. According to Article 462 of the Netherworld Church's regulations, the personal privacy of its practitioners must be protected. Any cultivator who passed the first round may potentially become a Netherworld Church practitioner. Thus, only those who succeeded in the first round could obtain 3 invitations. Outsiders were not permitted to view the second round of trials. Only invitation holders could enter the Dragon Lake Training Grounds. It was clear to any discerning eye that this regulation was specifically aimed at outsiders. After all, it was perfectly normal for those from the Li family to attend, and the same could be said for the other 4 great families. However, Jiang Yu and his companions totaled only 5 individuals, so there was no concern regarding an insufficient number of invitations. Not only could they all attend, but they also had 1 slot available for Luo Qingqing, who was familiar with the area and could serve as their guide. Accompanied by Luo Qingqing, they formed a group of 6 before long. They had arrived at the interior of the Longhu Martial Arts Arena. It is truly vast, Li Zixiang remarked as he surveyed the area with awe. Indeed, Han echoed, equally impressed, it certainly employs spatial technology. Jiang Yu found himself utterly astonished, not merely by the expanse, but by the opulence surrounding him. Towering at each corner of the arena were 10 high white jade dragon pillars, each crowned with a moon spirit pearl. Beneath the 2 dragon pillars at the entrance lay a pond of crystal clear water, its walls intricately carved with a depiction of dragons and phoenixes frolicking in the water. Beneath the pond, chains extended to tether an ancient dragon, ensnaring it at the bottom. Adjacent to the pond was a pathway crafted from cold ice jade, exuding a chill under the sun's rays. At the end of the steps stood 10 main arenas, encircled by 36 smaller stone pillars, which were arranged in a formation using stardust to isolate the inner arena from the outside. Furthermore, 5 floating lotus islands hovered in the air, sustained by levitation arrays, with artificial clouds billowing beneath them. Viewed from below, the lotus islands appeared to be adrift in the clouds. Each lotus platform bore different inscriptions: Zhang, He, Wang, Zhao, and Li. Are you telling me such lavish scenery could be arranged by a mere 3rd-tier city? Li Zixiang exclaimed in astonishment. Do not be deceived by the opulence. Most of it consists of trivial items. The empress dismissed disdainfully. Cold ice jade, moon spirit pearls, stardust. These are all commonplace materials. Collectively, they would hardly amount to 100,000 spirit stones. Even if we include the various trinkets on the lotus platforms, the total would still pale in comparison to the value of that living ancient dragon. What about the participants? Jiang Yu inquired, scanning the vicinity but finding no sign of the arena's activation. Over here, Luo Qingqing tugged at Jiang Yu's sleeve, gesturing toward a corner. Jiang Yu then noticed, amidst such grandeur, 3 or 4 dozen exceedingly ordinary wooden chairs huddled in a corner, alongside over 50 plain-clothed cultivators standing by, engaged in quiet conversation. Upon approaching, Jiang Yu observed that the wooden chairs were coated in dust, with several showing signs of significance whereas they drew near. A jovial, rotund man approached, glancing at Luo Qingqing and asking, "Qingqing, could it be that you actually passed the first round?" Luo Qingqing stepped forward and replied, "No, I came to accompany someone else. Kanggu, this should be your last chance this year, right? Did your family not come with you?" The man's expression darkened, his smile fading. "I have severed ties with my family. I do not wish for them to repeat." Realizing he had misspoken, he quickly amended, "Apologies, I should not have brought that up." "It's all right, it's all in the past," Luo Qingqing forced a smile. "What about the others? Why are there so few participants this time?" "They all forfeited," the rotund man said, glancing at the 6 of them. "Did the city lord not speak with you?" "He did," Jiang Yu interjected. "What about the local families and the judges?" "They are above," the man replied, astonished. "Is this your first time participating in the recruitment here?" "Indeed, it is my first time competing here, but according to the invitation, the event should have commenced within half a stick of incense." "Why have the judges not yet arrived?" Jiang Yu questioned, perplexed. The rotund man pointed skyward at the 5 Lotus Islands. That was intentionally misleading. "The actual start time is noon. It's only 10 o'clock now, and there is still an hour until the event begins. The judges will only arrive shortly before." Clenching his fists, the rotund man declared, "If I can join the holy sect, I can revitalize my family, perhaps even become the next esteemed clan." While they were conversing, 3 figures descended gracefully on swords from the Lotus Island inscribed with "He." "Brother." "That's him," exclaimed a woman in a purple skirt, pointing at Jiang Yu from a distance, tugging at a robust man towering 2 meters tall. "He eliminated me in the first round. You must teach him a lesson." Jiang Yu overheard the murmurs in front of him. It's He Xian. It was said that he had already reached the late foundation establishment stage, but had not participated in the holy sect's recruitment in recent years, choosing to wait for his sister to reach the foundation establishment stage before joining together. Unfortunately, his sister had encountered an unknown expert in the first round and failed to advance to the second. He Xian drew a heavy sword of dark iron, dragging it across the ground to create sparks, advancing step by step toward the crowd. The onlookers instinctively parted, leaving only Jiang Yu and his companions facing He Xian directly. Luo Qingqing had initially retreated to the side, but upon seeing Jiang Yu stand his ground, she mustered the courage to return. Not only the individuals below, but even the other 4 prominent families took note of this confrontation. Their gazes drawn to the scene, He Xian's voice rang out like thunder. "You are the one who eliminated my sister in the first round through cheating? You accuse me of cheating? Are you suggesting the judges are blind?" Jiang Yu retorted coldly. He Xian was momentarily at a loss for words, his tone growing colder. "Commoners like you only know how to wield words. You understand nothing of the rules. You eliminated my sister through a sneak attack, and you dare consider yourself significant?" He Xian thrust his sword into the ground, directing his gaze at the Empress beside Jiang Yu. "You are the one who killed the useless branch of our family, aren't you? And if I am?" The Empress responded icily. Once a master of a secret realm, she had not encountered such arrogance in many years, particularly from someone who was merely a foundation establishment cultivator. "Though he was just a branch, he was still one of us. You have no right to act against him." He Xian surveyed the crowd. "You lowly commoners think you can join the holy sect and soar to greatness? Ha! Do you even believe you are worthy?" Chapter 58. The entire family executed. With that, He Xian turned his attention to Su Shiner and the Empress, leering. "You 2 young ladies possess some charm. Once I join the holy sect, it would not be out of the question to strip you of your cultivation and use you for my amusement." Witnessing He Xian's arrogance, the Empress found herself unexpectedly amused. Her anger dissipating, with someone backing him, the woman in the purple skirt chimed in sarcastically. "A lowly commoner is still a lowly commoner. How can you still find humor in this?" He Xian replied. "I hope that when we are on the stage, you will still be able to laugh." Jiang Yu smirked, mocking. "I wonder if the upbringing of your family is as lacking as yours." He Xian yanked the heavy sword from the ground, pointing it at Jiang Yu and shouted, "How dare you insult my family?" "Insult?" Jiang Yu spread his hands, as if hearing the greatest joke in the world. "Which of your ears heard me utter an insult? Or perhaps you realize your upbringing is indeed quite inferior?" "You," He Xian fumed, raising his sword to advance. However, before he could act, 10 formidable figures of perfected nascent soul power simultaneously locked onto He Xian. 10 judges descended. The leading judge, clad in a dark robe, while the others wore standard attire, leaped down from the Li family's Lotus Island, stating solemnly, "Since you all have come here to brawl, why not begin with you and commence the second round early?" As he spoke, the judge waved his hand, teleporting Jiang Yu and He Xian to the first arena, raising his voice to announce to the entire martial arts field, "The second round begins." The moment Jiang Yu and He Xian were transported to the arena, He Xian grinned, unsheathing his heavy sword with a sudden flourish, its blade emanating a violent purple glow as he leapt into the air, swinging down fiercely at Jiang Yu. The strike was powerful and forceful, yet Jiang Yu did not flinch. He remained rooted in place as if paralyzed by fear. He Xian's face lit up with a smile, as though he could already envision Jiang Yu being cleaved in two. Many spectators turned their heads away, unwilling to witness Jiang Yu's demise. However, just as He Xian's sword came within mere inches of Jiang Yu's cheek, it halted mid-air. "Strike already!" The woman in the purple skirt shouted anxiously from below. He Xian, now flustered, cursed under his breath, "Do you think I don't want to strike? I can't bring it down." When the sword reached Jiang Yu's face, it became ensnared in an incredibly viscous sphere of spiritual energy, unable to withdraw or descend, resulting in a stalemate. Jiang Yu slowly raised his right hand. Seeing his apparent intention to act, He Xian had no choice but to abandon his sword and leap back. "So timid?" Jiang Yu scratched his head, feigning innocence. "Am I so frightening that scratching my head can scare you?" I don't need a sword to win against you." He Xian clenched his fists, watching Jiang Yu warily. Jiang Yu reached out to grasp He Xian's sword suspended in the air, casually tossing it back. "Use your sword. Until you unleash your full power, how will you know the vast chasm between us?" He Xian caught the heavy sword, seemingly insulted, and shouted furiously, "You will pay for your arrogance," gripping the heavy sword anew. He Xian appeared reinvigorated, the patterns on the blade igniting with purple lightning. A knowledgeable spectator exclaimed, "Is that a magical artifact? How is it fair?" The rotund man cried out from the stands, "How can a Foundation establishment cultivator use a magical artifact in a duel?" Almost all the common cultivators directed their ire at He Xian, not solely for Jiang Yu's sake, but because they would inevitably face He Xian as well. Yet, despite their outcries, the judges paid them no heed, and gradually, the shouts subsided. "Die!" He Xian roared, sweeping his heavy sword through the air. The lightning transformed into a colossal thunder beast, charging toward Jiang Yu. This was He Xian's signature technique that had rendered countless cultivators stronger than him, lifeless in its wake. Jiang Yu gently raised his right hand, a minuscule fireball materializing in his palm. The fireball soared into the air, instantly expanding to an enormous size. The moment the thunder beast collided with the fireball, it was consumed whole, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. Yet the fireballs might remain undiminished, striking directly at He Xian. He Xian summoned his spiritual power, attempting to deflect the fireball. However, upon contact, the colossal fireball erupted into a tempest of flames, encircling He Xian in a fiery prison. "Stop this at once!" cried the shortest among the judges, a fully realized Yuanying stage cultivator, as he raised his hand to unleash a beam of light towards Jiang Yu. The beam crashed against the arena's isolation array, tearing a gaping hole in it. Nevertheless, the isolation array delayed the beam for a moment ample enough for Jiang Yu's flame cage to tighten around He Xian. The searing poison invaded He Xian's body through his mouth and nose, permeating his organs. The short judge leaped onto the stage, disregarding Jiang Yu entirely as he rushed to assess He Xian's condition. But it was too late. He Xian's face was ashen, every vein on his body burned crimson, devoid of any signs of life. "Xianer!" The short judge wailed, cradling He Xian's lifeless form, before joining the underworld sect. He had been a member of the He family, and He Xian was his eldest grandson. Were it not for the watchful eyes of the other 9 judges, he would have relished the chance to slay Jiang Yu himself. "You little beast!" A furious roar erupted from He family's Lianhua Island, as the patriarch of the He clan leaped down, the pressure of his late golden core stage spiritual power fracturing the ground into a spiderweb of cracks. "You dare slay my son? I shall make you taste the most exquisite tortures. A fate worse than death awaits you." As he spoke, the He patriarch drew his sword, seemingly poised to strike at Jiang Yu. Yet, Jiang Yu merely regarded him with a sardonic smile, provoking, "Ah, so you are his father." No wonder he was so inept. It is quite understandable. The He Patriarch's eyes burned with murderous intent, but surveying the many judges surrounding him. He merely inhaled deeply, a sinister grin forming. "This is a tournament, and I shall refrain from attacking you now. But do not delude yourself into thinking you are invincible among your peers." Cradling He Xian's corpse, he turned to leave, declaring, "Wait for it. I shall ensure you pay in blood for your deeds on this very stage." The He Patriarch cast a glance at the over 300 competitors who had just leapt from Lianhua Island. Commanding, "Advance. Wear him down, one after another, until he surrenders. For those he has slain, compensation shall be provided to their families at the rank of High Guest Elder." With this decree, the majority of the He family's competitors surged with eagerness. Even a disciple at the 7th layer of Qi refinement boldly charged onto the stage. However, before the disciple could unleash any technique, Jiang Yu incinerated him with a single fireball. As more perished. Expressions of dread spread among the He competitors. If even the late Foundation establishment He Xian could be so easily vanquished, how could they hope to resist? To step forward would be tantamount to seeking their own demise. Even if compensation were indeed provided to their families, it would matter little to their own survival. With this line of thought, an unexpected silence fell, as none dared to ascend the stage. The He Patriarch escalated. "The compensation shall triple for High Guest Elders." A flicker of temptation crossed a few faces, yet still, no one dared to step up. Observing this, the He Patriarch's voice turned frigid. "Those who do not ascend today shall face execution upon the tournament's conclusion." Chapter 59. After all, he is already dead. Only upon the utterance of this decree did the crowd begin to ascend the stage, one after the other, willingly offering themselves to death. The He Patriarch turned his gaze towards the Empress. Sneering, "Even a fully realized Foundation establishment cultivator can only slay 200 cultivators at most, let alone your mere initial stage. He will eventually exhaust his spiritual energy." Humph. The Empress let out a cold chuckle, mockingly retorting, "What if we concede this time? We are far from 50 years old. You think you will survive until the next recruitment?" The He Patriarch's expression darkened. "This place is not far from the beast domain, and demon beasts frequently invade. It is quite possible that you shall be slaughtered by them by tomorrow." "Ha?" The Empress, disinterested in further banter with the He Patriarch, merely scoffed. The He Patriarch, unwilling to relent, continued his provocations. "Why do you not ascend the stage? Are you afraid? If fear grips you, it would be wiser to self-destruct your cultivation and seek me out tonight." The Empress had become entirely immune to the He Patriarch's taunts. Her gaze fixated on the stage where Jiang Yu annihilated all in his path. On the stage, Jiang Yu had just slain his 50th cultivator, contemplating the notion of conceding. His hesitation did not stem from a lack of spiritual energy, but rather from the realization that there was no need to continue this slaughter. Jiang Yu had no intention of joining the underworld sect. This tournament held little significance for him. What harm was there in conceding? After all, surrendering in this arena did not equate to true defeat. What was there to squabble over with the dead? To Jiang Yu, the He Patriarch was already a corpse, a figure destined to be dealt with in due time. With that thought, Jiang Yu called out to the judges, "I concede." Due to the conflict between the He Patriarch and Jiang Yu, numerous judges had gathered to watch, eager to see whether the youth would yield first or if the He Patriarch would succumb to his losses. After all, those who advanced past the first round were the backbone of each family's younger generation. Upon witnessing the youth concede, the judges reluctantly stepped onto the stage to terminate the battle. The He Patriarch, unable to contain his fury, scolded, "Weren't you quite arrogant when you just killed my son? Why do you now scurry off with your tail between your legs?" Jiang Yu approached the He Patriarch, unflinchingly exposing his wounds. "Old fool, do you think cursing me will resurrect your son? Or are you merely seeking solace in this manner?" "You." The He Patriarch's complexion fluctuated between green and yellow, nearly provoking him to strike. However, with 10 Yuanying judges observing nearby, he had to suppress his anger for the moment. What a sharp-tongued brat. While you can still speak, say all you wish. Soon, you shall have no opportunity to utter another word. Jiang Yu dismissed the He Patriarch, gesturing to the others, "Let us depart." The He Patriarch did not impede Jiang Yu and his companions from leaving. After all, with the array in place, the city was already isolated from the outside world. Not a living soul, not even a fly, could escape die in the dead of night. At the city lord's residence, the 5 great families convened. Humph! The He Patriarch forcefully smashed the cup in his hand onto the ground. I believe we have remained silent for too long. Those humble cultivators have forgotten who holds dominion over Linri City. Gathering people in the dead of night solely for your personal vendetta? The Zhang Patriarch tossed his sleeves aside and turned to leave. The other patriarchs glanced at the departing Zhang Patriarch, then at the He Patriarch, hesitating momentarily before opting to stay. The Zhang and He families were evenly matched in strength. Thus, they were not compelled to heed the He Patriarch's whims. Yet the other families were clearly on the decline. This was evident from the comparison of the number of young talents each family had recruited. In the first round, only the Zhang and He families boasted over 300 members, while the other 3 families each had fewer than 100. Seeing the Zhang Patriarch show no regard for him and truly depart, the He Patriarch slammed his fist on the Qingtan table in frustration. Bastard. The Zhao Patriarch attempted to console him. Brother He, dealing with a few humble cultivators is a task our 4 families can easily accomplish. As he spoke, the Zhao Patriarch casually seized a fire date from the table, hurling it at a beautiful female cultivator kneeling beside him in servitude. These humble cultivators are like fire dates. Once harvested today, they will grow anew by tomorrow. Would you not agree? The fire date struck the woman's head, creating a gaping wound. Yet she remained steadfastly kneeling, her eyes vacant, shrouded in despair, bearing the marks of some unspoken torment. Had Luo Qingqing been present, she would have recognized this woman as Luo Qinglan's wife, her sister-in-law. Are you even listening? The Zhao Patriarch hurled another fire date. The female cultivator remained unresponsive. This time, the Zhao Patriarch's fury erupted, and he rose, striking her head violently with his clawed eye. In an instant, the female cultivator breathed her last. Brother Zhao, temper your wrath, the Wang Patriarch interjected, though a gleam of schadenfreude flickered across his face. The Zhao family had thrived on nurturing slaves, and here, a female servant dared to disobey, publicly slapping the Zhao family in the face. Brother Zhao, among the humble cultivators I confronted today, there were indeed a few striking maidens. The He Patriarch hinted, I hear you are in need of personnel? Indeed, the Zhao Patriarch readily proposed. Then let us go and make an example of them, sending a warning to those humble cultivators. Agreed, I concur. The He Patriarch responded before turning to the Wang and Li Patriarchs. What say you? I support this, the Wang Patriarch echoed. I too. For the 3 families, since the He family was leading, even if those humble cultivators might resist, the He family would bear the brunt of it. Their role would merely be to partake in the spoils afterward. Though the share might not be substantial, it was still a free meal. The Zhang family had been exceedingly foolish, allowing such an opportunity to slip through their fingers. Then let each family send forth 2 members, and as for us in the He family, I shall go personally. One of me is sufficient. The He Patriarch clenched his fists. I will slay them with my own hands. Then I shall also lead the charge. It has been some time since I last engaged, and it will also serve to demonstrate my methods of managing slaves, the Zhao Patriarch encouraged. With both you and Brother He personally involved, you might as well come along yourself, the Li Patriarch jested. Otherwise, it would be akin to using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Wang Laodi, since others are going in person, you cannot afford to lose face. Otherwise, you might find yourself excluded from the spoils of war later on. He Jia's head of the family said, half jokingly, half threatening. Wang Jia's head of the family managed a forced smile and replied, How could I let you all go alone? I certainly must join as well. All present were acutely aware that the spoils of war, as mentioned by He Jia's head, encompassed much more than merely dividing a few storage rings belonging to some cultivators. What wealth could they possibly hold? The Real Prize referred to the sweeping purge of impoverished families in the surrounding villages and towns following the conclusion of the upcoming recruitment festival. Chapter 60. The death of He Jia's head of family after a moment of shared laughter among a few. Zhao Jia's head of the family voiced his confusion. Brother He, if we take action against those impoverished cultivators, won't the judges pursue the matter? He Jia's head of the family produced a silver token and slammed it onto the table. Of course, we will first use this item to open the formation and lead them outside the city to eliminate them. Upon seeing the token, Zhao Jia's head of the family exclaimed with delight. With this in hand, there surely won't be any unexpected occurrences this time. Enough with the idle chatter. Hejia's head of the family stood up. Since everyone has decided to go in person, there's no need to bring anyone else. Now let us go eliminate them. With our 4 golden core experts dealing with a bunch of youngsters who haven't even matured yet, what mishap could possibly occur? As he spoke, Hejia's head of the family turned to the city lord, who had been quietly attending to their needs, and asked, "Are you certain that these individuals lack protectors?" The city lord replied respectfully, "Head of the family, I have thoroughly investigated everything about them. There are absolutely no experts beyond the golden core stage within their ranks. Go find a group of female cultivators from the Zhao family. After we finish our task, we'll need some relaxation," Hejia's head of the family instructed. "Make sure to find those who have just been captured and haven't been tamed yet. I have a particular fondness for the chaste, of course," the city lord flattered. "I wish you esteemed gentlemen a triumphant return. Now go, and be swift. It won't take us long to deal with a few Foundation establishment cultivators. At the Longfeng Inn. If I recall correctly, this seems to be your family's establishment, does it not?" Hejia's head of the family teased Wang Jia's head of the family. The casual jest from Hejia's head caused Wang Jia's head to break into a cold sweat, prompting him to hurriedly explain, "I have no connection with them. This area is entirely managed by my subordinates." "What are you so anxious about?" "I was merely asking," Hejia's head of the family chuckled. "Then you shall take the lead." Seemingly fearful of being mistaken for an ally of Jiang Yu and the others, Wang Jia's head produced a glowing formation plate and tossed it into the air. Thousands of densely packed flying insects swarmed into the inn in an instant. Almost immediately, the innkeeper and the waiter were all slain beneath the onslaught of the insects. Luo Qingqing's guards, upon hearing the commotion, attempted to draw their swords in defense, yet many were caught unprepared, with insects burrowing into their mouths and ears. In mere moments, the ordinary guards without cultivation were nearly all killed or injured, while the lower-tier guards managed to resist somewhat but ultimately succumbed, merely dying a few moments later than the others. Upstairs, Jiang Yu was originally cultivating when he was suddenly alerted by the anguished screams of mortals from below. Moments later, 2 of Luo Qingqing's Foundation establishment guards rushed to the top floor, shielding her as they ascended, pursued by countless flying insects. Sensing the chaos outside, Jiang Yu instantly appeared at the door, waving his hand to unleash a torrent of flames that engulfed the swarm. The insects trailing behind the 3 were instantly incinerated, their demise accompanied by crackling sounds. By the time Luo Qingqing and her 2 guards reached him, Jiang Yu had conjured a wall of fire at the staircase, isolating the insects below. Any foolish insects that dared to ascend were promptly consumed by the flames. Moments later, the 4 if the monk lacks a background. For the Netherworld sect, it merely amounts to issuing a bounty. Regardless, the bounty has been declared. As for apprehending him, the response is simply that we are making every effort. As they ascended the stairs towards the location pulsating with enigmatic energy, the judge clad in a dark robe deliberately slowed his pace. The other 9 judges, however, exhibited impatience, particularly the shortest among them. Yet, none dared to surpass the slow-moving judge in the dark robe. Nevertheless, despite the leisurely pace, this brief journey was only delayed by a few minutes. Upon finally reaching the stairs, the judges beheld 2 figures, enveloped in netherworld energy, quietly observing them from the corridor. "You have arrived?" Jiang Yu, surrounded by a shroud of netherworld energy, spoke slowly. "Who are you?" The judge, sensing the netherworld energy surrounding Jiang Yu, immediately inquired with utmost respect. Having encountered numerous members of the Netherworld sect during his time in the secret realm, Jiang Yu's mimicked aura was flawless. "If you were to learn my identity, you would have to return," Jiang Yu remarked with a cryptic smile directed at the judge in the dark robe. Jiang Yu noted that the judge's robe was not as black as those he had seen in the secret realm, indicating a lower status than those disciples within. Had he known, he would have preemptively stripped one of those disciples of their garments. The judge cautiously asked, "May I inquire your esteemed name?" Jiang Yu, adopting an air of mystery, replied, "Once this matter concludes, you shall naturally know my name. It will not be long. Within a week, you will learn it. Be gone," the Empress said impatiently. Although she had retracted her domain, a residual aura still lingered, intertwined with her netherworld energy. The Empress's cultivation was firmly concealed by the Great Yin Celestial Technique. The judges, detecting the residual domain and netherworld aura emanating from the Empress, were instantly filled with trepidation, fearing they had encountered a high-ranking member of the Netherworld sect on a secret mission. The heads of the various families on the ground were aghast. Were they able to speak? They would implore the Netherworld sect's envoys. These individuals are imposters. They watched helplessly as the two figures shifted their auras and appearances. Regrettably, they could only observe as the envoys were driven away in disgrace. After departing from the Dragon and Phoenix Inn, the short judge, still unsatisfied, glanced back at the inn and leaned closer to the leader, saying, "What if they are false? There are 5 families in the city, and they have captured 4 heads of families. Should we report this anomaly?" The leader retorted, "Indeed. While they revealed their netherworld energy, did they adhere to, if you report this, what do you suppose the higher-ups will think?" After delivering this admonition, the leader ceased speaking. That level of caution had already been exceedingly generous. Moments later, the short judge experienced a sudden epiphany, breaking into a cold sweat, and respectfully said, "Thank you for your guidance, brother." Realizing the implications, if these individuals were genuine, the higher-ups might suspect them of doubting their fellow sect members, questioning their loyalty. Such suspicion could be seen as an attempt to sow discord within the Netherworld sect. Conversely, if these individuals were indeed false, the higher-ups would not be able to provide immediate support, leaving them vulnerable to further testing. Yet, the woman's cultivation was unfathomable. Any attempt to probe could potentially cost them their lives. Once the members of the Netherworld sect had departed, Jiang Yu and his companions exhaled a sigh of relief, while the heads of the families below sank into despair. "Now, it is time to deal with you," Jiang Yu declared, casually refining the storage ring from the head of the He family and extracting the souls of the 3 heads in succession. Soon, Jiang Yu had gleaned through the memories of the family heads. He discovered the means to exit the city, an essential token. Jiang Yu retrieved the storage ring from the head of the He family, probing into its depths. His pupils constricted abruptly, and disbelief flickered across his face. Causing his breath to quicken, "Brother Yu, what is amiss?" Li Zixiang inquired, stepping forward. Jiang Yu, typically the most composed among them, found himself unable to control his breathing upon sensing the contents within. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he slowly replied, "I have uncovered a lead regarding the curse, this revelation." The breaths of Su Shiner, Han Wu, and Li Zixiang grew heavy in unison. Nearly 2 centuries had passed since they first fell victim to the curse. For 200 years, they had witnessed others who shared their fate gradually perish, while the few remaining had been left in utter ignorance regarding the nature of the curse. They could only deduce its patterns as it claimed lives. This passive endurance felt utterly despondent. Chapter 62. The Origin of the Cultivation System. This time, they had finally received a hint about the curse. Do not celebrate too soon. I merely sensed an aura identical to that of the curse when it first struck, and it may not necessarily be the curse, Jiang Yu cautioned, dampening their hopes. "Hurry, let us see," Han Wu urged, eagerly leaning closer to Jiang Yu. In an instant, everyone gathered around him. Tio avoid suspicion of hoarding. Jiang Yu, unwilling to be caught in a predicament, firmly crushed the storage ring. Normally, shattering a storage ring would be beyond the capacity of someone at Jiang Yu's foundation establishment stage. However, simply demonstrating physical strength beyond his current realm would not trigger the curse, provided he did not exceed limits excessively. Once, a body cultivator in their group had mistakenly believed that the curse would not detect physical power, only to find himself ensnared by it when he unleashed strength from the nascent soul stage during a confrontation. The curse hesitated for a day, but the following day, it transferred onto him, erupting unexpectedly and leading him to succumb to inner demons during training, resulting in a silent demise. Jiang Yu regained his focus. Gazing at the shattered storage ring, amidst the debris, an assortment of miscellaneous cultivation jade slips, a tattered paper book, and fewer than 10,000 spirit stones lay scattered on the ground. Among them was even a top-grade spirit stone. Yet, at that moment, the crowd was utterly captivated by the tattered paper book amidst the jade slips. A faint aura of the curse and a potent emotional energy were inscribed within its pages. In this era, the technology for crafting jade slips had long since matured and was publicly available throughout the Xinhuang realm. Even a minor family could produce them in bulk, however, during the exceedingly ancient times. Only the most powerful sects possessed the knowledge to create jade slips, enabling them to inscribe cultivation techniques within. The dissemination of these techniques typically required a master to guide students directly, as mere written words could not impart knowledge effectively. The major sect's control over jade slips equated to their control over the lifeblood of aspiring cultivators. Regardless of their innate talent, practitioners were constrained by this system. You may possess exceptional talent and create your own techniques, but do not expect to pass them down to future generations. If you wish to leave a legacy, you must record it in a jade slip. But how does one acquire a jade slip? By joining a major sect. If your technique is genuinely outstanding, you might leave a copy within the sect, contribute to its endeavors, and perhaps, before your demise, you may be granted a jade slip, until a prodigy emerged, shattering the sect's monopoly. The name of this genius had long been lost to the annals of history. Ordinarily, only those with high cultivation talent could create their own techniques. Yet, this prodigy, despite lacking exceptional aptitude, managed to compile cultivation methods. This resulted in a peculiar predicament. The techniques he crafted were beyond his own capability to practice, leaving him unable to take on disciples. He understood his slow progress and recognized that his limitations restricted the efficacy of his techniques, preventing him from reaching the pinnacle of their creation. Firmly convinced that his techniques surpassed all existing methods, he aspired to forge a new path in cultivation. Unwilling to see his techniques fade into obscurity, he sought a jade slip. However, this prodigy had traversed the entirety of the Xianhuang realm, appealing to every major sect, yet failed to obtain a single jade slip and suffered scorn from the servants of those sections. After all, to claim that one's techniques surpassed existing ones, only to find oneself outmatched by the most unremarkable servant of a major sect, was a bitter pill to swallow. In a fit of anger, the prodigy sought an alternative route. If he could not acquire a jade slip, he would devise a method of passing down techniques without one. The sects dismissed his endeavors as madness, showing no interest in his pursuits. Other slightly reputable sects also distanced themselves from him. Years passed, and as the prodigy approached the end of his life, he remained unable to achieve his goal. In his final moments, his heart swelled with a myriad of emotions: hatred towards the major sects, despair regarding the future of the Xianhuang realm, frustration at his own limitations, and sorrow for the impending loss of his techniques. Amidst this emotional turmoil, he inscribed 2 cultivation methods upon the paper. The first method offered a means to convey techniques without a jade slip, embedding intense emotions within the text, allowing future readers to experience the guidance of the prodigy as if he were present. The second method was the prodigy's own creation, detailing the stages of cultivation. Inhaling qi into the body was for the qi refinement stage. Establishing a foundation was for the foundation establishment stage. Condensing the golden core was for the golden core stage. Transforming the golden core into an infant was for the nascent soul stage. Manifesting the sea of consciousness was for the spirit transformation stage. Merging spirit and flesh, mastering space, was for the core formation stage. Comprehending domains was for the void refinement stage. Contending with heaven for the Tao was for the true return stage. The path of simplicity, unifying all paths, was for the harmonization stage. And transforming a cocoon into a butterfly, transcending the heavenly path, was for the immortal stage. The cultivation system delineated by this method has been perpetuated up to the present day. This prodigy only managed to reach the stage of transformation, failing to ascend to the subsequent realms, leaving behind merely a written account of the cultivation techniques he established. However, those who came after him, while practicing in accordance with this manuscript, could perceive the guidance of an absent genius, as if he were mentoring them step by step. In due course, these 2 techniques were discovered by a group of beggars, who then practiced and transmitted them through generations. After many ages, possibly thousands of years later, these techniques finally made their way to the upper echelons of the sections. The first technique shattered the control that the major sects held over cultivators across the land. The second technique dismantled the existing cultivation framework. Before the emergence of the current system, the highest realm was known as the chaotic realm, yet it could not even contend with the new system's return to essence stage. When the oppressive sects crumbled, the means of producing jade slips were shared among all cultivators, and the second technique was replicated countless times, spreading far and wide. Henceforth, with the ubiquity of jade slips, no one recorded information on paper anymore. Gradually, the first technique fell into total obscurity, for utilizing jade slips was far simpler than mastering a cultivation method. Jiang Yu refocused his attention on the book before him. The profound emotional energy emanating from this tattered paper volume was a testament to its ancient existence. As he gently opened the book, he noticed a detail. A faint curse's power emanated from a torn piece of paper. Roughly the size of a playing card, nestled within, the emotional energy was intrinsic to the book itself. This indicated that one could not glean specific information about the curse merely by empathizing with the emotional energy. Jiang Yu cautiously enveloped the torn paper with his spiritual energy, allowing it to float in midair while he scrutinized its contents. Upon this small fragment of paper lay the hopes of many. Chapter 63. The traitor. The text on the half-sheet was sparse and scrawled hastily, akin to a casual jotting. This note had become ensnared by the curse's energy simply because it mentioned the curse itself. The contents conveyed that the author had long harbored a pet dragon, which inexplicably faced a series of misfortunes. In a world so vast, few beings rivaled the pet dragon's prowess and would not show deference to its master. Yet, every time this dragon ventured out alone, it fortuitously encountered peril, surviving by the skin of its teeth. Of course, had it not been for the life-preserving items bestowed by its master, the dragon would not have merely faced death and rebirth. It would have met its end. The author, well-versed in fate, recognized that the dragon possessed excellent luck and thus should not encounter such calamities. He suspected foul play against his pet. After years of investigation, he uncovered a peculiar truth. It was not the result of someone's scheming, but rather a bizarre curse inherent to certain dragonkind since birth, which he termed the causal curse. Just as Jiang Yu and the others were engrossed in their reading, the text abruptly ceased. The half-sheet had only managed to name this curse, the causal curse. Nevertheless, even this scant information was sufficient to ignite excitement among the group, dragonkind. Seeking out the dragons would surely yield clues. However, they had not forgotten the tattered book itself. Like the jade slips, this worn tome was likely a vessel for some form of cultivation technique. Perhaps it contained an unparalleled method of cultivation. Jiang Yu lifted the tattered book and inquired, "Shall we take turns empathizing? Who shall go first?" Before a reply could be given, a sudden brilliance erupted outside the corridor, illuminating the entire city of Linri as bright as day. Countless streams of fiery energy rained down from the sky, crashing against the city's protective array, sending ripples through the defenses. Beyond the flames, a three-legged golden crow flapped its wings, generating sparks that ignited the fiery rain. The golden crow itself resembled a miniature sun, suspended high above the battlefield. Moments later, 10 figures leaped from the ground, at the forefront. A figure clad in a dark robe hovered in the air. Confronting the golden crow, "You are but a mere perfected shapeshifter. How dare you trespass upon the realm of humanity?" The shape-shifting realm corresponded to the human stage of nascent soul, as the judge spoke. 9 others behind him simultaneously unleashed their auras. "And what if I were to join in?" A deep voice resonated from the earth. The 10 judges looked down in unison, their expressions changing dramatically. Not far away, a pig demon clad in heavy armor, with bared fangs and crimson eyes, wielded an enormous wolf-tooth club, steadily advancing. Each step caused the ground to tremble, as if even the fabric of space quivered under its might. Following the pig demon was an innumerable horde of various demon races. Wolf demons, snake demons, fox demons, crane demons, all of them were formidable entities. The leading judge stared at the pig demon, momentarily taken aback. Although this area was not far from the demon race's border, the presence of the Mountain Abyss City should have deterred any powerful demon from entering. Only shapeshifters should have been permitted. The emergence of a powerful entity was unexpected. Could it be that something had transpired at the Mountain Abyss City? This conjecture chilled the judge to the bone. With a suspected impersonator of the underworld sect appearing, and now the possibility of a crisis at the Mountain Abyss City, if it turned out that they had received no warnings, they would undoubtedly be suspected of collusion. Once suspicion arose, guilt was already established. With a furious roar, the pig demon hurled its wolf-tooth club toward the crowd above. The pig demon's bellow resounded. The judges felt as though they had been struck by a great shock. Their minds momentarily disoriented. When they regained their senses, the club was already hurtling toward them. The dark-robed judge reacted first, retrieving a vial from his waist and hurling it at the club. The vial shattered, releasing an unknown silvery substance that adhered to the club. Yet, this silver substance only momentarily hindered the club's trajectory, which soon swept toward the judges. Only the shorter judge managed to escape into the protective array as the silver substance delayed the club's advance. Aside from the dark-robed judge, the others were struck down, plummeting from the sky like dumplings. Seizing the opportunity, the golden crow let out a piercing cry and swooped toward the judges. The dark-robed judge contemplated intervening to save his comrades. But he understood that the pig demon was merely waiting for him to divert his attention to breach the array. After all, dismantling an unguarded formation was far simpler than overcoming one under control. Seeing that the dark-robed judge did not act to save anyone, the pig demon regretfully remarked, "Boy, if you leave now, I won't pursue you." "You still have a chance to live," the dark-robed judge retorted with confidence. "One of my men has successfully infiltrated. Do you think he will not seek assistance? The one who should be leaving is you." Just as they faced off, the shorter judge returned to the array and rushed towards Jiang Yu and the others. "Do you think I would dare to attack the city?" The pig demon laughed heartily, its voice reverberating throughout Linri City. "Attack?" In the instant the pig demon's command fell, the city's protective array vanished. The golden crow swiftly eliminated the wounded judges, unleashing a rain of fire anew. This time, without the array's obstruction, the flames poured down upon the entire city of Linri. "Have you infiltrated Linri City?" The dark-robed judge bellowed in fury that a traitor within has disabled the formation. Only those from the 5 great families had access to the array. The descent of the flames signified the city's downfall. Even if he survived this moment, he would face accountability. Dying now was the best option. "I have never actively infiltrated Linri City. It is one of your own who is allied with us." The pig demon, reveling in its triumph, retracted its wolf-tooth club and suddenly appeared behind the judge, striking down with a single blow. Under the pressure of the causal realm, the dark-robed judge was incapable of putting up any meaningful resistance. Reduced to a mere pulp, blood spilled forth. "Onward, devour them all, fresh blood for the feast." "I can barely contain my saliva." Countless demons roared as they charged toward the blazing city. Inside, the shorter judge finally reached the Dragon and Phoenix Inn. Yet, before he could seek aid, he witnessed Countess the Empress approach Jiang Yu, and together they gazed out at the raging flames. The principle of the weak being devoured by the strong is an immutable truth that has echoed through the ages. It is better to simply admire this breathtaking scenery. Outside the window, a fierce inferno engulfed the entire city. Occasionally, streaks of fire would dart across the night sky, adorning it like celestial embellishments, if one were to disregard the anguished cries of mortals. It could indeed be considered a splendid sight. In truth, Jiang Yu harbored a strong desire to rescue those mortals. Yet, setting aside the fact that with Jiang Yu's initial foundation strength he could save but a handful, even if he managed to save them once, could he sustain their journey thereafter? In the Xinhuang realm, lacking strength is a cardinal sin. "Let us depart, taking advantage of the chaos to slip out of the city," Jiang Yu suggested, casting a glance at Luo Qingqing and her companions. "In which direction does your home lie? Allow me to escort you a short distance." "Really?" Luo Qingqing exclaimed, nearly kneeling in gratitude. "Thank you." "Esteemed sirs, there's no need for such formality." A gentle force prevented Luo Qingqing from bowing, as Jiang Yu smiled and continued, "You once saw me off, and now I return the favor." After their exchange, Han Wu interjected, "At the very least, the Demon Clan siege has provided us with an understanding of our approximate location. Finding the Dragon Clan later should be quite convenient." "What location?" the Empress inquired. "We should currently be along the northwestern border of the Netherworld domain," Han Wu assessed, simply. To the north of the Netherworld domain lies the Celestial domain. To the east is the Absolute domain. The south marks the border of the Xinhuang realm, the very end of the heavens, while both the west and north are territories of the Demon realm. The fact that this place could be so easily breached by the Demon Clan indicates it is indeed situated along the northwestern border adjacent to the Demon realm. Thus, if we continue to head northwest, we shall reach the Demon realm. However, there remains one crucial matter. We must first escort Luo Qingqing and her companions back. How far is your home from here? In what direction? Approximately, Luo Qingqing pondered for a moment, casting an apologetic glance at her maidservant. After a moment of deliberation, the maidservant spoke. "Miss, the Xiangyu array lies about 50 kilometers to the southwest of Linri City. Brother Yu, your array should be capable of sending them there. Li Zixiang calculated 50 kilometers should fall within the range of your short-distance teleportation array." Jiang Yu nodded, retrieving materials to set up the short-distance teleportation array on the spot. In no time, the array was ready. Normally, It would take longer to establish such an array, but Jiang Yu had already prepared a semi-finished teleportation array beforehand. He merely needed to complete the final steps. Before departing, there was one more matter to address. Jiang Yu turned to Luo Qingqing and her companions. Rest assured, I will not take your lives. I merely intend to erase your memories of this time. Ah? Luo Qingqing gasped, her eyes widening in shock. Brother Yu, are you truly planning to spare them? Han Wu teased. If it were me, I would have eliminated them outright. To these words, Luo Qingqing and her companions grew even more fearful. Nevertheless, Luo Qingqing stepped forward, trembling as she spoke. I trust that the esteemed sir would not wish me harm. If you truly seek my life, I would gladly offer it to you. Enough with the frightening tales. With that, Jiang Yu reached out to gently stroke the top of Luo Qingqing's head. Though she trembled, she did not flee. Jiang Yu delicately extracted Luo Qingqing's memories, erasing everything from the day they met up to the present. When she awoke, she would retain no recollection, merely the sensation of having experienced a beautiful dream, rich in nuance yet entirely forgettable. After similarly erasing the memories of the other two, he activated the short-distance teleportation array with all three of them. The city's defenses had long since been shattered, and the activation of his private teleportation array faced no hindrance. The destination, Xiangyu Town, lacked any counter-teleportation array. No ordinary person would ever suspect that within a mere third-tier city, someone could set up a teleportation array on site. After a brief moment, Jiang Yu found himself back at the Dragon Phoenix Inn. Inside, the papers, tattered books, and precious spirit stones that had previously been laid out had all vanished. Taken by an unknown hand. Finished? The Empress inquired casually. Well, since the Demon Clan is besieging the city, we should leave at once and investigate those matters later when it is safe. Jiang Yu responded nonchalantly. He had no intention of relinquishing the precious spirit stones without a fight. While the information contained in the papers and tattered books could be shared, he was indifferent about acquiring them. However, the precious spirit stones were exceedingly rare. These stones could only be found in high-grade spirit stone mines, characterized by unique topography and rich spiritual energy. It could take decades, even centuries, for a high-grade spirit stone mine to yield a single precious spirit stone. Typically, a single precious spirit stone contains spiritual energy equivalent to that of 100,000 ordinary spirit stones. Yet, one would be hard-pressed to exchange 100,000 ordinary spirit stones for even a single precious spirit stone. In fact, even doubling that amount may not guarantee anyone's willingness to part with one, as precious spirit stones serve as superb materials for refining and array making. Many alchemists and artifact masters demand payment solely in precious spirit stones when collecting fees or auctioning items. In the Qiyun domain where Jiang Yu resided, spiritual energy was exceedingly scarce, and there was not a single mine producing precious spirit stones. Consequently, high-grade alchemists and artifact masters were rarely seen in the Qiyun domain. Shall we fight our way out or teleport away? Jiang Yu asked knowingly. Setting up a teleportation array also requires materials. Earlier, when he had taken Luo Qingqing and her companions away, he had willingly shouldered the material costs, knowing she could not afford them, which was why he had refrained from mentioning it. However, this time, he could not afford to transport them for free. Brother Yu, I believe teleportation would be the safer option. Li Zixing chimed in. We will cover the material costs afterwards. I'm just a bit strapped for cash at the moment, and no worries. You can settle your material expenses with me later, Jiang Yu replied. Turning his gaze towards Han Wu and the Empress, he was well aware that Li Zixing lacked funds and had no intention of asking Su Shiner for money. His previous statement had been directed specifically at Han Wu and the Empress. Han Wu silently produced a storage ring. Inside, I happen to have some materials that I collected. Jiang Yu accepted the ring, mentally noting, what a cunning fellow. Han Wu had anticipated that he would eventually hitch a ride, even preparing the fare in advance. Jiang Yu then looked towards the Empress. Chapter 65. Soul-searching the Empress appeared troubled, hesitating for a long moment before reluctantly offering the materials and spirit stones she had acquired earlier. I can owe you the remainder. I have no more funds. Ha. You have no money? Jiang Yu was certain that the Empress's expression was intentionally feigned for his benefit. She could not possibly be completely devoid of spirit stones. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu did not intend to squeeze her dry at that moment. He merely patted her shoulder with a pretense of generosity. It's fine. You can give me the rest when you have spirit stones. After all, we have plenty of time. Besides, Jiang Yu was set to break through to the combiner stage next month. at which point he would have no fear of her schemes. In truth, after acquiring the transformation method, Jiang Yu could silently break through to the combiner stage. However, to be safe, he had decided to do so within a secret realm. Once the month-long cool-down period passed, he would find a secluded area to make his breakthrough. Such a secret realm as he had encountered last time was a rare occurrence. While they conversed, Jiang Yu had already set up the short-distance teleportation array. As they activated the array, a roar reverberated throughout the entire city. Shanyuan City has fallen. Any surviving cultivators should flee inland and avoid Shanyuan City, spread the message. The roar abruptly ceased, followed by the raucous laughter of a pig demon. Old fool, do you think we could easily raze Shanyuan City to the ground? The nearby city's netherworld sect has long since fled. The array successfully activated, forcibly tearing open a rift in space, teleporting them 80 kilometers northwest. This distance marked the limit of Jiang Yu's current short-distance teleportation array. Beyond this, setting up an array would not be so simple. Jiang Yu felt a moment of disorientation before finding himself at the teleportation destination. They were now outside the city, where the ground bore the countless footprints of demon beasts, remnants of those that had recently besieged the city. Jiang Yu's expression darkened. Initially, he had assumed the demon beasts were attacking from a single direction, but it now appeared that they had likely surrounded Linri City. This meant that the chances of survivors in Linri City had diminished significantly. Jiang Yu turned back to glance at Linri City. From a distance, it resembled a blazing sun set against the night sky. Most of the demon clan had already entered Linri City, wreaking havoc within, leaving only a few weaker demon beasts lingering outside. Let us move. Jiang Yu turned away, having clearly heard the warning of the unknown expert. Shanyuan City marked the western boundary between the demon realm and the netherworld sect. The fact that he had specifically cautioned others against approaching Shanyuan City indicated that they were not far from it. If they continued westward, passing through Shanyuan City, they would soon reach the demon realm. Though none of them had ever ventured into the demon realm, none harbored fear of it. After all, the demon realm was vast. As long as they avoided the substantial territories of the larger demon clans, they would be safe. They had all perused the map of the Xinhuang realm published by the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Among the 4 domains, the Celestial domain was the largest, followed by the demon realm, while the Netherworld domain came third and the Qiyun domain was the smallest. As for the Absolute domain, it was often overlooked due to the absence of visitors. For them, the dangers of the demon realm and the Qiyun domain were comparable, both being realms of chaos. If they could survive in the Qiyun domain, they could surely endure in the demon realm. Driven by a desire for information, they refrained from employing their cultivator abilities for haste, instead opting to travel leisurely, akin to mortals. Look, there seems to be a village over there. Han Wu pointed towards a distant settlement. This was the first village they had encountered in days. Wait, the Empress interjected, there is a demonic aura, approximately 10 or so. Once a demon reaches the realm of the demon core, akin to a human's golden core period, it can actively condense its demonic aura and even assist other demons in doing the same. The fact that the numerous demonic auras there remain unconsolidated suggests that the most formidable demon cultivators do not exceed the bone refinement stage, which corresponds to the foundation establishment period for humans. Who will take care of this? Jiang Yu inquired, gazing towards the distant demon. I shall go. Li Zixiang responded first. With that, Li Zixiang vanished from sight at an astonishing speed. Jiang Yu and the others then made their way towards the village, simultaneously employing their spiritual senses to probe for any other anomalies in the vicinity. Confirming there were none, they proceeded towards the village. Li Zixiang was gripping the last iron-clawed mountain cat by its throat bone. The pungent, foul-smelling demon blood dripped through Li Zixiang's fingers onto the yellow earth, corroding it into a multitude of tiny holes. 14 demon beasts at the Qi refining stage lay dead at the village entrance, most of them not fully transformed, with only their heads having taken shape. Among the sharp teeth of these demons, remnants of bloodied coarse cloth could still be seen. Beside the demons knelt 4 village elders, the last survivors of their community. Li Zixiang's expression was grim as he remarked, the village is filled with the elderly. Not a single young person remains. If even one young person were here, these weak Qi refining stage demons would not be so rampant. What happened? Jiang Yu helped the nearest limping elder to his feet and asked, where are the young people from your village? Master Xianshi, the old man trembled. 2 months ago, the holy sect issued an order. allowing those willing to leave the village for the big city to pay 10 taels of silver for the qualification to depart. The limping elder coughed before continuing. The village sold everything they could to gather the silver for the young ones. 2 months ago, we sent off all the young people who were able to leave. Zhang Yu opened his mouth, but ultimately chose to remain silent. It was highly probable that this elder had been deceived. Setting aside whether the underworld sect would care for mere silver, the main point was that if the underworld sect truly intended to take people away, they would not choose such a small village over the mortals of Linri City. Just as Zhang Yu was questioning, a creature resembling a groundhog suddenly burrowed into the ground nearby. Li Zixiang, quick as lightning, followed suit and unearthed the creature. Well, you are still alive, Li Zixiang exclaimed, a mix of anger and embarrassment evident in his voice. This creature was merely a qi refining stage demon, yet he had almost let it escape without killing it. Realizing it had been captured again, the groundhog demon ceased its pretense of being dead and shouted, "You cannot harm me. My father is the leader of the burrowing mouse clan. General Demo is currently at Mount Dahuang. If you kill me, he will find out, and you won't survive either. You are merely a qi refining stage demon. And yet you speak human language?" Han Wu asked, astonished. The groundhog retorted, "We can speak in the enlightenment realm." It continued, "If you release me, I will ensure my father gives you a chance to escape." Naively optimistic, Zhang Yu replied, placing his hand upon the groundhog's head. Soul Search, Chapter 66, Mount Dahuang. For completely unknown territories, Soul Search is the simplest method to acquire information. What they consider commonplace is precisely the knowledge Zhang Yu seeks. As expected, he found that such a minor demon bore no restrictions in its mind. In a mere moment, an unusual expression crossed Zhang Yu's face. This groundhog was indeed quite the deceiver. It had summoned this assembly of qi refining stage rabble under the pretense of being General Demo's son. Yet in reality, it had no genuine connection to the general, having only seen him once from a distance at Mount Dahuang. Meanwhile, General Demo was presently at Mount Dahuang awaiting an opportunity. Shortly thereafter, knowledge regarding the demon domain was obtained as Zhang Yu wished. The demon clans within the demon domain are distributed by race throughout the region. The power of the demon clans is categorized into 10 major races, including super races, great races, and minor races. The 10 major races alternate every 1,000 years, divided into the junior category for those under 1,000 years and the ordinary category for those above. Ultimately, the top 10 are determined as the 10 major races of the millennium. Other races do not undergo such alternation unless a higher race is completely defeated by a lower one, at which point it is entirely erased from existence. However, this groundhog's strength was far too weak. Its clan did not even qualify as a minor race, barely scraping by as a rogue cultivator. Consequently, this groundhog was entirely ignorant of detailed matters, possessing only a general understanding of what any demon might know. Furthermore, it was familiar with the cultivation system of the demon clans. Each stage of cultivation is referred to as the Enlightenment Realm, Bone Refinement Realm, Demon Core Realm, Transformation Realm, Spirit Communication Realm, Soul Fusion Realm, Void Realm, Ancestral Return Realm, Celestial Demon Realm, Disaster Crossing Realm, and Demon Saint. These stages have been adapted from the human cultivation system, aligning perfectly with the 11 stages of humanity. While these details are significant, what captured Zhang Yu's utmost attention were the groundhog's most recent memories. For instance, information regarding the secret realm of Mount Dahuang and the destruction of Shanyuan City. The destruction of Shanyuan City was not a recent event but had occurred approximately half a year ago. At least in the groundhog's recollection, it only learned of this incident a year ago. As the groundhog resided near the border, it possessed first-hand information, making its time frame reasonably accurate. A year prior, the groundhog had learned from the black market that the underworld sect had withdrawn all its experts from the 108 cities along the border. However, the upper echelons of the demon clans were embroiled in internal strife, attacking and exterminating one another, leaving the demons in a constant state of fear, unable to muster forces for a full-scale assault. Almost all beings above the soul fusion realm among the demon clans participated in this civil war, while the lesser demons dared not risk their lives to verify the authenticity of this news. It wasn't until a month ago that a severely injured demon of the perfected spirit communication realm sought refuge here, attempting to strike Shanyuan City. Although the city's protective array blocked the attack, no one emerged to retaliate. Seeing this, within 3 days, Shanyuan City was destroyed, and numerous demon clans began to plunder, while other border cities fell one after another. The more formidable demon clans sought to seize the secret realms and paradises that humans could not transport, while those slightly less powerful raided the large cities for treasures. They could invariably find some human relics, and healthy human beings in their prime could also become spoils of war for the demons. The weaker demon clans turned to nearby villages and towns in search of blood offerings. The young people from these villages and towns had all mysteriously vanished, leaving the elderly unable to provide spiritual stones, rendering them mere fodder for the demons. Among the borderlines where demons could plunder, the most coveted treasure was the secret realm of Mount Dahuang. It was said that when in human hands, the secret realm of Mount Dahuang was of soul fusion realm, consolidation stage, caliber. However, it was unknown what means humans employed against the Mount Dahuang secret realm, for by the time the demons encountered it, the secret realm was on the brink of collapse, utterly inaccessible, and its level had been downgraded from the soul fusion realm to the spirit communication realm. Nonetheless, the collapse of the secret realm proved advantageous for the demons. After all, no one could claim to have taken all the treasures from a secret realm. There would always be unknown treasures. With the secret realm collapsing, any surviving treasures and cultivators might be swept into spatial turbulence. Yet a considerable portion would directly explode at the original entrance of the secret realm. Presently, Mount Dahuang had gathered an untold number of demons, all waiting for the moment when the Mount Dahuang secret realm would completely collapse to seize their opportunity. "Let us go to Mount Dahuang," Zhang Yu stated coldly. "Brother Yu, what shall we do about these humans?" Li Zixiang inquired. Han Wu responded, "We have already saved their lives. What happens to them afterward is beyond our control and is no concern of ours." The others did not contradict Han Wu's words. 3 days later, at midnight, the group slowly approached the domain of Mount Dahuang. The area was vast, and not a single demon was in sight. After walking through the night, the five continued until dawn. The morning mist was crimson, and a nauseating metallic scent lingered among the dense mountain forests. Zhang Yu crouched down, his fingertips brushing over the charred earth, where the remnants of the seven-heart lotus twisted grotesquely among the ashes. This was a grove of spiritual herbs that had been incinerated, marked by the unique cross-like fissures of the golden crow flame imprinted upon the rock walls, resembling an ancient and arrogant totem. They had already ventured into the depths of Mount Dahuang, yet still encountered not a single demon. The only clue related to demons was the golden crow flame. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the shrubs 10 zhang to the left, moving without any wind. Zhang Yu swiftly threw a dagger, only to find that it pierced through a dissipating mass of black mist. The mist emitted a shrill wail akin to a crying infant, which was swiftly dissolved by the morning light. Zhang Yu's pupils contracted. This was the wraith child miasma, a filth only born in places where countless demons perish. Boom! A tremor resonated from deep within the earth. The group pressed themselves against the scorching rocks, peering through the crevices. Below, hundreds of dark red patterns snaked along the rock fissures. At first glance, one might mistake them for gnarled tree roots. However, Zhang Yu, who considered himself a semi-master of formations, recognized the patterns as the blood erosion array. Using demons as fuel and souls as bait, when the array was complete, all living beings within a 100-mile radius would become sacrifices. "This is the blood erosion array," Zhang Yu said coldly. "No wonder we have encountered only demon corpses along the way." Han Wu instantly grasped Zhang Yu's meaning. Atop Mount Dahuang, an altar stood proudly upon the mountain's cliff, surrounded by 81 bronze pillars entwined with blood-soaked chains. The Golden Crow Emperor War, which had once appeared in Linri City, caressed the inscriptions on the pillars, igniting a cerulean gold flame where his fingers touched. The ancient demon script twisted and wailed in the flames, crumbling into black ash that fluttered down like leaves. "The 36th array hub has been buried," he announced. Zhu Kai forcefully kicked the remnants of the tiger demon into the blood pool, its fangs still smeared with shredded flesh. "As per your instructions, the rumors have spread far and wide. That bunch of fools has all gathered here, completely unaware that the treasures of the Great Yellow Mountain's secret realm have long since been taken." Zhu Kai himself was the pig demon. Yet, at this moment, this esteemed pig demon of the Tongyu realm regarded the Emperor of Battle, who had reached the transformation realm, as his master. Chapter 67. Crisis. The blood in the pool boiled as if alive, voraciously devouring the carcass of the tiger demon. Emperor Jean gazed at the vaguely discernible outline of a massive claw at the bottom of the pool, a sharp pain radiating from the golden crow mark on his brow. The scene from the ancestral land's sacrificial ceremony 300 years ago flashed before his eyes once more. His legitimate younger brother had, in front of the entire clan, nailed his wing, infused with peacock blood. To the pillar of shame.it was worth noting that, compared to his younger brother, he was a whole century older, yet he was unable to enjoy any of the clan's premium resources simply because he was not of pure blood. Even the lower-tier resources required him to offer contributions in exchange. Meanwhile, his brother could unconditionally enjoy all manner of top-tier resources, achieving the late stage of the Tongyu realm despite being 100 years younger. He suddenly clenched his fist, the golden flames erupting from his palm, consuming his memories. Once he obtained the remnants of the demon lord to refine his bloodline, he would ensure a bloody reckoning for the humiliation he suffered and return to the clan to enhance his power. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the impoverished Golden Crow. My lord, there are unusual movements in the northwest. Zhu Kai's pig-like nose twitched suddenly, sensing the foul stench of the Jiuying clan. Emperor Jean scoffed coldly. He has arrived too late. The offerings are already sufficient. Emperor Jean looked down at the throng of demons below. They were a mass of creatures, fiercely tearing, entangling, and scrambling for the bait he had deliberately let slip. Entirely unaware that the formation had already taken shape above them, with a wave of his hand, 3 fire talismans flew from his sleeves. The talismans ignited in midair, transforming into golden crow phantoms that shrieked as they dove toward the clouds. In an instant, the fire cloud surged, activating the formation. The 3 fire talismans were mixed with his golden crow blood. Immediately, the entire mountain trembled. The horde of demons halted, gazing in terror as a golden barrier rose at the edge of the great yellow mountain. Countless fire serpents erupted from the ground where the demons had gathered. In that moment, the cries of the demons echoed through the heavens. Zhu Kai greedily inhaled deeply, his demonic power surging with the wails. Astonishingly reaching the mid-stage of the Tongyu realm. This was the benefit of following a worthy master. The essence extracted from the blood-eating formation had always been rewarded to him at a rate of 20%. Of course, this was not the primary reason for his allegiance to Emperor Jean. He could refine this essence himself. The key factor was that the Golden Crow clan behind Emperor Jean was a super race. Should Emperor Jean succeed in purifying the bloodline and returning to the ancestral land, he would become a meritorious contributor. Even if he could merely share in the spoils with Emperor Jean, it would be enough to alter his fate and elevate his status. Just as Zhu Kai was lost in his dreams of the future, Emperor Jean's expression suddenly shifted. Something was amiss, Emperor Jean bellowed, his golden eyes igniting with flames as he summoned the remnants of the demon lord from the base of the formation. To his astonishment, the remnants oozed a black-green viscous liquid, forming spiderweb-like toxic patterns. With a crack, the southeastern formation hub emitted a resounding fracture, and the mocking laughter of the Jiuying clans rang out from the mountain peak. Emperor Jean, does this gift of corpse poison please you? The pressure from Yingyu, at the early stage of the Tongyu realm, exploded forth. At that moment, the blood-eating formation was forcibly interrupted. Seeking death, Zhu Kai produced a third-grade great sword from who knows where. Slashing toward Yingyu with a 100-foot blade aura, the rocks crumbled, revealing the tattered hem of Yingyu's garments. Yet, Yingyu remained completely unscathed. The pig demon transformed into a black wind, sweeping toward Yingyu, leaving destruction in its wake. Emperor Jean remained rooted at the edge of the altar, fixated on the green spots that emerged on his palm. Those were the specially crafted corrosive liquid from the Jiuying clan. The Jiuying clan, too, was a super race, long-standing adversaries of the Golden Crow clan. This poison was specifically developed to target the Golden Crow bloodline. Had little effect on other demons, but was extremely suppressive against the Golden Crow lineage. The toxic spots rapidly spread along his meridians, incinerating a year of cultivation with each passing breath. Good, very good. Emperor Jean, driven to fury, laughed bitterly, his Golden Crow wings erupting behind him. The once resplendent golden feathers were now mottled like withered leaves. The indigo patterns of peacock feathers becoming increasingly glaring under the corrosive effects. Golden flames soared into the sky, causing the entire altar to begin to collapse. Emperor Jean seized the not yet refined remnants of the demon lord and forcibly swallowed them whole. Meanwhile, the clash between Zhu Kai and Ing Yu escalated in intensity. On the other side, Jiang Yu addressed the crowd. This place contains a formation, indicating a conspiracy. The information obtained by that groundhog was likely intentionally leaked by someone. Otherwise, there is no reason a secret realm of the Tongyu level could be known to It Dai in truth. Jiang Yu had contemplated this earlier. However, at that time, everyone was blinded by greed, focusing solely on the Tongyu realm's secret realm and overlooking the fact that the information originated from a mere bone-forging groundhog. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu resolved to speak to the others. Let's withdraw. It is not worth pursuing this opportunity. The instant Jiang Yu's words fell, a golden barrier enveloped the entire mountain, and flames erupted at the peak. Shortly after, two auras from the Tongyu realm exploded at the summit. In an instant, the ground quaked and the mountain crumbled, causing countless demons to scatter in panic. Jiang Yu and the others were so frightened that they dared not even breathe, hastily seeking refuge in a secluded area. Damn it! We are too late again. This curse of causality must have already begun to take effect. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. Moreover, it just so happens to be a great demon of the Tongyu realm, one rank higher than the Empress, a crisis she cannot handle, as the crowd anxiously pondered. An ancient and powerful voice suddenly resonated throughout the entire barrier. I am the Wu Yao Taoist, also known as the Wu Yao Tianzian. In life, I achieved perfection in the Tianyao realm. Yet alas, I fell just short of stepping into the crossing tribulation realm. I have long harbored a dream of witnessing harmonious coexistence between humans and demons, but alas, I shall not live to see it. For this reason, I have set a trial within my remnants before my demise. Only when three conditions are simultaneously met will the trial be activated. The first condition is that powerful beings of both human Yuan Ing realm and demon transformation realm, as well as higher realms, must be present. The second condition is that the total number of humans and demons present exceeds 1,000. The third condition is that either a demon or a human begins to refine my remains. I trust that when these conditions are met, humans and demons will have achieved harmony. However, I am most curious to see who will prevail in the future, humans or demons. Thus, I have specifically established a contest trial. Only the victors among humans and demons shall inherit my legacy. The vanquished, however, shall face death. But I am not one to force anyone. After a stick of incense's time, those remaining within a radius of 500 miles shall be deemed participants in the trial. Those who choose to leave voluntarily shall not be compelled. The moment the voice faded, a faint white barrier enveloped the entire Great Yellow Mountain, its range just surpassing that of the Golden Barrier. The Empress's complexion turned as pale as death. This was the demon domain. How many humans could there possibly be in this wretched place? Among the 1,000 beings, aside from their group, the rest were likely all demons. Furthermore, there were two auras of great demons at the mountain's peak. Realizing this, the Empress felt a surge of panic. She was merely at the Yuaning stage. Unless she clung to someone powerful, she had little hope of survival. With that thought, the Empress could no longer maintain her usual composure and turned to Jiang Yu for help, exclaiming, "What shall we do now?" Chapter 68. Rules. Jiang Yu surveyed the surrounding white barrier and golden formation. Unsurprisingly, the range enveloped by the white barrier was the area for the trial. However, it was evident that the golden barrier had imprisoned everyone within, rendering them unable to escape, let alone leaving this place. Furthermore, the voice had only momentarily delayed the fierce battle between Ing Yu and Zhu Kai, who soon resumed their fierce confrontation. The Golden Crow clan and the Jiaoying clan had long-standing grievances. Under any circumstances, their hatred could not be quelled. What troubled Ing Yu even more was that many of the demons below had been lured here by the so-called collapsing secret realm. A significant portion were the subordinates of Emperor Zhan and Zhu Kai. Yet, Ing Yu had arrived here all alone. As Ing Yu engaged in combat with Emperor Zhan, the incense stick's time finally elapsed. In an instant, the world turned upside down. An overwhelming force, insurmountable by all, enveloped everyone simultaneously. A 1,000-foot diameter mechanism compass loomed before them, standing tall amidst the throng of thousands of humans and demons. Jiang Yu glanced around at the others, attempting to shift positions, but felt an inexplicable force binding him, rendering him unable to move or attack. Only his thoughts continued to race. He looked up at the compass, which bore the symbols of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. A vague silhouette appeared above the 1,000-foot compass. The voice echoed once more. Both humans and demons shall each have 5 camps, corresponding to the attributes of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. All humans and demons will be randomly assigned to their respective camps on the first day. Each camp will randomly trigger a natural disaster for half an hour according to their respective hexagrams. Every night at midnight, all human camps will open a rift to the heavens for half an hour. The heavenly rift will spew forth spiritual energy to power the camp's hexagram. The camp whose hexagram successfully charges will be able to designate a demon camp for destruction. The demons may rush into the heavenly rift to wreak havoc, triggering the hexagram to go berserk. Each camp is typically protected by a 5-element barrier, allowing only the corresponding opponents to launch attacks. For instance, demons in the metal camp can attack humans in the wood camp, while demons in the wood camp can attack humans in the water camp, and so forth. However, since humans possess a method to charge for destruction, they cannot attack demon camps and can only await charging. Should either side's camp be destroyed, the survivors will be transferred to other camps of their faction, following the order of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The defeated camp will be entirely obliterated, while the victors will receive special rewards. There is another point that requires your attention. After the game commences, the duration of calamities on the first day is half an hour. On the second day, it extends to 1 hour. On the third day, it becomes 2 hours. On the fourth day, it reaches 4 hours. On the fifth day, it stretches to 8 hours. And on the sixth day, it culminates in 12 hours, thereby encompassing the entire day, with calamities perpetually afflicting the camp. However, it is not impossible to avert these disasters. Each day, when either side suffers a casualty, the calamity duration for that side's camps is reduced by half an hour for each fallen individual or creature, though this reduction does not carry over to the following day. The victory condition is met when either side's camps are entirely obliterated, or when one side faces complete annihilation. The aged voice paused momentarily, seemingly allowing everyone to digest the information. After a brief silence, the voice resumed. I will inform both sides of their respective calamity details and assign camps after the division is complete, and provide a day for acclimatization before the official start of the game tomorrow. At that instant, as soon as the voice fell, Jiang Yu sensed the familiar force of teleportation. The voice reverberated once more in Jiang Yu's ears, detailing the types of calamities. The calamity for the human clan's golden camp is the blade and sword storm. The calamity for the human clan's wooden camp is the emergence of man-eating flowers. The calamity for the human clan's water camp is the inundation of lowlands by treacherous waters. The calamity for the human clan's fire region involves the generation of fiery explosions. The calamity for the human clan's earth region involves the land randomly executing cultivators. Your assigned camp is wood. Jiang Yu raised his gaze to observe the surroundings. Ancient trees, aged for millennia, entwine their roots to form a natural fortress. Suspended in midair, a vine-woven bridge spanned the treetops, with leaves inscribed with runes that absorb the essence of the sun and moon, converting it into defensive spiritual energy. At the corners of the camp, blood willows were planted, their roots deeply embedded in the earth's veins, with branches capable of swiftly strangling intruders. Even the ground was littered with thorny thickets and numerous flora that Jiang Yu could not name. Within this camp, he was the sole inhabitant. Approaching the boundary of the camp, Jiang Yu found the barrier automatically parting, allowing him to exit. When he turned back, he could only see a large, emerald green character emblazoned on the camp's barrier. Wood. Surrounding him were 4 other camps, inscribed with the characters for gold, water, fire, and earth. Upon leaving the camp, regardless of which camp's scenery he gazed upon, Jiang Yu could see nothing. However, shortly thereafter, the others emerged from their respective camps. The one who stepped out from the gold camp was the Empress. Su Shiner belonged to the water camp. Han Wu represented fire, while Li Zixiang was from earth. Li Zixiang, with a troubled expression, looked towards Jiang Yu and asked, Brother Yu, what should we do? It seems we are but 5 against so many demons. Moreover, we are uncertain whether this place qualifies as a secret realm, and whether we can. He trailed off, recalling that the Empress was present, unaware that the curse was linked to the actively revealed cultivation levels. Yet, noticing the other's silence, the Empress, with keen perception, inquired, What can't we do? Li Zixiang, taken aback, awkwardly retorted, It's nothing, just my idle talk. Ha ha. The Empress scoffed coldly, I can guess what you were about to say. It certainly pertains to your cultivation levels. Upon hearing this, Li Zixiang instinctively shivered and blurted out, "How did you know? Do you think I'm a fool?" The Empress replied, "You all possess such formidable strength, yet when faced with a situation, you leave it all to me to resolve. Furthermore, the largest flaw is that throughout our journey, you insist on traveling at a snail's pace like mere mortals. What is the matter? Is there an issue with that?" Li Zixiang questioned. "Though you have offered numerous excuses, they do not conceal your habitual behavior," the Empress asserted emphatically. "As a nascent soul, while I sometimes move slowly like mortals, I have never taken half a month to traverse a single path. Even I, with my temper, feel exceedingly vexed. Given your considerable cultivation, you should logically be even more irritated. Yet none of you exhibits any sign of discontent, which can only indicate that you are accustomed to this sluggish pace. But the cultivation you displayed in my secret realm is undeniably genuine." The Empress paused for a moment, observing the silence from the other four before she added, "Is there any need for me to elaborate further? Coupling this with the curse you informed me of, it becomes evident that the curse is related to your cultivation levels." Speaking thus, the Empress cast a heartbroken glance at Jiang Yu, saying, "I placed such trust in you. Yet you refuse to disclose the truth." Chapter 69. Striking within the rules guarantees defeat. Seeing that the Empress had nearly deduced the truth, Jiang Yu felt compelled to no longer withhold information and candidly stated, "In that case, I shall not conceal it any longer. The curse is indeed associated with cultivation levels." Jiang Yu continued, "All individuals who join our ranks will be afflicted by the curse, becoming potential targets for its eruption, and shall remain bound to it for life. The one with the highest cultivation within the team will be ensnared by the curse." The Empress, anxious, interjected, "Do not speak in riddles. I want to know what it means to be ensnared by the curse. What remedies exist? Your apparent calm indicates you must have a solution." "Indeed, there is a remedy," Jiang Yu replied. "Being ensnared by the curse subjects one to various misfortunes until one day, it erupts completely, leading to insurmountable predicaments, such as encountering formidable demons from the Void Realm." He added, "Resolving the curse is rather simple. One merely needs to find an individual with a higher cultivation level to join the team, thereby relieving oneself of being the highest-ranked cultivator." Jiang Yu chuckled, providing an example. "Those Void Realm demons, do they not possess higher cultivation than you?" The Empress initially displayed delight, but soon realized something, asking, "When will the curse vanish? If one day we reach a bottleneck in our cultivation and can progress no further, does that mean we are left to await death?" Jiang Yu shrugged, "We shall take it one step at a time. It is precisely because of this concern that upon learning of the curse, we hastened to seek the Dragon Clan," he continued, recalling the content of that slip of paper. The author had claimed that few dared provoke him in this world. Jiang Yu pondered whether he had ultimately resolved the dragon's curse. While lost in thought, the Empress astutely queried, "How is it that you dared to use your nascent soul cultivation so recklessly while in my secret realm?" Jiang Yu turned to Han Wu, saying, "Why don't you explain it to her?" Han Wu replied solemnly, "Within the secret realm, the heavenly Tao of the Suin Huing realm and the heavenly Tao of the secret realm itself are obstructed. Utilizing one's cultivation will not be detected. However, there are limitations. One must not exceed a month within the secret realm to avoid detection by the curse, and upon exiting, it is advisable not to re-enter for a month. And even if one does, it is best not to utilize cultivation." The Empress inquired curiously, "So, does this place we are currently in qualify as part of the secret realm?" Li Zixiang responded, "I am aware of this. The place we are in currently lacks the heavenly Tao, thus it does not qualify as a secret realm. Only locations imbued with the heavenly Tao can be considered secret realms." The Empress pondered. "So, if I were to attack you here, would you be compelled to respond with your corresponding cultivation?" Upon hearing this, the others regarded her with cold, fearless smiles. Li Zixiang even taunted her, "You can give it a try. If you don't, I'll think less of you." The group had no fear of their companions turning against them. Should one initiate an attack on the others afflicted by the curse, the curse would erupt immediately, leading to unforeseen fatalities for the assailant. Witnessing their unwavering confidence, the Empress chuckled, "I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart." While the group engaged in conversation, they suddenly sensed a surge of demonic energy approaching. Yet, the newcomer was merely at the Qi awakening level. After a while, a trembling canine demon cautiously approached. "Master has sent me to deliver a message to you." The canine demon quivered, evidently terrified of Jiang Yu and the others. "What message? Who is your master?" Jiang Yu inquired, directing his gaze at the canine demon. The canine demon bore an additional mental force attached, indicating it could relay the happenings here. "Our master is named Dijon. Hailing from the Jinwu clan, he instructed me to tell you that if you willingly raise your hands and surrender, you may be spared and left with intact corpses." The moment the words fell, Li Zixiang scoffed coldly. A wave of icy air instantaneously transformed the canine demon into an ice block, shattering it piece by piece. The mental force attached to the canine demon dissipated alongside it. "This fellow was sent to scout for information," Han Wu remarked. It was evident that Han Wu had also sensed the mental force attached to the canine demon. "The news of the 5 human clan members has already leaked." The Empress, troubled, stated, "If I cannot contend with the demons of the Void Realm, will you not have to employ your cultivation to protect the camp from destruction?" "Not necessarily," Su Shiner, who typically spoke little, interjected. "There is no need to adhere to his rules. These rules are inherently unfair." Su Shiner did not elaborate further, but Jiang Yu, noticing the others' confusion, explained, "The demon clan can attack the human clan's camp at any time. However, the human clan must wait for specific time intervals to charge up to destroy the demon clan's camp." At first glance, it seems both sides possess means to annihilate each other, appearing to be quite equitable, even seemingly advantageous for the human clan. The human clan merely needs to defend while the demon clan must take the offensive. Yet upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that the human clan's 5 camps must split their forces into 5 paths to charge simultaneously. In contrast, the demon clan can strike one by one. Even if the human clan successfully charges one camp and obliterates the demon camp, the crucial point remains that there exists an inheritance mechanism within the rules. The camp was destroyed. As long as the beings within, whether demons or humans, were not slain, those originally present would not perish but would instead be reborn in the next camp. When the human race successfully obliterated several demon camps, it was inevitable that other camps would witness an influx of demons, resulting in a significant imbalance of power between certain camps and their human counterparts. Furthermore, the demons could launch attacks on the humans at any time. Suppose 2 great demons of the Soul Passage realm were to converge upon the Earth camp and simultaneously assault the Golden camp, which belonged to the Empress. The outcome would surely be the annihilation of the Golden camp. This pattern would persist. For the human race, the more demon camps they destroyed, the more demons could emerge in full force, thereby escalating the difficulty for humans to defend their camps. When the demons were left with only their final camp, that would mark the zenith of their strength. Therefore, even a successful energization by the humans would be futile. After Jiang Yu spoke, Su Shiner added, "We are but 5 individuals, while the demon numbers are vast. Natural disasters can enable entire clans to evade extinction through death." Han, coming to a realization, remarked, "If we adhere to the rules set forth by the Tianwu Taoist, our defeat is assured. However, there remains a potential solution." Li Zixiang interjected, "If we are to follow the rules, our sole means of breaking the deadlock lies in successfully defending all 5 camps on the first night while energizing simultaneously. Should we fail, we would be akin to frogs in boiling water, succumbing one by one. Achieving such a feat is exceedingly difficult, thus we cannot rely on his rules to counter him," Su Shiner calmly stated. "I happen to have a plan." "What is it?" Jiang Yu inquired eagerly. Chapter 70. Bush Jimin, you truly hit the nail on the head. Su Shiner glanced at the deceased hound demon and remarked, "Though the game commences tomorrow, we can commence mutual slaughter now. Do you not perceive this as a flaw in the system?" Li Zixiang exclaimed with excitement. "So, you mean we should eliminate them all right now?" Jiang Yu quickly understood, crossing his hands to form an X, completely erroneous. "If we can discern this, they surely can as well." He gazed toward the distant demon camp and continued, "Thus, we must think inversely. They will likely attack us upon realizing our numbers are few. So we should seize this opportunity to destroy their camp." With that, Jiang Yu sighed. "It seems we must at least advance to the Golden Core stage and employ that combined formation we developed 10 years ago. Otherwise, dealing with those few Soul Passage demons will be quite challenging. Let us proceed, setting forth to obliterate in the order of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth." With that, the group set off towards the distant demon camp. Little did they know, the demons were preoccupied with internal strife and were completely unaware of their approach. Perhaps due to the Tianwu Taoist's wicked sense of humor, a vast desert lay between the humans and demons. offering no means of concealment through terrain. The only way to hide was through their own stealth abilities. Meanwhile, upon their arrival at the camp, Ingyu dashed out to find Zhu Kai, and the two resumed their fierce battle. During their clash, Emperor Zhang took the opportunity to rally numerous demons under the banner of the Jinwu clan, possessing the cultivation of the Transformation Realm. As for the previous formations from Dahuang Mountain, they were, of course, set by the notorious Zhuiying clan. Did you not see how Emperor Zhang dispatched his trusted aides to thwart that individual in order to save the other demons? What? You say you do not believe it. It seems you underestimate my Jinwu clan and my Emperor Zhang's prowess in the Transformation Realm. Currently, the demons surrounded Ingyu and Zhu Kai, awaiting the conclusion of their battle. Zhu Kai and Ingyu were the only two present at the Soul Passage Realm. Others could only wait for their exhaustion to intervene. The wolf demon of the Bone Refinement Realm approached Emperor Zhang, ingratiatingly inquiring, "Lord Emperor, the envoy you dispatched has already ascertained that the human race consists of a mere 5 individuals, with only one woman at the nascent soul stage. Should we not eradicate them now?" "Unnecessary," Emperor Zhang replied nonchalantly. "A mere 5 insignificant humans can be crushed at any time." A smirk played upon Emperor Zhang's lips, though he left the latter part of his thought unspoken. This enclosed space was the optimal location to eliminating you, and the only opportunity to do so, before Ingyu could perish. He would never waste his time on those insignificant humans. Outside, if Ingyu were to confront Zhu Kai while attempting to flee, it was uncertain whether Zhu Kai would fully exert himself to eliminating you. Even if commanded, Zhu Kai would likely only acquiesce verbally, failing to unleash his full might, especially considering the formidable backing of the Zhuiying clan. But here, Ingyu had no allies, with no means of escape. Zhu Kai was left with no choice. The crucial aspect was that both parties understood this, compelled to engage in a life-or-death struggle. As the multitude of demons watched the spectacle, Jiang Yu and his companions remained blissfully ignorant, continuing their advance toward the demon camp as the bones of the earth are formed from the essence of water, and the marrow of fire is derived from the flames. Arise! Li Zixiang and Jiang Yu simultaneously bit their fingertips, inscribing blood runes in the void. Within the extraordinary array of ice and fire, ancient inscriptions emerged, and the ensnared demon tribe suddenly realized that their demon cores were dissolving. The extreme cold suppressed the boiling bloodlines, while the fierce flames incinerated the very essence of their souls. Among the array, a fully transformed black flood dragon roared, revealing its true form. The 100-foot-long serpent scales were bizarrely adorned with iridescent blue patterns due to the ice and fire formation. Each time it channeled its demonic power, shards of intertwined ice and fire erupted from the gaps in its scales. Damn ants! The black flood dragon's vertical pupil shot forth a jet of pitch-black light, creating a breach in the barrier. That moment, the ground trembled violently, and 5 pillars inscribed with demonic runes erupted from the earth. The dense aura of bloodthirst coalesced into the phantom of a dragon, engaging in battle with the black flood dragon. Wherever they clashed, the array's ice and fire patterns were corroded into a dark purple hue. Strangely, the phantom of the black flood dragon formed by the array seemed even stronger than the actual creature. Suddenly, Su Shiner withdrew a broad, heavy sword and thrust it into the array's cord. That instant, the inscriptions on the sword resonated with the ice and fire array, enveloping the Empress in a protective barrier. The demonic runes on the surface of the 5 pillars twisted and writhed as if they were living beings. The cosmos inverted, and the yin and yang locked in opposition. Jiang Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, sketching several demon-slaying talismans in the air. The demon-slaying array suddenly illuminated. The spiritual energy within the array transformed into countless golden chains, binding all the demons within it. Was only at this moment that the demons realized with terror that their spiritual power was being siphoned into the array. Ensnared by the chains, just then, a flame suddenly struck the barrier from outside with tremendous force. Instantly, the icy barrier was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. The source of the flames was none other than the Golden Crow. Only then did everyone notice that the infant Yu of the ethereal realm had indeed been slain by the Golden Crow. "It's your turn," Jiang Yu shouted towards Li Zixiang. Ice radiance surged within Li Zixiang's eyes, and several ice lotuses materialized in the void. As the ice lotuses formed, they erupted into a flurry of ice blades, raining down upon the demons within the array. Meanwhile, the black flood dragon had already been defeated by the phantom dragon. shedding its scales and perishing within the array. Outside the array, Dijon, realizing his previous strike had failed to shatter the barrier, retrieved a small vial from his waist, swallowed a recovery elixir, and began to refine it while sitting on the ground. Lord Dijon, save me, Lord Dijon. I am your most loyal confidant. Lord Dijon, if you strike again, we will be saved. The many demons within the array cried out for help, but Dijon continued to recover slowly. Seeing their pleas went unanswered, the demons, resigned to their fate, began to hurl insults. Strangely, the target of their ire was not Jiang Yu and the others who were slaying them, but rather the indifferent Dijon. Damn Dijon! I don't want to die! The ensnared demons persisted in their struggle, yet their spiritual power was gradually drained, ultimately becoming sustenance for the array, as the last of the demons was refined. Dijon finally stood poised in midair, his robes billowing as if ablaze. Observing the demise of the numerous demons, Jiang Yu expressed some regret as he retracted the array, clicking his tongue before saying, "You truly are ruthless, abandoning your subordinates without hesitation. In truth, the earlier cracks were merely a deceptive ruse displayed by Jiang Yu. Had Dijon genuinely attacked again, he would have been ensnared within the array." Unfortunately for Jiang Yu, it seemed Dijon had discerned his intentions. However, Dijon's words took Jiang Yu by surprise. "What of abandonment? If you all perish here, I shall claim the rewards of the demon sovereign for myself." Jiang Yu's expression darkened. "Oh, you haven't realized this is a trap. You simply don't wish to save them." As Dijon spoke, he unleashed his oppressive aura, simultaneously consuming a drop of blood, that moment. His aura surged dramatically. That single drop of blood temporarily endowed Dijon with the combat prowess of the late stage of the ethereal realm. "Human race, I concede you possess some skill. But merely a modicum," he continued coldly. "In this realm of survival, one's background speaks volumes. This drop of blood was acquired through 20 years of contributions exchanged within my clan. To expend such a significant price to strike at you, you may consider yourselves fortunate." Jiang Yu smirked derisively, regarding Dijon. "I overestimated your demon tribe. If super races were as feeble as you, I shudder to think how you have contended against us humans for so many years." It was not that Jiang Yu sought to belittle Dijon. Previously, based on the combat prowess of the Netherworld sect, he had concluded that defeating a major demon of the ethereal realm required the strength of those at the late stage of the Golden Core. Yet, he and his companions had managed to slay numerous demons using only their perfected foundation establishment cultivation. Comparatively, the combat strength of the demons was indeed inferior to that of the Netherworld sect. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu did not allow this to inflate his ego. He harbored another suspicion. Within the Netherworld domain, only those with exceptional talent could join the Netherworld sect. The adversaries faced earlier were likely the elite of the Netherworld domain. Conversely, the demons he currently encountered were perhaps part of a less talented cohort, thus giving him the impression of their diminished strength. "Arrogant ants, meet your demise," Dijon bellowed. In an instant, the very sunlight of the sky seemed to be torn down by some brutish force, coalescing behind him into a towering 100-foot-tall phantom of the three-legged golden crow, with sparks falling from its feathers, turning the desert into molten crimson lava. Form the array. With Jiang Yu's thunderous command, everyone reassembled the demon-slaying array, activating its defensive mode. Sword chi, lightning, ice, and earth dragons intertwined to form a canopy-like defensive formation. Yet, Dijon merely flicked his fingers, and the golden crow phantom let out a soul-rending cry, its wings stirring up a scalding wind that evaporated the ice into mist and shattered the earth dragons into fine powder. With a single roar, the demon-slaying array was on the verge of collapse. However, Dijon was equally astonished. This strike had concentrated 80% of his power, targeting mere cultivators who were far from the god transformation stage. Under such circumstances, how could the array withstand his assault? Chapter 72. Rewards determined by talent. Then let us try again. Dijon regained his vigor. Great Sun Incinerating Heaven Technique, first layer. His voice resonated with a metallic tremor. His figure abruptly vanished, reappearing above the array. Delivering a powerful blow downward, Jiang Yu stamped his foot, and a roaring azure dragon erupted from the array, charging straight for Dijon's face. Interesting, a cruel smile curled at the corners of Dijon's mouth as he stood firm, allowing the azure dragon to pierce through his chest. Yet, from the wound gushed not blood, but boiling golden magma. His fingers, like claws, seized the dragon's neck, crushing the ancient forbidden technique's azure dragon into a shower of luminous particles. Very intriguing. The power of your strike actually reached the ethereal realm, Dijon mocked, yet it's a pity, still lacking. Great Sun incinerating heaven technique, second layer. Suddenly, liquid flames erupted from every pore of Dijon's body, causing the desert beneath to collapse into a 1,000-meter-wide molten lake. The phantom behind him merged with him at that moment. Human ants, meet your end! With Dijon's furious roar, the true fire of the sun surged forth from his body, sweeping towards the demon-slaying array. The area surrounding the array was instantly transformed into a sea of flames. In an instant, the fiery inferno engulfed the entire expanse of heaven and earth. Only the demon-slaying array and 5 nearby demon camps remained steadfast within the sea of flames. The next moment, the inferno vanished without a trace. Who? Dijon, both furious and fearful, scanned his surroundings but saw no one. The ancient voice, familiar to all, echoed once more. If I do not intervene now, you shall destroy my camp. Jiang Yu inwardly cursed. Earlier, he had suspected that the old man was not a fixed program. Now, it was indeed confirmed. Moreover, the Tianwu Daoist had been watching the carnage unfold without interference, indicating he was likely no benevolent figure. Were it not for the potential destruction of his camp from the Golden Crow's attack, he probably would not have intervened at all. Hearing the old man's voice, Dijon retorted, "Aren't you dead?" The old voice responded, "Indeed, I have long since perished. The consciousness you are communicating with is merely a fragment left behind by my true self before my demise." "This is impossible." Han Wu was the first to exclaim. "If the true self is dead, a consciousness fragment cannot endure for long. There are always some special methods." The old man replied slowly, "I intended to have you compete, but now there are only 6 of you left. There is no need for a contest. Moreover, given your performances, it seems the demon and human races are still at odds. My true self's wish remains unfulfilled. In light of this, I shall not grant you the grand prize, but rather a small reward for each of you." As his voice faded, the Golden Crow suddenly vanished from sight. The Tianwu Daoist's voice then reached the ears of the 5 humans. "I will first fulfill his wish, and then return to grant yours." After the Tianwu Daoist disappeared, the group fell silent. This ordeal had compelled them to elevate their cultivation levels to the perfected foundation establishment stage. The higher the cultivation, the greater the danger. Furthermore, the Empress was still entangled in a curse, necessitating her prompt abandonment. Otherwise, they might soon encounter even more perilous situations. Yet, they were currently limited to their foundation establishment cultivation, while the Empress could utilize her nascent soul cultivation. If they wished to abandon her, they would have to wait until the next entry into the secret realm to find an opportunity to do so. Moments later, the group suddenly felt a surge of teleportation power. In a daze, they saw the indistinct figure standing before them, holding a crystal ball, while the surrounding space remained a barren desert. "Where is that beast?" Li Zixiang was the first to inquire. The old voice revealed no emotional fluctuation. "He has taken his reward and has naturally departed." As he spoke, the Tianwu Daoist tossed the crystal ball to the group. Jiang Yu was quick-witted and the first to seize the crystal orb. This peculiar object served as a test of talent. You all shall take turns infusing it with your spiritual energy to assess your aptitude. Once the testing is completed, those who meet the qualifying threshold will receive rewards based on their abilities, declared the Tianwu Daoist, following which he let out a burp that released a flicker of flames. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment, glancing at the others. Observing this, the Empress was the first to take hold of the crystal orb. "Allow me to go first," she stated, and with that, she infused her spiritual energy into it in an instant. More than half of the once empty orb transformed into a milky white hue. The Tianwu Daoist's eyes sparkled with interest. "Your talent is quite commendable, however," the Empress pouted in dissatisfaction, believing her gifts to be extraordinary, and was taken aback by the rather lukewarm appraisal. Withdrawing her energy, the orb returned to its previous vacant state. Han Wu was the next to grasp the crystal orb and infused it with his energy. The orb illuminated slightly more than before, yet the indistinct figure merely remarked, "Mediocre at best." Han Wu then passed the orb to Li Zixiang, who infused it with his spiritual energy as well. The orb only displayed a faint hint of milky white at its base, causing Li Zixiang to cast an awkward glance at the Tianwu Taoist. The Taoist chuckled softly, offering reassurance. As long as you can trigger it, your talent is already deemed adequate. Even the Golden Crow's talent is insufficient to activate it. Despite the Tianwu Taoist's attempts to comfort Li Zixiang, Jiang Yu couldn't shake the feeling that there was an undercurrent of reluctance in his voice, as if he secretly wished to see the orb remain entirely dim. Li Zixiang handed the orb to Jiang Yu, who, instead of hastily infusing it, passed it to Su Shiner. The others suddenly remembered her presence. Su Shiner took the orb and infused it with her energy, and in an instant, the orb blazed forth into a brilliant milky white sphere. What? The Empress's eyes widened in astonishment. Fixated on the orb, disbelief etched across her face. The Tianwu Taoist exclaimed in shock, "It's full. Your talent is on par with mine in my prime?" The crowd collectively scowled. How shameless of the old fellow to boast, considering no one had witnessed his own test. Yet while the onlookers were stunned, the very individual in question, Su Shiner, nonchalantly tossed the orb back to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu caught the orb but hesitated, feeling a twinge of reluctance to infuse it with his energy. With everyone staring at him, he gritted his teeth and infused a minuscule, nearly imperceptible amount of spiritual energy. In the next moment, the orb instantly transformed into a milky white. Before anyone could register their astonishment, the orb suddenly became riddled with cracks, shattering with a resounding snap into fine fragments that scattered into the desert floor. Leaving no trace behind, the crowd stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scene. After a long pause, the Tianwu Taoist suddenly collapsed onto the ground where the orb had just rested, wailing, "My heavenly grade spirit orb." Jiang Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, tentatively replied, It wasn't intentional." However, the Tianwu Taoist quickly came to terms with it, stating, "Forget it. I shan't hold it against you. After all, in this desolate place, I rarely encounter anyone, but I have never seen someone with such talent capable of bursting a heavenly grade spirit orb."